Chapter 1. Rebirth in Two Lives. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, our fates entwine once more. A millennium of longing, a millennium of anguish. Oh, not touch me. I beg you, spare me. Jun Yujin implored, her eyes wide with terror as she recoiled from the figure before her, trembling uncontrollably. Wu, hadn't she just married Brother Jing today? She should be in the prince's residence, not here in the regent's palace. The one betrothed to the regent should have been her sister. How had it come to be her instead? Get away from me. He remained impervious to her tears. She attempted to push him away, but her efforts were in vain. Brother Jing, where are you? Come rescue me. Her cries echoed in desperation, terror gripping her heart. Where could Brother Jing be? Throughout the night, her voice grew hoarse from calling out, yet no one came to her aid. No one responded to her pleas. You are mine, he proclaimed possessively. Jun Yujin's eyes widened, tears brimming, unable to comprehend his words. She could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before her. Her very soul seemed to detach from her body on her wedding night. She had been cruelly slain upon the bed. Note: the female protagonist dies from extreme anger. An important detail repeated thrice: the male protagonist is not a monster, but rather a devoted protector of the female. Led, do not touch my body again. Jun Yujin screamed, frantically lunging at him, desperate to escape his grasp. She belonged to Brother Jing. How could she endure such humiliation? Suddenly, a flash of white light yanked her soul away, and when she next opened her eyes, she found herself in the prince's residence. In this place, she stood in the very bridal chamber that should have been hers, now transformed into the nuptial quarters of her sister and Prince Machin Jing. Brother Jing, do you think my sister will find happiness after marrying that fool, the regent? Today, she was meant to be the crown princess, while I would be that fool's consort. Yet we have unwittingly swapped places. My heart cannot bear this guilt. Jun Yushua lay blissfully in his embrace. Swear, this is her fate. I never loved her. She has clung to me relentlessly. You know my heart has always belonged to you. Moreover, they are a pair of fools and wastrels, perfectly matched. Why trouble yourself? The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable as he spoke. By the way, did you collect the phoenix blood jade left for sister by grandfather? Of course, I have it right here for you, Schwer. Let's not dwell on such matters. Let us savor tonight's beauty. The chime of a bell at the head of the bed made Jun Yujin feel nauseated. This was the man she had loved for over a decade, now conspiring with the one person she loathed the most, her sister, in the regent's palace. She was humiliated to death, while her beloved held her most hated sister in a tender embrace, whispering sweet nothings, engaging in the most disgraceful acts. All the love she had given for so many years was in vain. It turned out that his sudden kindness over the years was merely for the sake of the phoenix blood jade left to her by her grandfather. As the white light enveloped her, when she next beheld the world, several days had passed. She found herself at her own grave, the tombstone inscribed, "Beloved wife, Jun Yujin's grave." But she was not alone. Her sister Jun Yushua was there as well. Wretched woman, for all these years, did you not covet my brother Jing? Did you not usurp my identity as the legitimate daughter? I allowed you to take it. Yet even in death, I cannot find peace. I shall unearth your corpse, allowing wild wolves to devour you until naught remains, thus easing my heart's hatred. Jun Yushua unleashed her azure dragon martial spirit, shattering the tombstone. Her corpse, already beginning to decay, did not deter the wolves from their feast. As she departed, the wolves rushed forward, ravenously consuming her remains. Jun Yujin watched this scene with calm detachment. Only she understood that if she were to live again, she would return 1,000-fold the torment inflicted upon her. No. As she became lost in thought, a heart-wrenching howl pierced the graveyard. A pack of wolves fell lifeless in an instant. That moment, her body had been devoured halfway, her visage unrecognizable. The man who witnessed this knelt before her remains. Anguish etched across his face as he trembled, reaching for the scattered pieces of flesh. Jeaner, fear not. I will ensure that those who harmed you are utterly annihilated, with no mercy shown. He cradled her mangled body tightly, lowering his head to kiss her disfigured face. Who was this man? Jun Yujin stood there, yearning to drift closer to discern his identity, to understand who cherished her remains so dearly, who dared to kiss her even in her disfigured state. Before she could approach, a blinding light yanked her away once more. Meanwhile, Memories not belonging to this land began to flood her mind. To her astonishment, she realized she had already been reborn once before. However, she possessed no memory of the 21st century in her prior life. Upon awakening, she discovered she had once again taken residence in this body. Yet this time, unlike her last life, she was reborn at the age of 16. She recalled that today marked her and Ma Chen-jing's birthdays. In her previous life, in a misguided attempt to become his woman sooner, she had foolishly ingested an aphrodisiac. Alas, he had scorned her, casting her out from the crown princess residence. What to do? Damn it, there is no antidote. She stumbled through a narrow alley, the effects of the aphrodisiac compelling her to leap into a frozen lake. Is that a woman ahead? She will do. A figure clad in black, having spotted her, did not even spare a glance before rendering her unconscious and hoisting her away. Who are you? The pain jolted Jun Yujin awake from her stupor. Such a familiar sensation, how could she not know what had transpired? Jun Yujin glared at the man who dared to violate her. How dare you lay hands on me? Calm down. I will take responsibility. The man grasped her hands, his voice a deep, magnetic rasp softened with a hint of tenderness. He must have been drugged too. How dare you? I will kill you. She seethed. She remembered in her previous life, after being expelled from the crown princess residence, she had fallen into a lake and narrowly escaped disaster. Why was this life different? Damn it. Perhaps it was fate. The man was undeniably handsome. She reasoned that perhaps it was not all for naught. For now, she would focus on finding an antidote. 5 years later, Mother, we have arrived in Rong City. Jun Yujin sat in a carriage outside the city, lifting the curtain to gaze upon the city wall inscribed with Rong City. Beneath her veil, a subtle smile graced her lips. The Jun family had indeed sent someone to retrieve her from Tianshui Mountain. As for their intentions, it was all too clear. Tomorrow was the day she and Jun Yushua would marry. Milady, shall we investigate? A woman clad in azure approached respectfully. I in Rong City. Do not address me as Milady, call me Mississippi. Yes, miss. Jun Yujin cradled her young son, affectionately kissing his cheek. Xiaojiu, we shall disembark here. Mother, now that we are back in Rong City, will Xiaojiu finally meet father? Jun Xiaojiu's adorable smile lit up his face, his big, dark eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jun Yujin stroked her forehead, feigning distress. Xiaojiu, why do you mention your father again? Did your mother not tell you that he passed away long ago? Chapter 2. 5 years later, returning with a cherished child. Has little Jiu's father passed away? Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaojiu felt a pang of sorrow, shedding a few quiet tears. Nevertheless, the Jun family has sent someone to escort you back, ostensibly to arrange a marriage. Thus little Jiu will have a father after all. How eagerly he anticipates this. Jun Yujin chuckled. Oh, the young master is truly delightful. Beside him, Qinger could not suppress a giggle. Yet, the young master is also quite pitiable. From the moment of his birth, he has never known the presence of a father. Another maid, Lanner, looked at him with deep compassion. After dismounting from the carriage, Jun Yujin summoned the vehicle into the Honglian space with a mere thought. In this new life, not only has she retained the memories of the 21st century, but the red lotus space upon her forehead has also awakened. She is no longer the frail and ineffectual person she once was. She has returned as the god of Shura. In the regent's palace. My lord, do you truly intend to wed the eldest daughter of the Jun family? An underling inquired. According to my information, they schemed to exchange the prince for a cat, marrying their eldest daughter to you, while sending the second daughter to the prince's residence. The mention of the Jun family's eldest daughter caused the man, who had been engrossed in his painting, to pause momentarily. Beneath his mask, his expression was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. Even his resonant voice carried a chilling tone. The shadowy subordinate continued. Moreover, the Jun family has already dispatched someone to retrieve Jun Yujin, my lord. Shall we at this? The subordinate made a gesture as if to sever his own throat. There's no need. Is there a difference between marrying the eldest daughter and the second? Ultimately, they are both women, he replied, continuing to paint the lotus pond on his desk. His heart as tranquil as still water, his demeanor serene. The subordinate was momentarily taken aback. But my lord, Jun Yujin is considered the ugliest woman in our Lioli kingdom. Not only that, but she is also a true waste, having failed to awaken her martial spirit even at 16. Shadow. His tone had become even more frigid. What do the masses say of me? Upon hearing this, the subordinate quickly knelt, acknowledging his mistake. My lord, I recognize my error. In the Tianchi continent's Liuli kingdom, there are two wastrels. One is both ugly and useless, and the other is equally useless, foolish, and ugly. They refer to you and Jun Yujin in this manner. However, my lord, there is yet another matter I have not reported. The subordinate, unwilling to relent, thought to himself that his lord was both talented and handsome, unmatched in the world. How could an ugly and useless woman possibly be worthy of such a noble lord? What is it? The subordinate's inability to convey his thoughts succinctly was becoming tiresome. He preferred tranquility over the noise that accompanied his ability to hear others' thoughts. Taking a gentle breath, he cautiously spoke. But the eldest daughter of the Jun family did not return alone. Should you choose to marry her, it would be a 2-for-1 deal. Therefore, my lord, before you even bring her into your home, you would already be wearing a green hat. In a moment of unguarded honesty, the subordinate revealed his innermost thoughts. Shadow. Mo Lingyuan set down his brush and ink, slowly approaching the subordinate. He extended his delicate, jade-like fingers, gently patting the subordinate's shoulder. How about I send you a few women tonight to indulge in their charms? This phantom has grown increasingly audacious. My lord, I have erred. Please show mercy upon me. If Mei Yu were to discover this, I would surely be subjected to a gruesome fate. He has pursued Mei Yu to the brink of despair, and finally, has made a slight impression upon her. If you were to bestow upon him a few women now, would that not render his previous efforts futile? Or perhaps, I could offer you a few men instead? My lord, the phantom genuinely acknowledges his mistakes. He was so frightened that his entire countenance twisted into a visage of despair. Mo Lingyuan furrowed his imposing brows and coldly inquired, What did you mean when you spoke of a buy-one-get-one free marriage? The phantom lowered his head, stammering, Well, you see, Miss June has returned with a son. As I understand it, that child was born 5 years ago after she was wronged. Thus, if you were to marry Miss June, it would indeed be a 2-for-1 deal, and you would also gain a ready-made fatherhood. A child? Mo Lingyuan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly beneath his mask. In that case, a 2-for-1 deal it shall be. Whether the child is human or specter can only be discerned upon their entrance. Compared to the lovely second Miss June, I find myself more intrigued by the less desirable first Miss June. Huh? The phantom gasped in astonishment. Is it possible that my lord, with his keen sight and sound mind, would choose to wed the first Miss June, who was born a child after being wronged, instead of the stunning second Miss June? Upon hearing the tale of Jun Yu Jin's violation 5 years prior, Mo Lingyuan recalled the woman from that time. He inquired further, It has been 5 years. Do you have any news of her? My lord, I have been remiss. I have yet to uncover any information, primarily because you possess no recollection of her appearance, which complicates matters. At that time, he had knocked the woman unconscious and had not thought to glimpse her face, consumed as he was by the urgency to administer the antidote to the Lord. Who could have known that the one who typically fed upon others' blood would, on that fateful night, violate an innocent maiden, remaining oblivious to his actions, only to suffer a grievous blow to the back of his head? That woman must have been the one wronged by the Lord. Upon witnessing him collapse, she must have sought retribution for the destruction of her purity, nearly fracturing the Lord's skull in her fury. The Lord held no recollection of that night, perhaps due to his head injury. You may leave. Mo Lingyuan gestured for him to depart. After the phantom exited, he withdrew a white jade bracelet from his bosom, a remnant left by the woman from that night. Jun family. Upon her arrival at the Jun family's gates, Jun Eugene, concealed beneath her veil, regarded the plaque with a cold smirk. Halt! Who are you? This is the Jun residence. Not just anyone may enter. 2 guards stationed by the entrance obstructed her path, as if I were desperate to enter this wretched place. Jun Xiao Jiu disdainfully cast a glance, unimpressed by the dilapidated Jun residence. One ill-mannered wild child. How dare you slander the Jun family? One guard stepped forward, admonishing him. Yet, who among those present was unaware of Jun Yujin's return? The child beside her was, of course, the illegitimate offspring conceived from her violation 5 years prior, and all present were eager to see her humiliated. Chapter 3. The Sun is a Genius. Awakened with twin martial souls blue, Jun Yujin stood there, gently ruffling Jun Xiaojiu's hair while offering comfort to her young son and calling to the nearby Blue. Her voice was soft and gentle, as light as a feather yet imbued with an irresistible authority. With a swift motion, Blue delivered a sharp slap to the face of the disrespectful guard, exclaiming, "How dare you? You dare to slander the young master. Who do you think you are? I am not a mere vegetable. I am a person. My lady is the eldest daughter of the June family, and the boy beside her is our young master. What right do you, a mere gatekeeper, have to defame her?" Blue retorted angrily. Had it not been for her lady's prior instruction to remain low-key upon returning to the June residence, she would have dealt with that insolent guard much more severely. "Mother, hug." June Xiaojiu pouted, his expression pitiable as he sought his mother's embrace. In truth, he was not truly unhappy. He simply longed for his mother's warmth. "All right, come here." June Yujin lifted him into her arms, casting a cold glance at the gatekeeper. "Should you ever disrespect my son again, it will not merely be a slap. Beware of your words, and if you lay hands on him, consider your limbs at risk." With that, she carried her young son and strode confidently into the June manor, with Blue and Qing closely trailing behind. Seeing the one who had just scolded him, June Xiaojiu was unwilling to let it go. A ball of crimson flame erupted in his hand, aimed at the man's back. I'm on fire." The man suddenly transformed into a blazing inferno. A nearby guard, possessing water affinity, hastily attempted to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. The more water he poured, the fiercer the fire raged. It was only when the man's clothing had completely burned away, leaving not a single hair intact, that the fire finally extinguished itself. June Xiaojiu playfully stuck out his tongue, thinking, "Dare to insult me? I'll turn you into a bald man." Were it not for his mother's warning against recklessly utilizing his blood lotus martial soul, he would have transformed the man into fertilizer for the lotus. "Xiaojiu." June Yujin's expression turned stern as she realized he was the one responsible. "Did I not tell you not to use your spiritual power indiscriminately?" Her concern stemmed from his tender age and the fact that he was born with a dual martial soul. While others typically awaken their powers at 12, he had manifested his abilities from birth, which only heightened her worry. In a world teeming with powerful beings, if he failed to conceal his prowess and remained too ostentatious, he would not be afforded the opportunity to grow. "Mother, I'm sorry," June Xiaojiu quickly exclaimed, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Please don't be angry." Despite his audacity in confronting the heavens and the earth, he was particularly fearful of inciting his mother's ire. "All right, I am not angry. Remember, there is a reason I do not permit you to use your powers, unless you are in life-threatening danger. You must not reveal your spiritual energy and martial soul to others," June Yujin said, holding him tenderly, her heart aching for him. A venerable matron approached, her demeanor haughty as she cast disdainful glances at the child she cradled, a product of scandal. "The master has instructed that you need not proceed to the main hall. Simply return to your small courtyard. The wedding will proceed as planned tomorrow, and someone will bring your bridal attire, so you need not worry about any arrangements." The ugly woman, shrouding her face as if to conceal her identity as the most unattractive maiden of the Lioli kingdom, was indeed a shameless wretch, one who had lost her virtue and bore a child out of wedlock, yet still dared to aspire to marry His Highness the Crown Prince. It was lamentable that the second young lady, who shared a genuine affection with the Crown Prince, was destined to wed the foolish and incompetent regent. June Yujin scarcely spared a glance at such a person, hastening with her son toward the courtyard she once inhabited. Coldly, she remarked, "You may return to inform Minister June that I disdain to meet him in the main hall. By the way, be cautious with your disparaging glances. You might find it difficult to retract them later." Did she truly speak thus? The matron returned, relaying June Yujin's words verbatim, even mimicking her expression at the time. A rebellious daughter. How dare she speak so audaciously after disgracing the June family's honor? Upon hearing this, June Yeqing, enraged, shattered the tea table before him with a single strike. Just as he contemplated addressing the shameful offspring responsible for his embarrassment, he was halted by June Yushue. "Father, please temper your fury." Grasping the sleeve of his garment, she implored him to remain composed. "If you seek her now, our plans for this evening may come to naught. Once she marries that foolish wretch, I shall wed the crown prince, and there will be ample opportunity to deal with her later." Venturing forth impulsively might jeopardize our scheme. Indeed, Yushua's astuteness was commendable. She had considered the situation thoroughly while her father had acted impulsively. Jun Yeching regarded her with affection, holding her hands gently as he said, "Rest well tonight, my dear. Tomorrow you shall marry joyfully, and when the emperor inquires, we shall explain as per our agreement." "Yes," Jun Yushue replied with a radiant smile, envisioning her marriage to the one she cherished, her happiness blooming visibly. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jun Yujin observed its dilapidated state, seemingly on the verge of collapse. With weeds overtaking the once familiar ground, leaving little space to tread, it was evident that this place had been entirely neglected. Closing her eyes, a pang of sorrow washed over her. This was the sole remnant of her mother's memory, the last sanctuary for her recollections. "Qing'er, you shall guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter. Lan'er, please hold the young master for a moment." She instructed Qing'er to secure the entrance and entrusted Jun Xiaojiu to Lan'er. Gazing upon the overgrown weeds, an indescribable sadness enveloped her. "Mother, fear not, for your daughter shall avenge you." Her return was not solely for her own retribution, but also in honor of her deceased mother. Once the truth of the past was uncovered, she would ensure that the entire Jun estate paid for her mother's suffering. "Friends, the courtyard must be rejuvenated. The task now lies with you." Jun Yujin summoned all the creatures from her red lotus space. This place, steeped in her mother's memories, would not be allowed to fall into disrepair. "Yes, my master." The beasts received their orders and joyfully sprang into action. Reflecting on her past life, she couldn't help but smirk coldly at the thought that Mo Chanjing would soon seek her out. Although events in this life diverged somewhat from those of her previous existence, such as the birth of Xiao Jiao and Mo Ran, she remained haunted by the memory of the Phoenix Bloodjade. In her last life, it had been deceitfully taken from her with but a fleeting kiss from Mo Chunjing the night before her wedding, leading to a tragic end where even her corpse was devoured by wolves. This was a grudge that could not be forgiven, and she was determined to exact her vengeance. She firmly believed that Mo Chunjing would come for her before nightfall. As the Phoenix Bloodjade possessed the power to evolve a martial soul into that of an ancient emperor, he would undoubtedly seek it. Chapter 4. The Red Lotus Spatial Realm. Remarrying the Regent Prince Lan'er. "You two must stand guard at the entrance. Neither man nor beast shall enter." Jun Yujin took Xiao Jiao from Lan'er and instructed her to join the watch outside. With numerous beasts assisting in the cleaning, she was eager to keep their efforts hidden. "Yes," Mississippi Lan'er exited, joining Qing'er at one side of the entrance. "Mother, Xiao Jiao's tummy is a bit hungry," the little one lamented, patting her flat belly. "All right, dear. Mother will prepare something for you shortly." With a thought, Jun Yujin transported herself and Xiao Jiao into the Red Lotus space. This realm was a world apart, infused with spiritual energy at least 10 times denser than the outside, and time flowed tenfold. One day outside equated to 10 days within. As her cultivation progressed, so too would the Red Lotus space evolve. The space was stocked with every essential, and she had even utilized 21st century technology to construct a castle within. However, she had also built a quaint courtyard filled with the warmth of home, where she and Xiao Jiao preferred to cook and share meals. "Mother, I wish to eat the crispy meat you make. I also crave your spicy pickled fish." "Very well." After the mother and son had their fill, they emerged from the space, only to find that merely a few minutes had passed outside, yet the beast had already rendered the area immaculate. "Thank you, my friends." Jun Yujin expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she gathered them back into the space. Just as she finished, an enraged voice echoed from outside. "Preposterous! Does this prince require the consent of 2 maidservants to visit my fiancée? Mo Chunjing's voice boomed, reaching her ears even within the confines of the house. "The young lady has commanded that without her permission, neither man nor beast may enter," Lan'er declared, not even glancing at him. "How dare you compare this prince to a mere dog?" Mo Chunjing's face darkened with fury as he retorted. "Are you not afraid I shall have you dragged out and executed?" "Neither man nor beast may enter. This is the young lady's command," Qing'er stated, her gaze fixed ahead. Unperturbed, "Why must you?" Mo Chanjing, feeling helpless, could only raise his voice further. "Yujin, I am your brother Jing. Let me in." Had he not been thwarted from obtaining the Phoenix Bloodjade, he would have unsheathed his sword and dealt with the two maidservants without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jun Yujin let out a cold sneer in her heart, precisely as she had anticipated. The despicable man had come for the Phoenix Blood Jade. This precious jade was entrusted to her by her grandfather when she was merely 12, intended for her to absorb its phoenix essence after awakening her martial soul, thereby evolving into an ancient imperial martial spirit. Mother, is the man outside the one you are to marry tomorrow? Jun Xiaojiao inquired with great curiosity about the man beyond the door. After all, to address her mother so intimately and claim her as his fiancé, he indicated that this was indeed the husband she was destined to wed the following day. Yes, Jun Yujin replied, not thinking too deeply about it, merely nodding in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaojiao's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Does this mean I will soon meet my future father?" Coughing slightly, Jun Yujin was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then, with utmost seriousness, she instructed him, "Xiaojiao, there is one thing you must remember. Even if every man in the world were to perish, you must never call this man father. Understand?" "Understood, mother," Jun Xiaojiao responded, visibly disheartened. It appeared that his dream of having a father had been shattered once more. "Do not be sad, Xiaojiao," Jun Yujin reassured him, aware of his feelings. After all, he was but a child, yearning for parental love, just as she did. "I promise you, once I have resolved matters here, I will find you the most handsome, commanding, and valiant father in the world." How does that sound? When she spoke of resolving matters, it was naturally about avenging herself. However, this was her vendetta, not her son's. She only wished for him to grow up joyfully under her care. Upon hearing her words, Jun Xiaojiao nodded with a cheerful smile. Jun Yujin kissed his adorable, rosy cheeks, then turned her gaze toward the door, languidly calling out, "Qinger, Lan'er, let him in. Did you hear that? Your young lady has ordered me to enter." Came the command, and at her behest, Lan'er and Qinger readily admitted him. As Mo Chunjing entered, he beheld the veiled Jun Yujin and the child cradled in her arms. Affecting a tone of feigned concern, he asked, "Yujin, have you been well these past 5 years? Brother Jing has missed you dearly." Ugh! Jun Yujin felt an urge to retch at his words. Had she heard this in her past life, she would have been overjoyed, unable to sleep for days on end. But alas, she was no longer the same Jun Yujin of yore. "Tomorrow marks our grand wedding, and for the crown prince to visit me beforehand is quite inauspicious," she remarked, not sparing him a glance, her attention solely on her son. "Brother Jing, it has been 5 years since I last saw you. Naturally, I have missed you." Mo Chunjing's eyes brimmed with nostalgia as he then turned a glance at Jun Xiaojiao. "Is this the son you have given birth to? He is truly adorable. Rest assured, Yujin, I will not harbor any disdain for him and shall treat your son as my own." "Ha! If one were to trust your words. Even a sow could climb a tree, utterly nauseating." Jun Xiaojiao, obediently nestled in Jun Yujin's embrace, remained oblivious to the underlying tension between his mother and the man before them. However, it was clear that his mother harbored a dislike for this man, and thus, he too would not favor someone his mother disdained. "But uncle, I harbor no affection for you, nor shall I address you as father." Jun Xiaojiao cast him a displeased glance. Mo Chunjing retorted, "You little wretch. Once I acquire the Phoenix Blood Jade, you and your mother shall meet your demise. If the crown prince has no further business, he may take his leave. After the wedding, we may meet at any time. There is no need to rush." Upon hearing this, Mo Chunjing suppressed the urge to retch at her presence, his face still adorned with a forced smile. "You Jinqing, as we are on the verge of marriage, might you relinquish the Phoenix Blood Jade to me? Your martial soul has yet to awaken. Possessing the jade serves no purpose for you. Is it not true that Brother Jing is merely seeking to absorb the Phoenix Blood Jade to become stronger, so he can protect you?" Only then did Jun Yujin glance up at him, her captivating peach blossom eyes so enchanting that one could hardly look away. Mo Chunjing was momentarily entranced. Had he not known of her perceived ugliness since childhood, he might have been deceived by her veiled visage. "Very well, take it." She retrieved the blood jade from her sleeve and tossed it to him before turning to enter the house. "The hour grows late. Crown Prince, you may depart." After all, she had fully absorbed the phoenix's essence, and now it was but an empty shell. Did he think to swindle her jade so easily? Not a chance. The following day, the streets resounded with the joyous clang of gongs and drums, a scene of exuberance. The thoroughfare was adorned with red banners and double happiness characters, as on this day. Both the crown prince's residence and the regent's house would simultaneously wed daughters from the Jun family. Jun Yujin, still veiled, sat obediently within the bridal sedan, her eyes filled with a murderous hatred. In her heart, she seethed, "That despicable regent, in this lifetime, I shall ensure your manhood is severed and steeped in wine, which you shall be made to drink." Chapter 5. Mo Lin Yuan's mind-reading skills and remarkable acting due to the wedding. And to ensure the success of the couple's scheme to swap brides, Lan'er, Qing'er, and Xiaozhou were all left at the Jun residence. At the regent's estate, "My lord, the bridal sedan has arrived. Do you truly wish to personally greet and attend the ceremony?" Mei Ying, bearing a heavy heart, regarded his lord, astonished that his first experience in wedding attire would involve marrying an exchanged ugly bride. "I am to wed a new wife. This prince is to marry a bride," Mo Lin Yuan exclaimed, his enchanting phoenix eyes sparkling with joy as he danced around Mei Ying. Of course, Mei Ying was aware this was a mere fade, accustomed to his lord's long-standing pretense of foolishness. Yet, how pitiable the prince was, having remained single for so many years, finally to wed a princess to care for him. It was said that the second daughter of the Jun family was kind-hearted, gentle, and possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. The prince's fortune to marry her was indeed a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Some servants, witnessing their lord's happiness, couldn't help but wipe away tears from their faces with their sleeves. Naturally, these individuals had not been strangers to the regent's attention, but some subordinates lurked in the shadows, mocking the regent. "What do you think? This regent is a fool. Does he even know what to do with a wife in that regard?" It's hard to say. The key question is, can a fool comprehend how to perform? Laughter echoed among them, oblivious to the fact that their words had reached ears hidden in the darkness. Merely a few insignificant fish. In the shadows, the enchanting star of darkness curled her lips into a cold, murderous smile upon hearing the news. The regent's palace was indeed as the prince had described. After eliminating one nuisance, another would inevitably surface, and then a third, rendering the task endless. As Jun Yujin descended from the bridal sedan, a pair of long, jade-like fingers deliberately grasped her, a touch she would never forget, even in death. In her past life, it was these very hands that had pinned her to the bed, subjecting her to his every whim, ultimately leading to her demise beneath him. How long can this pretender feign ignorance? In this rebirth, I shall ensure your death, avenging the humiliations of my former life. Cough, cough. Mo Lin Yuan abruptly coughed twice, startled by what he had just heard. Rebirth? And the insult of being called a dog masquerading as a man? She dared to scold him and was aware of his pretense? And humiliation? Had he truly wronged her in his previous life? Yet, he had never employed mind-reading on her. How could he hear her thoughts? Mo Lin Yuan reactivated the barriers around him, shielding himself from the thoughts of those nearby, including the bride whose hand he held. Upon hearing his cough, Jun Yujin muttered a string of curses in her mind. Cough, cough. Did a pig's hair get lodged in your throat? How are you not choking to death, you foolish buffoon? If you were to choke on your own saliva, it would be a stroke of luck for you. Mo Lin Yuan could hardly fathom that this woman would insult him thus. Pig's hair? Drowning in saliva? How fervently did she wish for his demise? Moreover, what did she mean by foolish buffoon? Despite having shielded his mind-reading abilities, he could still hear her thoughts. His interest in this bride was piqued. Perhaps marrying her first would be wise. Following the matchmaker's instructions, he remained silent throughout the ceremony, wary that the Jun family had indeed replaced their bride. Fearing he might reveal too much, after the rites, Jun Yujin was escorted to the bridal chamber. Beneath her veil, she bore no makeup, exuding an aura of cool elegance. Under her gently arched willow-like brows lay a pair of clear, enchanting peach blossom eyes, breathtakingly beautiful, especially with the red lotus mark on her forehead adding a touch of allure, combined with an air of cool nobility. Below her eyes, she still wore a white veil. Gurgle. Suddenly, Yun Yuinis stomachlombeth. Having risen early and rushed into her wedding attire without breakfast, it was no wonder she felt ravenous. She lifted her red veil, stood up, and stamped her feet several times, as if seeking some respite from her inner turmoil. In her previous life, that despicable man had not even lifted her veil before forcefully taking her. Had she not been curious about the groom's appearance at that moment, she might have died without knowing that the man who treated her as he pleased was a seemingly foolish regent. Spotting an array of fruits on the table, Jun Yujin strode over, carelessly pulled out a chair, and sat, propping her feet on another chair. With one hand lazily supporting her head, she picked up a red apple and began to munch on it. The apples in this estate were quite delightful, pleasantly sweet. Little Gio adored apples, so she decided to save a few seeds for planting in her space. As Jun Yujin gnawed on an apple, her hunger compelled her to devour it voraciously, ultimately storing the seeds within her spatial realm for the beast to plant. Reflecting on her furry companions, she deemed that a mere handful of seeds would be insufficient, prompting her to slice and desecrate all the apples on the table, extracting every seed. After all, she believed that taking what belonged to men was without cost. Her disdain for anything associated with the regent's estate fueled her destruction. She liberated the seeds from all the fruits, obliterated the pastries, and left a chaotic tableau of pulp and crumbs strewn across the table and floor. Sated and fatigued, she reclined on her bed, closing her eyes. Having endured a sleepless night prior, she quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. This slumber extended until nightfall, and upon entering, Mo Linyuan was greeted by the disarray of fruit remnants and pastry debris. What on earth happened here? Has the palace been raided? He exclaimed when the matchmaker entered. She initially believed the regent's estate had been plundered. Concealed by the table and oblivious to the bride reclining on the bed, she cried out, "Where's the bride? What's all this noise? She is merely sleeping." At the moment they opened the door, Jun Yujin had already awakened. In an effort to prevent others from swiftly discovering her identity as the swapped bride, she turned and hastily retrieved the red veil that had fallen to the ground, placing it atop her head once more. Thankfully, the bride remained present. The matchmaker, upon realizing the bride was not missing, nearly faltered in fear. Fearing that Miss June might have fled upon discovering this was not the prince's residence she intended to marry into. "My lady," upon seeing her still there, Mo Linyuan's lips curled into a charming smile beneath his mask, yet his call of "my lady" sounded almost childlike. "Hush!" The matchmaker urgently gestured for him to remain silent, fearing that if the bride were to learn of their ruse, their plan would be foiled. She cautiously instructed him, "Your Highness, heed the old servant's advice as you proceed. Do not lift her veil. Attend to the matter at hand, and ensure the princess becomes your woman. Do you understand? If you are uncertain about the particulars, consult this book and follow the positions depicted within." The matchmaker had gone to great lengths to facilitate the consummation of this union, even preparing a guide to the art of intimacy for Mo Linyuan. "This is the aphrodisiac. I shall ignite it for you," she said, concerned he might struggle with the task, and entered the chamber to light it before exiting the bridal chamber. "Wishing you a splendid wedding night, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now." Having orchestrated the necessary elements to ensure the couple's swift union, she awaited the inevitable consummation. With the aphrodisiac in play, she was confident that success was assured. Even if this endeavor faltered, the prince and princess would surely find success, for theirs was a mutual affection. Should one party succeed in their nuptials, the bride could not be exchanged back. Despite her soft-spoken words, Jun Yujin, awakened to her martial spirit, overheard every syllable. Chapter 6. The mind-reading technique fails against his princess. She recalled how, in her previous life, Mo Linyuan had brutally ended her existence, only to realize it was due to the aphrodisiac. This particular potion was among the most potent of love drugs, specifically targeting men. Once ignited, a man ensnared by the fragrance of desire will, if unaccompanied by a woman, ultimately be rendered ineffectual. As entered the new chamber, the matchmaker promptly closed the door behind him. The potency of the aphrodisiac was overwhelming and immediate. Merely catching a whiff was sufficient to trigger the blood moon love curse that typically lay dormant until the night of a full moon. To his astonishment, the scent had awakened it prematurely. At present, he found himself in a foolish state. Should he attempt to extinguish the fragrance, he would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Beneath his mask, His dark pupils gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, presenting a more fearsome visage. Wretched man, should you dare to approach me as you did in your past life, I shall swiftly sever your manhood and brew it into wine to be served to you in a few days, thought, sensing his proximity. Hidden beneath her veil, her gaze grew increasingly frigid. With her hands clasped behind her back, she retrieved a sharp dagger from the depths of her space. She did not perceive as a mere fool. A true imbecile could not feign ignorance for over 20 years without being discovered. Moreover, the absence of any discernible cultivation in him suggested that his prowess surpassed her own. As reached the bedside, he overheard his thoughts and nearly faltered in his step. This woman, intent on severing his manhood and concocting it into wine for him, had he truly wronged her so gravely in their previous existence? So much so that she sought to obliterate his happiness? His telepathic abilities, it seemed, were ineffective against her. He could shield himself from the thoughts of others. Yet hers remained impervious. The realization that she was a reincarnated soul only deepened his curiosity. He wondered what other secrets she might hold. If she could not be turned to his advantage and posed a significant threat, then she would have to be eliminated. Observed the boots beneath her veil, acutely aware that he had stepped directly before her. The next moment, he lunged at her without lifting the veil. Recollections of her past humiliation at his hands instilled a deep-seated fear within her, and she gripped the dagger behind her back, poised to strike. Suddenly, her vision brightened. He had lifted her red veil. What is happening? Why does this unfold differently from my past life? She looked up at the man who had unveiled her, his silver mask obscuring 3/4 of his face, leaving only his strikingly red lips exposed. Those lips were infuriatingly alluring, thin and crimson, as if painted with the most seductive of shades. What does it matter if his lips are handsome? He remains a grotesque creature, thought, her grip on the dagger unwavering. She was determined to discover the differences between this life and the last. Mused, a grotesque creature? As if she were a celestial beauty herself. Is she not equally monstrous? He gazed at her, suppressing the overwhelming sensations brought forth by the blood moon love curse and the aphrodisiac, forcing his blood-red eyes to revert to their natural darkness. His gaze, now remarkably clear, met hers as he called out in an innocent tone, "Wife." Feigning, "I shall see how long you can maintain this charade." Wife. Who do you think you're to call me that? Your true consort is currently lying in the embrace of that contemptible prince, Mo Linyuan. That contemptible prince? Are you referring to Mo Qinjing? Is it not well known throughout the Lioli kingdom that she has cherished him since childhood? How has he suddenly become a contemptible man in her eyes? Darling, Jun Yujin's enchanting, peach blossom-like eyes glimmered with a bewitching allure as she shyly addressed him. Her sweet, tingling voice struck Mo Linyuan's heart like a resounding drum. The desire he had initially quelled was reignited in that moment. Yet he was not a mere creature of base instincts. He was not a man who desired every woman. Jun Yujin regarded him with a disdain that could not be concealed, her back concealing a dagger, poised to strike at any moment. Ugh! Calling him darling nearly made me retch. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Mo Linyuan felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, extinguishing much of the fiery passion within. Nearly made her retch? Then he would ensure she was thoroughly disgusted. He sensed the dagger firmly gripped in her hand, ready to be unleashed. My dear, should we not partake in the ceremonial cup of wine? It is what my wet nurse told me. Only after drinking from the cup do we truly become husband and wife. He slowly knelt, offering her one cup while keeping one for himself. The matchmaker had done well, even pouring the wine for him in reverse, anticipating his ignorance. Jun Yujin paused, perplexed. Why is this so different from my past life? In my previous life? He did not utter a word and simply lunged at me. What a fiend! If you wish to play, I shall entertain you. Mo Linyuan mused. Has this woman become addicted to insulting him? She wishes to play along? Very well, he would indulge her in this game. Chapter 7, My Darling. I'm not handsome. I fear I may frighten you. Jun Yujin accepted the ceremonial cup of wine with one hand, internally scoffing. Your Highness, I do not drink. If I become intoxicated, tonight will not be enjoyable. Indeed, it would not be enjoyable. If she were to become inebriated, she would truly be at the mercy of this fiend. More importantly, she was not lying. She genuinely could not hold her liquor, as this body would collapse at the slightest touch of alcohol. Mo Linyuan's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, narrowed slightly. If she were to become drunk, she would be entirely at his whim? Could it be that she was the type to fall with just one cup? Yet, my dear, the matchmaker stated that only by drinking from this ceremonial cup could we be considered true spouses. He wore a sincere expression, akin to an obedient child, sitting beside her with eager anticipation. Drink your damned ceremonial wine. I would rather see you dead. In my past life, you directly brought about my demise. The notion of sharing a ceremonial cup with you is absurd, unless the sun rises from the west. Mo Linyuan pondered. Why does this woman constantly contemplate his demise? Furthermore, was he truly so formidable in his past life that he could have killed her? Cough, cough. Could have been due to the blood moon, love goo. If you wish for me to drink from the ceremonial cup, then may I first remove your mask? I refuse to believe that you would consent. You have concealed your true visage for so long, and no one has ever laid eyes upon your authentic self. Who is to say whether your appearance is truly repugnant or merely fade? Moreover, the man who caused my demise in my previous life, was he a man or specter? I must behold him, if only to gauge the extent of his ugliness. Whether he possesses a crooked gaze, a disfigured mouth, or a face marred by blemishes. Mo Linyuan, crooked gaze? Disfigured mouth? A face full of blemishes? The resentment she harbors for him is palpable in every word, a testament to the depths of her animosity. How did he come to end her life in their past existence? If such intimate acts were the cause of her demise, her constitution must have been exceedingly fragile. Yet, my lady, I fear that my visage is so unsightly that it might frighten you. He bowed his head in sorrow, genuinely concerned that his appearance might indeed terrify her. Jun Yujin, this wretched creature is truly a master of deception. Were it not for the fact that I perished beneath you in my past life, I might have actually believed your fade. Upon hearing this, Mo Linyuan's brow furrowed beneath his mask. With each derogatory term she hurled, wretched creature, dog of a man, he felt the ire rising within him, threatening to replicate the fate of her previous demise. Jun Yujin gazed at him with a smile that did not reach her eyes, a fade of mirth concealing her true emotions. It matters not. I too am not blessed with beauty. I merely wish to glimpse the visage of my future husband. If you cannot acquiesce to such a trivial request, what do we remain but strangers rather than partners? Were it not for my inability to discern your true strength, I would have already dispatched you with a single stroke. You imbecile. Montak Linyuan, imbecile? What does that even mean? It became evident that every utterance from her lips was laced with peculiarity. After much contemplation, he realized that her reluctance to act stemmed from her inability to perceive his prowess. She was indeed not the rumored useless daughter of the Jun family. How intriguing this woman has become, igniting within him a profound curiosity. He pouted slightly, feigning the role of a simpleton, nodding in a pitiable fashion. My lady, let us establish a pact. Upon witnessing my fearsome visage, you must not turn your back on me. Furthermore, I too wish to see your countenance, for fairness demands it. To the world, he appeared as a mere child of 10, not truly foolish, yet his intellect mirrored that of youth. Jun Yujin, upon realizing he was negotiating terms, chuckled softly. Very well, but I must see yours first. After I have glimpsed your appearance, I shall seize the opportunity to end your life when you least expect it, and thus I shall never reveal my own visage. Astoundingly, she contemplated both his appearance and his demise in the same breath. He nodded, a semblance of trepidation and concern flickering in his eyes, as though genuinely fearful that his looks might terrify her. Jun Yujin, why does he acquiesce so readily? This is unexpected. He is so adept at masquerading that having concealed himself for so many years, he should not be so quick to agree to my request. Upon hearing this, Mo Linyuan's lips curled into a smile that danced on the edge of mirth and mischief. Beneath the mask, his eyes shimmered with a clarity akin to the full moon, untainted and pristine, rendering his smile all the more innocent, as though the mask upon his face were a bridal veil, yearning for his new wife to unveil it. His visage was not unseen by all. However, those who had glimpsed his true self and understood his genuine identity had all perished, save for those he held in trust. Moreover, she had never encountered his authentic appearance. Even if she were to behold his face now, recognition would elude her. "My lady, do you find me distasteful? Are you not yet prepared to lift my mask?" He suddenly leaned closer, his expression a blend of innocence and despondency, as he inquired. That countenance resembled that of a forlorn kitten, cast aside. "Emma." His abrupt proximity startled Jun Yujin, causing her heart to race as if it might leap from her throat. She regarded him with a mixture of anger and confusion. "What in the world? Has your thick head been kicked by a donkey? Shouldn't you keep your true identity concealed to prevent others from witnessing your visage? Goodness, you aren't attempting to have me witness your appearance only to silence me, are you?" Her inner thoughts were indeed rich, and he had never felt such profound interest in anyone before. What on earth does thick-headed fool mean? He recalled her having hurled similar insults at him when she descended from the bridal sedan. "Regardless, I possess numerous hidden cards. I need not fear you, coward. This dog of a man is far too adept at feigning, more skilled than any film star of the 21st century. Look at those crystalline eyes and that innocent voice. Had I not perished at your hands once, I might have been tricked again upon my rebirth. The 21st century? Film star?" Mo Linyuan found his bride to be increasingly intriguing, as she uttered words that were beyond his comprehension. With vengeance on her mind, Jun Yujin realized that if she did not dare to uncover his mask, what difference was there between her and a coward? Having lived 2 lives, what was there to fear? Instinctively swallowing hard, she slowly extended her delicate, slender fingers to remove the mask from his face. Upon seeing his visage, her eyes widened in shock. Her expression transformed into one of fierce determination, and she leapt from the bed in excitement. "You dog of a man! How could it be you? What a coincidence!" Chapter 8. On the wedding night, she stabbed the dog of a man. Mo Linyuan, again with the insult of dog of a man. Why did this phrase sound increasingly familiar? It felt as though he had heard it somewhere before, yet he could not recall. It was truly peculiar that he, who possessed an impeccable memory, could forget certain matters. Moreover, her exclamation of "how could it be you?" suggested that she had encountered his true form before. As he pondered this, he heard her inner thoughts once more. "Oh heavens! A lightning bolt should strike me dead. How can you toy with me like this? Is this not sheer cruelty? In my 2 lives, you caused my death upon your bed in the past, and now, upon my rebirth, I find myself at your mercy once again, even bearing you a pair of sons and willingly marrying you. What was the purpose of my rebirth? I might as well have remained a wandering spirit in my previous life." Recalling that it was he who had forced himself upon her 5 years ago, Jun Yujin felt an uncontrollable rage boiling within her. Mo Linyuan, what had he just heard? She claimed to have been reborn twice, and, on both occasions, he had been the one to violate her. Most importantly, she mentioned having borne him a pair of sons. A pair? Hadn't Mei Ying stated that she had returned with only 1 child? How could she assert there were 2 sons? What had happened to the other one? Until he unraveled many of these mysteries, even though he was well aware that she was feigning ignorance, he had to maintain his charade. Were it not for the impeccable nature of the Mo Linyuan law and his acting skills, he might have lost control upon hearing such news. Yet, he continued to blink his clear phoenix-like eyes, feigning terror as he asked, "My dear wife, what troubles you? Why do you chastise me so fiercely?" The woman he had searched for over 5 years had unexpectedly delivered herself to his doorstep. Although she had come with intentions of harm, once she entered his domain, there would be no escape. He would seal every crack in the door, ensuring she could never slip away from his grasp. What a ruthless woman she was, nearly striking him down 5 years prior. Yet he had been fortunate to survive. "Stop pretending. You continue to feign ignorance. You wretched creature. I could obliterate you." Jun Yujin was nearly choking with fury as she hurled a dagger onto the bed and unleashed her fists upon Mo Linyuan. "I demand you cease this pretense. Curse it. I have been reborn twice, and both times it was you who forced yourself upon me. Yet here I am, foolishly returning to seek vengeance. If I were to kill you, what would my 2 children think upon discovering I had slain their father? They would undoubtedly despise me." The more Jun Yujin pondered, the more incensed she became, and the more determined she felt to eliminate this detestable man. "My dear wife, please do not strike me. It truly hurts." Mo Linyuan absorbed her heartfelt grievances, understanding that her aggression stemmed from her indignation. Fortunately, he had made a decisive resolution to have her remove her mask. Otherwise, he might never have realized she was the woman from 5 years ago, nor would he have known he had a pair of sons. For had he not acted first, she might have killed him before he could discover the truth. Now that she was aware of her status as the mother of his children, he could not bring himself to harm her, leading to a shift in his perspective. For every torment she had endured, he would shower her with affection, cherishing her as a precious treasure. Although he felt no affection for her at present, he was determined to cultivate love for her, to grow stronger, and to protect her and their children. Are you still pretending? Jun Yujin's anger intensified upon realizing his act of feigning ignorance was merely adding fuel to the fire. My dear wife, it truly hurts. Please stop. If you find me unattractive, I shall don my mask once more. I implore you, do not be angry. He attempted to calm her, shielding his face with his hands to avoid being disfigured by her blows. Yun Yuin retorted, unattractive. If your visage is deemed ugly, then all the men in the world must be hideous. Was thoroughly pleased with her assessment of him in her heart. Cradling his head, he could not help but break into a sweet smile. However, the subsequent words plunged him into despair. What a pity to waste such a beautiful facade, so well dressed. Yet beneath it lies a beast in human clothing. Had I known you were that wretched man from that night, I should have struck you down 5 years ago. Out of a moment of weakness, I spared you, only to find myself ensnared in this predicament. Who could have anticipated that a single encounter would lead to twins, ultimately making my own children my lifelong adversaries? To slay him would surely incite her children's wrath as they grew. For little Gio and Mo Ran yearned for a father. Yet how could she? Not to mention the torment she felt in her heart. The thought alone was suffocating. She had even named one son Mo Ran. Mo. Was this wretched man not also of the Mo family? Even the heavens seemed to conspire against her. It was as if fate had decreed that this man was her nemesis. Please, my lady, do not strike me again. It truly hurts. I will don a mask. I promise, he pleaded. Believed it must be his appearance that provoked her ire. Otherwise, she would not have lost control so completely. He hastened to retrieve the mask she had tossed aside on the bed, but to his surprise, Jun Yujin, her eyes ablaze with fury, snatched a dagger from the same bed and plunged it into him. The sound of the dagger slicing through flesh echoed grotesquely in the newly adorned chamber. Clutching his chest in agony, furrowed his brow in pain. My lady, it hurts so much. He pressed his hand against the wound, his clear eyes shimmering with anguish as he gazed at her, heartbroken. My lady, why? If a single blow could diminish her hatred, he would gladly invite another. For her thoughts of murder weighed heavily upon him. In truth, he could have easily evaded the strike. Yet, he willingly allowed her to stab him, cherishing her happiness above all else. How could this be? Jun Yujin stared, disbelief flooding her eyes as she beheld the dagger lodged in his heart. Fool! Why did you not evade? His cultivation surpassed hers. There was no way he could have failed to avoid that strike. I cannot evade. You are too swift, replied, collapsing beside her. The dagger had pierced his heart, putting his life in peril. To conceal his true power from her, he had not protected his heart in time, perhaps hoping to elicit her sympathy. My lady, I am in excruciating pain. Am I on the brink of death? He uttered, grimacing as he spat blood onto the ground. Chapter 9. He is actually the father of her sons, that wretched man from 5 years ago. Jun Yujin, impossible. That dagger, had he possessed even a modicum of cultivation, would not have struck true. For cultivators instinctively guard their heart. Could it be that in this lifetime he is truly a fool? Or has he no cultivation at all, thus feigning ignorance to preserve his life? Ugh! 5 years ago, he had ravaged her like a ferocious wolf. Now, is he not merely pretending to be a simpleton? Is there truly another like him in this world? His eyes and that man's seemed incongruous. The latter's gaze, reminiscent of a demon from hell, was a blood-red hue, while the former was a deep, dark black. Upon perceiving her thoughts, Mo Lin Yuan clutched his heart, the pain intensifying. My lady, oh, the agony! Regardless, he resolved to feign ignorance for a while longer. Should he revert to normalcy and converse with her now, it would likely infuriate her further. and he might find himself receiving another blade's thrust, potentially sealing his fate and preventing him from seeing his two sons even once before his demise. I wonder how long you intend to maintain this charade, Jun Yujin mused, stowing the dagger within her spatial jade bracelet. She inhaled deeply, seated on the bed, observing his performance. I refuse to believe that you, wretched man, would stake your life as a wager. If you truly are not the one from that night, I shall swiftly end your existence. However, if you are, I shall sever your third limb, brew it into a potion, and torment you before delivering the final blow, leaving you as nothing but a mere shadow of life. Mo Lin Yuan gasped in his heart, contemplating the depths of her cruelty. He had initially considered playing the part of the frail victim, collapsing dramatically to evoke her concern for him as her husband and their children's father. However, upon hearing her inner voice, he found himself at an impasse. Fainting seemed unwise, yet remaining conscious risked further injury to his heart, potentially leading to his demise that very night. Fainting would not provide much reprieve either, as it would only result in her inflicting further agony upon him before his end. In essence, he was trapped in a no-win situation. Jun Yujin lounged by the bedside, casually crossing her legs while observing his anguished expression. Continue your act, but do not reveal your true prowess. Otherwise, your pretense as a fool will unravel. Such a heartless woman. Must she truly watch the father of her children perish? He lamented internally. Damned be the aphrodisiac and the blood moon potion, which ignited his veins, threatening to explode with desire. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He turned to Jun Yujin, who sat leisurely, and his dark eyes morphed into the crimson hue she had witnessed 5 years prior. Had she not stated that if he were the father of her children, she would not end his life? Thus, he resolved to make it unmistakably clear that he was indeed their father, rolling on the ground once more. My lady, am I nearing death? My head spins, and my body aches. He caressed his wounds, his pitiful demeanor making her appear as a heartless villain. Jun Yujin rolled her eyes in exasperation and gave him a kick. Get away from me. If you're to die, do so far from my sight. Your antics are bothersome. Yet as she kicked him, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his eyes. Goodness, this man is indeed the same wretched creature from 5 years ago. But how has his eye color changed? With a thud, Mo Lin Yuan was sent tumbling by her kick, his body tilting downward. In a reckless gamble, he deliberately lowered his body, driving the dagger deeper into his flesh, and in return, spat a mouthful of blood onto Jun Yujin's feet. What a fierce woman she was. 5 years ago, he had nearly been struck down by her, and now, 5 years later, he had come perilously close to being stabbed to death, only to receive a kick as well. Coughing, even with the dagger embedded deep in his heart, Mo Lin Yuan endured the pain and slowly crawled to her feet, grasping the hem of her wedding gown. His eyes were clear and pristine, devoid of any blemish. My lady, why do you not favor me? That blade truly hurts. With that, he collapsed with a thud beside the bed. Jun Yujin exclaimed, Damn it, this fool has actually fainted at my feet. Is he truly an idiot now? Yet, what of his eyes turning crimson, exuding the aura of a great demon? Good heavens, this man was almost enough to render her senseless. Rising from the bed, Jun Yujin crouched down slowly, gazing at Mo Yuan's stunningly exquisite features, as if sculpted by the heavens themselves. That wretched man was undeniably handsome, truly worthy of being the father of her 2 sons. Just look at those ink-black brows, the prominent bridge of his nose, and those sensuous lips like crimson petals. Even his lashes were long and curled, his fair skin appearing almost sickly pale as if it had never seen the sun. It was no wonder, after all, that he wore a mask for so long. It would be strange for his complexion not to suffer. To say his beautiful visage surpassed that of any woman would be an understatement. He also possessed a masculine aura, strikingly handsome as if he had leapt from the pages of a painting. Hey, stop pretending and get up, she urged, nudging him with her toes, only to find him unresponsive. Surely he was not truly dead? No response? Could it be she had genuinely killed the father of her children? This wretched man, why did he have to cause her such inner turmoil? Why must he be the father of her offspring? With a reluctant sigh, Jun Yujin crouched down again, disdainfully checking his pulse. There was still a faint heartbeat. Well, Considering he was the father of her children, she would spare his life this once. From her spatial pouch, she retrieved a supreme blood-condensing pill and a vitality pill, administering them to him one by one. Can't swallow? Observing him struggling to get the pills down, she pursed her lips in distaste. If you cannot manage, I shall assist you. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the dagger from his chest, a decisive motion that left him utterly stunned. Mo Linyuan thought, how ruthless. She shows no tenderness. The act of feigning unconsciousness has truly backfired, leaving him completely overwhelmed by this little woman. Chapter 10. Has the prince been stabbed by the princess? With a clang, Jun Yujin tossed the dagger aside after extracting it, then disdainfully lifted his chin with one hand, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Mo Linyuan swallowed the pill with a gulp, narrowly escaping suffocation. After a couple of coughs, he collapsed once more. However, the efficacy of the pills was remarkable. As soon as he consumed them, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, making it impossible for him to forget the ordeal. If she continued to feign ignorance, he would undoubtedly discern her ruse. My lady? He opened his hazy eyes, a mixture of confusion and joy gracing his features. Why am I unharmed? Did you not just attempt to kill me? Who is your lady? Get out. Jun Yujin felt a surge of anger at the sight of him. Saving her felt akin to swallowing a bitter pill. How could she have rescued such a fool? I will not leave. Mo Linyuan rose from the ground and, seizing the opportunity when she was distracted, embraced her from behind. The nursemaid said today marks our wedding night, and we must consummate our union to truly be husband and wife. So, my lady, let's retire to our chamber. Consummate my foot. Get out, you idiot. Upon hearing the phrase, consummate the marriage, Jun Yujin flared up as if she had stepped on his tail. Just as she intended to turn and strike him, he released her. After letting go, Mo Linyuan retrieved the spring illustrations from the matchmaker and laid them upon the bed, flipping through them page by page with a bewildered expression, grinning foolishly at Jun Yujin. My lady, look, they're not wearing clothes. Jun Yujin thought to herself, I could just kill this foolish man. I deeply regret saving you. Was I struck in the head? I came to exact revenge, yet I ended up saving this buffoon. Mo Linyuan reveled in her frustration. My lady, come see what they're doing. Shall we try the positions depicted? Get away from me. Jun Yujin glared at him, her anger boiling over. She threw a mask at him and yanked him off the bed. However, he towered over her by a head, transforming her into a mere chick before him. Yet, her fury was undeterred as she pushed him toward the door of their new chamber. Get as far away as you can. Under no circumstances are you to set foot in this room tonight. If you dare enter again, I will truly kill you. Besides, you, a big fool, have no idea what that entails. Go find a pig to practice with. If she left this idiot here, it would surely drive her to madness. With that, she had already dragged him to the door, swung it open, and unhesitatingly kicked him outside. Get out. With a resounding thud, she tossed him out, seemingly disdaining the dirt on her hands as she wiped them on her wedding gown. Oh, why didn't I chop off his third leg while he was unconscious? I should quickly open the door and drag that dog back in. After all, he's just a fool. Once he's missing that leg, I can give him a pill, and he won't feel a thing. No one will know he's lost it, and I can torment him slowly from then on. With this thought in mind, Jun Yujin swiftly turned to reopen the door, only to find no one outside. Where has that scoundrel gone? Never mind. There are too many people outside. It's not the right moment. I shall have plenty of opportunities in the future. She closed the door once more. After an afternoon of restless sleep, she could not find rest. She shed her wedding gown and donned her night attire before stealthily leaving the royal residence. Her heart was perpetually entwined with thoughts of her son, Xiaojiu, who had a habit of clutching her garment tightly while sleeping, for without it, he could not find rest. After being cast aside by her, Mo Linyuan initially contemplated feigning vulnerability to re-enter her good graces. However, upon overhearing her innermost feelings, he dared not approach her again. Preserving his life was of utmost importance, and remaining aloof was far wiser than risking it all. Alas, she was the mother of his 2 children, and though he could not confront her, he could certainly evade her. In the Jun residence, Jun Yujin, clad in night attire, gracefully glided into the small courtyard, where Lan'er and Qing'er were accompanying Jun Xiaojio as he indulged in a treat. The moment the little one spotted his mother, he joyfully rushed towards her. "Mother, why have you returned? Isn't today your grand wedding?" He had heard from Aunt Lan'er and Aunt Qing'er that today was a momentous occasion for his mother, and he should refrain from causing any disturbance. Hence he had dutifully remained there all day. "Mother missed Xiaojio, so she came back to see you," she replied, removing the black scar from her face and taking her son's hand, leading him to Lan'er and Qing'er. "Tell me, have any members of the Jun family visited today?" Lan'er shook her head. "No, today the two newlywed couples are occupied with the ceremony, and they wouldn't dare disturb you until they believe that the matter between you and the regent has been consummated. However, tomorrow may yield a different outcome." Contemplating this, Jun Yujin felt a sense of difficulty arise. She wished not to keep Jun Xiaojio and the others in such dire conditions, as it was incredibly troublesome to manage matters here. Yet, the thought of sending her son to the regent's residence filled her with dread. She feared that the imbecilic man might unintentionally dull her son's brilliance. "Never mind, since Lan'er is on watch tonight. I shall return to the space with Qing'er and Xiaojio to rest." With a sigh, Jun Yujin resolved to set aside her worries. Tomorrow's troubles could wait. She would depart early in the morning to return to the regent's residence. At the regent's residence, Mo Lin Yuan, his crimson wedding attire stained with his own blood, lit an oil lamp in the study. It was only then that Mei Ying and Mei Xing noticed the blood-soaked fabric adorning him. A gaping wound marred his chest, sending them hurriedly to their knees. "Your Highness, we have failed in our duty to protect you. Please punish us." My heavens, how could they allow the prince to be harmed within the palace? This was an egregious dereliction of duty. "Your Highness, how is your injury?" Mei Xing and Mei Ying inquired simultaneously, their voices laced with concern for his well-being. "It is nothing. I was merely pierced by the princess consort. But she has already administered elixirs to heal it," Mo Lin Yuan replied, touching the wound inflicted by Jun Yujin, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Though subtle, both Mei Xing and Mei Ying observed it distinctly. Are we imagining things? They pondered. Their prince, having been stabbed, was not enraged, but rather he smiled. Could it be that the prince has become foolish due to the princess consort's actions? "You too, rise," Mo Lin Yuan commanded, his mind now solely occupied with thoughts of his sons. Turning to Mei Ying, he asked, "Did you not mention that the princess consort returned with a son? Have you seen what he looks like? Does he resemble the princess consort or me?" He was utterly eager to see what his son looked like. The sudden inquiry left Mei Ying bewildered. Not only him, but even Mei Xing was equally perplexed. Could it be that the prince was truly affected by the queen's dagger? Chapter 11. From now on, anyone who disrespects the queen shall be met with no mercy. "What do you mean? I'm asking you a question." Mo Lin Yuan shot him a glare, then turned his fierce gaze towards Mei Xing. He commanded, "Prepare a children's room immediately." Upon reflection, he felt a twinge of hesitation. No, if it were ready now, she would surely think that I am feigning ignorance. Otherwise, tonight's stab would have been in vain. Never mind. It is best to wait until she and the child arrive. Mei Ying looked at him with a dazed expression. "Your Highness, are you truly going to become the stepfather of that little boy? What has come over you? Are you still the aloof and domineering prince we once knew? The one with a bloodthirsty disposition? Stepfather? I am his biological father. Alas, it seems the prince has fallen gravely ill after being stabbed by the queen." Mo Lin Yuan noticed their astonished faces and realized he had been a bit too animated. But he has a son now. Moreover, he is already 4 years old. 2 sons, in fact. How could he not be overjoyed? Mei Xing thought, "Oh no, the prince's heart has already floated away with the queen. Just look at how he used to be, so indifferent and intimidating. Where's that Oregon now?" Mei Ying mused. "It must be that the queen has bewitched the prince. She must be an enchantress. Otherwise, how could she have captivated him so quickly? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe the prince could change so drastically." Mo Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned grave as he contemplated certain matters. Fixing his gaze on the two of them, he spoke earnestly. "From now on, anyone who dares to disrespect the queen shall face dire consequences. She might already be aware that I have been pretending all these years, but tonight, I managed to deceive her. I trust she will have her doubts in the future, so you both need to be prepared for any inquiries." Mei Xing and Mei Ying gasped in disbelief, taking a deep breath. They then responded in unison with utmost respect. Yes, Your Highness. Mo Lin Yuan recalled that Jun Eugene had already been reborn twice. If she only relied on occasional words, she likely wouldn't believe him entirely. Moreover, 5 years ago, he had revealed his true appearance to her once, which would only lead to more questions. With this in mind, he instructed Mei Ying, when the queen returns tomorrow, find an appropriate time to tell her that I am indeed a fool most of the time. However, due to being cursed by the blood moon love goo from a young age, I transform into a white-haired, blood-eyed figure on the night of the full moon. But I have no memory of it afterward. She should probably believe that. Mei Ying gasped in shock, Maut Achape. Your Highness, you intend to let the queen know about the blood moon love goo? That is your most perilous moment. I fear. Mei Xing quickly nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the queen is an impostor. Mo Lin Yuan coldly interrupted his forthcoming words. You all must remember, from now on, Jun Eugene shall be my consort. There is no such thing as a counterfeit queen. Do you not realize that the woman who united with me 5 years ago is she, and the young boy she brought back is my true flesh and blood? What? Mei Xing and Mei Ying were no longer composed upon hearing this revelation. The queen was indeed the very woman from 5 years past. They feared that they might unknowingly commit an unforgivable mistake. Mo Lin Yuan coldly reminded them again, remember, even if the queen and the young prince desire the moon from the heavens, you are to procure it for me. Yes, Mei Ying and Mei Xing answered in unison. Mei Xing, somewhat curious, scratched the back of his head and inquired, May I ask, Your Highness, why do you mention the queen's return tomorrow? Should it not be about her rising from bed? She had already scaled the wall and left. This little woman had donned night attire and departed the royal residence right after his escape. He had concealed himself in the shadows and heard her thoughts, merely fearing that the Jun family might bully the boy, concerned for his peaceful slumber, scaled the wall and left. Mei Ying and Mei Xing were once again taken aback, realizing that the future of the regent's residence would be filled with amusing tales. This swapped queen dared to provoke even the regent, and yet the lord would still dote on her. It seemed likely that the regent's residence would one day be set ablaze by her, and the lord would embrace her with a smile, saying, I relish this. Do you know what big sand sculpture means? Mo Lin Yuan suddenly recalled how Jun Eugene often cursed him as a big sand sculpture in her heart, yet she was unaware of its meaning. Mei Ying and Mei Xing exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. What about the 21st century? That should be a geographical term. Unknown. Mei Ying and Mei Xing shook their heads again, utterly bewildered. The next day, before darkness fell, Jun Eugene donned her night attire once more, emerged from the spatial realm. After Antrusting Yun Xiu to Lena and Kinga, she left the Jun residence and returned to the new marital chamber at the regent's residence. If possible, she wished never to set foot in this new home again. Dogman, the days are long. I shall linger in the regent's residence to torment you. The new room remained in the disarray she had left it in. It seemed that no one had visited since her departure. Noticing that it was still early, she lay back on the bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Dog thing, I will kill you. Jun Eugene was suddenly jolted awake from her dreams, yet she kept her eyes closed to gather her thoughts. She had dreamt of the despicable man from 2 lifetimes forcing her, boasting that her body was delectable, claiming that not only in these 2 lifetimes could she not escape his grasp, but in all her lifetimes she would remain ensnared. This angered her to the point of waking up. Dugman, he truly is no good. Even in dreams, I can envision his infuriating visage. Jun Eugene shielded her forehead with her hand, taking a deep breath. It seemed that unless she dealt with this wretched man, she would never find peace in her life. However, he was the father of her 2 children. If she were to kill him, how would she face her children when they grew up and learned the truth? Sighing in frustration, she lamented this predicament. Upon discovering last night that this scoundrel was the man who had wronged her for 2 lifetimes, it felt as if a fishbone had lodged itself in her throat, creating a discomfort that was unbearable. My lady, who is this wretched man? She pondered. Is there truly a man in this world who resembles a dog? Mo Lin Yuan stood by the bedside, innocently blinking his eyes, gazing at her with a look of confusion. Suddenly startled by his voice, Jun Yujin opened her eyes wide and found herself staring into his flawless countenance, so close that she could almost kiss his lips. Instinctively wishing to protect herself, she swung her fist at him. "Ouch!" Mo Lin Yuan exclaimed, covering his pained left eye, looking at her with a sense of grievance. "My lady, why did you strike me?" Jun Yujin shot him a fierce glare. As if one punch were insufficient, she aimed a kick at him, only for him to dodge instinctively. "Lechman, who told you to come so close to me?" Chapter 12. Wretched man, why didn't one punch end your life? Lechman, you nearly gave me a heart attack. How did one punch not finish you off? Mo Lin Yuan thought to himself. Why does my wife constantly refer to me as either a wretched man or a despicable one in her heart? It seems that altering her perception of me will require a gradual approach. After all, I have wronged her for 2 lifetimes. My lady, did I not expressly state that you were not to enter this room? Jun Yujin observed his innocent demeanor, resembling a pitiful kitten that had been battered. My lady, it is cold outside, and I have nowhere to stay. His eyes, like those of an injured fawn, evoked both pity and concern. Jun Yujin retorted, "What nonsense! It's cold outside, and with so many rooms in the regent's mansion, are you truly without a place to stay? Are you toying with me?" Hearing her thoughts, Mo Lin Yuan's mind raced. "After you cast me out yesterday, I went to the wet nurse. However, she insisted that today is our wedding night and that I must sleep with you, so she sent me back. Yet, I feared you would strike me again. Thus, I spent the night outside. This morning, I could no longer endure the cold, and that is why I entered." His explanation was flawless, devoid of any blemish. Even so, Jun Yujin regarded him with suspicion. It was well known that this scoundrel was adept at masquerade. If he were truly a fool, how had he so thoroughly ensnared her in their previous lives, where he had directly caused her demise, and in this life, nearly brought her to the brink of death? Were it not for her striking him with a wooden stick at the height of his desires, she might have perished once more at his hands upon her rebirth. With a sardonic smile, Jun Yujin curled her stiff lips, preparing to cast him out, when a voice from outside interrupted. "Your Highness, this is bad. You must rise at once. People from the palace have arrived. The Emperor requests your immediate presence." Mei Ying reported anxiously from outside, while Mei Xing gave a thumbs up to his performance. Indeed, there were people from the palace in a flurry, urging the prince and princess to head to the imperial court without delay. The mix-up between the bride of the regent's palace and that of the crown prince is indeed a grave matter. Upon hearing this, Jun Yujin shot him a fierce glare, saying, "Consider yourself fortunate today. I shall deal with you later." For the moment, she was reluctant to create a stir in Rome City, where formidable individuals abound, and she had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble upon herself. Furthermore, she naturally preferred to maintain a low profile. "My lady, the Emperor wishes to see us. Allow me to escort you to him. He is quite amiable," Mo Lin Yuan exclaimed, grasping her hand with evident excitement. His deep, starry eyes sparkled as if they were filled with an entire galaxy, clear and radiant. Sometimes, Jun Yujin found herself pondering whether he was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. "Release me. I have yet to freshen up. Where do you think you're dragging me?" Jun Yujin retorted, shaking off his hand and casting him a disapproving look. "Moreover, do not ever take my hand again, or I shall sever it." That wretched scoundrel, who had caused her torment in 2 lifetimes, still dared to seek her hand. Her leniency was truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin Yuan quickly withdrew his hand, gazing at her with an expression of innocent dismay. He shook his handsome head vigorously, pleading, "My lady, please do not harm my hand. Otherwise, I shall be unable to hold you in the future." Jun Yujin sighed, exasperated. Get lost. This insufferable fool. She entertained the notion of kicking him into the Eastern Sea. Mo Lin Yuan, quick-witted as he was, chose to continue his charade of ignorance, for he sensed that she might genuinely resort to violence. Yet, he still had not caught a glimpse of what his lady truly looked like. Rumor had it that she was the most unattractive woman in the Lioli kingdom, and he could only wonder how unappealing she might be. Regardless of her appearance, she would forever be his cherished treasure, the mother of their 2 children. "What are you staring at? I need a change. Get out." Jun Yujin exclaimed as she threw off the covers and, noticing him still lingering by the bedside, glared at him once more. The mere sight of him ignited her irritation. Yet she could not simply rid herself of him. Alas, what sins had she committed in her past lives to encounter such a creature? But I need to change as well, Emo Linyuan protested, his dark phoenix eyes wide and innocent, resembling a child who did not comprehend the boundaries between genders. Get out, Jun Yujin commanded, her voice cold as she shot him a warning glance that seemed to convey, if you do not leave, I shall resort to violence. Oh, Emo Linyuan responded in a soft and pitiful tone, his expression crestfallen as he donned his mask and turned to exit. He knew that lingering any longer would provoke her wrath. Once outside, he made sure to close the door behind him. Mei Ying and Mei Xing overheard the royal consort's vehement command to leave and exchanged glances, initially expecting the prince to be furious, perhaps even to punish her. Yet, to their surprise, he emerged like a compliant lamb, looking rather sheepish. Emo Linyuan bounded over to them, and, in a tone that only they could perceive, cool and commanding, stated, Mei Ying, remember what I mentioned last night. Find an opportunity to have a serious discussion with the consort regarding my affairs. Should you fail in this task, you shall not see Mei Yu for the next 3 years. Phantom, why is it always him who suffers? Why doesn't the prince allow Mei Xing to handle this matter? Moreover, the princess's formidable demeanor just now seems rather unfriendly, entirely contrary to the rumors of her being a timid and useless person. Master Phantom, Master Mei Xing. At that moment, a maid rushed in, appearing quite flustered. What is the cause of such haste? Mei Xing inquired coldly upon noticing her. The maid, upon seeing them, hastily bowed to Emo Linyuan, saying, this servant pays her respects to the prince. She then offered a bow to Mei Xing and Phantom. Greetings, Master Mei Xing. Greetings, Master Phantom. Mei Xing waved his hand, signaling her to cease her bowing. Enough, no need for formalities. Speak quickly of what has transpired. The maid recounted the events at the entrance. Earlier today, 2 women arrived with a child, claiming they were seeking the princess. The little boy insisted that the princess was his mother. However, our princess is the pure and virtuous Miss June, who is without a child, so we did not allow them entry, resulting in a scuffle with the guards. 2 maids and a small boy, Mei Xing murmured, stiffening his neck and turning to Emo Linyuan. Isn't that the prince's son? In a moment of carelessness, he nearly revealed the boy's identity as the prince's child. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to close his mouth immediately. Let us go and observe the commotion, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Emo Linyuan dashed off faster than a rabbit. How could I not? After all, that is my precious son. If anyone dares to harm him, I shall see to it that they pay dearly. By the time Jun Yujin emerged in her attire, he had already vanished from sight. That rascal runs swiftly indeed. Those long legs are not wasted. Chapter 13. The princess's temper is fiery and dominant. When Jun Yujin stepped out after changing her clothes, he had long since disappeared. Where are you two? She inquired, gazing at Phantom and Mei Xing outside. That rascal is quite handsome. Even his subordinates are striking. Were it not for our enmity, I would have certainly arranged for Qing and Lan'er to abduct these 2. Your Highness, this subordinate is Phantom. Your Highness, this subordinate is Mei Xing. Phantom and Mei Xing replied respectfully in unison. The prince had stated that the princess must be treated with the utmost reverence, even if she desired the moon. They must find a way to retrieve it for her. Jun Yujin responded indifferently, a cold smirk gracing the corner of her mouth beneath her veil. Where has that scoundrel gone? The thought of that rogue man filled her with disdain. Scoundrel? Phantom looked at her, puzzled. Could it be that the princess is fond of dogs? I know where the scoundrel is. Mei Xing quickly nodded, smiling as he spoke. I shall lead you to the backyard to find him. Thank you, she replied. The 2 subordinates of the scoundrel appeared rather pleasing to her eyes. It was truly a pity that such capable subordinates willingly served beneath a man of such low character. Before long, Mei Xing guided her to a secluded part of the backyard. He pointed at the 2 large black dogs within, chuckling respectfully as he said, Your Highness, the dogs you requested are over there. However, the big black one and the little black one are rather fierce. They only recognize the prince, us 2, and Mei Yu. Therefore, it will be wise for you to keep your distance from them. If you truly have a penchant for dogs, I can have someone procure 2 gentler ones at once. Upon seeing the two large black dogs and hearing Mei Xing's words, Jun Eugene burst into hearty laughter. Do you two know what I mean by dogs? How utterly charming you are. Without even inquiring, you have brought me to find these canines. Mei furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, surely. The dogs referred to by the princess cannot be mere dogs. What else could they possibly be? Is it not a common term? Most would simply call them dogs. Yet the princess has chosen to phrase it differently. Mei Xing felt a jolt of apprehension, stiffening his neck as he slowly turned to face Jun Eugene. With a twitch of his lips, he cautiously asked, Your Highness, what do you mean by dogs? You cannot possibly mean the prince, can you? Who else could I mean? If not your lord? Jun Eugene had no intention of concealing her disdain for the dogman. Her marriage into the royal household was driven by a desire for vengeance. Since she could not eliminate him now, she could at least torment him a little. Perhaps she could orchestrate an unexpected mishap, leading to his untimely demise. This way, the blame would not fall upon her, and when the two little ones grew up, they would not hold her responsible for their father's death. With this thought, Jun Eugene felt like a genius. Mei Xing, how audacious of the princess to insult the prince in such a manner. Moreover, the look in her eyes is peculiar, as if she is plotting some grand secret, sending chills down one's spine. How outrageous! How dare you speak of our prince in such a way? Mei Ying, upon realizing that the dog referred to was indeed their prince, was instantly enraged. Yet, recalling the prince's fondness for her, his tone softened slightly. What's the matter? Jun Eugene's cold, icy gaze swept over him dismissively. What of it? Calling your prince a dog is but a mild insult. Provoke me further, and I might just have him dispatched. The grievances of 2 lifetimes cannot be borne in silence. A mere spark could ignite her wrath. Having said this, Jun Eugene turned and strode away. Mei Ying, surely I did not misjudge, for the princess possesses a formidable aura akin to that of the prince himself. That innate regal presence, capable of subjugating with but a glance. It seems she is not the useless, ugly woman the rumors suggest. Much like the prince, who is perceived by the world as foolish and inept, yet in truth, who in the entire Liuli kingdom possesses a status and cultivation that surpasses his. Had it not been for that incident, would the prince have endured humiliation and feigned ignorance, allowing the world to mock him for so many years? Maxing Alesh. The princess's temper is fierce and explosive. The prince may have finally met his match. One must wonder, will there be peace in the regent's household henceforth? Did you not just inquire about the whereabouts of the prince? I am aware of his current location. Upon witnessing her departure, Mei Xing felt a jolt of realization and hastily pursued her. At this moment, I have no desire to know where that scoundrel has wandered off to. Jun Eugene dismissed with a wave of her hand, harboring little interest in him. Let the affairs of the palace unfold as they may. I shall merely go with the flow. Inform that scoundrel that I am returning to seek my son, and he is to make his own way to the palace. Your Highness, there is no need for you to search for your son. Mei Ying had also hurriedly arrived, though his expression remained stern, lacking the eagerness of Mei Xing. What do you mean? Jun Eugene turned coldly, casting a frigid glare that compelled Mei Ying to break into a cold sweat. Considering the situation outside, he hastily clarified. Your son has already arrived at the Wangfu. Just moments ago, when the prince emerged, a maid reported that a young boy was seeking his mother, claiming you to be his mother, but was intercepted by the guards. It seems there was a scuffle with 2 maids accompanying him, and the prince found it quite amusing. So he went to witness the commotion. What? Jun Eugene's fury ignited at the revelation, her anger almost palpable. Indeed, that scoundrel was a fool, reveling in the spectacle while her son was embroiled in a conflict. If anything were to happen to her precious child, she would ensure that chaos reigned in the entire regent's residence. The brawl outside involved her son, and yet that fool dared to indulge in the entertainment. If a single hair were to be harmed on her beloved child, she would pluck every last hair from him. With this thought, Jun Eugene shot a fierce glare at Mei Ying. You still do not lead the way? Yes, Your Highness. Mei Ying's heart trembled at her intensity. He feared he had truly mismanaged the situation. What was wrong with his tongue? He had failed to execute the prince's instructions and instead diminished his standing in the eyes of the princess. Mei Xing cast a pitying glance his way, as if to say, You deserve this. Knowing full well that the child outside is the prince's own son, you still spoke of entertainment. Was that not a deliberate act to provoke the prince in front of the princess? Chapter 14. The desire to acknowledge a son is futile, Meiying, with a despondent countenance, lamented, "Is it too late to regret now?" Meishing rolled her eyes at him in silence. Look at the fury radiating from the princess. She appears ready to plunge a knife into the prince. Do you truly believe you have a chance to regret? No wonder you have pursued Meiyu for so many years and only now succeeded. It seems you lack a certain wit. What are you two dawdling about, exchanging glances? Hurry up. If anything happens to my son, the prince will be doomed. Jun Yujin was singularly focused on her son amidst the fray. The thought of that fool watching the chaos ignited an even greater ire within her. Observing Meiying and Meishing leisurely exchanging glances only intensified her frustration. At her words, Meiying and Meishing felt a chill run down their spines. The princess was indeed formidable. After all, even the prince dared not provoke her. They were not to be trifled with, nor could they retaliate or speak back. Yes, Your Highness. Meishing nodded fervently, quickening his pace. Your Highness, the princess is seeking you. As the enchanting star arrived at the door, he was left astounded by the scene before him. The guard knelt pitifully outside, while a 4- or 5-year-old boy was audaciously riding him like a steed. He quickly followed outside, only to find his lord joyfully applauding nearby. The young prince, Jun Xiaojiu, gleefully perched on the guard's back, playfully patting him as if he were a horse. It was not merely an act of insolence to bully an adult, as one might expect divine retribution. Rather, it was this very guard who had initiated the conflict. Go on, shout again. Call me a wild seed, and see if I don't tear your mouth apart, and have someone salt your wounds before stitching you up, he threatened. To insult him as a wild seed was, in essence, to indirectly slander his mother's honor. Thus, a proper lesson was in order to curb his insolence in the future. Young prince, I dare not. I truly beg for your mercy. The guard, trembling in fear, spun around on the ground. Meanwhile, the seemingly oblivious Mo Linyuan played along with his son's antics, clapping with a smile. Son, is it fun riding your horse? Father, it's delightful. Though this steed lacks the true essence of a real horse, it suffices, replied Jun Xiaojiu, his laughter contrasting sharply with the darkness in his eyes. He would not tolerate insults against himself, let alone against his mother. Anyone who dared to insult her deserved their fate. Jun Yujin hastily approached, only to hear someone call out, Jun Xiaojiu, my son. To her dismay, her son joyfully acknowledged his father in return. Caught off balance, she nearly stumbled at the threshold. Careful, my dear. Mo Linyuan instinctively rushed over to catch her, his concern evident. My love, do watch your step. A fall can be quite painful. After stabilizing herself in his embrace, Jun Yujin pushed him away with irritation. Begone. I require no false kindness from you. This scoundrel. My son hasn't even crossed the threshold of the royal residence before calling you father. It's infuriating. Mo Linyuan awkwardly poked his prominent nose, chuckling as he remarked, My dear, our son is truly adorable. He resembles you far more than me. Indeed, Xiaojiu bore little resemblance to him, seemingly inheriting all of her traits. He pondered what their other son would be like, suspecting he might mirror his own features. How wonderful it would be to have one son resembling him and another resembling her. It felt quite equitable. If nurtured well, perhaps they could even have a daughter in the future, which would be utterly perfect. Jun Yujin thought to herself, this shameless man. He calls our son endearments so casually. I can hardly fathom how he managed to win over the boy's affections in such a short span of time. Leave, she snapped, casting a frosty glance at him. Who is your son? Xiaojiu is mine alone, not our son. Don't think that just because I am now your princess, you have any claim to being his father. You wretched man, if you wish to claim him as your son, you might as well forget it for this lifetime. My dear wife, must you persist in calling me a dog of a man? If I am indeed such, does that not imply our son is a mere pup? To think you aspire to be the father of my child? You are far from deserving such a title. Do not presume that merely providing a few seeds qualifies you. There's no chance, not even a sliver of hope. Glared at him, her teeth grinding audibly. Had their son not been present, she would have certainly kicked this wretched creature away. What? Merely a few seeds? My essence is of great worth, you know. Aside from you, I have bestowed it upon no other woman, and I intend to keep it that way. The crucial point is, could you have borne 2 sons without me? Alas, this marital challenge is no easy feat. Fortunately, our son has arrived. Once he is settled, everything else will follow. I refuse to believe I cannot win you over. But my dear, you are now my princess. We are bound as husband and wife, and thus your son is inherently my son as well. Pouted his alluring, crimson lips, casting a woeful gaze in her direction. He then turned his attention to the mounted. So, what say you? Upon spotting his mother, joyfully dismounted and approached her. He nodded enthusiastically, addressing, "Indeed, mother, just yesterday, you forbade me from recognizing that uncle as my father, and I was heartbroken thinking you might truly wed him. But to my delight, I learned this morning that you mistakenly married into the Regentess household. Surely, I can now call him father." Felt her heart nearly burst with indignation. Heavens, look at the son you have given me. This little rascal has so quickly sided with his father. Is this a deliberate attempt to vex me? Hearing her inner thoughts was in high spirits, especially the part where she referred to their son as siding with him. He found it utterly delightful. Transforming from a dog of a man to a child's father. How splendid. Perceiving his gaze, wished to pierce him with a glare. Dog of man, I shall not engage with you while our son is present. Just wait until he is gone, and you shall witness how I make you pay. She had just vowed not to call him a dog of a man. Yet it seemed she could not contain her displeasure for even 3 seconds before cursing him anew. Directed her attention back to, taking his hand firmly and solemnly instructing him. Did I not inform you that your father has long since perished? Do not hastily claim him as your father. Just look at him. He exudes the visage of a villain. How could you even consider him as such? It infuriates me. Chapter 15, Woman. How dare you claim that I am dead? When did I die? How could you tell our son that I am no more? Very well. We shall see how I shall make you pay for this offense. By the way, it seems the time for my blood moon curse to manifest is approaching. The 15th of each month brings with it the torment of the. I refuse to engage with any other woman. It shall be only you this time, my beloved princess. Beneath the mask of Mo Lin Yuan, his phoenix-like eyes subtly curled into an enigmatic expression, hinting at a cunning and inscrutable disposition. Perhaps, in the future, they might even conceive a little princess. Mei Ying remarked, with His Highness's current cultivation, he could easily live for another 3,000 years. Given his innate talent, intelligence, and extraordinary prowess in cultivation, immortality may well be within his grasp. Mei Xing interjected, Your Highness, is it truly wise to suggest that our Lord is deceased? Indeed, Your Highness, Mei Xing conceded. In this world, it seems only you would dare to declare His Highness dead in his presence. Jun Xiaojiu cast a glance at Mo Lin Yuan, her pitiable gaze tugging at one's heartstrings, her delicate lips curving upwards in a playful manner. But mother, I believe this father is not a bad person. Just moments ago, those 2 rascals insulted me, calling me a bastard and accused you of enticing wild men before marriage. Then Aunt Lan and Aunt Qing fought with them, and later, father intervened to defend me and was very kind to me. Jun Yujin thought to herself, this man is truly no good. After nurturing my son for so many years, he is swayed merely because he stood up for him. In his mind, Mo Lin Yuan chuckled. Naturally, he is my own flesh and blood. Should he not be close to me? Should he instead favor that despicable prince in your heart? With a mind as sharp as a tack, Mo Lin Yuan swiftly devised a plan. Abruptly, he lifted Jun Xiaojiu from Jun Yujin's grasp, feigning a foolish demeanor as he planted a soft kiss on his son's rosy cheek. Son, let's change your clothes. Soon, I shall take you to see your uncle, who is ever so delightful. His silly antics resembled that of a 10-year-old older brother, endearing him to the child. Jun Xiaojiu adored him. Fearing that Jun Yujin might chastise him from behind, he hurriedly retreated into the palace with his son before she could respond. That scoundrel is truly excessive, Jun Yujin grumbled. Your Highness, are you abducting a child? Mei Ying exclaimed. Your Highness, I sense a storm brewing, Mei Xing observed, noting the palpable tension radiating from Jun Yujin. It appears that Mo Lin Yuan, you wretched creature, return my son at once. Jun Yujin nearly coughed up blood from rage as she chased after them, astonished that anyone could provoke her to such a degree. You vile man, your fate is sealed. Mei Ying and Mei Xing trailed behind, shivering at her words, each silently mourning for their lord. Mei Ying, it seems our palace will soon be lively. The princess consort does not appear to be the gentle and virtuous woman one would expect, considering how she has frightened our lord into fleeing. Mei Xing whispered in Mei Ying's ear. Good heavens! Mei Ying exclaimed, startled by his sudden proximity, pushing him away. Are you trying to get us both killed? If my Mei Yu sees us like this, there will be no end to it. Please, you are simply being overly sentimental. I'm a straight man, for goodness sake, and have no interest in you, a grown man. As Mei Xing finished speaking, she deliberately leaned closer to him and teasingly inquired, by the way, I recall that Mei Yu seemed to have accepted your love confession before setting off on her mission. So, who among you two is truly the first? Get lost, Mei Ying retorted, giving her a kick in irritation. How dare she pose such a personal question? Of course, Mei Yu was delightful. However, he would never disclose to Mei Xing that he had yet to even touch Mei Yu. With a chuckle, Mei Xing deftly evaded his kick, not forgetting to remind him, you foolish blockhead. Whether you get to feast or not is still a question. Mei Xing, enraged, Mei Ying summoned a surge of ice energy, which fragmented into a flurry of small flying daggers aimed at her, his face flushed with embarrassment, resembling a lobster that had been stir-fried. Mei Xing conjured fire energy in her hands, melting away his attacks before hastily fleeing, casting a flirtatious glance at Lan'er and Qing'er as she departed. Hello, beauties. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Rogue, Qing'er shot him an exasperated glare. Lan'er, too, regarded him with a look of disbelief. Had Mei Xing not escaped, she would have unleashed her martial spirit, the flame bird, to singe him thoroughly. Mo Linyuan scooped up Jun Xiaojiu and dashed towards his chamber, eliciting delightful giggles from the little bun. Father, you're so amazing, you run so fast. My son, if you enjoy it, I shall accompany you and play every day henceforth. Mo Linyuan maintained his voice as that of 10-year-old boy. Despite being merely 4, he recognized his son's astuteness from their very first glance, a cleverness akin to his mother's. Thus, he hesitated to reveal his true self to his son, at least for now, preferring to engage in play for a few days to understand his son's nature. Once his son genuinely warmed up to him, he would seek his assistance in winning over his wife. Jun Yujin then pursued them inside, but the long legs of the dogman outpaced her, swiftly vanishing with their son. Dogman, return my son, she shouted in anger from behind. If she had not wished to conceal her cultivation level, she would have already leapt forward to kick him over. The thought of her son being taken away by the dogman fueled Jun Yujin's ire, compelling her to quicken her pace in pursuit. It would be splendid if their elder son returned as well. He could easily manage the mischievous Jun Xiaojiu and handle matters with decisive efficiency, ensuring the dogman did not abscond with his younger brother. With a resounding bang, dog, I shall make it my mission to end you today. Jun Yujin interrogated the servants along the way and discovered that the dog had returned to their new abode. She kicked the door open forcefully, only to find, darling, at that moment, Mo Linyuan was shedding his royal garments, completely undraped, just as he had removed his clothing. She barged in. Chapter 16. Mo Linyuan learned through mind reading that she had been reborn twice. Lechman, Jun Yujin exclaimed, quickly turning to exit, not forgetting to close the door behind her, her heart racing wildly. The man, unashamedly changing his attire, had no qualms about shedding all his garments. Yet, one could not deny that his physique was indeed quite remarkable. Alas, a mere glance sufficed. Perhaps next time, I should indulge in a longer gaze. Ugh, Jun Yujin, you are here for vengeance, not to admire this scoundrel-esque form. Regardless of his physique, he is merely the man who has tormented you for 2 lifetimes. What is there to behold? Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Mo Linyuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction, his eyes nearly crescent-shaped with mirth. She would never fathom that he had intentionally displayed his perfect physique for her sake. Father, what are you laughing at? Is it because mother just beheld your body? Jun Xiaojiu, seated and nibbling on snacks, inquired curiously, puzzled by his father's goofy grin. Mother merely glanced at his figure, yet you appear so elated. Ah, The world of adults is undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of a child like him. Close enough. Mo Linyuan elegantly donned an ice blue robe. In truth, he was not particularly fond of blue. Yet today, his wife wore an exquisite ice blue garment. Outside the door, a woman continued to mutter to herself, "Humph. No matter how fine his form, it will not deter my desire to end his life." Mo Linyuan mused that perhaps he had allowed his joy to overindulge. His wife still harbored intentions of his demise. "Father, may I see what you look like beneath the mask?" Jun Xiaojiu was deeply curious about his father's concealed visage. His mother was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the celestial beings. He wondered if his father could possibly be worthy of her. After adjusting his attire, Mo Linyuan approached and embraced his son. "Hush, the moment is not yet ripe, but I promise you, my dear, that when the time is appropriate, you shall know. No later than 3 days. Is that agreeable?" His tone bore a slight variation from his earlier foolishness, though not drastically so. Jun Xiaojiu remained uncertain if he was imagining things. Yet, he felt a genuine affection for this father, for first impressions were seldom mistaken. "All right, Yun Xiaojiu nodded, extending his tiny pinky. "Father, let's make a pinky promise. No backing out, or you shall be a dog." "Agreed, a pinky promise." Mo Linyuan had never envisioned that one day he would have such a delightful and understanding son. He had presumed that fatherhood was beyond his reach, as the toxins within him rendered the possibility of children nearly non-existent. Yet, the princess had unexpectedly bestowed upon him a remarkable surprise. Not only did he have a son, but 2 sons. What he yearned for most was to embrace the princess once more, hoping she would bless him with an adorable little princess. Once she was with child, he would see if she would still harbor intentions of ending his life. He refused to succumb to superstition. "Scoundrel, are you not yet dressed?" Jun Yujin outside the door seethed with frustration, wishing she could smash the door to pieces. The scoundrel was likely inside, chattering away with their son. "Yun Xiaojiu, come out at once." If her son were to be led astray by that scoundrel, she would undoubtedly make him experience the torments of hell. "The matriarch has issued her decree, and I must hasten to depart." Jun Xiaojiu, aware of his mother's ire, urged him to follow suit without delay. His father joined him, for their matriarch was fearsome. Should her wrath be kindled, the very walls of this royal residence might tremble under her fury. Jun Yujin could never have fathomed that the son he had nurtured for 4 years would become aligned with her adversaries. These 2 gentlemen, one a mischievous rascal and the other a master of feigned folly, left her wondering if she might once again be driven to the brink of rebirth in her fury. "My precious son, your father adores you immensely." Mo Linyuan tenderly kissed the cherubic face of his beloved child before turning to exit, responding to Jun Yujin's earlier words. "My dear wife, I shall emerge at once." Upon hearing him refer to her as my dear wife, she was overcome with the urge to silence him with a needle. "How I regret rescuing that scoundrel last night. I should have pierced him with a dagger, sparing myself the waste of 2 precious pills. Now, my son has come seeking him. To eliminate him will require careful planning. I must ensure my son remains oblivious to my hand in it, and I cannot act in his presence." Jun Yujin contemplated the means to rid herself of the scoundrel. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan, cradling Jun Xiaojiu, felt a surge of panic upon realizing that her intentions had escalated from mere vengeance to a desire for his demise. All he had wished for was to marry a wife, yet his life had seemingly turned upside down. He had never felt so precariously suspended, his life hinging on a whim. As he opened the door, Jun Yujin swiftly turned around and snatched Jun Xiaojiu back, warning him, "Scoundrel, should you dare to take my son again, I shall sever your hand." Mo Linyuan retorted, "Xiaojiu is not only your son, but also mine." "Mother, did you not say that one should not use foul language?" Jun Xiaojiu interjected, correcting her. "It is wrong to insult others. One ought to be punished for such behavior." "Indeed, you little rascal, are you his son or mine? After all these years of nurturing you?" Yun Yuin exclaimed. Yes, Xiaojiu is right. My dear wife should not speak ill of others. Such words deserve reprimand." Mo Linyuan mimicked the innocent, childlike demeanor of Jun Xiaojiu with remarkable finesse. "Xiaojiu is undoubtedly my son, and naturally yours as well. He is equally dear to both of us." Jun Yujin shot him a cold glance, signaling for him to remain silent. Scoundrel, why must you be so insufferable? Had it not been for our son's presence, I would have sent you packing long ago. Mo Linyuan pondered when his wife might cease referring to him with such derogatory terms. Could she not simply omit the dog from her insults? After all, he was her legitimate husband, her duly wedded spouse. At that moment, Lan Qing'er, as well as Mei Ying and Mei Xing arrived, and upon seeing the two at peace, a heavy weight seemed to lift from their hearts. After all, the princess was exceedingly tempestuous and fierce. They genuinely feared she might stab the prince again for her son. Mei Xing recalled that the carriage from the palace awaited outside and hurriedly stepped forward to remind them. Your Highness, Your Majesty, the palace officials have come again with news, urging you to hurry. The crown prince and crown princess are already in the court. Upon hearing the title of crown princess, Jun Yujin's gaze suddenly turned icily sharp. Jun Yushue, the enmity between us in this life and the past shall be repaid 1,000-fold. Chapter 17. Those who disrespect her shall bear the consequences of their actions. My lady, we must leave. Mo Linyuan understood that time was of the essence, so he attempted to take Jun Yujin's hand to depart, only to find her slipping away. She refused his touch. Moreover, what had she done to provoke such animosity toward Jun Yushue? The moment she heard the title of crown princess, her entire demeanor shifted, revealing a deep-seated hatred. Regardless of the vendetta, in this life, she had him by her side to seek vengeance. Little Gio will not go today. Jun Yujin had never intended to bring their son into the palace. Historically, the palace had always been a perilous and disdainful place. Little Gio was still young, his lineage unknown to outsiders, merely recognized as the child born of her humiliation 5 years prior. Such rumors were of no concern to her. However, her son was different. At merely 4 years old, she did not wish for him to be subjected to the scrutiny of others. Mother, I want to go with you and father. Little Gio gazed at Mo Linyuan with longing, yearning to play with the father he had only recently met. Jun Yujin kissed his cherubic face and entrusted him to Qing'er and Lan, gently admonishing, Little Gio, be good. Today, you will play with Aunt Lan and Aunt Qing'er. Mother will return shortly. Very well. Little Gio nodded, somewhat dejected, casting a reluctant glance at Mo Linyuan. My lady, we should depart. Mo Linyuan called out to Jun Yujin once more, careful not to make any sudden moves. He feared that she might retaliate violently if he attempted to take her hand. Jun Yujin shot him a cold glance. Her eyes betrayed no emotion, as she silently cursed, You dog of a man, akin to Jun Yushue and that wretched pair. Meng Chanjing, they all wish to see us dead. Mo Linyuan lamented, My wife, what have I done wrong? How could you compare me to Jun Yushue and that vile Meng Chanjing? Even if I had wronged you in both lives, I am still your husband now. As they reached the carriage, observing Lan holding Little Gio's hand, Jun Yujin waved a farewell gesture. Be good, Little Gio, do not be sad. Mother promised she would return soon. Moreover, she glanced at the sign inscribed with the title of the regent's residence, gritting her teeth as she declared, This residence shall one day be yours. Should you wish to tear it down, Mother would not hold it against you. Mei Xing, Your Highness, have you consulted the prince before doing this? Mo Linyuan, indeed, this residence is rightfully yours. Son, if you dismantle it, your father shall construct a grand regent's palace for you. Lan and Qing'er interjected, My lord, did you not often forbid the young master from dismantling the household? His penchant for destruction has caused you no small amount of headache in his education. Jun Xiaojiu pondered, Why does it seem that Mother dislikes this palace? At that moment, Mo Linyuan gazed at Jun Xiaojiu with a reluctant fondness, as if he wished to embrace him tightly. Xiaojiu, wait for your father. I shall return shortly to play with you. Farewell, my son. Jun Xiaojiu looked at him with a heavy heart. Noticing that Jun Yujin's exquisite brows were nearly entwined in a twist of frustration. That insufferable man and the little one are truly vexatious. After barely knowing each other, they already appear so attached. It drives me mad. She could not vent her frustrations on her son, nor could she unleash her ire upon that man. Thus, she pulled him into the carriage, drawing the curtain. Prepare for me, or I shall have your head for daring to speak with my son again. Montak Linyuan quipped. My wife is fearsome, yet I find it quite endearing. Unable to converse with his son, he turned to his subordinates, calling out to Mei Ying and Mei Xing outside. Mei Ying, Mei Xing, attend diligently to the son of this king and the princess. Should he find no joy in his play today, I shall assign you to feed the fish in the pond. Jun Yujin thought, indeed, he is a foolish buffoon, utterly childish, feeding fish. Why not catch them instead? That way they could be cooked and eaten. Mei Xing and Mei Ying, if privy to Jun Yujin's thoughts, would surely suggest, why not princess? You go feed the fish? The king's notion of feeding fish was far from what one might presume. The pond housed piranhas, carnivorous creatures intended for devouring flesh, implying the king meant to toss them in as sustenance for the fish. Jun Yujin felt an inexplicable discomfort upon hearing him refer to the son of this king and the princess, igniting a flurry of emotions within her. She could not refute his words, for indeed, Xiaojie was their son, and she was unequivocally his lawful wife. Heavens, have I returned to seek vengeance? Or am I merely courting trouble? After returning from the palace, I must swiftly resolve matters with that man, lest I incur a heart ailment from my mounting ire. Mo Linyuan observed that his wife seemed perpetually intent on his demise. Now, with the protective charm of their son absent, he resigned himself to the corner, opting to render himself invisible. Perhaps a sleepless night had left her weary, for as they journeyed, Jun Yujin drifted into a slumber. Seeing her repose, Mo Linyuan stealthily inched closer, resting her head upon his shoulder. She remained undisturbed, and he felt an exquisite joy akin to indulging in honey. "Darling?" he softly called. Receiving no reply, he tried again, "Darling?" It became evident that she was truly asleep. Gently, Mo Linyuan extended his long arm to encircle her, allowing her to recline slowly upon his legs to rest. Her eyes are truly enchanting, more radiant than the brightest moon in the sky. He gazed upon her exquisite brows, beneath which lay a pair of large, dark, and captivating peach blossom eyes, framed by long, curled lashes. The red lotus flower ornament adorning her forehead added an air of mystery, exuding both an ethereal nobility and a seductive allure. The fragrance emanating from her body was utterly intoxicating. Mo Linyuan had a keen sense of smell. He detected a natural scent of orchids wafting from her, which only intensified as he drew closer. "My lady, how I long to behold your true visage." A mix of anger and grievance surged within him as he held her a little tighter. It was agreed upon on their wedding night that she would reveal her appearance to him after he unveiled his own, yet despite having seen his face, she still withheld hers. This was undeniably unfair. He refrained from lifting her veil while she slept, respecting her dignity. He believed that one day, his princess would willingly unveil herself for him. Regardless of beauty or ugliness, she would forever be his woman, and Mo Linyuan, for a lifetime, never to part. "You clever man, you did not unveil my veil. Otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse." Jun Yujin had indeed been asleep moments ago, but upon hearing him praise the fragrance of her body, she awakened. Initially seething with anger, she contemplated kicking the man holding her away, yet she was curious about his intentions. Had he dared to unveil her while she slept, she would have undoubtedly killed him. Those who disrespected her would pay the price of their insolence. Mo Linyuan, "Isn't my lady asleep?" To his surprise, she was already awake. Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively and unveiled her veil, for the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 18. Even if it meant traversing the entire realm, this prince would procure treasures for you. Unexpectedly, his lady displayed a mischievous side, feigning slumber. Mo Linyuan had anticipated that she would rise upon waking. Yet she did not even open her eyes, continuing to sleep until the carriage entered the palace, at which point she stirred languidly. "The regent and the regentess have arrived." Outside the court, the eunuchs announced their presence loudly. Inside, all the ministers and nobles, even the emperor, instinctively turned their gazes toward the entrance. For their tardiness, a silent fury simmered among the assembly. Although the regent was but a foolish boy of 10, the emperor had great affection for his younger brother. There was a time when a minister had disrespected him, and his entire family had been banished to the borders as punishment. Mo Linyuan had intended to try again, hoping to hold his wife's hand as they entered. but after receiving a sharp glare from her, he could only follow behind, tail between his legs. Bestow a seat upon the regent. Upon seeing Mo Lin Yuan, the emperor hastened to have a chair brought forth, but there was no place for Jun Yujin. As she entered the court, she felt the weight of countless eyes upon her, with nearly everyone mocking and disdainfully regarding her. In ancient times, the concept of chastity was held in such high esteem that it could cost a woman her life. Yet who was Jun Yujin? She paid no heed to the slanderous whispers surrounding her. Among these individuals, many are indeed masters, with some possessing such profound cultivation that even she cannot fathom their depths. It is evident that the palace is teeming with experts, and even the ministers are not lacking in skill. Mo Lin Yuan sits above the crown prince, Mo Chunjing, while the crown princess, Jun Yuxue, stand in the center of the hall like a desiccated fish. Greetings, elder brother. Mo Lin Yuan greets Mo Lin Yuan with a cheerful smile before leisurely settling into his chair, initially intending to draw his wife onto his lap. He quickly recalls her constant yearning to sever his third leg and dispatch him, compelling him to swallow his words. The moment Jun Yujin raises her gaze and beholds Mo Lin Yuan, it feels as if lightning has struck above her head. In sheer astonishment, she whispers to herself, "How can this emperor resemble Mo Lin Yuan so closely? They seem as though they were carved from the same mold. Wait, could it be that my two sons are not the offspring of that scoundrel Mo Lin Yuan, but rather the progeny of this insufferable emperor? After all, the current Mo Lin Yuan is a fool, unlike the fierce man from 5 years ago who nearly brought about my demise. Yet, his appearance undeniably matches that of the man from that night. Now, with the emergence of this emperor, I find myself utterly confounded. If my sons are indeed the offspring of this insufferable emperor, I shall eliminate them both and ascend to the throne, claiming their realm for myself. Let them perish without rest." Mo Lin Yuan, who was sipping water, spewed it forth upon hearing her thoughts. Good heavens! How could he forget that his elder brother bore such a resemblance? Though his elder brother is merely 15 years his senior, his visage remains fixed at this stage, as his cultivation has surpassed a certain realm, rendering his appearance unchanged. Now, his wife suspects that their two sons might belong to his elder brother. What a predicament! As for seizing their realm, my dear wife, if you so desire, do not think that I would hesitate to acquire all under heaven for you, even the entirety of Lioli Kingdom. Why do you not pay your respects? Mo Lin Yuan inquires, his imposing brows knitting together as he observes Jun Yujin's indifference. The emperor's commanding aura and the pressure of a strong presence erupt at this moment. Jun Yujin merely meets his gaze coldly, unfazed by his aura and might. Montauk Lin Yuan, already concerned for his wife, then hears her thoughts again. Though this insufferable emperor possesses commendable cultivation, it is hardly of consequence to me. Certain matters remain unclear, and I prefer not to reveal my own prowess so soon. Thus, it is prudent to remain discreet. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin Yuan exhales a sigh of relief. Concealed beneath his mask, he gazes at his wife with an intensity that nearly affixes his eyes to her. His queen, indeed, is extraordinary. Her cultivation is undeniably formidable, even beyond his perception. Perhaps she possesses a hidden treasure akin to his own. "Greetings, your majesty." Jun Yujin offers him a curt nod. As long as this insufferable emperor does not overstep, provoking my ire, I shall endure for now. Were it not for the need to discern the true father of my children, I would hardly acknowledge his presence. While feeling sympathy for himself, cast a glance of compassion towards his imperial brother. It seemed as if he were saying, "Look, brother, we are both in this predicament together. We have both become unfortunate men." Observing her indifferent demeanor, found himself at a loss, whether to be angered or to remain calm. "You possess an audacity most remarkable. How could you confuse the two brides?" With that, he struck the dragon throne forcefully, unleashing an overwhelming aura of imperial authority that suggested a desire to eradicate the entire family. Hastily knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I know not how this happened." How could the two brides be mistaken come the dawn? Quickly followed suit, her tear-streaked face beseeching, "Father, I implore your mercy. I truly know not how this mix-up occurred, yet I am already united with the crown prince as a legitimate couple. I ask for your leniency in this matter." Witnessing the scene, Rose and joined in kneeling before the court. He gently took her hand, pressing a tender kiss upon it before placing it over his heart. With utmost seriousness, he addressed his father. "Father, ever since childhood, and I have cherished one another, but due to being my betrothed, I kept my affections deeply hidden. I complied with your wishes and wed her. Yet, fate has played a cruel trick, delivering me my beloved instead. Please, Father, do not punish the family." Cast a cold glare at the three kneeling figures, their words harmoniously executed as if it were indeed an unfortunate twist of fate. "Is this truly destiny?" she thought, nearly overcome with disgust. A wicked smile crept across her lips as she contemplated how to infuriate this pair of foolish lovers. "Your Majesty does not consent. I am the Crown Prince's fiancé. Why should their union be permitted? I demand, here and now, an immediate exchange." "What?" Nearly erupted in outrage upon hearing her demand, almost standing in disbelief. His wife wished to return? What could possibly compel her to desire such a change? He would never allow it. In this life, the next, or even in the subsequent lives, she would forever be his woman. Chapter 19. The unfortunate man chooses her, protects her those two wretched souls. I could frighten them to death. However, since they have already formed a genuine bond, I trust the foolish emperor would not permit a reversal. I merely wish to instill a bit of fear in them. After her words, felt an immense relief wash over him, as if emerging from a dire predicament. "Sister, but I am already the crown prince's beloved, and you have pledged yourself to the regent. You will henceforth be his consort. There is no rationale for a reversal," seethed, wishing she could eliminate her rival. That wretched woman, once sullied 5 years ago, now wed to a fool, still dares to covet my esteemed. Shot a fierce glare, his eyes filled with a rage that could almost extinguish her existence. The protagonist hastily addressed the emperor, explaining, "Indeed, Father, last night the crown princess and I consummated our union. Should we retract now, wouldn't it lead to ridicule from my royal uncle? To mock him for having taken a woman who has shared a bed with his own nephew? Furthermore, the crown princess would also be subject to derision, forever pointed at wherever she goes. Since we have already erred, we might as well embrace our mistake. Is that not a fine resolution?" Observing the couple's desperate demeanor, a sardonic smile curled upon Jun Eugen's lips. However, as Mo Linhan glanced at her, he noticed that she was still veiled and coldly admonished. "How audacious! You dare not unveil your face in the court. This is a blatant affront to the sovereign." "Your Majesty," she retorted, "it is merely that Eugen is not pleasing to the eye, and I fear she may frighten the assembly. Those present lack the privilege to behold her visage. Unless she consents, none may remove her veil." Mo Linhan was poised to respond when, at that moment, Mo Linyuan sprang to his feet and bounded to Jun Eugen's side, seizing her hand before she could react. "Royal brother, only I may gaze upon my wife. None else shall." His childish voice, though innocent, bore an air of commanding authority, as if Jun Eugen were his personal possession, a testament to his intense possessiveness. Feeling that holding her hand was insufficient, Mo Linyuan pulled her into his embrace, lifting her delicate chin with a proud gesture. "I shall have my own wife. I desire none other." At long last, he reveled in the embrace of his bride. In the presence of so many, she would certainly refrain from striking him, at least not fatally. Jun Eugen gritted her teeth, her nerves taut as she glared at him, internally cursing, "What a detestable man! Just wait, I shall teach you a lesson. My waist is not so easily encircled." Upon hearing this, Mo Linyuan was abruptly thrown to the ground by a deft shoulder throw. Feigning shock, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, my lord, I apologize. It was unintentional. I merely reacted instinctively to protect myself. After all, you are aware that 5 years ago, I was assaulted by an unknown man. Ever since, I have feared the proximity of men. Therefore, I assure you, it was not deliberate." Mo Linyuan, bewildered, thought, "An unknown man? How could he be termed a wild man?" It appeared she was more adept at disguise than he had anticipated. Yet, her ruse proved effective. Once regarded as the most unattractive woman in the Lioli kingdom and the exalted crown princess, she had faced humiliation and bore a child, her tale becoming the subject of scandal overnight. The onlookers had gathered to witness her downfall, yet her performance transformed their anticipation into pity. Rebellious girl, that is the regent, hastened to assist the lord. Jun Yeqing chastised her sharply, noticing the emperor's countenance darkening with fury. You must aid Mo Linyuan at once. Wherein lies my transgression that you label me a rebellious girl? If my actions 5 years ago caused you disgrace, then you left me to fend for myself on Tianshui Mountain for 5 long years. I have not perished, yet you have brought me back to marry. Did I not return obediently amidst the whispers of gossip? Why then must you still scold me as a disobedient daughter? After she spoke, she raised the back of her hand to gently wipe away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Not once did she address him as father. The Jun family is said to value their reputation, yet I shall trample upon it mercilessly. 5 years ago, I was stealthily sent to Tianshui Mountain, a fact known to hardly anyone. Now, 5 years later, I am summoned back, only for it to be known that I have borne child, and you shamelessly spread rumors that tarnish my name. It is impossible that there are no unseen hands at play behind this. Only Mo Linyuan understands the extent of her performance. Not a single tear fell, yet she managed to elicit pity from all, who then cast disdainful glances at Jun Yeqing. This Jun Yeqing is the prime minister of Lioli Nation, notoriously arrogant and self-absorbed. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager is his aunt, aside from yielding to the emperor in court. He is met with feigned respect from all. Do you truly believe that I returned merely to comply and marry? I shall not dismantle the Jun family nor seek vengeance for past grievances. I am not Jun Yujin. I shall never forget how in my previous life, Jun Yushu desecrated my grave, allowing a pack of wild wolves to feast upon my remains. Had it not been for the appearance of that man, my corpse would have been entirely devoured. His love is profound. Even after death, he cherished my body. Such a man, I shall seek him out across the entire Tianqi continent. As she contemplated that person from her past life, Jun Yujin's gaze softened. She must find him. Mo Linyuan felt as if his heart had shattered. His wife harbored feelings for another man? No, he must strive harder. Otherwise, the bride he nearly had would slip away. To think that in her past life, her body had been unearthed by Jun Yushua, allowing wild wolves to gnaw at her remains. Very well, Jun Yushua. The fate of the former princess will be your own in this life. No, I shall ensure your suffering is 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Jun Yeqing was so enraged by her words that his face turned crimson. Disobedient daughter, you commit such heinous acts and yet have the audacity to speak of them. How bold! She is the king's bride, and you dare to threaten her? Jun Linyuan rose to his feet, vehemently rebuking him, his demeanor protective as he shielded Jun Yujin behind him. Chapter 20. Ruthlessly tormenting the scoundrels in the court, his voice, still youthful as a child's, conveyed a palpable affection for the princess. Jun Yujin looked at him in mild astonishment. He was her nemesis across 2 lifetimes and should have been the object of her hatred. Yet, in her life, spanning 3 lifetimes, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner, nor had anyone ever shielded her. A flicker of warmth unexpectedly blossomed within her. Even Mo Linhan gazed at him and Jun Yujin in surprise. No one understood this royal brother better than he. A man who had always despised women was now fiercely protecting a woman who had lost her virtue and bore a child. Jun Yujin averted her gaze from him, muttering inwardly, "You wretched creature, do you crave torment? Despite my treatment towards you, you not only harbor no resentment, but also choose to shield me? However, I shall not be swayed to tears by such trivial matters, nor shall I dismiss the deep-seated animosity I hold for you due to a fleeting act of protection. I am someone who believes in settling scores. Those who have wronged me in this life and the last shall be repaid in kind, without exception." Montak Lin Yuan, upon hearing the initial part of her thoughts, felt a surge of joy. Yet, the latter half doused him in cold reality, akin to a bucket of icy water. This humble minister acknowledges his faults. Jun Yiqing was momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Even a fool had managed to render him speechless. Nevertheless, with the emperor present, he had to temper his demeanor. It was common knowledge in the kingdom of Lioli that the regent prince was a full brother to the emperor, born of the same parents. Even with a mind as youthful as 10 years, the emperor's affection for him surpassed that of ordinary siblings. Not even the crown prince held as much weight in his heart as the regent prince did. Observing this, Mo Lin Han raised his imposing brows, ceding all decision-making authority to his younger brother. He inquired, "Lin Yuan, you shall decide this matter. Would you prefer the ethereal beauty of the second miss of the Jun family, or the most unattractive, childbearing first miss of the Jun family?" After all, both women had lost their innocence, yet the second miss was undeniably more desirable. At least she was renowned as a beauty in the kingdom of Liuli, while the first miss was not only plain, but also bore a son. If his brother chose her, would he not effectively become a stepfather? Father. Mo Chunjing felt a surge of panic as he grasped Jun Yushue's hand, fearing that the foolish regent prince would choose his beloved. For reasons unknown, he had always felt a lack of affection from his father, who seemed to dote on that fool of an uncle instead. At times, he truly questioned whether he was his biological son. Crown Prince brother. Jun Yushue leaned against him, her cheeks streaked with tears, presenting a heart-wrenching sight. Silence. Mo Lin Han shot a cold glance at Mo Chenjing, signaling him to hush. Jun Eugene thought, "How dare you, wretched emperor, presume upon my patience? Mark my words, the day will come when I will unseat you from your throne. Judging by appearances, you, like a dog, are no better than a mere beast." Utterly shallow, Mo Lin Yuan pondered, "Why am I being caught in the crossfire?" Yet, the father of the child must be either this wretched emperor or the man beside him. Their appearances bear a striking resemblance, making it impossible to distinguish. The only way to ascertain the truth would be to strip them of their garments and inspect their abdomens for a distinguishing birthmark. This was the sole impression left from 5 years ago, where a single black mole stood out prominently. Thus, to determine the child's father, one must indeed unveil their bodies. Yet, the mere thought of men's physiques makes me feel utterly repulsed. I truly cannot bear to gaze for even a moment longer. With this thought, Jun Eugene wrinkled her brow in distaste. She had no desire to gaze upon the man's form, yet she found herself compelled to pry her eyes upon him once more. Mo Lin Yuan exclaimed, "My dear wife, do refrain from rummaging through my royal brother's garments. If anyone is to be handled, let it be me first, for I am the man who shared that fateful night with you. From beginning to end, it was solely me. Are you certain, Lin Yuan?" Mo Lin Han observed him staring blankly at Jun Eugene and raised an eyebrow, calling out again. Judging by his expression, he had already surmised whom his choice would favor. The assembly of ministers below couldn't help but feel a profound astonishment once more. It was well known that the royal uncle favored this younger brother, but none expected such indulgence. The crown prince, his own flesh and blood, was being overshadowed by his foolish sibling's preference, indicating that the brother held a far more significant place in his heart than his son. "Royal brother, I desire only my wife," Mo Lin Yuan replied, coming back to his senses, resembling a charmingly lost child. He embraced Jun Eugene tightly, as if he had found a warm home, instantly filled with a sense of bliss. Jun Eugene pushed against him, realizing his strength was surprisingly formidable. How can this insufferable man possess such might? I cannot push him away. His brute force instantaneously reminded her of a past life. That fierce determination, indeed, was unmistakably reminiscent of Mo Lin Han, who wore an expression of realization before announcing to all, "Since both grooms favor the exchanged brides, we shall embrace this error. Henceforth, let it be proclaimed to the world that Jun Yushue shall be the crown princess, and Jun Eugene shall become the regent princess consort. Should there be matters to discuss, let them be addressed. If not, the court is adjourned." With the eunuch's loud proclamation, the ministers gradually began to depart, and Mo Lin Han exited as well. The court was soon left with only Jun Eugene and a few of Mo Lin Yuan's company. Rebellious girl. Jun Yecheng gazed at Jun Eugene's aloof and haughty demeanor, wishing fervently to strangle her. "Jun Eugene, you shameless wretch, unaware of whose illegitimate offspring you bear, daring to covet my beloved Jingij. Truly, you are lost in delusion." Jun Yushue stood, mockingly towering over her. "Jun Eugene, let me be frank. This crown prince has never held any affection for you. You are oblivious to the fact that every time I behold your unsightly visage, I return to the Crown Prince's residence unable to eat for 2 days. Fortuitously, I have not brought you home to vex me. My good royal uncle, only a fool like you would marry such a woman. Ha ha ha. Mo Xingying emplaced Yun Yuxu, laughing with great satisfaction. Won my father's affection. In the end, he still wed a woman who has been sullied by others. Oh, by the way, congratulations, royal uncle, on your precious child. He is already 4 years old. Ha ha. He reveled in mockery. A resounding slap echoed as Jun Yujin struck him across the face. You audacious fool, daring to strike the crown prince. Mo Chunjing exclaimed in disbelief, his anger boiling over. He wished to retaliate against Jun Yujin with a slap of his own, only to be met with another forceful strike. It is you, this shameless man, who deserves such treatment, utterly lacking in respect and decorum. Jun Yujin's blows were heavy, fueled by her full strength, and soon his cheeks swelled painfully. Rebellious girl, apologize to His Highness the Crown Prince at once. Jun Yeqing, witnessing her striking the Crown Prince, was immediately inclined to retaliate. However, she was seized by Jun Yujin, who coldly pushed her back a step. Impudent! I am now the princess consort of the regent. Do you dare to lay hands on me? Her gaze, as frigid as ice, resembled that of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Chapter 21. The men of this princess consort are not subject to your critique, Jun Yujin. What sort of princess consort do you think you are? You merely wed a fool. Do you believe yourself to have soared to greatness? She scoffed, lost in her delusions. Jun Yushua, witnessing her audacity in chastising even her father and striking the crown prince, immediately rebuked her. You dare to strike the crown prince? You are utterly lawless. You must be tired of living. Slap. Upon hearing this, Jun Yujin retaliated with a swift slap of her own. Impudent! I am your imperial aunt now. How dare you address me by my name? Do you wish for me to report you to the emperor? To disrespect and insult your own imperial uncle in private? Jun Yujin's expression remained icy as she protectively shielded Mo Linyuan behind her. Moreover, my man is not subject to your disparagement. Even if he possesses the mind of a mere 10-year-old, he is still the regent. What significance does it hold that you are the crown princess? Both you and Mo Chunjing must address me as imperial aunt and the regent as imperial uncle. Did they truly believe she was still the timid and oppressed Jun Yujin of yore? Mo Linyuan suddenly realized that his wife was indeed quite forgiving. Just look at her formidable presence, rendering that pair of scoundrels speechless. And as for Jun Yeqing, the old fox, her face was as if she had swallowed something foul. My dear, let's return home. Mo Linyuan grasped her hand, intending to leave, only to be pulled back by Jun Yujin. What's the rush? We shall sort you out later. As long as you do not stab or harm me, you may deal with me as you wish. It is not death I fear, but the thought of you remarrying after taking my life with our son in tow. That would leave me restless in the afterlife. Apologize to me and the regent. Jun Yujin stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at the trio with an expression that suggested she would inform the emperor should they refuse. This incited some to grind their teeth in frustration. If you refuse to apologize, shall we go to the emperor for tea and a chat? Those who dare to bully me and my man are merely idle. My man is one I can only chastise myself, and you are not worthy of that privilege. Upon hearing her thoughts, Mo Linyuan felt a surge of joy and smiled gently. His heart was not only sweetened as if coated in honey, but felt as though he had indulged in confectionery delights. His wife was defending him. Perhaps he ought to celebrate this moment. Mo Chunjing and Jun Yushua exchanged glances, questioning, to the emperor for tea? Are you certain it isn't to lodge a complaint? Who in the Lioli kingdom was unaware of the emperor's indulgence toward his brother, the regent? Soda. Soda. Mo Chunjing and Jun Yushua begrudgingly apologized, devoid of sincerity. To whom do we owe this apology? Jun Yujin crossed her arms and let out a cold scoff, casting a glance at them as if they were mere ants. Her tone was flat, yet undeniably languid. You must address the emperor's uncle and aunt. You merely utter apologies. Who knows to whom these apologies are directed? If you are apologizing to a mere cat or dog, must both the prince and I bear the brunt of it? Rebellious girl, do not overstep your bounds. Snow Heir is now the crown princess, and the crown prince is the heir of the Lioli kingdom. What do you mean by you? Huh? Seeing this old man come out to defend his kin, Jun Yujin's crimson lips curved into a cold smirk. I have yet to speak of you. What qualifications do you, a mere chancellor, possess to criticize me? One thing you must comprehend. I am not the princess consort of the Jin or Han kingdoms, but the princess consort of the regent. Do you truly not understand, or are you feigning ignorance? Even if one is the crown prince and the other the crown princess, they must respectfully address me as aunt and the regent as uncle. Mo Linyuan remarked, my wife is impressive and commanding. I find myself increasingly fond of you. I wonder how you will deal with me when we return home, preferably in the bedroom. What? Do you wish to argue? Do you require me to personally instruct you on the etiquette of hierarchy? Jun Yujin maintained a chilling smile at the corners of her mouth. Her commanding presence filled the room with an air of authority that left Jun Yeqing and the others trembling in fear. And you, Chancellor Jun, cease to incessantly mention me. This rebellious daughter. Are you certain I am your biological child? Perhaps not, for how else could you exhibit such blatant favoritism? Jun Yeqing is unworthy of being called her father. Her true father bears the surname Jun as well, or else she would have changed her name long ago. What nonsense are you spouting? Jun Yeqing looked at her in astonishment. This daughter, previously timid and weak, had transformed into someone so imposing and articulate. Is it nonsense? Shouldn't you be the one who knows best? Jun Yujin approached him, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. Do you truly believe I am unaware of the events surrounding your imprisonment of my mother? She was pregnant with me at that time. Rest assured, the debts your family owes my mother and me will be repaid in full. If it were not for the bloodshed organization I established over these 5 years, the truth of these matters might have remained forever hidden. To this day, I have not dared to reveal my true identity to my real father or 3 brothers. For any one of them who learns the truth would undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed upon the Lioli kingdom, leading to the ruin of countless families. It is not that I lack compassion for my enemies, but rather I do not wish to involve innocent citizens in this turmoil. I firmly believe I can manage these affairs, and the vendettas of my past life, and this one must be avenged by my own hand. Montauk Lignuan Muzit, remarquable. His wife is not even the biological daughter of Jun Yeqing, and she has established her own bloodshed organization. The infamous Bloodshed Hall, which emerged 5 years ago, now instills fear in all who hear its name. Who would have thought that their respected leader is his newlywed wife? She also has 3 brothers. It seems prudent to cultivate a good relationship moving forward. Jun Yeqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The events of that year were scarcely known to a handful of individuals. How did Jun Yujin, that despicable wretch, come to learn of them? A murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and it seemed that Jun Yujin could not be allowed to live. If she were to uncover more truths, the Jun family would undoubtedly face annihilation. The old minister offered a sincere apology to the regent and the princess, expressing his regret. In this moment, Jun Yeqing found himself compelled to apologize. Yet his mind was already concocting plans to hire someone to assassinate her. After delivering his apology, he turned, his sleeves sweeping as he stormed away in fury. Uncle, Aunt, I'm truly sorry. Upon hearing Jun Yeqing's apology, Mo Chunjing and Jun Yushiwe had no choice but to follow suit, hastily turning to exit alongside him. Dear nephew, dear niece, do come visit the Regent's palace whenever you have the time. Observing their expressions, which resembled those who had swallowed something distasteful, Jun Yujin felt a surge of satisfaction, her laughter brimming with delight. Chapter 22. The scoundrel man is utterly shameless and deserves a beating, my lady. You are truly remarkable. After they had distanced themselves, Mo Linyuan gazed at her with childlike admiration. Scoundrel, I have warned you. I shall deal with you when we return home. Upon hearing his voice, Jun Yujin abruptly stifled her smile and shot him a glare filled with annoyance. Mo Linyuan thought to himself that he had initially believed that seeing his wife defend him would spare him from her wrath. Yet it appeared he could not escape her chastisement. However, once they returned to the palace, he had little Gio as his talisman and felt no fear. Yet he wondered how he would manage to remove the scoundrel's garment upon their return. Certainly, he could not do so while he was awake. Just as Mo Linyuan stepped over the threshold of the court, he nearly lost his balance. Goodness, his wife was already contemplating undressing him. Nevertheless, he would gladly cooperate when the time came. Even if she were to remove his clothing daily, he would not resist and would eagerly engage in playful games with her. Jun Yujin pondered how she might succeed in disrobing a certain someone, for without doing so, she could not ascertain whether he bore a mark beneath his abdomen. Compared to the Dog Emperor, she deemed it more prudent to attend to the scoundrel first. Unless, perhaps, she could strike him unconscious as she had 5 years prior? Mo Linyuan interjected, "No, I fear this time I may not be as fortunate as before. Should you strike me dead, you would find yourself a living widow. Or perhaps she could administer some sort of potion, and, if he did have a mark, she would spare his life but ensure the removal of that appendage. If not, she would still have him dispatched, torturing him for a month or two before ending his life." At this moment, Mo Linyuan felt a chilling sensation creeping upon him. From initially anticipating his wife's intentions to undress him, he now wished to distance himself from such thoughts. "My lady, wait for me." Noticing her distance, Mo Linyuan hastily pursued her. Were it not for his fear of her wrath, he would have embraced her from behind. "Who is your lady? Did you not say I am not to be addressed in such a manner?" Jun Yujin walked ahead, her gaze refusing to grant him even a glance. Her voice coldly reprimanding. "But addressing you as princess feels too formal. I simply wish to call you my lady." Mo Linyuan wore a look of grievance, causing Jun Yujin's eyes to twitch involuntarily. She truly suspected that this insufferable man was merely feigning ignorance. Otherwise, how could he possess such extensive knowledge? However, during their wedding night, she had already tested him. Any man with a modicum of cultivation and intellect would not allow her to stab him without retaliation. It was a gamble with his very life at stake. She could not believe that a rational individual would engage in such a dangerous ploy with a stranger. If he were indeed pretending, then his cultivation must surpass hers, and at the moment she initiated the attack, he would undoubtedly have struck her down first. Although he might not have succeeded in killing her, that scenario was purely hypothetical. Jun Yujin tilted her head slightly, stealing a glance at him. This insufferable man, beneath that mask, possesses eyes clearer than the purest water, seemingly untouched by any impurities. Is there truly any purpose in confronting or eliminating such a person? Mo Linyuan was taken aback to hear her inner thoughts. It appeared that his act of feigning ignorance had become real in her mind. Even her doubts were no longer as pronounced as before. "My dear, might we consummate our marriage tonight?" He grinned mischievously, akin to a child, boldly entwining his fingers around her wrist. "The matchmaker provided me with a book yesterday, filled with various positions for men and women. I diligently studied it last night, but I haven't grasped it fully. How about you accompany me in further research this evening?" Teasing his wife daily was essential for nurturing their relationship. Just as Jun Yujin began to perceive this insufferable man as somewhat naive, his words provoked her to kick him. Mo Linyuan, as if possessing an innate sense, swiftly dodged the blow at the very moment she struck. He fled, casting her a pitiful glance. "My dear is so fierce. She wishes to hit me again. You scoundrel. Don't you dare run." Jun Yujin angrily pursued him. "You truly deserve a beating. If it weren't for my need to conceal my cultivation, I would have long since twisted you around and stripped you bare to hang on the city wall to bask in the sun for a few days." Mo Linyuan thought to himself, "My wife is indeed formidable. It's rather terrifying. To strip him and hang him on the city wall? Wouldn't that mean the entire world could behold her husband's perfect, alluring physique? No way. His body was meant for her eyes alone. Brother Linyuan, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a girl dressed in a peach blossom pink garment joyfully called out to Mo Linyuan, "Sister Xing, your sister-in-law is so fierce. She intends to hit me." Mo Linyuan observed Shangguan Xinger racing towards him, as if she were a savior, seeking refuge behind her. The fearful glimmer in his eyes was artfully portrayed. "You scoundrel, why are you running?" Jun Yujin leaned against the palace wall, gasping for air. The long legs of this insufferable man were not for show. He was remarkably swift. Oh, how could she forget to take a bit of the spiritual spring from her space to drink? Even when utterly exhausted, a sip would instantly restore her vitality. Alas, with that mutt now accompanied by a younger sister, taking it out would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Your Highness? Shangwan Shinger smiled brightly as she called out to the approaching Jun Yujin. Hello, Your Highness. I am Shangwan Shinger, the younger sister of Lin Yuan and Lin Han, and also Lin Han's fiancée. You may call me Shinger from now on, hee. Having lived several lifetimes, Jun Yujin had never encountered such crystalline eyes, nor such an adorable young girl. She exuded an aura of innocence, as if all the goodness in the world was destined for her. She was a true and pure princess, evoking a protective instinct in others. Clad in a peach-pink garment, adorned only by a white jade pendant at her waist, her hairstyle was delightfully simple, embellished with a few pink flowers and ribbons, complemented by a peach blossom hairpin that accentuated her charming innocence. Your Highness, I heard you were originally the crown prince's betrothed, but the bride was mistakenly delivered, leading to your marriage to Lin Yuan. Shangwan Shinger seemed to take an immediate liking to Jun Yujin, her affection unwavering even behind the veil. It's fortunate that you were misdelivered. Otherwise, marrying that perverse crown prince would have meant a lifetime devoid of happiness. Jun Yujin pondered. The crown prince is a pervert. To Shangwan Shinger, Mo Chunjing was indeed a perverse individual. Chapter 23. Shinger unveils her veil, and someone becomes jealous. Cough. Jun Yujin feigned an awkward cough and inquired. So, what makes the crown prince so perverse? Shangwan Shinger glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, before leaning closer to whisper, Your Highness, this is just between us. But the crown prince is quite the twisted man. The last time I visited the crown prince's residence to fetch something, I inadvertently witnessed him with a woman in the back garden, engaging in various lewd acts while uttering the most shameless words. The woman was in tears, yet he showed no mercy. Jun Yujin listened intently, as Shangwan Shinger seemed not yet finished. After another cautious glance, she continued, Not only does he have an abundance of women, but he also indulges in men. Once, I saw a rather handsome man enter his chamber, and I couldn't resist eavesdropping. You wouldn't believe the intensity of their actions inside. Jun Yujin felt a wave of nausea wash over her at this revelation. How utterly revolting. To think I harbored feelings for such a creature for over a decade in my past life. The worst part is, I almost found myself on that beast's bed due to a drugging. Thankfully, he found me too unattractive to touch. Otherwise, even if the heavens resurrected me, I would have leapt into the river to end it all. The more she contemplated, the more revolting it became. Truly, he is an abhorrent creature. I'm immensely relieved that the bride was misdelivered. Even being killed on the bed of that regent would be preferable to dying from the disgust invoked by such a being. Mo Lin Yuan, in truth, he had always been aware of the crown prince's penchant, yet he never anticipated it would so thoroughly disgust his princess. He cast a commendatory glance at Shangwan Shinger, truly deserving of her role as his divine supporter. However, as he gazed upon the innocent, lively, and charming Shangwan Shinger, the color behind his mask gradually grew somber. No matter how pure she appeared, being with his royal brother in the future would surely lead to complications. Your Highness, are you all right? Shangwan Shinger exclaimed upon witnessing her distress, hastily approaching to pat her back gently, offering solace. I too felt nauseated for many days after learning of it. And you should be grateful that you married Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan's intellect resembles that of a mere 10-year-old, he possesses a kind heart. Jun Yujin, a kind heart? Indeed, when he is in his foolish state, one might say he is quite benevolent. However, once he transforms into that crimson-eyed monster, he becomes a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing. You have no idea. In my past life, he nearly drove me to my demise, and in this reincarnation, he nearly succeeded again. She coughed violently, expelling the remnants of her discomfort, her heart still troubled by the queasiness. Thank you. I am fine. She waved her hand, indicating to Shangwan Shinger to cease her ministrations. By the way, Your Highness, why did you strike Lin Yuan? Did he inadvertently upset you? If so, I would like to apologize on his behalf. You know his intellect is akin to that of a 10-year-old, so please do not harbor any anger. Shangwan Xing es smilet adorably. Her cherubic cheeks adorned with two deep dimples, enhancing her playful demeanor. Faced with such a charming and innocent Shangwan Shinger, Even Jun Yujin's irritation was softened by her kindness. With a smile, she replied, "All right, I was merely jesting with your royal brother. I never intended for it to escalate to violence." Mo Lin Yuan. So, my wife is capable of deceit, and she does so without a hint of shame. Her acting skills rival his. The royal sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Jun Yujin patted her chest again, taking a deep breath of fresh air, feeling somewhat better. It was not that she could not accept same-sex relationships. Rather, the thought of the indiscriminate nature of attraction, especially considering her long-standing affection for a man, induced a wave of nausea. In her era of the 21st century, there was a saying, "Same-sex love is true love. Those who can be together endure gazes that ordinary people cannot." Xinger, thank you for your reminder. You have granted me a profound sense of liberation regarding certain matters. Jun Yujin patted the young girl on the shoulder, feeling an immense gratitude swelling within her. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, Jun Yujin towered over Shangguan Xing by half a head, who appeared to be approximately 1.65 meters. Furthermore, with Xinger being a year her junior, coupled with her youthful visage, Jun Yujin seemed 2 years older, while Xinger resembled a little sister. Huh? What matters have you been liberated from? Shangguan Xinger inquired, her eyes blinking in confusion. Had she inadvertently assisted her royal sister-in-law in some way? It is nothing of great consequence. It is all in the past. Surely you have heard of my previous infatuation with the crown prince. Is it not disheartening to hear such words from you? I find solace in the fact that I have mistakenly chosen the right husband after a wrong bride. Jun Yujin harbors a fondness for this young girl, always speaking to her with a gentle smile, illuminating his face and his eyes brimming with tenderness. If her death in a past life revealed to her that Mo Chanjing had only sought to exploit her, filling her heart with resentment, then in this moment, she is devoid of any hatred stemming from misplaced affections. Instead, she is consumed by a profound grudge, akin to being preyed upon by wolves feasting upon a carcass. Mo Lin Yuan mused, her wife possesses such a gentle side. I wonder when I might receive even a fraction of that tenderness. He cast a sudden envious glance at Shangguan Xinge, as if silently pleading, "Dear Xinge, might you share a bit of her warmth with me?" However, the phrase "fortunate to have chosen the right husband" echoed in his heart, filling it with delight. "Why do you always wear a veil, Your Highness?" Shangguan Xinge inquired. Her curiosity piqued, devoid of malice, yet filled with concern. "I heard you were once the most unattractive woman of Lioli Kingdom, marked by 2 prominent dark spots on your face. Is that why you feel too self-conscious to reveal your visage?" Although she had heard whispers about the Empress, she was pleasantly surprised by the warmth she felt upon their first encounter. It was as though she had discovered a confidant, igniting her excitement. Noticing her silence, Shangguan Xinger assumed she had offended her and hastily clarified, "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. That was not my intention, nor do I look down upon your appearance. I merely— oh dear, that hurts." In her haste, she inadvertently bit her tongue, causing tears to well in her eyes. "I am not angry, merely contemplating certain matters." Jun Yujin replied with a soft smile. "So, Xinger, would you like to see?" "Ah." Shangguan Xinger, clutching her sore tongue, responded with confusion. Mo Lin Yuan interjected, "Wife, you wouldn't mean no. Your fur should belong to me." Chapter 24. If you wish to see my visage, then wait for the next life. Do you desire to see the Empress's face? Jun Yujin playfully winked, speaking earnestly. This little head, the more one gazes, the more endearing she becomes, instantly evoking a sense of newfound friendship. Throughout her 2 lives, she had spent her days within the Jun residence, rarely venturing outside due to her unattractiveness, with her only excursions being to the Crown Prince's estate. Consequently, she remained oblivious to many external matters, much like a frog confined to a well. In her 5 years after rebirth, she had established the Blood Slaughter Hall, an organization for intelligence and assassination, gathering information from various nations. Although most of it was from Lioli Kingdom, she had scant knowledge of this princess. She had only heard of her existence. Little did she expect that upon meeting her today, she would find her to be so innocent, pure, and vivacious. Mo Lin Yuan protested, "No, wife. Shouldn't your first be reserved for me? How can it be shared with my sister?" I wish to see. Shanggong xingar eagerly noddedly cheek pecking at grains. That won't do, Mo Linyuan replied, feeling frustrated as he observed the two. I too wish to see. He puffed out his cheeks, exhibiting a demeanor as if to say, if you refuse to let me see, I shall roll on the ground to show you. He resembled a child deprived of candy. Go roll somewhere else. Jun Yujin shot him a cold glance. You wretched creature, in my past life, you humiliated me to death. And now you seek to gaze upon my visage so cheaply? Only if you pluck the moon from the sky. Mo Linyuan instinctively glanced upward. Dear wife, are you not denying me the opportunity? Who could possibly retrieve the moon? Even the greatest master of the Tianqi continent would find it impossible. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Xing'er couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sister-in-law, you are so gentle, yet you are so fierce with the emperor brother. Am I truly gentle? Jun Yujin felt a surge of joy. Over the years, she was the only woman who had called her gentle. Besides, sister-in-law's voice was truly melodious, akin to the sound of a tinkling spring, delightful and enchanting, captivating all who heard it. Shangwan Xing'er praised her without exaggeration, as her admiration stemmed from genuine sentiment. Indeed, sister-in-law's voice was remarkably beautiful, so much so that it evoked her envy. If sister-in-law were to sing, it would undoubtedly be exquisite. Your words are so sweet. Yun Yuin Xiokul de Hea Fleti. In my previous life, I was quite the singing virtuoso. This body's voice is even more perfect, yet it seldom sings. When it does, it is merely lullabies to coax children to sleep. Mo Linyuan exclaimed, My wife can sing? How wonderful! I long to hear what she sounds like when she sings. Sister-in-law, shall I unveil your veil? Shangwan Xing'er, eager to reveal her face, was not driven by a desire to see if Jun Yujin was as hideous as the rumor suggested, but rather to discover what her newly recognized friend truly looked like. Regardless of beauty or ugliness, she had already decided to embrace her as a friend. Jun Yujin surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at a certain someone. What are you staring at? Hurry and turn your back. If you wish to behold my appearance, you shall wait until the next life. Mo Linyuan was not willing to wait. He desired to see it in this lifetime. Sister Xing'er was so fortunate to have obtained the first glimpse of his wife. He felt a pang of envy, truly vexed. Yet he had to obey her command. Shangwan Xing'er slowly extended her delicate, fair fingers, gently lifting the veil. The moment she beheld Jun Yujin's countenance, she was so astonished that she instinctively covered her mouth with her other hand, her eyes widening in shock. Mo Linyuan discreetly turned his head, hoping for a glimpse, but only beheld his wife's back. What a pity. I missed it. However, he could discern Xing'er's expression: astonishment, shock, disbelief. Could it be that his wife's beauty was so overwhelming that it rendered her momentarily speechless? Yet, even if he could not see now, he could still inquire with Xing'er later. Sister-in-law, as Shangwan Xing'er pressed her delicate lips together, she pondered, is this truly the ugly visage perceived by the world? If the Empress Dowager is deemed unattractive, then all women in the realm must be grotesque beyond endurance. She fancied herself among the most exquisite beauties of Lioli Kingdom. Yet in the presence of the Empress Dowager, she felt like a mere jester. Shoo! Little sister must keep this secret for the Empress Dowager, Jun Yujin remarked, aware that someone was watching. With her slender fingers poised over her crimson lips, she shook her head, signaling for silence. The more you wish to see, the less I shall reveal, even if you are but a child. Not a crack shall be left. Mo Linyuan quipped, My wife is truly ruthless, not even leaving a sliver of a gap. He added, Will Xing'er join me for a visit to the Regent mansion? I genuinely adore this girl. However, there are questions I wish to pose to her. The seemingly tranquil inner palace is a place that devours without leaving bones. Xing'er had indeed been well protected, maintaining her innocence and purity over the years. Perhaps another day. I wish to seek out Brother Linyan today, for it has been several days since I last beheld him. At the mention of Mo Linyan, a blush crept onto Shangwan Xing'er's cheeks, revealing her affection for him. Oh, Zoxing Zix hier belovet. Go ahead, and do visit the Regent's mansion again when you have the time. The Empress Dowager welcomes you at any moment, and you may come and go freely. Mo Linyuan remarked, My wife has made the royal residence feel like her own home. How delightful. Very well, farewell, Empress Dowager. Shangwan Xinger smiled sweetly, joyfully waving as she eagerly trotted off to find her heart's desire. Farewell, Sister Xing. Jun Yujin waved back, watching her retreating figure, her smile gradually fading. I never imagined that Shangwan Xinger's beloved would be the Dog Emperor. If he were the man who forced himself upon me 5 years ago, Xinger's future happiness would be in jeopardy. I shall ensure the Dog Emperor is rendered a eunuch for life. Mo Linyuan cautioned, wife. You are remarkably bold. Your brother is an emperor. How could you entertain such thoughts of annihilating his lineage? If the man from 5 years past were not the Dog Emperor, even if I did not harm him, could you truly thrive in this den of iniquity? The palace is not as blissful and perfect as it appears. One can only hope the Dog Emperor has genuine feelings for you. Mo Linyuan protested. You show favoritism. You have only just met Sister Xinger and already worry for her. What about me? I am but a child with a 10-year-old's mind. You either scold me or seem intent on my demise. Would you not treat me with fairness? Dog, we're going home. Jun Yujin, noticing his pensive expression, refrained from guessing his thoughts, her frigid tone devoid of the tenderness she had shown Xinger. Home, Mo Linyuan echoed, surprised that his wife referred to it as home rather than the regent's mansion. Chapter 25. Mo Linyuan. At last, I've held my wife's hand. Yes, my dear. He followed her with a beaming smile, unperturbed by her playful moniker. Returning home, the young wife unexpectedly expressed her desire to go back. Has she already come to regard the regent's residence as her own abode? The regent's residence. In a single morning, Jun Xiao thoroughly explored every corner of the estate and was now seated in the pavilion of the back garden, engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors with Mei Xing and Mei Ying. Rock, paper, scissors. Mei Xing and Mei Ying once again succumbed to defeat. After her victory, Jun Xiao picked up a tissue, dampened it slightly, and playfully pressed it against their faces. The young prince is truly remarkable. We have played for half the day and have yet to win a single round against you. Mei Xing was utterly in Auveille, never having imagined that one day she would lose to a mere 4-year-old child, and so decisively at that. Alas, when will mother and father return? Jun Xiao's lips curled upward as thoughts of her parents suddenly filled her mind. It was already noon. The prince and the young lady should be returning soon. Lan Er hurriedly approached to comfort her. My stomach hurts a little. I need to use the restroom. Jun Xiao suddenly cradled her belly, urgency washing over her. Mei Ying, where's the restroom? She clasped her small abdomen, crossing her legs, desperately trying to hold on. Restroom? Mei Ying looked utterly perplexed. Where's a restroom? Mei Xing inquired with a similar look of confusion. You know, the outhouse. Where's the outhouse? Jun Xiao scanned her surroundings, but found nothing. Anxiety causing beads of sweat to form. The young prince wishes to go to the outhouse. Allow me to take you. Seeing her distress, Mei Xing promptly scooped her up and strode towards the outhouse. Thank you, Mei Xing. Jun Xiao expressed her gratitude sincerely. Is my duty, Mei Xing replied with a tender smile. I see the outhouse. Upon spotting it, Jun Xiao wriggled free from Mei Xing's embrace like an eel. After relieving herself, she overheard a conversation behind the outhouse regarding her mother. Have you heard? Today, the prince has brought home the ugliest woman from the Lioli kingdom. It's utterly laughable. Moreover, she has brought an illegitimate child to the palace. I have never seen such a shameless woman. Everyone knows about Miss Jun's scandal 5 years ago. Who does not? One of the maidservants scoffed. The prince is no better, a fool incapable of continuing the lineage. Having an illegitimate child as his son is rather fortuitous, isn't it? Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. The two maidservants whispered conspiratorially in the back garden. I've already heard you. Jun Xiao emerged from the outhouse, vaulting over the wall to land beside the two maidservants. To speak ill of my mother and father will cost you dearly. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in her eyes. Tell me, should I flay your skin and pull your tendons, or shall I impose a punishment of bone extraction? Unbeknownst to her, a dagger had materialized in her hand. Her tone is frigid as the depths of winter. Young prince, spare us. We shall not dare again. The two maidservants, upon seeing her and the imposing Mei Xing behind her, immediately fell to their knees in supplication. From the moment you spoke ill of my mother, your fate was sealed. As Jun Xiaojiao was about to take action, Mei Xing swiftly intervened. With a single stroke, she silenced the two maidservants, rendering them motionless on the ground. The young prince, a precious child, need not involve himself in such matters. His subordinate would gladly undertake the task. Mei Xing, perhaps, aimed to spare his hands from the stains of blood, for he was but a mere 4-year-old child. Mei Xing, what is that quaint little courtyard nestled among the trees ahead? Who resides there? Jun Xiaojiao, filled with indignation, was momentarily distracted by the sight of an exquisite courtyard, seemingly guarded by hidden sentinels. It was astonishing that the regent's estate housed such a serene and delicate retreat, and the presence of guards led him to ponder if his father harbored a secret lover within. This thought was intolerable. If his father were indeed a libertine, how could he be deserving of his mother? My young prince, the person residing within that courtyard is the royal wet nurse. She cherishes tranquility, which is why the prince had a small dwelling constructed solely for her. Mei Xing responded with utmost respect, not allowing his youth to render her impolite. The royal wet nurse? Does that mean I must address her as grandmother? Mei Xing, Shumen Mei Ying, Loner, Ent King. We shall play at grandmother's abode. His eagerness to visit the elegant courtyard was palpable. Upon returning to the estate, Jun Yujin and Mo Linyuan immediately sought their son, only to find him missing after a thorough search. Not only was the little one nowhere to be found, but neither Mei Xing, Mei Ying, nor the two young ladies were present. How peculiar! Where could they have ventured? Jun Yujin furrowed her brow, noticing a maid sweeping fallen leaves nearby. Approaching her, she inquired, "Do you know where Mei Xing and Mei Ying have gone?" She initially intended to ask about her own son, but reconsidered, realizing that he had only recently arrived at the regent's estate, likely unfamiliar to many. Thus, she directly inquired about Mei Xing and Mei Ying. The maid, upon recognizing the prince and princess, hastily dropped her broom and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, your highness, your grace. In response to your grace's inquiry, I saw Master Mei Xing and Master Mei Ying, along with the two beautiful young ladies, escorting the young prince to Lanlin Elegant Courtyard." Lanlin Elegant Courtyard? Mo Linyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he grasped Jun Yujin's hand, exclaiming, "My dear, come quickly. I know the way to Lanlin Elegant Courtyard." Perhaps due to her singular focus on their son, Jun Yujin did not resist his pull, but followed closely behind, allowing him to lead her. They ran together, Mo Linyuan marveling at the softness, delicacy, and smoothness of her hand, wishing to hold it for a lifetime. After a brisk 10-minute run, they arrived at Lanlin Elegant Courtyard. "My dear, we have arrived. This is Lanlin Elegant Courtyard, where my wet nurse resides." Mo Linyuan joyfully introduced her as they approached the outer courtyard. He had longed for an opportunity to bring her to meet his wet nurse, and was delighted that their son had facilitated this unexpected visit. How amusing! I never imagined father was once so mischievous. Yet, he was quite remarkable in his youth. Grandmother Qin, I wish to hear more stories about father as child. Jun Xiaojia nestled against grandmother Qin's lap, enraptured by her tales of Mo Linyuan's childhood antics, listening with rapt attention. The little one, Jiu Xiao, desired to listen as much as she wished. Upon seeing the child, Granny Qin felt an immediate affection for him. Despite not being the prince's biological son, her fondness for him was undeniable. Before Jun Yujin could enter, he heard Jiu Xiao's delightful laughter, unmistakably radiating joy. Gently, she pushed open the gate of the courtyard and surveyed her surroundings, her heart filled with surprise. She mused to herself, "I never anticipated that this man would possess such filial piety. He seems quite considerate toward his wet nurse. This courtyard is evidently a labor of love, meticulously constructed to create a pleasant environment." Granny Qin, why has father, once such a formidable figure, suddenly regressed to the mentality of a 10-year-old? Jiu Xiao, a perceptive child, quickly discerned that Mo Linyuan was unlike the other adults. Coupled with Granny Qin's remarks, he became increasingly convinced that his father had been wronged. Just as Jun Yujin intended to enter, he halted upon hearing his son's question from outside the door. Chapter 26. Two Precious Sons. most likely offspring of that scoundrel Granny Chin's face was marked by a tinge of sorrow as she rubbed her weary eyes. Little Jiu Xiao, there are many things you do not yet comprehend. Your father was poisoned by malefactors at the age of 10. Had he not received timely treatment, his life would have been forfeit. Is that person still in this world? I must avenge father, Jiu Xiao declared, his innocent and lively gaze replaced by an intensity that was both fierce and chilling. This transformation left the nearby, shadowy figure momentarily bewildered. However, considering the cold demeanor Jiu Xiao had just exhibited towards the maid, the mysterious figure recognized that their young lord was indeed extraordinary. Jun Yujin stood outside, taken aback by Jiu Xiao's words. At just 4 years old, does he truly grasp the concept of vengeance? How audacious to seek retribution for that scoundrel. He instinctively glanced at the man beside him, his mind already forming a hypothesis. These two cherished sons are likely the progeny of that rogue. Sometimes, blood ties can be a remarkable phenomenon. Even without prior acquaintance, there exists an immediate sense of familiarity. Yet, the truth could only be unveiled later that night. When the garments were stripped away, Mo Lin Yuan, who had been holding his breath, felt a surge of delight within. Nurse, I have arrived. He wished to shield his son from such burdensome knowledge. Hastily, he pushed the door open and approached Granny Chin within. The child was still young. Knowing too much could pose grave dangers. As his wife had rightly surmised at this tender age, he should live free from cares, in innocence rather than enmity. Upon entering, he spotted his son clinging to her, and like an elder brother, he lifted him up. My son, father has missed you dearly. Come here for a hug. Father, hug, Jiu Xiao exclaimed, his eyes brimming with affection. Jun Yujin had always been aware of his two sons' good behavior, although they were mischievous in their youth. It in no way diminished their filial piety. Yet, throughout the years, only Jiu Xiao's heartfelt concern for him had surpassed that of even his grandfather and 3 uncles. Never having experienced such closeness with Mo Lin Yuan. Mother, Jun Xiaojiu greeted her sweetly. Greetings, Your Highness and Your Highness. Mei Xing and Mei Ying, upon seeing the two, respectfully bowed. Lan and Qing standing to the side, also saluted upon seeing their young mistress. Greetings, miss. Greetings, Your Highness. After Lin Yuan cradled his son, he hurriedly introduced him to his wet nurse. Nurse, allow me to introduce you to my newlywed wife. Her name is... At this point, he paused, seemingly unsure of her name. In truth, he was fully aware, but his wife had never mentioned it in his presence, so he refrained from introducing her hastily. What is your name? He curiously inquired. Wife, what is your name? Jun Yujin cast a detached glance at him before turning to Qin Mama, politely introducing herself. Hello, Mama Qin. I am surnamed Jun, given name Yujin, and I am Xiaojiu's mother. She had initially intended to address her as Mama Qin, but reconsidered, realizing that as a princess, it was inappropriate to call her by that title, and thus opted for Mama Qin. Furthermore, Mama Qin was warm and benevolent, which explained why Jun Xiaojiu was so fond of clinging to her. Addressing her as Mama Qin was quite fitting. You are the eldest daughter of the Jun family, the bride who was mistakenly sent last night. Mei Xing and Mei Ying have already informed me. Mama Qin smiled as she gazed at Jun Yujin's tall and slender figure, unable to suppress a frown of concern. Yujin, look at how thin you are. It pains me to see you like this. You must eat more to maintain your health. Jun Yujin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her concern over her slenderness to evoke such warmth, and nodded with a smile. In truth, my appetite is quite substantial. No matter how much I eat, I cannot seem to gain weight. Though I appear frail, my body is quite robust. As long as you can eat and remain healthy, that is what matters. I thought you were deliberately dieting for the sake of aesthetics. Mama Qin remarked, glancing outside to find that it was already noon. Please, take a seat for a moment. I will prepare lunch. It is noon, and I suspect you must be quite hungry. Hooray! I adore the meals prepared by nurse. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan joyfully lifted his son and spun around the room several times. He resembled both a father and a youthful elder brother, spending the entire afternoon playing with Jun Xiaojiu. They played hide-and-seek, made mud pies, and even played with the kittens raised by Mama Qin. The two of them nearly lost their minds with joy throughout the afternoon, until after dinner when the group departed from Mama Chin's courtyard. The sky gradually darkened. In contemplating their lodging for the night, she called out to someone, "You mutt, have your subordinates prepare a separate courtyard in the royal mansion for us. I, along with Qing'er, Lan'er, and Xiaojiu, will reside there. I certainly do not wish to face your infuriating visage every night." Lin Yuan. How could he be infuriating when he is so handsome? Mei Xing and Mei Ying remarked, "Your Highness, only you would dare to call the prince a mutt repeatedly in his presence." Mei Xing, did you hear what the princess said? She wishes to reside in a separate courtyard. Immediately have someone decorate the Linglan courtyard. He instructed Mei Xing behind him to follow her wishes. Then, turning to Jun Yujin, he grinned and said, "Wife, in the future, should you have any requests or requirements within the royal estate, please approach Mei Xing directly. If she desires to reside in a separate courtyard, grant her that wish. He shall respect her choice. What harm is there in having another small dwelling? It is but a wall's distance from his chambers. When he longs for her, he can simply scale the wall." Upon receiving this news, Mei Ying swiftly dispatched individuals to adorn the courtyard. Mei Xing remarked, "The prince truly dotes on the princess." The Lingshan courtyard was intended for the elder princess's residence, and he had invested considerable effort over the years to create it. Little did he anticipate that it would now be prepared for the princess and her companions. "Mei Xing, I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance. Since your lord has expressed such sentiments, I shall not be shy about it." Upon hearing this, Yun Yuan promptly responded with laute reservation. "Princess, please proceed. From now on, I would trouble you to personally oversee our daily affairs. I do not require new servants or maidens. Qing'er and Lan'er suffice." This indicated that she expected strict oversight regarding their meals and drinks. "Understood, Princess." Mei Xing nodded respectfully in reply. In a Lingshan courtyard, the efficiency of the subordinates of that man was commendable. It appeared that the place was regularly maintained, exuding a sense of tidiness. Jun Yujin gazed upon this quaint and elegant little courtyard with great fondness. It seemed unoccupied. One wondered who that man intended to house here. "They now, possible, este, miss. Why do you consistently refer to the prince as that dog man or dog thing? Although he may be a bit foolish, I sense he possesses a certain goodness. I too find the regent prince rather agreeable, at least far superior to that loathsome crown prince, whose appearance is utterly repugnant," Qing'er added, unable to comprehend why her mistress harbored such disdain for the regent. Sighing, Jun Yujin lamented the situation. That son of a dog clings to him and refuses to return. And now even Qing'er and Lan'er seem to favor him. They remain unaware of the past between myself and that dog. Hence their inability to grasp the reasons for my aversion. In the dead of night, within the study, my lord, a scout has reported that an assassination attempt on the princess is imminent tonight. Orchestrated by Prime Minister Jun Ning stood below, observing the man elegantly grinding ink. At this moment, he shed his fade of foolishness. Beneath the mask, his face was as cold as ice, radiating an innate aura of nobility and dominance. Chapter 27. The Master of Bloodshed Hall is indeed the princess. The prince was not mistaken. Jun Yeqing intended to employ assassins to eliminate the princess. Which assassin organization did he summon? If it is from our shadow pavilion, let them return whence they came. Mo Lin Yuan poured the ground ink into the inkstone, laid out a pristine sheet of paper, and gracefully began sketching its contours with the ink brush. Mei Ying inquired, "My lord, might your demeanor be a touch too indifferent? Does he not care for the princess? Why does he appear so cold, almost excessively so? Moreover, the young prince is residing with the princess. Surely he has already retired for the night. How can he remain so composed? Return to the prince. They are not members of the Shadow Pavilion, but rather assassins from the Blood Slaughter Hall. This organization emerged abruptly 5 years ago and has gained notoriety as an intelligence network. Within a mere few years, it has developed capabilities that rival those of the Shadow Pavilion, indicating the profound mastery of its lord. Although the headquarters of the Blood Slaughter Hall is located in the Snow Country, its presence in the Lioli Country has flourished, second only to the Shadow Pavilion, boasting a plethora of skilled individuals. The mention of the Blood Slaughter Hall caused Mo Lin Yuan to pause momentarily, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. There is no need for concern. They cannot harm the princess. This time, Jun Yiqing may well find himself stripped of everything. After all, his wife is the founder of the Blood Slaughter Hall and its lord. The price for hiring an assassin from the Blood Slaughter Hall starts at no less than 1,000 gold pieces, with fees escalating for individuals of higher status. The figure known as Ming was perplexed, utterly bewildered by the situation. Shouldn't the prince have dispatched members from the Shadow Pavilion to eliminate those who sought to harm the princess? Why was he so composed, asserting that they could not kill her? Dismiss yourself for now. As for the princess, simply assign a skilled individual to keep watch over her without disrupting her normal life. Mo Lin Yuan resumed his painting, the contours of a woman gradually emerging on the pristine canvas. Mei Ying, still puzzled, was about to withdraw when he heard Mo Lin Yuan's voice once more. I forgot to mention, the Lord of the Blood Slaughter Hall is none other than the princess. This revelation explained the prince's unshakable confidence. While the princess resides in the royal palace, ensure her safety is prioritized. If she leaves the palace, it is imperative to have individuals accompany and protect her and her child. Increase surveillance on the Prime Minister's residence and the Crown Prince's estate, and report any movements immediately. Yes, Your Highness. After Mei Ying departed, Mo Lin Yuan continued with his artwork. An hour later, the painting revealed a woman draped in a white veil, adorned with a red lotus flower on her forehead, her tall and slender form vividly brought to life on the canvas. It was none other than Jun Yiqing. One must admit that his artistic skills had reached an unparalleled level, with even the finest strands of hair rendered with remarkable realism. My lady, Mo Lin Yuan cherished the painting, pressing it down with an object to protect it until the ink dried. Suddenly, a gentle smile illuminated his eyes, resembling a crescent moon. He sensed that the assassins hired by Jun Yiqing had infiltrated the regent's palace, seemingly heading directly for the princess's location. Meanwhile, in the Linglan courtyard, 5 figures clad in black suddenly soared into the yard, each bearing the yellow insignia of the Blood Slaughter Hall on their chests, while one wore a green emblem. This symbol denoted their rank within the organization, which is categorized into 8 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, black, white, silver, and gold, with red being the lowest and gold the highest, exclusively representing Jun Yiqing. Be cautious. There is something amiss about this regent's palace, remarked the individual clad in green, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. It is said that the regent is a fool, yet the emperor dotes on this younger brother, arranging for numerous skilled guardians to watch over him. However, they encountered an unsettling absence of guards along their journey. I too sensed something amiss. Another individual clad in yellow markings also felt the oddity, glancing around, perceiving an unsettling silence. Regardless of the strangeness, as long as the regent's consort remained in the palace, our objective was clear: eliminate her and depart swiftly. Following a whispered suggestion from another, the group nodded in agreement and began to approach the lily of the valley courtyard. Bold, to dare assassinate Our Lady. They must be tired of living. Before the group could step through the doorway, they were violently repelled by a surge of fire-infused spiritual energy. The assailants' cultivation surpassed theirs significantly. They were no match. Run, one exclaimed. Did that dog-like chancellor not claim that Miss June was a worthless cultivator, accompanied only by 2 young maidservants? Moreover, she shared a bed with the foolish prince at night. Where did this formidable expert come from? We have certainly been deceived. As they attempted to flee, a figure in white blocked their path, while Qinger effectively sealed off their escape route from above. After lulling her son to sleep, Jun Yiqing was about to enter her spatial realm to cultivate when she heard footsteps outside. Her suspicions were confirmed. Jun Yiqing indeed harbored intentions to kill her. That very night, she had hired assassins to carry out her nefarious plans. Thinking of escaping? Jun Yiqing's voice resonated ominously, akin to that of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Her imposing aura and cultivation level far surpassed that of the earlier assailant, reaching at least the pinnacle of perfection. Who sent you? She demanded. Even without your answer, I know it was that old fox Jun Yiqing. How could she possibly know? One of the assailants muttered. Spare us the banter. Whether to kill or torture, do as you please. We of the Blood Slaughter Hall fear neither death nor adversity. They understood they were doomed. Raising their chins defiantly, unafraid of their impending demise. Blood Slaughter Hall? Jun Yujin turned, confirming their insignia on their garments. A laugh escaped her lips, unable to contain her amusement. Suddenly, a golden token appeared in her hand. How ironic that you, old immortal Jun Yeching, would send your minions to my Blood Slaughter Hall. That golden token? The group's faces drained of color at the sight, nearly causing them to faint. You are the esteemed master, stammered the one with the green insignia. The tokens of the Blood Slaughter Hall were uniquely designed by their master. Each token resonated with the others, with higher ranks exerting control over lower ones, making impersonation impossible for outsiders. We were blind to your majesty. We humbly kneel before you. They hastily prostrated themselves, showing profound respect. This wretched creature, Jun Yeching, has truly brought calamity upon them. Of all the individuals to target, he dared to employ them to assassinate his own revered master. Arise! Jun Yujin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as indifferent as a solitary winter plum blossom. Thank you, esteemed master. The group exchanged glances, nearly moved to tears. Esteemed master, that old rascal hired us to kill you, yet we are unable to fulfill this task. Should we return the remuneration he provided? The leader, somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation, did not even dare to lift his gaze to meet Jun Yujin's. The coins that had found their way into their pockets could hardly be returned. Seeing that the individuals below were allies, Qinger leaped down from the beam, her demeanor suggesting urgency to return the money, which amused Lanner, who followed behind. Surely, these two must be the envoys Lanner and Qinger in service to the esteemed master? Upon their approach, the group, recognizing them as women of the esteemed master's retinue, surmised their identities. We pay our respects to the envoys Lanner and Qinger. They placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed at a 45-degree angle, showing utmost reverence. Enough of that loudness. Do you truly believe there is no one in this Regent's palace? Lanner stepped forward and reprimanded them sternly. Yes, they nodded vigorously, lowering their voices to a whisper. Jun Yujin approached, his tone neither warm nor cold. You shall handle this matter. I am going to rest. Also, return their token to them, as you wish. Such trivial matters need not trouble the young lady to intervene personally. We bid you farewell. Farewell. Silence. As Jun Yujin returned to his quarters, the group was about to kneel in respectful farewell when Qinger's icy voice halted them. Do you wish to attract the palace's hidden guards? The crowd acknowledged their error. Once Jun Yujin was inside, Lanner stepped forward, gazing at them like a child caught misbehaving, and said coldly, Enough. Raise your heads. Yes. They obediently lifted their heads. Lanner turned to the leader among them and inquired, What is your name? In response to the envoy Lanner, My name is Shurtu. Such a peculiar name, reminiscent of an orphan. I find you all rather earnest. Henceforth, in Rong City, you will temporarily follow our arrangements. Do not accept any tasks during this time. Leave it to others in the Blood Slaughter Hall. I will summon you if needed. You merely await orders. Understood, Envoy Lanner. Qinger approached as well, delivering a stern warning. The matter of the esteemed master's presence in Rong City must be kept a secret, even at the cost of your lives. You must not disclose our whereabouts or identities, understand? Understood. They nodded like chicks pecking at grains. After tonight, you shall spread the word among your organization that you perished in the Regent's palace. Perished? This implies that they shall henceforth exist as ghosts in the eyes of the world. What? Are you discontent? Do you wish to assassinate the esteemed master and return to report that you have killed the Regent's consort? Or perhaps claim that you could not succeed and return the money to that old rascal Jun Yeching? No, no, no. A group of individuals, their heads shaking like rattles, pondered the notion of having slain the esteemed lord. Even if they were to perish, such an act would be utterly inconceivable. To claim they were incapable of such a deed would tarnish the reputation of the Blood Fiend Hall. They would not dare. Thus, the most prudent course of action, as the envoy Qinger suggested, will be to proclaim their own demise. Having reached this understanding, they resolved to await further orders. Additionally, they were instructed to recruit individuals to masquerade as servants, infiltrating the prince's and chancellor's residences, to report any movements at the earliest opportunity. After Qinger finished speaking, she waved her hand dismissively. Caution was imperative upon their exit, Should they be discovered by the secret guards of the regent, their fate would be sealed. "We take our leave," said the subordinates. As Sure Tu and his companions surveyed their surroundings to ensure they were alone, they departed. Meanwhile, a certain eavesdropper, upon hearing their intention to leave, hastily concealed their presence even more carefully, blending into the shadows. "Chinger, I cannot shake the feeling that these individuals may be rather simple-minded. Have I perhaps overestimated them?" Lana remarked with a raised eyebrow, her concern palpable after they had vacated. "Tomorrow, I shall visit the Blood Fiend Hall in Rome City to select a few elites. Only then shall I feel at ease. Yet, the esteemed lord did request we maintain a low profile, and it benefits us that fewer know of our arrival in Rome City. Should she have matters to attend to, she will undoubtedly handle them herself." Chinger patted her shoulder, fatigue evident in her voice as she said, "I shall take my leave for rest. It is late, and I am utterly exhausted." Once they had retreated to their respective quarters, Mo Lin Yuan emerged from the shadows, quietly pushing open the door to the courtyard with an ethereal grace. Jun Yujin intended to gauge the presence of others nearby with her mental prowess, only to unexpectedly encounter a certain rogue man infiltrating her space. She bestowed a tender kiss upon Jun Xiaojiao's cheek, placing him into her spatial realm to rest. "Wushman, you have willingly walked into my domain." The audacity of this rogue to invade her quarters at night was indeed brazen. With a cautious tread, more stealthy than a thief, he turned slowly, ensuring to close the courtyard door behind him. He merely wished to glimpse his beloved wife and their slumbering son, intending to leave after just one look. In the dead of night, however, he stumbled upon an unexpected thief. Jun Yujin seized a wooden stick and struck him firmly upon the back of his head. As Mo Lin Yuan turned, he found himself disoriented by the sudden blow. The sensation was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a night 5 years prior when memories flooded his mind like a tide. It dawned on him that it was not solely his imposition upon her. She too had reveled in the experience, enjoying the entirety of that night. The diligent efforts he had exerted nearly led to his own demise at her hands. As he attempted to turn, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "You wretched creature, I could easily strike you dead," Jun Yujin mused, grasping one of his legs and dragging him toward the room, encountering bumps and scrapes along the way. "Wife, you're far too rough. I am your husband. While you may not have slain me, you are certainly dragging me to my demise." Chapter 29. Mo Lin Yuan was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Thud. His head collided with the steps leading into the house. Thud, thud. As Jun Yujin dragged him around the corner, his head struck the threshold twice more. "Darling, could you be a tad gentler? At this rate, I shall either be dragged to death by you or perish from these incessant bumps and bruises." Thud. As Jun Yujin pulled him into the bedroom, his head met yet another blow. "My head is spinning, and I dare not use spiritual energy to recover. You wretched creature, you're heavier than a pig." Jun Yujin, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from her temples with her sleeve. This infernal summer heat was unbearable, unlike the air-conditioned comforts of the 21st century. "Darling, I am not heavy. Among men, few possess a physique that rivals mine. At least I believe that aside from my royal brother, no one else can compare. With no outsiders present, it should be permissible to use a bit of spiritual energy to restore her strength." With this thought in mind, Jun Yujin cautiously channeled her energy to rejuvenate herself. "Miss, were you not asleep? Oh, is that not the prince?" Lanner and Chinger, having nearly fallen asleep, were startled by the sounds of clattering from the courtyard. Upon investigation, they were met with the sight of Mo Lin Yuan sprawled on the ground, his forehead bruised from the impact. "You two haven't slept yet? Perfect. Quickly help me move this wretched creature to my room. Dragging a pig alone is already quite the task. Darling, I assure you, I'm not heavy. At a height of 1.9 meters, I am neither overweight nor underweight. That is the golden ratio. Where's the heaviness? Huh?" Chinger and Lanner nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Lanner, perplexed, inquired, "Miss, did you not wish to sleep separately from the prince? Why then are you sneaking into his bedroom and bringing him here? Poor Regent King, so thoroughly tossed about by the miss, yet still sleeping soundly." Jun Yujin thought to herself, "Am I secretly stealing his body? I was nearly caught by the door. He came here of his own accord. Darling, I never knew you could be so adorable. Indeed, miss. If you do not wish to sleep apart from the prince, you could simply invite him over. Why resort to such stealth? This is not like you. Chinger nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment with Lanner. What are you all thinking? He came to our courtyard in the middle of the night. Jun Yujin shot them an exasperated glance. Hurry up and help me carry this wretched man inside. Lanner and Chinger exchanged glances, sharing a smile before cautiously lifting the man from the ground. Since she had not concealed her cultivation status, using a bit of spiritual energy was perfectly reasonable, and the two easily carried Mo Linyuan inside. Seeing them about to place the man on the bed, Jun Yujin hurried forward to intervene. Did I say to put him on the bed? Just leave him on the floor and go rest. Darling, I want to sleep on the bed. The floor is cold. Laner, Chingo, throw on the ground? My lady, is it truly fair to bully a man whose mental age is merely 10? Moreover, you are now his legitimate wife. Oh, dear lady, the two could no longer ponder her thoughts, and thus cautiously laid Mo Linyuan down on the ground. Jun Yujin, these two young girls, how they dote on this wretched man. He is not their true son-in-law, so why the fuss? Mo Linyuan, if you, my wife, do not pity me, then so be it. Must even your maid refrain from showing me some compassion? Mo Linyuan thought that he could glean her interests and preferences through the two maids. What she favors and what she despises could all be learned from them. Laner and Chinger left, remembering to shut the door behind them. Jun Yujin gently nudged the man on the ground with her toe. Hey there, my wife. Can't you treat me a little better? It seems he has fainted. If I do not inspect his garments now, when shall I? Jun Yujin muttered softly and, with a swift and uncouth motion, began to unfasten his clothing. To her surprise, this scoundrel's physique was even more alluring than she had imagined. If he were not a fool, with such a tantalizing body, countless women would undoubtedly be vying for him. My wife, I desire no other women. I only wish for you. Come, topple me. Goodness, this ruffian even possesses abs. Look at that Valine. Jun Yujin extended her delicate hands, unable to resist touching his abdomen. She swore she was not a lustful woman. Alas, ultimately, beauty without strength is of little use. Mo Linyuan, let us attend to the matter at hand. I must see if there truly is a mole above his abdomen. Jun Yujin, recalling the urgent task, leaned to take a closer look. Indeed, there was a mole. It seems my two sons truly are this wretched man's. Once confirmed, she hastily covered his clothing, refusing to gaze any longer. The excruciating pain from 2 lifetimes had instilled in her a profound fear of such matters. Unless it was essential to ascertain who between him and the emperor fathered her children, she wished never to lay eyes on it again. Mo Linyuan, I had no idea I had caused her such deep wounds across 2 lifetimes. She has developed a serious aversion to intimacy. It seems their emotional development may not fare well in the future. The saying goes that couples may quarrel at dawn, but reconcile by dusk. He had originally intended to use the full moon and the onset of desire to connect with her, but it appears that plan is futile. He was already too pained to dare entertain such thoughts. Right, I must quickly remove that part from this scoundrel. Once he regains his senses, even if he realizes he is missing it, he will have no means to retaliate against me, and it would infuriate him to no end. Mo Linyuan, my wife. Please, I still desire our future happiness. With this thought, Jun Yujin retrieved a dagger from her spatial storage, once more rudely lifting his unfastened robe. Perhaps she truly did not wish to cast another glance. As she aimed the blade at the object, she averted her gaze in disdain. My lady, what do you intend to do with that knife? Mo Linyuan thought that if he did not awaken at this moment, his precious possession would indeed be irretrievably lost. Thus, he feigned awakening, his eyes clouded with confusion as they fell upon the knife in her grasp, causing him to instinctively shrink back in terror. You can't possibly be thinking of stabbing me again, can you? His eyes reflected sheer horror. Jun Yujin mused, this wretched man has chosen the most critical moment to awaken. Lie still. I shall not harm you. She coaxed him deliberately, fearful that a cry from him might summon the hidden guards of the royal mansion. Chapter 30. Mo Linyuan, narrowly escaping being cleaved by his wife. Lie still. I shall not harm you, she reiterated, her tone deceptively gentle. Yet it felt to him as if a great crocodile was poised to devour him whole. I refuse to lie still unless you set down the knife, he retorted, resembling a frightened child retreating further away. After scrambling to his feet, he haphazardly tucked himself beneath the table. This foolish man is not entirely dim. He knows how to hide. Mo Linyuan remarked. I am merely pretending to possess the intellect of a 10-year-old. And even a child of that age possesses fundamental common sense. You are brandishing a knife aimed at that particular area. If I do not flee, shall I simply lie here and allow you to sever it? A life may be forfeited, but that part is non-negotiable. It is a man's most basic dignity. If escape proved impossible tonight, he would have no choice but to reveal his true abilities. Come out, Jun Yujin commanded, her voice laced with impatience. Wishing she could delve beneath the table and drag him out. Then sheath the dagger, he implored, fear etched across his face and in his eyes, rendering Jun Yujin akin to a bully tormenting a child. Hurry and emerge, she insisted, her patience wearing thin. If I do not exact my vengeance today, my heart shall remain unbalanced. This is a grievance that spans 2 lifetimes, and sparing your life is already a considerable mercy. Mo Linyuan realized that his wife was resolutely intent on inflicting harm. What to do? His mind raced, recalling that the adjacent courtyard housed his chambers, and that Meishing and Meiying resided nearby. Thus, he decided to test whether they could hear him. Ah, help! The princess consort seeks to slay me, he suddenly shrieked, for the first time addressing her as this king. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident he was directing his words to Meishing and Meiying next door. Yun Yuin, ah. When he called out again, Jun Yujin hurriedly stowed the dagger away, then crouched down to cover his mouth and nose. You wretched creature, if you dare to shout again, I shall end your life. This fool intends to summon Meishing and Meiying over. Does he think I am unaware? As Mo Linyuan struggled against her grip, he found himself deprived of fresh air, his face quickly turning crimson. My wife, loosen your hold. You're suffocating me. Your Highness? Your Highness? Indeed. Meiying and Meishing heard his cries and swiftly arrived outside Jun Yujin's chamber. They had a premonition that the prince would attempt to scale the princess's wall tonight and would likely be caught. The princess's attitude toward him filled them with concern for the prince, rendering them restless and unable to sleep. To their astonishment, the prince had indeed scaled the princess's wall and was likely caught in the act, with the princess poised to take a blade to him. Miss Chinger and Lanner had just drifted off to sleep when they heard someone shouting and hurriedly got up to investigate. Miss, please do not act impulsively. We can discuss this rationally, Lanner urged from outside, having been so startled that she failed to notice Meishing on the other side, clad only in a white nightgown. She rushed out in a panic, her neckline slightly ajar. Meishing, gulp he instinctively swallowed, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had inadvertently glimpsed her neckline. Originally intending to quietly retreat to where Meiying stood, he accidentally stepped on a twig. Crack the sound of the breaking branch sent a chill from his toes to the crown of his head. Meishing, did you hear the prince's call? Lanner instinctively turned to look at the fleeing Meishing, still oblivious to her own exposed neckline. She approached him. Yes, I heard it. Meishing nodded, his voice sounding oddly peculiar. Why do you look so terrified, as if I were a fierce tigress, making you flee at the sight of me? Lanner frowned, puzzled and slightly irritated by his reaction, as he appeared like a mouse encountering a cat. Lanner. Meishing awkwardly laughed, turning away and pointing at her neckline with a stiff hand. She instinctively looked down at the area he indicated. Ah, scoundrel startled. She let out a shriek and quickly covered her chest, throwing a punch toward his eye in irritation. Ouch! Meishing, caught off guard by her sudden strike, covered his aching left eye and lamented, Dear sister, have you lost your senses? It was you who failed to dress properly. I kindly pointed it out, and instead of gratitude, you strike me. Who do you call dear sister? Bang upon hearing this, Lanner, seething with rage, retaliated by landing a punch on his right eye as well. She was still a mere 18 or 19-year-old girl. How had he referred to her as dear sister? Meishing had no inkling that she would strike him again. Had he foreseen this, he would have kept a considerable distance from this fierce tigress. As expected of the princess's maid, such fierce demeanor must have been learned from her. I am here to see the prince today, so I shall not hold it against you. Ow! Mo Xing, still feeling sore, blinked and groaned. Help! Upon realizing that he might have nearly suffocated the man, Jun Yujin quickly released his grip. However, after taking deep breaths of fresh air, the man let out another loud cry. "Your Highness!" Hearing his call for help, Mei Ying rushed to the door of Jun Yujin's chamber, ready to burst in at any moment. "Mei Ying!" Mo Lingyuan felt a sigh of relief upon hearing his voice. It seems that in the future, one should refrain from recklessly scaling the princess's walls, at least without a comprehensive plan. Perhaps he should climb the walls with Mei Ying and Mo Xing together. "Your Highness!" This subordinate is Mei Ying. Mei Ying responded from outside. "Your Highness, I am here as well." Mo Xing chimed in, joining in the response. "You lucky dog. Today, consider yourself fortunate." Knowing that he could not act tonight, Jun Yujin looked at the object beneath him with disdain and remarked, "One day, I shall have you chopped up." Mo Lingyuan retorted, "Wife, what must I do so that you do not constantly contemplate taking away my happiness? Get out. If you dare scale the wall again, I shall make you pay." Without regard for his disheveled attire, she opened the door and pushed him outside. Chapter 31. Mo Lingyuan. Does my wife have someone she fancies? "Your Highness, are you all right?" Mo Xing and Mei Ying hurriedly caught the disheveled Mo Lingyuan, examining him for injuries. "I am fine, except my wife was tugging at my clothes, which is quite embarrassing." He pouted his alluring lips, resembling a startled fawn, wrapping himself tightly in his scattered garments, fearing that others might gaze upon him. His body was solely for his wife's eyes. Jun Yujin thought, this dog-like man, can he not say something pleasant? Those unaware might truly believe he is so desperate as to tug at a man with the intellect of a mere 10-year-old. Mei Ying and Mo Xing remarked, "Your Highness, why do I feel that what the prince said is somewhat illogical? Did he not just claim the princess intended to kill you? Clearly, you are shielding the princess beyond reason. Take your prince and leave immediately." Jun Yujin could not bear to look at him any longer. The more she saw him, the angrier she became. "Yes, Your Highness." Mei Ying and Mo Xing obediently escorted Mo Lingyuan away. What a joke. Would they leave him here to be punished by the princess? "Miss, you wouldn't intend to force yourself upon the prince, would you?" King Ye, Ziang Montak Lingyuan in Disahai, was taken aback as Mei Ying and Mo Xing led him away. Jun Yujin, force myself upon him? That is utterly impossible. Go to bed quickly. Jun Yujin shot her a glance, as well as at the approaching Lanner, before slamming the door shut. Back in his palace, Missouri Lingyuan increasingly felt that something was amiss. Finally realizing something amiss, he furrowed his fierce brows and murmured, "Charming star, enigmatic shadow, how is it that I did not see little Nine in the princess's chamber just now?" At this moment, any trace of foolishness had vanished from him, and a chilling aura pressed down upon both Charming Shadow and Charming Star, leaving them somewhat breathless. Charming Star blinked her eyes in exasperation and said, "Your Highness, have you perhaps overlooked the presence of the young prince? The princess cherishes him so dearly. It is inconceivable that she would allow him to sleep alone." Indeed, as Mo Lingyuan turned to look, he finally noticed the dark circles under his own eyes. "Charming Star, what is the matter with your eyes?" His remark drew Charming Shadow's attention as well. Ah. Charming Shadow erupted into hearty laughter upon seeing it. 3 days later, in these 3 days, Jun Xiaojiu had spent the most time playing with Mo Lingyuan, while Jun Yujin had made several attempts to intervene, all in vain. Today was once again the day to return home. The mere thought of the Jun family made her reluctant to set foot inside, yet how could she possibly avoid it? "Mother." Jun Xiaojiu was taken by Mo Lingyuan to the sleeping quarters to change into a new outfit. With just a glance, she recognized that the scoundrel had dressed both her and their son in matching parent-child outfits, a gradient of light gray. Jun Yujin narrowed her peach blossom eyes, casting a frosty gaze upon the person who wore a triumphant smile. "I do not like gray. Son, wait for me. I shall change into something else before we depart." In truth, she found the ancient-style gradient quite appealing, especially the elegant and aloof gray that exuded refinement. However, she had no desire to wear matching outfits with that scoundrel. If it were just her son, it would be one thing, but if he joined in, her interest waned. Mo Lingyuan looked at her with an expression of pitiful grievance, puffing out his cheeks as he pleaded, "My dear, please do not change. Look how lovely we three look together in this. Why must he change? He had ordered this attire to be prepared the day after their wedding, specifically for their return home 3 days later. If those people looked down upon her, let them see just how doted upon she was in the regent prince's residence. There is no reason. I simply dislike it. Jun Yujin pivoted, leaving no room for negotiation. So, Mo Lin Yuan, with a look of despondency, turned to his son for hope. Jun Xiaojiao, as if sharing a telepathic bond with him these days, could decipher his thoughts from a mere gesture or tone. Mother. He hurriedly caught up with Jun Yujin, tugging at the hem of her skirt. Please do not change. Little Nine loves this outfit so much. His teary eyes and near-crying expression tugged at her heartstrings. Jun Yujin took a deep breath, seriously doubting that her son had become allies with that scoundrel. Yet, she could not bear to see her son suffer, so she reluctantly acquiesced and reassured him, Little Nine. Do not cry. Mother will not change. Sighing inwardly, she thought, I wonder what Mo Ran is doing. I miss him dearly and hope to resolve matters here swiftly, so I could be by his side. Jun Yujin recalled her eldest son, a trace of pain flickering in her eyes. It was the first time she had been away from him for such an extended period. She wondered if Morden was eating well and sleeping soundly. Mo Lin Yuan pondered. Who is the Morden in his wife's heart? Could it be that she has a love interest? It seemed she held a considerable affection for that man. No matter who he was, he would scour the entire continent to find him. No one could take away his legally wedded wife. Really? Jun Xiaojiao appeared to fear that she was merely placating him, pretending to stifle a sob. Jun Yujin slowly crouched down, gently patting his back. You little rascal. Don't push your luck. This is sufficient. As his mother, how could she be unaware that her son was deliberately seeking her sympathy? All right then. Jun Xiaojiao embraced her, winking at Mo Lin Yuan, as if to say, see, father, I told you there was no problem. Prior to this, he had foreseen such a turn of events, for his mother's demeanor towards his father was beyond description these past few days. Yet he was resolute in his choice of Mo Lin Yuan as his father, determined to assist him in winning over his mother. Mo Lin Yuan winked back, smiling inwardly, son, well done. Father loves you. Meishing and Mei, truly. The apple does not fall far from the tree. The acting prowess of this father and son duo is equally remarkable. Luiner and Qing, well done, young master. The young lady should have brought home a son-in-law long ago, so do your best. In the Prime Minister's residence, Jun Yuxiwei had arrived early with Prince Mo Qinjing, intent on demonstrating to Jun Yujin that the prince was now her man. Father, look, Jun Yujin has yet to arrive, and it's nearly noon. Does she truly disregard the Jun family? This rebellious daughter. She would make her pay. 3 days prior, an assassination attempt had been made against her, but unexpectedly. The two maids by her side were formidable, and all those from the blood slaughter hall perished, resulting in a significant financial loss for her. Seeing that Jun Yujin had not yet arrived, Jun Yuxiwei mockingly laughed. What a wonder it is that she merely married a fool. Once my brother, the prince, ascends to the throne, the entire Lioli kingdom will belong to me and the prince. Oh, you wish to become empress so fervently. Are you hoping for the emperor to meet his end sooner? Jun Yujin, holding Jun Xiaojiao's hand, strolled leisurely into the hall. Mo Lin Yuan walked beside her on her left. Chapter 32. How dare you insult my mother? Excuse me while I protect my own. Rebellious daughter. At a time like this, you still dare to return? You might as well not come back. You are an eyesore. Jun Yeqing's gaze burned with fury upon seeing her. Only he understood how desperately he wished to rid himself of this wretched child. Had it not been for that treacherous snow demon who poisoned him. Compelling the emperor to betroth this wretched child to the prince and arrange a childhood engagement for her future safety, he would have long since ended her life. Fortunately, after the emperor's agreement, he managed to retrieve the antidote, but his anger led him to gather a group to humiliate her. Subsequently, captivated by her beauty, he visited her daily to subject her to further humiliation. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, she raised the ungrateful child, Jun Yujin. For several years before succumbing to depression, she had left behind a means of leverage, stating that once this cursed child perished, the emperor would know the truth behind her demise. Otherwise, she would not have survived this long. from the moment Mo Linyuan entered the Prime Minister's residence. He activated his telepathic abilities, initially intending to discern their plans regarding his wife. Unexpectedly, he uncovered this disturbing secret. This was reminiscent of the fate of his biological mother, which he had witnessed firsthand. The only solace he found was that his mother still lived, awaiting his rescue. Impudent. As the regent princess, should you not first pay your respects to me, Prime Minister Jun? Jun Yujin cast a cold glance at him, exuding an imposing aura that momentarily left even Jun Yeching gasping for breath. She had never felt that her identity as the regent princess afforded her any significance. Meishing, the princess's presence is truly commanding. It is awfully formidable. This was Jun Yeching, the prime minister of Lioli Kingdom, the beloved nephew of the empress. Even the emperor had to show him a modicum of respect. Lanner and Qing'er stood to the side, their lips curling in ironic smiles. They knew their esteemed master was not to be trifled with. Mo Chunjing observed, "It seems Jun Yujin has changed since returning from Tianshui Mountain, the day before their wedding. She had transformed entirely. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed different from her former self. Were it not for the red lotus adornment on her forehead, he might have mistaken her for an impostor. You ungrateful girl, I am your father." Jun Yeching fumed, his brows furrowed in anger. "Huh, why do you have to call yourself my father? Yun Yuin Vitoltit. If I were not the crown prince's fiancé, I would have either starved or been poisoned to death long ago. My appearance is the best evidence of that." She touched her face mockingly, her eyes filled with derision. This version of her led others to believe she remained the grotesque figure they once knew. Mo Linyuan mused, "So, my wife endured such a wretched childhood, almost starving to death. Even her unattractiveness was a result of their poisoning. How despicable. The Prime Minister's residence. Is it? Oof. I shall transform the entire place into a realm of torment. Jun Yujin, do not go too far. Even if you marry the regent, what of it? You have wed a fool. Your father will always be your father. Today, you are here to pay respects, and even the regent must bow before him." Jun Yushue stepped forward, standing proudly beside Jun Yeching, her head held high as she regarded Jun Yujin with disdain. Dressed in resplendent attire befitting a princess, she was a sight that could cause one's eyes to ache. Meishing remarked, "How dare she insult the prince as a fool?" The two instinctively glanced at Jun Yujin, sensing she must have a countermeasure in store. Last night, the prince had informed them that upon their arrival at the prime minister's residence, without his and the princess's directives, they were to remain in place, awaiting further instructions. Jun Yujin rubbed her eyes helplessly, nearly blinded by the brilliance of her attire and headdress. Just as she was about to retort, her son spoke before she could. "Wretched woman, you are the fool, and your entire family shares in that foolishness. Even everyone from the Jun residence is equally foolish." Upon hearing Mo Linyuan being insulted, Jun Xiaojiao stepped forward, casting a fierce glare at Jun Yushue. "Your appearance is that of a complete simpleton. Did your parents neglect your upbringing, or did you grow up in a filthy gutter? Even the beggars on the streets exhibit more grace and refinement than you." Ugh! With disdain, the little one spat, his words firing like a machine gun. "Just look at your gaudy golden attire, resembling a dim-witted golden-winged bird, with your brows furrowed and eyes uneven, one large and one small. Your lipstick is smeared like a gaping maw, and you think yourself beautiful, do you? I wretch though devoid of vulgarity." Each of his remarks was a scathing critique of Jun Yushue's appearance. Mo Linyuan remarked, "Well done, my son. I had no idea you possessed such eloquence. It is undoubtedly a talent inherited from your mother." Jun Yujin commented, "What a clever boy. It hasn't been long, yet you've become so protective. Indeed, the bond of blood is quite intricate." Mei Xing and Mei Ying chimed in. "The young prince is truly remarkable, a true testament to his royal lineage." Lan Er and Qing'er added, "Ugh, it is clearly our young lady's formidable genes at play. Little wretch, what give you the right to speak here? Silence yourself. You insolent brat." Jun Yushue's face turned an ashen hue as she raised her hand to slap Jun Xiaojiao. However, Jun Yujin swiftly intervened, grasping her arm and delivering a resounding slap to her face in retaliation. 5 clear finger marks instantly appeared on her right cheek. "My son is not someone you can lay hands on," he said coldly, his icy gaze sending a shiver through everyone present, save for Emo Linyuan. "Yun Yuin, how dare you strike a princess consort?" she retorted. "Am I mistaken? You married a fool and bore an illegitimate child." With that, Jun Yujin delivered another slap. "It seems you haven't had your fill. Perhaps I should bestow a few more slaps upon you. I shall protect my family fiercely against those who dare insult my son." "Impudent! A mere princess consort dares to insult me and attempts to strike my son? I shall inform the crown prince and have him strip you of your title." Mo Linyuan momentarily resorted to invoking the crown prince's authority. Upon hearing this, Jun Yujin sighed, massaging his forehead with an exasperated glare. "Be quiet, will you? Making a fool of yourself and threatening to inform the crown prince. Has your brain been overtaken by a pig? The foolish one surely seeks to amuse, but one must admit, the status of the regent is quite advantageous, at least for keeping this crowd in check." Mo Linyuan commented. "He has fallen out of favor with his wife." Mo Chunjing observed the scene with an impassive demeanor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jun Yujin. Her transformation was indeed remarkable. This was the spirited woman he admired. Challenging yet irresistibly captivating. "You dare strike me?" Jun Yushua glared at her in fury, wishing to tear her apart and drain her of life. Had it not been for the royal father's excessive indulgence towards her foolish brother, she would have long since summoned her martial soul to eliminate that wretched couple. Chapter 33. The young lady surprisingly summons the blood lotus martial soul. "What have I done to deserve this? It is already a favor that this noble consort has chosen to strike you." Jun Yujin disdainfully clapped her hands, as if she had touched something repugnant. "The fact that I, the noble consort, personally took action is a sign of my regard for you." She coldly sneered at Jun Yushue's humiliation, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Is she truly so enraged that she wishes to end my life? The vengeance for my past life's indignities will be repaid in due time, ensuring that she experiences a fate worse than death. Otherwise, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched. Indeed, my mother's hands are precious. Even striking you is a sign of my esteem. Yun silikler de yun yuxu, her tieks pofts in enga. Yet, she soon turned to tenderly grasp Jun Yujin's hand, noticing a hint of redness, and exclaimed, "Mother, your hand is red. Let me soothe it." Mo Linyuan, my son is wonderful. It is heartwarming to see you care for your mother. You too. Jun Yushue covered her pained face, anger bubbling within her with no outlet. Mei Xing and Mei Xing. The noble consort is formidable. May she infuriate the crown princess to her demise. Lan'er and Qing'er continued to watch the spectacle with amusement. "Huh! To oppose Our Lady is to court disaster. Even if you do not perish, you shall surely be driven to madness." Since her initial words, Jun Yeqing had been scrutinizing Jun Yujin. She was no longer the weak and timid girl of 5 years past. This cannot be allowed to continue. Such a person must not be permitted to thrive. Thankfully, she is a waste incapable of cultivation. Otherwise, her growth would spell catastrophe for the Jun family. Even so, this is unacceptable. It seems I must employ a cadre of assassins to eliminate this menace, lest she remain an eyesore. Mo Linyuan, you old fox, have you consulted me regarding your intent to assassinate my noble consort? Ahem. Jun Yujin pretended to clear her throat, holding her son in one hand and Mo Linyuan in the other. She strode confidently to the highest seat in the hall and sat down with an air of authority. "Jun Yujin, that is your father's position. Rise at once, for you have no right to sit there," Jun Yushue scolded her, alarmed that she dared to occupy the place of honor with a fool and a lowborn child. "Such arrogance cannot be tolerated. Crown Princess, what did you just call me?" Jun Yujin asserted her dominance, cradling her son as she coldly surveyed Jun Yushue. Jun Xiaojiao seemed to have taken a liking to Mo Linyuan's embrace. As soon as she settled down, she wriggled her way onto his lap. "Minister Yun, should you not be paying respects to my noble consort and the regent? Moreover, why is there not a single cup of tea? Is this the customary reception for a return visit? Is this how the regent is honored?" Jun Yujin's lips curled into a half-smile, her posture languid as she rested her arm on the chair's armrest gazing imperiously down at the assembly, as though she were the sovereign of this household. Jun Yujin, you have gone too far. Jun Yushue had always perceived herself as superior to Jun Yujin. Her status was undeniably more exalted, as she too was a legitimate daughter. Why then did she exude such arrogance, treating them with utter disdain? The martial spirit, the azure dragon. She summoned forth her martial spirit, casting a malevolent glare at Jun Yujin above. Oh, you've even summoned your martial spirit. Do you intend to slay this princess? She taunted, feigning fear. Jun Yujin, witnessing her summon, remained languidly propped on his head, finally exhibiting a modicum of interest. Crown Princess, do you dare? Mo Linyuan's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, flashed with a brief glimmer of murderous intent. Jun Yujin instinctively glanced at the man beside her. In that moment, Mo Linyuan's expression had transformed back to that of a playful puppy. My wife is rather sensitive, he thought, his momentary ferocity quickly subsiding. Why do you look at me so? He asked with a foolish grin. It's nothing, Jun Yujin replied, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps I misjudged. He remains the same foolish man. She muttered inwardly, and upon hearing this, someone finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Azure Dragon, devour this insolent wretch. Jun Yushue seethed, witnessing their whispered exchange, unperturbed by her martial spirit's emergence. Phantom, Lanner, Mo Linyuan, and Jun Yujin called upon their subordinates and maidservants in unison. North Ice Bear. Upon receiving the command, Phantom summoned his North Ice Bear, causing those beneath his cultivation level to shiver as if they stood in the Arctic. Lanner also called forth her martial spirit. The Flame Bird. Dare to harm my lady? Flame Bird, peck that arrogant azure dragon to death. She commanded fiercely. None shall harm her lady. The Flame Bird radiated a sun-like fire, instantly warming the frigid hall. Yet, both she and Phantom were evenly matched, both at the mid-level of the minor perfection realm. In an instant, the hall was enveloped by a clash of ice and fire, leaving one feeling as though they were caught between an Arctic wasteland and a fiery mountain. The juxtaposition was quite uncomfortable. This is the Prime Minister's residence. You have no right to wreak havoc here. Jun Yeching summoned his Azure Dragon martial spirit, exuding an overwhelming pressure of strength. He recalled the last failed attempt to assassinate Jun Yujin, realizing that her maidservant was no ordinary individual, already having attained the mid-level of the major perfection realm at such a young age. At this moment, Lanner's martial spirit grasped the head of Jun Yushue's Azure Dragon, incessantly pecking at it. Seeing this, Jun Yushue nearly spat blood in fury. Schwer. Jun Yeching was unwilling to let his daughter be harmed, commanding his Azure Dragon, aid Schwecker's martial spirit. Mo Linyuan narrowed his cold, piercing eyes, recognizing that Jun Yeching's cultivation had indeed reached the mid-level of the major perfection realm. Jun Yujin was equally surprised, but for her, it posed no threat whatsoever. Jun Yexu has only just stepped into the realm of the Celestials, yet her strength was utterly crushed, the pressure from the powerful foes overwhelming her. Were it not for the cramped confines of the hall, Qing'er and Meishing would have summoned their martial spirits as well. However, with Jun Yujin and Mo Linyuan remaining silent, they too refrained from acting rashly. Jun Yexiang, are you truly allowing your daughter to unleash her martial spirit, rather than stopping her? Is it your intent to see me, the future princess, meet my demise? Jun Yujin slowly rose from her seat, a crimson lotus the size of her palm suddenly appearing in her hand. Ha ha! Jun Yexu could not help but burst into laughter upon seeing the diminutive martial spirit. Mo Chunjing's expression shifted from curiosity to disappointment as he regarded her. Ultimately, she was nothing but a waste. Even with the emergence of her martial spirit, it was merely a worthless one. A floral martial spirit? Jun Yujin, could you possibly be any more incompetent? He mocked her from above, a laughable sight indeed. For plant-based martial spirits are among the weakest, easily crushed by other soul masters. He had evidently overestimated her capabilities. Qing'er and Wanner shivered instinctively at the thought of their lady summoning the Blood Lotus martial spirit and its formidable powers. This narrative primarily revolves around emotional connections, with little focus on battles or leveling up, should there be any. Chapter 34. She is not a wastrel, but a genius. Though the blood lotus may appear as a mere flower, each of its soul techniques is enough to instill dread in the hearts of others. Moreover, the lady possesses a tri-spirit martial soul, of which the blood lotus is but one manifestation. Even the ancient Jun Yeqing, at the pinnacle of his cultivation, would prove inadequate against her. The ferocity of the lady within her organization, coupled with her martial spirit, strikes terror into all. Junyuxiang, today, will your family apologize to me, the future princess, or will you prefer to visit the emperor for tea? Perhaps a trip to hell for tea? Were it not for her discovery of the close ties between the Jun family and the empress of Liuli Kingdom, along with the empress's unwavering protection of the Juns, she would not hesitate to annihilate them all. The empress's formidable and elusive powers remain a mystery, making her a formidable opponent. Furthermore, she has uncovered that her mother's demise seems intricately linked to this old witch. Thus she would refrain from striking until the truth is ascertained. In that moment, her cultivation was revealed, the initial stage of the celestial realm, leaving the Jun family utterly dumbfounded. The initial stage of the celestial realm? The astonishment in the room was palpable. Jun Eugene had awakened her martial spirit only after 16 years, deemed a failure, with no future opportunity for awakening. Yet, not only had she awakened, but she had ascended to the initial stage of the celestial realm within a mere 5 years. What an extraordinary talent. Luaner and Qing'er exchanged knowing smirks. If only they knew that the lady's true power far surpassed the initial stage of the celestial realm, they would surely faint from shock. The blood lotus. Jun Eugene gently tossed her martial spirit into the air. Instantly, the blood lotus expanded to a size comparable to the Beibing bear of the shadow. The crowd gasped. Martial spirits can change size? This was truly an unprecedented phenomenon. Moreover, why does this blood lotus evoke a sensation of suppression upon their martial souls? It is well understood that plant-type martial souls are only subdued by beast martial souls, and it has never been heard of one that can counter a beast martial soul. Jun Yeqing's gaze narrowed slightly. He must unravel this peculiar situation. Should it prove to be a remarkable martial soul, he would seek an opportunity to extract it for Schwerer. At the very least, he currently perceives this blood lotus martial soul as profoundly enigmatic, and according to ancient texts, it is a martial soul that has never before manifested. Upon reading his thoughts, Mo Linyuan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Did he think to seize his wife's martial soul without consulting him? Qinglong, return. Jun Yeqing retracted his martial soul. Observing this, Jun Yuxue also withdrew her martial soul. Mei Ying and Luaner followed suit, promptly retracting their martial souls as well. Minister Jun, this princess and the prince have specifically returned today, and not only do you fail to welcome the regent properly, but you also allow your daughter to insult the prince. Do you hold the emperor in such disregard? To disregard the emperor? Such an accusation, if levied, could endanger the Jun family, even with the Empress Dowager's support. The emperor's wrath would be a formidable consequence. Moreover, the crown prince himself lacks the favor enjoyed by the regent, rendering him unqualified to engage in such disputes. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager is presently in seclusion. The old minister, bowing in apology to the regent and the princess, lamented, "I am deeply sorry. It is my failure to discipline my daughter. I implore your understanding." Jun Eugene responded languidly, casting a frosty glance at Jun Yuxue and Mo Qingjing. "And you two? Your Highness and your Grace, we apologize." Despite their internal reluctance, they had no choice but to express their contrition. "Speak louder." This princess has somewhat impaired hearing and did not catch that. She feigned cleaning her ear, raising her brow with displeasure, as though genuinely unable to hear. "You." Jun Yuxue was nearly driven to the brink, her eyes blazing with fury directed at her. Mo Qingjing grasped her hand, shaking his head gently. "Do not act impulsively. We will have our chances to deal with her later. The royal beast hunting competition is approaching. Even if she is currently the regent's consort, she must participate. It will be simple to confront her then. My elder brother, the crown prince, speaks wisely. Should we eliminate her now, it would be untenable with father. I was indeed too rash just now." Jun Yuxue nodded, realizing her earlier impulsiveness. Had she truly slain the vile Jun Eugene, their father would certainly hold her accountable. Your Highness and Your Grace, we apologize, the two declared in unison, their faces betraying their reluctance. Only they understood the depth of their desire to rend Jun Yujin to pieces. Dear niece, dear nephew, remember to treat your royal aunt with greater respect in the future. Lest I inadvertently lose my temper. Jun Yujin's visage bore a bloodthirsty grin that was truly unsettling. Who could have foreseen that 5 years prior, she was a mere waste? Now awakened with a martial soul and cultivated to the realm of the celestial being? The pace of her ascent was akin to that of a rocket. Your Highness, since you are not my beloved, should I not reclaim the phoenix blood jade that I entrusted to you the day before our wedding? Jun Yujin's gaze held no warmth, and his tone was as indifferent as still water, yet it exuded an overwhelming authority akin to turbulent waves. And you, Prime Minister, this princess consort recalls that your residence possesses a piece of black dragon blood jade. If that is indeed the case, then present it to the regent. Today, as the son-in-law returns home, you surely cannot deny him even a single exquisite treasure. Should this news circulate, how would the Prime Minister's reputation withstand it? Surely, the Emperor would be displeased upon hearing this, wouldn't he? She deliberately elongated the last syllable, her tone languid and bewitching. Mo Lin Yuan cast a surprised glance at his wife. Even he was unaware of such a treasure residing in the Prime Minister's estate. How'd she know? Remarkable. My dear, in this regard, I concede to you. Jun Yiqing. This is an attempt to swindle the Jun family's treasure. Responding to the princess consort, that black dragon blood jade can only be absorbed by one with the ancient black dragon's martial spirit. Even if I were to present it to the regent, he would be unable to absorb its essence. It would be better to let it be. This dark blood jade is a treasured heirloom of the Jun family, meant to be passed down to future generations when someone awakens the black dragon, allowing them to inherit the ancient royal bloodline. Hand it to you? I must be out of my mind. Upon hearing his unspoken thoughts, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Mo Lin Yuan's eyes beneath his mask, which quickly transformed into an innocent demeanor as he clapped his hands. My lady, I desire the blood jade, the black dragon blood jade. He even blinked his hazy eyes, curiously asking her, my lady, are the black dragon and phoenix a pair? Jun Yujin, you foolish creature, not entirely dim-witted, it seems. You recognize the blood jade as a pair. Silence. She shot him an annoyed glance. He did not wish to be quiet. He longed to be a pair with his lady. She glared at him again and turned her attention back to the visibly displeased Jun Yiqing. Prime Minister Yun, you have heard it yourself. The prince desires the black dragon blood jade from your estate. Jun Yiqing. Well, he gritted his teeth as he uttered the word. Regardless, you cannot absorb its essence. I shall wait for an opportune moment to have it stolen back. Chapter 35, Ambushed. He used his body as a shield for her. Your Highness, please wait a moment. This old minister will fetch the black dragon blood jade immediately. Having spoken, Jun Yiqing turned and exited the hall, his eyes brimming with a more intense killing intent. Your Highness? Where's my phoenix blood jade? That old rogue Jun Yiqing has obediently gone to retrieve the black dragon blood jade. Yet this foolish prince remains here without any action. It seems he has realized that the essence of the phoenix blood within has already vanished. What scheme is he concocting? Mo Lin Yuan, my dear, you have guessed correctly. That foolish prince indeed remains unaware that the phoenix essence is gone. He is contemplating how to absorb the phoenix essence upon his return before intending to return it to you. This insight came from his understanding of Mo Chunjing's thoughts. If Jun Yujin had been more observant at this moment, she would have noticed that the area of Mo Lin Yuan's jaw not concealed by his mask appeared somewhat pale. Andy, Chunjing did not carry the phoenix blood jade on him. He will deliver it to the regent's residence tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Joke. He has yet to absorb the essence from the blood jade. How could he possibly return it to her? Had he not been incessantly entangled with Jun Yushue these past few days, he would have absorbed the blood jade long ago. Why would he still be waiting until now? Very well. Do remember to bring some gifts for your royal uncle and aunt tomorrow. If you arrive empty-handed, I fear your reputation as a prince will be ridiculed by the world. They might say that as a prince. You come to visit your royal uncle and aunt without bringing any gifts to show your respect. Mo Chunjing. Well done, Jun Yujin. You possess quite the audacity. You dare to deceive this prince. Jun Yushua, a shameless person is indeed shameless, desiring everything. Living on Tianshui Mountain for too long, one has not seen the world. Ultimately, you're still a country bumpkin. Yes, royal aunt. Mo Chunjing gritted his teeth in response, harboring a desire to eliminate her. Jun Yujin cast him a disdainful glance, her tone icy and filled with contempt. From your expression, it seems you wish to bring about my demise, Chunjing dared not oppose her. Lowering his head, he offered a forced explanation. You shameless woman, when I ascend to the throne, I shall flay you alive. Dare you? If you do, I shall be the first to sever your head and kick it like a ball. Jun Yujin's frigid tone sent shivers down the spines of those present, instilling fear. Should she be provoked, it mattered not that he was a prince. Even the emperor would face dire consequences. Father, mother is truly formidable, isn't she? In Mo Ling Yuan's embrace, Jun Xiaojiao clung tightly, fearing for her father's safety. Extremely, extremely formidable. Father adores your mother. Mo Ling Yuan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. So rest assured, father, no one shall dare to bully you, for mother fiercely protects her own. She will surely be the first to strike down anyone who dares to torment you. Jun Xiaojiao gazed at him with concern. With a mind stunted at the age of 10, he realized he was only a few years older than her. Moreover, lacking a martial spirit, he was no warrior, indeed weaker than the ducklings he tended. Therefore, father requires protection, and he too shall safeguard his father. Jun Yujin, upon hearing his words, she nearly spat blood in anger. You wretched boy, apart from the members of the Jun family, I wish to eliminate. The father you speak of is the one I most desire to obliterate and punish. Mo Ling Yuan was in high spirits. Had the atmosphere not been so tense, he would have burst into laughter. Regent Princess, the Black Dragon Blood Jade is here. Please accept it, my lord. At that moment, Jun Yeqing arrived with the Black Dragon Blood Jade, reluctantly handing it over to her. Yet, thinking of recovering it later, he felt less sorrowful. Were it not for the Empress Dowager's seclusion for cultivation, would this minister need to bow to you? Even if the emperor were present, this old minister would not fear him. Well then, I shall not be courteous. A piece of pure black jade, with a hint of red at its center. Jun Yujin examined it in her hand, sensing it with her spiritual awareness. Confirming it to be genuine Black Dragon Blood Jade, she then tossed it to Mo Ling Yuan, calling him a wretched creature. This is a gift from Prime Minister Jun for your return. Do take good care of it, lest someone snatch it away from you. The crowd murmured, a wretched creature? She dares to call the regent a wretched creature. Jun Yushua smirked coldly, inwardly mocking. You little harlot, your demise is imminent. Jun Yeqing thought to herself. This little vixen has indeed underestimated her. To have thought of this much, she is truly the spawn of that wicked woman, the snow demon. Had it not been for my momentary infatuation with her beauty, how could I allow the offspring she bore to humiliate me now? Since she could not brazenly kill her, could he not discreetly resolve the matter? Her two maidservants possessed merely the initial attainment of great perfection. He could hire a group of individuals with superior skills to eliminate her when she was alone. Mo Lin Yuan, having heard his thoughts, scoffed inwardly. To lay hands on my wife, the consequences are beyond your comprehension. Today ST from Prime Minister Jun. I fear the princess and the prince will be elevated to the heavens. How about this? Another day, when there are matters at the Jun residence, I shall accompany the prince to pay a visit once more. Jun Yujin lifted her eyelids, casting a disinterested glance at the individuals below, preparing to take her leave. She would soon return alongside that wretched creature. His cherished son, stationed at the border, would be returning shortly. At that time, she would ensure his joyous occasion turns to despair. For years, he had indulged in debauchery within the military camps, seducing and violating the married women at the borders. Behaving tyrannically, the public had long harbored resentment towards him. Had he not been the son of the prime minister, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Indeed, we bid farewell to the regent and the princess. As Jun Yujin and Mo Lin Yuan departed with their entourage, the people of the prime minister's residence bowed in respect. Jun Yushue could not bear her haughty demeanor, feeling perpetually inclined to eliminate her. Thus, she signaled her maidservant with a glance, silently urging, "Act swiftly, kill that wretched woman." The maidservant, personally selected by her and a martial artist with slightly higher cultivation than Jun Yujin, was determined to succeed in this task. The maidservant understood her intent and nodded, gripping her sword. As she saw Jun Yujin approach, she unsheathed her sword and lunged at her. "Wretched woman, dare to insult my lady, perish." Killing this wretched creature would surely earn her the favor of the second miss, leading her to a life of glory and untold riches. "Madam, be careful." Upon hearing Jun Yushua's intentions, Mo Linyuan recognized her plan to instigate violence. As he witnessed the maidservant's actions, his first instinct was to place Jun Xiaojiao on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself in front of her, gripping her arms tightly, shielding her with his entire being. "My lord!" Meishing and Meiying gasped in terror, calling out to him. The maidservant was too close. They could not intervene in time. Jun Yujin thought, "It is unimaginable that this dog of a man would shield her with his body under such circumstances." Chapter 36, Where exactly is the 21st century that my wife speaks of? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the blood lotus, which bloomed beautifully in the air in an instant. In a swift motion, the maid was engulfed by the heart of the flower, its petals closing abruptly. A sound like a chime echoed, seemingly disapproving of the sword. After devouring the maid, the flower expelled her from its apex. The onlookers stared in astonishment at this blood lotus martial spirit, a force surpassing even Jun Yujin's prowess, which had consumed her in the blink of an eye. Jun Yushua gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Jun Yujin was a devil. How could she possess such a terrifying martial spirit? With a voice as cold as ice, Jun Yujin slightly lifted her eyelids. A smile that was neither fully a smile nor a sneer playing at her lips. The blood lotus devoured its prey. Upon summoning the martial spirit, it magnified to an astounding size, dwarfing its previous release. "Princess consort, this maid is under your command. She suddenly emerged to attack me without cause. Shouldn't you provide an explanation?" She pulled Mo Linyuan aside, approaching her with an imposing presence, her voice icy as she questioned. Jun Yushua was taken aback. Instinctively clutching Jun Yeching beside her, her eyes wide with fear and trepidation. "What is there to explain? She attempted to kill you without my instigation." She shifted the blame entirely onto the maid, confident that even if the maid were to be killed, the emperor's wrath would not fall upon her. Jun Yujin let out a cold scoff, finding her cowardice profoundly ironic. "A timid one, are we? It seems you are aware of fear. Fear is warranted. A more fitting fate awaits you. With such a lackluster attempt, you think to harm me? You must still be dreaming." Once she uncovered the truth behind her mother's demise, she would raze the entire Jun residence to the ground, with all its inhabitants buried alongside it. Her mother, the most beautiful and loving woman in her life, would forever remain in her heart. She could never forget the image of her mother smiling in relief as she lay on the bed, succumbing to death at the age of 5. In her youth, she had not comprehended the weight of loss, but in her rebirth, coupled with the revelations of her mother's past, how could she not harbor hatred? "Dear mother, let's return home." Mo Linyuan, understanding her sentiments, felt an indescribable pain in his heart beneath his mask. He feared for the moment she discovered that Jun Yeching had once gathered a group to humiliate her mother. He could only imagine the depth of her anguish. This piercing sorrow resonated with him, and he wished to shield her from the truth. As he departed, his gaze, cold as that of a hellish warrior, cast a chilling glance at Jun Yeching. "Mother, let us hurry home. I am hungry and yearn for your cooking." Yun Xiaoyu evil passive to sensed her mother's sorrow with a mere glance. He tugged at her skirt, pitifully rubbing his stomach. His mother had once said that no mood could not be cured by delicious food. Jun Yeching pondered whether she had imagined it. Could a fool possess such a terrifying gaze? In that fleeting moment, it felt as though someone had grasped her throat. Holding his breath, he felt an unbearable discomfort. "My dear, I am also hungry and wish to share a meal prepared by you with our son." Upon hearing this, Mo Linyuan suddenly realized he too was famished. "Are you truly hungry? Did you not consume an entire basin of noodles this morning?" This rascal, before departing that morning, had insisted on her cooking for him after witnessing their son enjoying the noodles she had made. If she refused to cook, the son would offer him his own portion. After finishing it, he would again request her to prepare more. Ultimately, she yielded and cooked an enormous basin of noodles, which both father and son devoured entirely. How could it be that so little time had passed, and he was already hungry again? Just then, his stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Such a glutton, she scolded, casting an exasperated glance at the two of them. How could they be so insufferable, the elder and the younger alike? This little one had clearly inherited the traits of his father, imitating him in every regard. Once it was just a small child who vexed her now. It was both a small child and a grown man causing her distress. Had she not possessed sufficient resilience, she would have long since been driven to her wit's end by these two. Blue and Green could not suppress their laughter. In all their years of service, they had never witnessed their mistress so thoroughly exasperated. This was precisely why they found her aversion to the prince so perplexing. Mei Xing instinctively glanced at Blue and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her eyes, recalling the night she had been beaten. She seethed with indignation, vowing that one day she would exact her revenge and make him understand the taste of defeat. At the regent's palace, as Jun Yujin and his entourage returned to the royal residence, they discovered the palace guard stationed outside. Brother, it must be him. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Mo Linyuan joyfully scooped up Jun Xiaojiao and hurried inside. After a moment, sensing something amiss, he halted and turned to Jun Yujin, urging, "My dear, hurry, brother has arrived." "Why the haste? What is so remarkable about him?" "He is merely a man," Jun Yujin replied dismissively, continuing at a leisurely pace. "That scoundrel brother of yours is no saint either. It is quite pathetic that he is an emperor, yet judges others solely by their appearance. After all, emperors have countless beauties in their harem, changing partners as though they were garments. They indulge in whoever pleases them each night, hardly inclined to appreciate those deemed unattractive. It is truly unfortunate for Xing'er to be the fiancée of such a wretched emperor, destined to share her husband with countless women while assuming the role of a matriarch. In the 21st century, one might expect such behavior from ancient emperors, but it persists even in this foreign realm where polygamy reigns, especially among emperors with their 3,000 concubines. Do they not fear the consequences of such indulgence? Thankfully, that scoundrel has neither concubines nor mistresses within his household, sparing her from the nauseating thought of his past entanglements with numerous women. Mo Linyuan interjected, "Wife, your imagination is too vivid. I assure you, I'm not one to be driven by base desires. In this life, I wish only to grow old with you. In every lifetime, it is but you alone. However, my elder brother is the emperor, and all the daughters of ministers and princesses from neighboring nations, once married, must receive his favor. This is an unavoidable reality. Yet, what manner of place is the 21st century? He has heard his wife express her thoughts numerous times in her heart. Sister-in-law, little do you know how remarkable I am in your eyes, and what sort of person I am." Mo Linhan slowly walked to the entrance, draped in a deep purple brocade robe today, exuding an air of dignified nobility and an inherent, imposing presence. Jun Yujin thought, this audacious emperor has managed to overhear. Chapter 37. Upon a simple calculation, it seems he is somewhat indifferent and ungrateful, and perhaps even brings misfortune to his wives. Sister-in-law, Shangwan Xing'er followed closely behind Mo Linhan, and upon seeing Jun Yujin, she stepped forward with delight. "Zistuk Xingye, you have come too." Jun Yujin, noticing Shangwan Xing'er, also advanced with a gentle smile. Elder brother Linhan mentioned he would be visiting elder brother Linyuan today, so I accompanied him. Shangwan Xing'er always radiated a sense of purity and vivacity. Clad today in a charming yellow garment, she appeared exceptionally playful and endearing. In the future, feel free to come directly to the regent's residence. There is no need to accompany someone else. Jun Yujin smiled, taking her hand, intending to find a more private place to converse. "Zistuk Xingye, come, let us stroll elsewhere." Mei Xing and Mei Ying remarked, "Princess, it appears you have overlooked the emperor beside you." Lanner and Qing'er chimed in, "Miss, is it truly wise to disregard his majesty, the emperor of Liuli Kingdom?" Mo Linyuan glanced around, caught between his beloved wife and his most esteemed elder brother. Observing the little bun in his embrace, he instinctively shifted a step towards Jun Yujin. Although his elder brother was indeed significant, one could not afford to offend his wife. Offending her would also entail displeasing their son in his arms, as well as the one yet to be seen. Mei Xing and Mei Ying subconsciously noticed their lord's actions and thought. Your movements reveal a strong desire for self-preservation, my lord. Sister-in-law, you have yet to respond to my query. Is there any outsider present? Am I considered an outsider? Seeing her disregard him, a dark cloud loomed over Mo Linhan's expression, creating a palpable discomfort. Nevertheless, those accustomed to his fluctuating moods had grown accustomed to his capricious nature. He loves his country and the world, yet has little affection for beauties, whom he regards merely as possessions. This has been the consensus of all who have known him over the years. Elder brother, you are indeed remarkable, as you are the sovereign of Lioli Kingdom and a man of genuine substance. Jun Yujin regarded him with a smile, unimpressed, feeling that to be irked by such matters was somewhat petty. Moreover, the outsiders I referred to are the guard stationed outside. They're indeed outsiders, are they not? For the sake of Sister Xinger's fondness for you, I shall refrain from engaging in a quarrel. Upon closer inspection, this audacious emperor differs somewhat from that audacious man, as he bears a teardrop mole beneath his eye and has slightly thinner lips. Upon careful reflection, one might discern that he possesses a rather callous and ungrateful nature, and he seems to bring misfortune upon his wives. I sincerely hope that after marrying him, Sister Xinger will not suffer from his ill fate. His eyes, long and reminiscent of a dog, coupled with a demeanor that belies his years, suggest he is a few years older than he appears. It is rumored that in a few months, the dog emperor will celebrate his 40th birthday, looking remarkably youthful despite his age. Ultimately, Sister Xinger has fallen for an older man, which is indeed a pity. Mo Linyuan remarked, my wife is formidable. I thank her for sparing my elder brother. He was quite certain that had Sister Xinger not been present, and had she not held a special place in his elder brother's heart, she would have inflicted a verbal wound upon him that would leave him gasping for breath, without the need for any concealed grievances. Mo Linyan observed her flawless explanation, adorned with a smile that seemed innocent, genuinely devoid of any intent to offend. His simmering anger found no avenue for rebuttal. Akin to a swallowed egg lodged uncomfortably in his throat, causing considerable distress. Those nearby could not suppress their laughter, though none dared to express it openly. Recognizing his status as the ruler of the Lioli Kingdom, with a suppressed chuckle, Su Guaning covered her mouth, unable to contain her amusement. Since entering the palace and following her elder brother Linhan, this was the first instance she had witnessed him in such a predicament. Xinger, come here. Seeing her so intimately engaged with Jun Yujin, Mo Linyan's icy demeanor darkened further, as if sensing that his wife was being taken away from him. I don't want that. I like my sister-in-law and wish to play with her for a while, Su Guning retorted playfully, making a face at him before running off with Jun Yujin. Mo Linyan thought to himself, the little one has grown bold, daring to defy my commands. Very well, I shall ensure she knows my displeasure upon our return. Brother, come quickly. I recently completed a painting and would like your opinion on it, Mo Linyuan called out, reluctantly parting with the little dumpling in his arms to hand him over to Lanner and the others. Little Gio, behave and play with your aunties and uncles for a moment. Your father has matters to discuss with your uncle. His feigned ignorance tugged at Mo Linyan's heartstrings. Having maintained this charade for 15 years since he was 10, it was indeed a great injustice to him. Subconsciously, he glanced at Jun Xiaojiu and noted that the boy's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Jun Yujin's, possessing a captivating allure that starkly contrasted with his own brother. What was he pondering? The child was not his brother's son. It was impossible for him to resemble him. Daddy, Jun Xiaojiu expressed a desire to accompany him to see the painting he had created. Why must it be hidden away for uncle's eyes only? Maxing, recognizing that her lord had business to discuss with the emperor, swiftly took the child from Lanner's embrace. Little prince, shall we go feed the fish? This feeding, of course, meant tending to ornamental fish. No, I'm tired of that. It's not fun. Jun Xiaojiu pouted, clearly displeased. What if I take you to Grandma Qin instead? Did you not mention earlier that you were hungry? We asked Grandma Qin to make dumplings for you. What does that sound? He used the promise of delicious food to coax the little one. After observing for a few days, he had grasped some of the child's preferences. Jun Xiaojiao rolled her eyes. Just the thought of Grandma Qin's cooking, reminiscent of her mother's homey flavors, made her certain the dumplings would be delectable. All right, let's go to Grandma Qin. The little one was so excited she nearly drooled. Upon hearing about food, she immediately clung to Meixing. Lan'er and Qing'er followed suit. Only Meiying kept close behind Mo Linyuan and Mo Linyan, unable to stray far, as he needed to prevent anyone from approaching them. As soon as they entered the study, Mo Linyan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Linyuan, I truly fail to see what is admirable about that woman. She's willful and lacks decorum, and she has a child whose paternity is unknown. Why do you care for her so deeply? Isn't the second miss of the Jun family a better choice? At that moment, Mo Linyuan removed his mask, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. Having worn a mask for years, his complexion bore a pallid hue from lack of sunlight. Thoughts of Jun Yujin and their two sons made him smile with profound satisfaction. Brother, one should not judge solely by appearances. My wife is exceptional. That little Gio is my biological son, and I can assure you of this without a doubt. Mo Linyan replied, Brother, you seem gravely ill. Chapter 38, Telepathy is, in fact, a torment for him. No longer pretending before his elder brother, his earnest demeanor made Mo Linyan aware of the truth. His brother never lied to him. What did you say? That child cannot possibly be your son. I see no resemblance to you, Mo Linyan remarked, arching an eyebrow. He shook his head, still skeptical about the child's appearance. That's because this son resembles his mother. I am confident the other son must take after me, Mo Linyuan replied, proudly lifting his chin, his face radiating paternal affection. Another son? Mo Linyan reached out to touch his forehead. No fibit. Why are you always so fanciful? It seems that woman has truly bewitched you, to the point of daring to deceive your elder brother. Brother, Mo Linyuan took his hand away. I'm not ill. Why would I have a fever? Since you're not ill, why do you claim a son so wildly? Jun Yujin only has one child. How could there be another son here? Brother, Mo Linyuan helplessly called out again, earnestly explaining, have you forgotten that I possess the ability of telepathy? Mo Linyan nodded, saying, how could I forget that? But you often complain of the noise, choosing to block the thoughts of those around you to avoid severe interference with your mind. Just imagine, hearing the thoughts of one or two people is manageable. What if it were dozens or even hundreds? Every individual's innermost voice diverges, akin to being confined within a pitch-black chamber devoid of sound, only to be suddenly inundated with a cacophony of chatter. Such a state can utterly dismantle a person's psyche, leading to a complete mental breakdown. This is not a skill to be celebrated, but rather a tormenting punishment of profound anguish. Yet, what relevance does this hold for her? Mo Linhan could never fathom the connection between his telepathy and the identities of Jun Yujin's two sons. Of course, there exists a connection. Mo Linyuan retrieved the white jade bracelet, which had been left behind by Jun Yujin 5 years prior, his gaze imbued with tenderness. You are aware that I have sought the owner of this bracelet for 5 years, and she is the woman with whom I shared a night of passion 5 years ago. Following that, she was sent to Tianshui Mountain by Jun Yeqing, enduring the hardships of bearing a child alone. Even so, how can you be certain that she is indeed the woman with whom you once shared such intimacy? This alone is insufficient to convince anyone. The reason lies in the fact that my telepathy fails when it comes to her. I can silence the hearts of all, yet hers remains impervious to my abilities. It fails with her? Now that is intriguing. You know that aside from you, my blood relation, and that ancient hag in the palace who is engrossed in her cultivation, I cannot hear the thoughts of others unless I choose to block them out. She, however, is an exception, a phenomenon that traces back to the moment she stepped down from the bridal sedan. Mo Linyuan has never concealed anything from his elder brother, for they are true blood brothers, sharing the same parents. Over the years, it can be said that it is his brother's protection that has allowed him to survive amidst peril. Naturally, he has kept the fact that his wife is the sovereign of the blood slaughter hall a secret from his imperial brother. So that is the case. It truly must have been burdensome for her. You have wronged her in 2 lifetimes. It is only right to treat the young lady with kindness. It is indeed regrettable that she did not bring back the other nephew. After hearing what he said, Mo Linhan wore an expression of realization. I too find it regrettable. Yet one cannot rush and savor hot tofu. Mo Linyuan felt a sense of helplessness, yet merely contemplating it brought a smile of tender satisfaction to his lips. As Mo Linhan beheld this affectionate smile, his eyes grew increasingly sorrowful, imbued with red veins that tugged at one's heartstrings. Had his wife and child not been slain all those years ago, the child would now be 15, and he would have a blissful household. Imperial brother. Mo Linyuan understood that he was reminiscing about his deceased sister-in-law, the only woman he had ever loved throughout the years. He could never forget how tragically his sister-in-law had perished near the time of her delivery. The child was forcibly extracted before the eyes of his imperial brother, only to be suffocated, while she herself endured excruciating pain to the point of death. Moreover, the child, resembling their mother in gentle features, had been subjected to torment before being taken from her. All of these calamities stemmed from that old hag of an Empress Dowager. After all these years, he still has not been able to surmount the agony of losing his sister-in-law and child. Such pain, a suffering that pierces to the very marrow. Who can easily transcend it? The Empress Dowager was once as innocent and lively as Xinger, yet she ultimately met a tragic end. They shall forever reside in my heart. Mo Linhan pressed his hand against his chest, seemingly finding solace in this gesture, as if it could alleviate his pain and allow him to feel that his wife and child still existed within his world. He then noticed a portrait of a veiled woman hanging on the wall and remarked softly, "Is this the image you sought my reference for?" No need to guess. The woman depicted is also my sister-in-law. If I were to see her true face one day, I would certainly paint another portrait. It is truly regrettable and unfair that the first veil of my wife was taken away by Xinger. His feelings toward Shangwan Xinger were a tumultuous blend of love and hate. This sister was remarkably innocent, reminiscent of the late Empress Dowager, and treated him with kindness. Yet, the tragedy lay in her identity as the daughter of that woman. The mere mention of Shangwan Xinger made Mo Linhan's already cold and fierce gaze turn even more bloodthirsty and cruel, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Mo Linyuan cast a sympathetic glance at him, biting his lip before cautiously saying, "Although Xinger is that person's daughter, she is genuinely kind-hearted. If you marry her, I do not ask for you to treat her well, but at the very least, do not torment her. This is the only thing I can do for Xing, as I lack the standing to urge the emperor to let go of his hatred. If it were me in his place, such animosity would last a lifetime, never to dissipate." Understood. Mo Linhan did not wish to argue with his brother, for he had felt over the years how well Shangwan Xinger treated him. Yet, how could he forget the enmity that led to the murder of his wife and child, and the humiliation inflicted upon his mother? Chapter 39, A Shocking Secret. Does Mo Linyuan have two personalities? In the back garden, Shangwan Xinger and Jun Yujin strolled together, sharing laughter. Ha ha ha, Empress Dowager, you are truly remarkable. You are my idol. Xinger laughed heartily, her eyes gleaming with admiration for Jun Yujin. You dealt with that pair of scoundrels, the Crown Prince and Jun Yushue, superbly. I truly wish to witness how humiliated they were at that moment. Jun Yujin smiled wryly. It wasn't that humiliating. It felt akin to the aftermath of consuming something unpleasant. Xinger nearly choked on her saliva at this remark, incredulous that the Empress Dowager could provoke such a reaction from that pair. Empress Dowager, please take me along wherever you go in the future. Shangwan Xinger kicked a small stone on the ground, sending it rolling into the garden ahead. You have no idea how dreadfully boring it is for me in the palace. I feel as though I might grow insects. It's bearable when I can see Brother Linhan, but there are times I might not see him for days. Hearing her mention Mo Linhan, Jun Yujin instinctively inquired, "Do you have such an affection for Mo Linhan? He has countless beauties in the harem, and can change to a fresh woman daily. Marrying him would be quite the fortune. In the past, I yearned to marry a man who would be wholly devoted to me, a singular wife. However, after developing feelings for Brother Linhan, that dream has become a relic of the past. To love an emperor and endure the presence of his myriad concubines is, alas, an inevitable part of this journey. The depth of her affections seems to have penetrated to the very core of her heart. Moreover, I can sense that Brother Lin Han harbors feelings for me. He treats me with a tenderness that is distinct from his demeanor towards other women. So, you have succumbed to this infatuation? Jun Yujin remarked with a playful roll of her eyes. Indeed, the innocent young maiden is the easiest to deceive. No matter how she perceives it, she cannot discern any semblance of love in Mo Lin Han's gaze. Oh, dear sister-in-law, rest assured, Brother Lin Han is truly wonderful. Do not be deceived by his seemingly cold exterior. He possesses great attentiveness and kindness. Whenever Shangwan Xinger speaks of Mo Lin Han, her eyes are alight with fervent affection. Compared to the other concubines, Brother Lin Han dotes on her remarkably. Once, when she accidentally scraped her knee, he tenderly carried her for quite a distance, evoking envy among a throng of women. Jun Yujin's lips twitched in disbelief. Was it truly possible that this stoic figure harbored any gentleness? She could believe that Mo Lin Yuan, that scoundrel, could be tender, but the notion of the emperor being gentle was simply beyond her comprehension. Regardless, as long as you find happiness, that is all that matters. Should he dare to mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure he faces the consequences, she declared, exuding a fierce determination that made Shangwan Xinger laugh and feel deeply touched. If Brother Lin Han dares to bully me after marriage, I shall be the first to seek refuge with you, dear sister-in-law. Shangwan Xinger exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of someone who has found a steadfast protector. Yet, even without Jun Yujin's presence, no one in the palace would dare harm her. Her status alone ensured her safety. Once you marry, I fear I shall have to address you as sister-in-law, Jun Yujin teased with a smile. Her words rang true. Once she wed Mo Lin Han, the title would indeed be fitting. Oh, I won't hear of it. I shall adhere to the order of precedence. You are my sister-in-law. Shangwan Xingye blusit, wrapping her arms around Jun Yujin's, shyly leaning against her shoulder. By the way, Xing, has your royal brother's intellect remained that of a 10-year-old all these years? Is there any chance he might suddenly behave like a normal person, only to revert to his original state after a while? Jun Yujin mused, unable to fathom this perplexing matter. There was surely some secret lurking within that scoundrel's heart. On that fateful night 5 years ago, he did not resemble a fool, especially as he uttered words that bordered on audacity. He was, without a doubt, a fully fledged man. If he were truly a simpleton, he would not have uttered such reassurances during intimate moments, nor would he have wiped away her tears with his tongue as she cried in pain. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it further, for it only stirs my ire. Regardless, every detail of that night indicated he was anything but a fool. In her previous life, she met her demise beneath him, and the fury-laden demands, coupled with his subtly intentional displays of anger, were sufficient proof that he was no fool. Yet, the probing on their wedding night, along with Qin Ma's remarks to Xiao Jiu that day, confirmed he was indeed a genuine fool. Ah! Shangwan Xinger lifted her head from her shoulder, instinctively nodding in response. Realizing she had let something slip, she hurriedly covered her pink lips with her hands, glancing around to see if anyone was nearby. Once she confirmed there was no one, a sigh of relief washed over her. Is there? Indeed, that dog of a man was concealing something from her. Empress sister, just pretend I said nothing. Shangwan Xinger was acutely aware of her blunder. Although she held great affection for her empress sister, she dared not utter the secret concerning her elder brother's life and death. Had it not been for her inadvertent discovery, and given that she was the fiancée of Lin Han, Lin Yuan would have eliminated her the moment he realized she knew the secret. Xinger, beyond being your empress sister, do you consider me a friend? Jun Yujin regarded her with grave seriousness. It wasn't that she sought to manipulate Xinger, but rather that she genuinely wished to clarify the matter. Yet, Shangwan Xinger bit her lip, caught in a dilemma, wanting to speak yet fearing to do so. If Lin Han were to learn that she had divulged Lin Yuan's affairs to a third party, he would undoubtedly be furious. Never mind, I won't press you. I will uncover the truth myself. Jun Yujin patted her shoulder, not wishing to coerce her. For now, simply knowing he could assume a normal human guise was sufficient. It appeared that the dog of a man possessed a dual personality. For the most part, he exhibited a childlike mentality, while on rare occasions, he would revert to his normal self. Believing she had angered her, Shangguan Xing'er hastily reassured her. All right, Emperor Sister, please do not be upset. I will tell you, but you must promise to keep it to yourself. Jun Yujin replied, Xing, which of my eyes indicated that I was angry. Lan'er and Xing'er, upon hearing this, instinctively distanced themselves. Noticing that Lan'er and Xing'er had fallen behind, Shangguan Xing'er leaned closer to Jun Yujin. In a hushed tone, she revealed, actually, Lin Yuan has two personalities. One is as you see him now, and the other emerges on nights of the full moon when he returns to his normal state. But Jun Yujin's expression suggested she had anticipated this revelation. But what? This little girl spoke only half of the truth, withholding the other part. Chapter 40. Do you realize you are playing with fire? However, there was something peculiar. Shangguan Xing'er had witnessed the crimson-eyed emo Lin Yuan and had nearly fallen victim to his thirst for blood. What was so peculiar? Was it merely the redness of his eyes that rendered him abnormal? On that fateful night 5 years ago, his eyes had remained blood-red, as if filled with an uncontrollable frenzy. Even the relentless desire seemed intertwined with those crimson orbs. And on their wedding night, his eyes had also turned blood-red, albeit only for a fleeting moment. In summary, this is quite unusual. Only those who have witnessed it can truly comprehend. Furthermore, you and Brother Lin Yuan have already wed. Thus, there will undoubtedly be ample opportunities for you to understand in the future. This little one certainly knows how to keep people in suspense. I must inform you of one particular detail in advance. Otherwise, you may misinterpret Brother Lin Yuan's intentions later on. Any notion that might lead the Empress to misunderstand the Emperor will be entirely eradicated. What is it? Jun Yujin inquired with amusement, observing her. With her penchant for revealing half-truths, it seems I must grow accustomed to her manner of speaking. It is that after Brother Lin Yuan returns to his normal self, he remembers all his usual activities. However, should he revert to his immature state, he will forget everything he experienced as a normal person. Thus, the Empress is unlikely to misinterpret Brother Lin Yuan in the future. Rest assured, I shall not misjudge him. You have elucidated everything so clearly. If I were to misunderstand him again, it would be rather absurd. This aligns perfectly with why, 5 years ago, he retained no memories of the events that transpired. It appears that her future endeavors will revolve around dealing with a mature version of this man, while his immature self resembles that of a child. To act against a child would be unbecoming, lacking challenge and assertiveness. Princess Xing. The Emperor is preparing to return to the palace and inquires if you wish to accompany him. At that moment, a palace guard approached Shangguan Xing. Doesn't Brother Lin Han usually wait until after dining with Brother Lin Yuan before returning to the palace? Why is he leaving so early today? Shangguan Xing'er pouted adorably, visibly displeased. She had only just engaged in conversation with the Empress and was already expected to depart. If you do not wish to return, simply have him inform the Emperor. Do you think I would let you go hungry here? Jun Yujin teased her with a smile, genuinely hoping she would linger a bit longer. Having traversed this world and lived 2 lifetimes, she had yet to forge a deep and sincere friendship. She felt a tinge of reluctance to see this charming young girl leave. Very well, I shall return with Brother Lin Han. Shangguan Xing'er sighed wistfully, casting a longing glance at Jun Yujin. Alas, Brother Lin Han is often preoccupied with state affairs or attending to the concubines in the harem, leaving little time for us to spend together. With that, she sighed again. For now, I am still free, so I can seek him out whenever I wish. However, once I become Empress, my time with him will be constrained. Although she was aware that the future held a certain sadness, her love propelled her forward unwaveringly. Jun Yujin forced a smile, her thoughts lingering. Our Xing'er is the most adorable and kind-hearted. She will surely be a paragon of virtue in the future. Regardless, should the Emperor dare to mistreat Xing'er, she would whisk her away, ensuring they would never cross paths again. Were it not for Xing'er's unwavering love for that wretched emperor, she would have taken her back to the Snow Kingdom to be her sister-in-law. How pitiable her 3 brothers are, 130, 128, and 125, still single to this day. None of them had encountered the woman they cherished. Farewell, elder sister-in-law. I shall come to visit you another day, or perhaps we could arrange to go shopping tomorrow. Shangguan Xing'er waved her hand reluctantly, turning away with a sense of longing, as if Jun Yujin were the one she held dear in her heart. Very well, if you come out of the palace to find me tomorrow, make it in the morning. If you do not arrive by then, I have matters to attend to in the afternoon, so you may visit me the day after. Jun Yujin, recalling some unfinished business, informed her in advance to spare her a fruitless trip. Shangwan Xinger nodded and swiftly dashed outside. Miss Xinger is truly adorable. Indeed, I have never encountered such a charming and innocent young girl. After she departed, Lanner and Xinger approached, unable to restrain their admiration for her lively figure. Yes, Jun Yujin thought of Jun Xiaojiu and then commanded, you both go find that rascal. Once you locate him, bring the young master back to Linglan Yuyuan. She suddenly realized that her son had grown distant from her during this time. Every day began with searching for that rascal, and sometimes, when she was not paying attention, he would even climb walls to seek out his father. This boy would inevitably drive her to exasperation. On the way back to the palace, Shangwan Xinger sat in the carriage, her head bowed in silence, not daring to glance at Linan. Accustomed to her usual chatter, those around her found her sudden quietude disconcerting. Are you concealing something from me? His gaze, piercing and cold as a deep pool, softened momentarily, revealing a hint of concern. Your demeanor suggests you have erred. Otherwise, why this silence? Typically, you would have already clung to my arm. Brother Linan, I. Shangwan Xinger felt a pang of dread at the thought of his reprimand, her heart heavy with guilt. She hesitated to speak, yet fear held her tongue. Xinger, you have never hidden anything from me. Speak. He pulled her slender form close, his frosty demeanor giving way to warmth. His voice, enticing and melodious, felt like a potent elixir. Shangwan Xinger found herself unable to resist him. Gazing into his gentle eyes, her heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. Her cheeks flushed as she instinctively bit her lip. Linan regarded her innocent charm, and for a fleeting moment, a desire stirred within him. Indeed, a longing that transcended mere affection. Since the brutal murder of his wife and child 15 years ago, he had not felt such emotions towards any woman. He never anticipated that she would be the one to awaken his desires once more. No, how could he harbor such feelings for her? Brother Linan, how is it that you are so remarkably handsome? Shangwan Xinger instinctively reached out to trace the contour of his brow, her gaze lingering on the tear-shaped beauty mark beneath his eye, which she particularly adored. You're playing with fire. Do you realize that? His breath hitched as he drew her down onto the carriage seat, his voice a raspy whisper, blending sincerity with intrigue. Next month we shall wed. You have made me impatient to marry you. Suddenly, he uttered this unexpected proclamation, his dark eyes deep and unfathomable. Next month? Shangwan Xinger had never heard him utter such words, and her cheeks flushed even deeper with embarrassment. Chapter 41. The True Countenance of Linan. So handsome it provokes divine jealousy. What? Ist Xinger unwilling? He pressed down on her, lowering his body slightly. His handsome visage loomed larger in her eyes, rendering his features even more exquisite and enchanting. Observing her adorably blushing face, he swallowed hard, his bodily desires stirring within him. This innocence he would shatter with his own hands. Hell was too cold. Ultimately, he longed for someone to accompany him. Of course, I am willing, she replied excitedly, only to feel a wave of disappointment as she added, but my royal aunt is currently in seclusion. Let us wait a while. She had only one family member left in this world, her royal aunt. Thus, she yearned for an elder to witness her wedding. The Shangwan family had perished 5 years prior on the battlefield, leaving her as the sole daughter. Her royal aunt, feeling pity for her, brought her into the palace and betrothed her to Brother Linan. Upon hearing her mention that old witch of a queen mother, the flicker of desire within him extinguished as though doused with cold water, leaving him utterly disinterested. He withdrew from her, responding with an indifferent hum, and continued to question her. You still haven't answered me. What is it that you are concealing from me? Shangwan Xinger felt perplexed, as if he had suddenly transformed into a different person. Yet, he was typically cold and aloof, never having smiled even once in the 5 years she had known him. Not even a cold smirk had she ever witnessed. With this thought, she leaned her head on his shoulder, feeling a pang of heartache as she answered timidly. I mentioned to sister-in-law that brother Lin Yuan would return to his normal self on the night of the full moon. She asked me today, and I couldn't help but let it slip. Although she willingly divulged this to sister-in-law later, she indeed had let it slip when sister-in-law first questioned her. Seeing him fall silent, she assumed he was angry and clutched his arm tighter. Brother Lin, please do not blame sister-in-law for inquiring about brother Lin Yuan. She must simply wish to know more about him, especially since they are now married. She was, as ever, so kind-hearted. At a moment like this, shouldn't her first thought be to protect herself, rather than plead for someone she had only just met? What did I ever say I would blame her? On the contrary, you have done exceptionally well. Your actions have inadvertently aided my younger brother. One must understand, my sister-in-law is perpetually seeking to harm him. Her words, indeed, would make it difficult for my sister-in-law to act against a younger brother with the mental capacity of a 10-year-old. Where has that rascal Xiao Jiu gone? Jun Yujin inquired of the maidservants and household staff, quickly discovering that Mo Lin Yuan was in the study. Upon entering and finding his son absent, he immediately confronted him. Mei Xing has taken her to the wet nurse, Mo Lin Yuan replied, turning around. Seeing her approach, he joyfully walked over, taking her hand and pointing to a painting hanging on the wall. My dear, isn't it beautiful? I painted it. At this moment, Mo Lin Yuan was unmasked, and both Lan'er and Xing'er, who followed closely behind her, were taken aback by his true appearance, their eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this truly their son-in-law? They felt faint from his extraordinary handsomeness, as if it could incite divine wrath. Who on earth claimed that the regent of Lioli Kingdom was the ugliest man in the world? If he is deemed ugly, then no handsome men exist in this realm. Is this your painting? Jun Yujin gazed in astonishment at the artwork on the wall, which depicted none other than herself. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she might step out from the canvas, so lifelike was the portrayal, down to every fluttering eyelash. It was utterly unbelievable that this man could create such exquisite art. Indeed, it is my work. It took me a whole hour, he replied, eager to ensure she appreciated it. He joyfully took the painting from the wall and presented it before Jun Yujin's eyes. Upon closer inspection, his artistry was nothing short of masterful, so refined that even the fine hairs on the face were discernible. Aside from the works of the greatest modern artists, she had never encountered anyone who could capture the essence of a person so vividly with brush and ink. Of course, aside from the legendary master Qi Yue, who was her idol. Goodness, the princess painting skills are extraordinary. Lan'er could not resist stepping forward, craning her neck for a better look. When Xing'er joined her, she marveled, surely, no one in this world could surpass the prince's artistry. The figure in the painting bears an uncanny resemblance to Our Lady. Considering your usual silly demeanor, I never would have guessed you were such a talented artist, Jun Yujin teased, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, revealing a hint of playful pride. Her husband was not without merit. He possessed skills that were indeed commendable. Miss, is it truly appropriate to be so blunt in calling the prince silly? Lana interjected. Of course, our prince is not just an artistic genius. He is a polymath. Ming chimed in. I merely dabble in painting. Mo Lin Yuan feigned naivete, scratching the back of his head as he donned the mask from the desk. Beneath the mask, his eyes glistened with affection as he gazed tenderly at her, his warmth almost palpable. Just dabbling? And you completed this in merely an hour? In the modern world, even a top master would require several days for such a piece, Jun Yujin remarked, arching her brow in playful skepticism. It's fortunate you aren't in modern times. You'd surely be overwhelmed by envy. What else can you do besides painting? She cast him a sidelong glance, chuckling lightly as she teased him. A man with the mentality of a 10-year-old was not entirely foolish. After all, a child of 10 comprehends many things, though they struggle to discern right from wrong or the nature of danger compared to an adult. This rascal likely only possesses skills in painting. Dear wife, do not dismiss me so hastily. I have many talents. I am proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Moreover, I possess a dual cultivation of spiritual and martial abilities. I assure you, you will be able to boast of me throughout the world, he declared with a cheeky grin. My dear, you may not know that I can also play chess and the piano, albeit my skills are rather lacking. He laughed like a simpleton, exuding an air of innocence. He would never dare to boast to his wife about being proficient in the arts, for if he were truly adept in literature as well, his guise as a fool would surely be shattered in an instant. At that moment, his wife would likely unleash her fury upon him. You can play the piano and chess. Jun Yujin glanced at him, finding it hard to believe. How about a game of Go between us? She had many interests, having dabbled in various pursuits, though none with great finesse. Only her Go skills were commendable. Oh, splendid. Mo Linyuan clapped his hands in delight. Half an hour later, Jun Yujin, overwhelmed by a relentless onslaught, indignantly exclaimed, "You wretched creature! Did you not claim your skills were subpar? Look at this. Your white pieces are on the verge of devouring all my black pieces. Is this what you call poor technique?" Beside her, Maying bit her lip, suppressing her urge to burst into laughter. Mo Linyuan blinked innocently. "My skills are indeed mediocre. You must understand, when I play with my royal brother, I lose 8 out of 10 times." He certainly wouldn't reveal that he had been exceptionally lenient. Chapter 42. The scoundrel is a dapper beast. You call this mediocre? Jun Yujin's eyes twitched in disbelief. This could only be described as the hand of a master. Could it be that his fortune was simply too favorable? Let's have another match. I refuse to believe I cannot triumph over a mere child of 10. Qing and Lanner interjected, "Miss. Have some dignity. Must we be so brazen?" Mei Ying remarked, "Your Highness, you will surely be met with severe repercussions by the prince." Half an hour later, staring at the board where she had been mercilessly defeated once more, her heart brimmed with resentment. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The entirety of the afternoon saw Jun Yujin's pieces relentlessly pursued and annihilated. "I shan't play any longer," she fumed, slamming her hand down upon the Go board. "My dear, do not be vexed. In the next game, I shall allow you to win," he said, attempting to placate her. "Allow you to win? You've already taken all the dignity from me. It would be better to concede outright." Mo Linyuan pondered. Had he truly disheartened her? He merely wished to show her that even a fool like him had his merits. Mei Ying and Mei Xing chimed in. "Your Highness, it appears you cannot bear to lose." "Your Highness, it serves you right to be scorned by the miss. You cannot even spare a single piece." However, her behavior was rather petty. In all the years they had followed her, no one had ever managed to provoke her to such an extent. It seemed their prince was indeed a concealed master of the game. "Mother, you're being unreasonable. You can't win against father and yet throw a tantrum." At some point, Jun Xiaojiu and Mei Xing had also arrived in the study, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. "You little rascal, have you truly forgotten your mother in favor of your father?" Jun Yujin, already fuming, felt her temper rise to a boiling point at her son's words. As Jun Xiaojiu noticed that her mother was genuinely upset, she quickly embraced her legs, expressing an intense desire to survive by nuzzling against her. "Mother is the best. Xiaojiu's favorite is undoubtedly her mother, while her father's position can only rank third." Mo Linyuan remarked, "Third? Then who occupies the second position? This truly is my precious son. Placing him third in your heart is already a generous ranking. The little one's grandfather dotes on him excessively, and his 3 uncles are spoiling him to the point of recklessness. Yet, in his heart, he ranks them lower than a man he has only known for a few days." Mo Linyuan continued, "Wife, I am Xiaojiu's biological father. Ranking third is already quite low, you know. Besides, it seems that the term of endearment from his wife will not change anytime soon. He longs to hear her call him Xianggong. That shouldn't be too much to wish for, right? Mother, Xiaojiu is hungry." After an afternoon of chess, even though she had eaten well at noon, hunger struck again. Apart from Xiaojiu and Mei Xing, who had eaten with Granny Qin, everyone else had not had lunch and had held out until now. "Wife, I'm hungry too." A certain someone mimicked Jun Xiaojiu, pathetically rubbing his own stomach, looking as if he were on the verge of starvation, as if she had been mistreating him. "If you're hungry, go ask the chef at the Wang Fu to prepare dinner." Jun Yujin shot him a glare, cradling Jun Xiaojiu as she turned to leave. "Qing'er, Lan'er, instruct the chef to prepare dinner and send it to Linglan Courtyard. I do not wish to cook tonight." After playing chess for an entire afternoon, her hands were sore. Mo Linyuan lamented, "I thought tonight I could enjoy the meal cooked by my wife thanks to our son, but it seems that will not be the case. Primarily, The noodles cooked by my wife are exceptionally delicious. Her other dishes must be even better. After Jun Yujin and the others departed, a certain someone felt an itch in his heart, pacing around the study, and suddenly asked, Mei Xing, did you notice anything different about the Wang Fei today? Nothing different. Mei Xing replied, furrowing her brows in contemplation. I also feel there's no difference. Mei Ying nodded, having noticed nothing amiss. The Wang Fei remains fierce when needed and still calls you dog thing when appropriate. However, we dare not voice that last part. I believe the Wang Fei's demeanor towards me has softened today. At least she wasn't as cold as before and played chess with me for an entire afternoon. Would she have done that in the past? Upon hearing this, Mei Xing and Mei Ying realized the same. Indeed, in the past, the Wang Fei would have ignored you entirely and simply walked away. Mei Xing nodded, smiling with delight. Congratulations, Wang Ye. You have bridged the distance with the Wang Fei by another step. Mei Ying suddenly felt nostalgic for Mei Yu. He hadn't seen him for over a month since he left on his errands. Mo Lin Yuan turned around and carefully hung Jun Yujin's portrait back on the wall, cautious not to damage it. After donning his mask, he allowed a sly smile to play at the corners of his mouth. Mei Ying, go to the kitchen and inform the chefs to prepare the Wang Fei's meals, ensuring that each dish is served in double portions. The shadowy figure, somewhat befuddled, uttered a foolish sound of inquiry. Can the princess and her companions finish all this food? Mei Xing, exasperated, felt an urge to chastise him for his foolishness. Clearly, the prince intended to bring a stool to the princess's quarters to partake in the meal. Otherwise, why would he instruct the chef to prepare double portions? Mei Ying. Mo Lin Yuan cast a glance over his shoulder, his formidable brows arched in a teasing manner. How did you manage to win over Mei Yu with such simplicity? This simpleton, in matters of affection, was rather straightforward. How had someone so clever and charming as Mei Yu fallen for him? Mei Xing could not contain his laughter upon hearing this. In the Lingshan courtyard, the royal chef displayed remarkable culinary prowess. Each dish before them seemed a feast for the eyes. With an abundance of delectable offerings laid out, Jun Yujin eagerly took his seat. Jun Xiaoju sampled a piece of spicy fish and nodded in approval, though it paled in comparison to what his mother could conjure. Lan Er, holding the chopsticks, inquired curiously, Miss, why does the prince, despite his handsome visage, choose to wear a mask, leading others to believe him an unsightly creature? Indeed, miss, they echoed. The prince is undeniably charming, exuding masculinity far surpassing that of the eldest, second, and third young masters. Have you never felt a flutter of affection for him? Qing Er quickly nodded in agreement. The mere thought of Mo Lin Yuan, whose features seemed meticulously sculpted by the divine, sent her heart racing. Had he not been the husband of her mistress, she might have succumbed to infatuation at first glance. As Mo Lin Yuan arrived with Mei Ying and Mei Xing to join the meal, he paused at the doorway, instinctively halting upon hearing Qing Er's question. He was keen to discern the extent of his wife's feelings regarding his transformation. Cough, cough. Just as Jun Yujin took a bite, he nearly choked on Qing Er's inquiry. Once he managed to swallow, he retorted, what does it matter if a man is handsome? He is still a scoundrel beneath that facade. Mo Lin Yuan. Chapter 43. The little milk bun is angered, and the consequences are severe. Upon hearing this, Lan Er turned her face away, stifling a laugh. Qing Er's lips twitched in disbelief. The prince hardly seems like a scoundrel, yet you, miss, seem to forget that just a few days ago, you were quite literally undressing the prince. Were you not the true scoundrel in this scenario? Outside, Mei Xing and Mei Ying bit their lips to suppress their laughter, nearly bursting. The only one maintaining a solemn demeanor was Mo Lin Yuan, his expression darkening. Why do you regard me with such eyes? He is indeed a scoundrel, after all. Jun Yujin noticed Lan Er and Qing Er setting down their chopsticks. Disbelief etched on their faces. Even Jun Xiaoju paused mid-bite. Mother, I think, silence. Jun Yujin interrupted the young boy before he could finish. This little rascal was undoubtedly taking after his father. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoju realized an important question and asked, Aunt Qing Er, how do you know that father is handsome? He wears a mask, does he not? This afternoon, when Miss visited the study to find the prince, he wasn't wearing his mask, so we caught a glimpse. Indeed, when the young master arrived, the prince had already donned his mask, hence the young master did not witness it. Humph. Jun Xiaojio took a considerable time to set down his bowl and chopsticks, puffing his cheeks with a cold snort. For several days, he had been eager to see, but his father always insisted on waiting a little longer. Now, even Aunt Qing, and Aunt Lan, had seen it, yet he remained in ignorance. This infuriated him. Jun Yujin hadn't anticipated such a reaction, with the boy even putting down his utensils. The little one's indignant appearance resembled that of a child whose cheese had been stolen. Both adorable and amusing. Mo Linyuan thought, "It's over, my son is angry, and the consequences could be dire. My dear, are you having dinner? Just as I find myself hungry as well." Observing the situation, Mo Linyuan strode in with an air of casual familiarity, taking a seat between the mother and son. Jun Yujin thought to herself, "This shameless man is doing this on purpose." Mo Linyuan mused, "I indeed did this intentionally. Doesn't it feel delightful to sit between you and our son? Why would I squeeze beside Lan, and Qing, How shameless of you to arrive here." Jun Yujin cast him an exasperated glare. "Don't think that just because I learned some of your secrets from Sister Xing, I will go easy on you." Mo Linyuan replied, "Secrets? What could she possibly have learned from Sister Xing, I merely disdain to contend with a 10-year-old intellect like yours. When you transform into a red-eyed monster on the night of the full moon, then I shall deal with you. After all, it is your other self that is the true instigator of this chaos." Mo Linyuan realized that this was indeed the secret Sister Xing had spoken of. How splendid. At least now his wife would not confront him while he was in a foolish state. No wonder she had been willing to play chess with him that afternoon. It was all thanks to Sister Xing. Clearly, she sought to understand why he, despite being a fool, could overpower her. That must be it. Mei Xing and Mei Ying stood resolutely behind him. Even while dining, they remained vigilant. The moment Jun Xiaojio noticed him seated beside her, he deliberately shifted his chair slightly away, turning his small, irate face in the opposite direction. Witnessing her son genuinely upset brought immense joy to Jun Yujin. "You rascal, let us see how you manage to bond with our son from now on. As long as he remains emotionally distant from you, I shall be able to deal with you swiftly and decisively in the future." Mo Linyuan pondered. Does this mean he cannot escape a pursuit? However, if she were to personally take action against him on the night of the full moon, her calculations would be flawed, for her cultivation would certainly not surpass his. He hoped she would not find him that night. Otherwise, once the emotional poison took effect, he might lose control of his own actions regarding her, especially since she had left a shadow in that regard. "Little Gio, father promises you that after dinner, I will show you something, all right?" He attempted to coax his son, who was indeed a little treasure. "Really? Young children are particularly easy to persuade." And Jun Xiaojio immediately turned around, joyfully gazing at him. Jun Yujin held her forehead, wondering how she ended up with such an impatient son. Who could ever deceive him? Only to be tricked by that scoundrel with just a few words? It is undoubtedly intentional. Otherwise, who could possibly fool him? Indeed, Mo Linyuan nodded earnestly. "Mei Xing, Mei Ying, why do you linger there? Come, sit down and join us for a meal." Noticing that Mei Xing and Mei Ying were still standing behind, Jun Yujin turned awkwardly to urge them to take a seat. "We dare not, my lord." Upon hearing this, Mei Xing and Mei Ying immediately bowed their heads in trepidation. As subordinates, how could they dine with their master? "Since your lord is coming to dine with me, you must adhere to my rules. Sit down and eat promptly. No more dawdling." The final remark was delivered with regal authority, as if to declare that should they refuse to sit and eat, they would be sent away alongside their lord. Mei Ying and Mei Xing exchanged glances instinctively, then turned to Mo Linyuan. "You two should sit and eat together. Do not be misled by her fierce demeanor. She is in fact exceedingly kind. Although we are her maids, she treats us like sisters. We always dine at the same table, regardless of status, except when she returns to her family to dine with her father and brothers, at which point we do not sit together. The princess has commanded you to sit. Do so and partake in the meal." Mo Linyuan understood that their hesitation stemmed from his silence, which had caused them to feel uninvited. However, in this setting, his wife held precedence, and thus, he must heed her wishes. Yes. Mei Ying and Mei Xing then cautiously took their seats. As it was their first time dining with Mo Lin Yuan, their hands trembled as they grasped their chopsticks. In the Prime Minister's residence, Jun Yi coldly interrogated the kneeling individuals below him. Have you accomplished the tasks I assigned? If they failed this time, they would not be welcomed back. He had invested a substantial sum this time, exceeding tenfold what he had paid for the assassins from Bloodslaughter Hall. In response, my lord, we have enlisted the help of the Shadow Pavilion, and all the assassins possess mastery beyond the great perfection level. Very well, once the tasks are completed, you shall be rewarded. Ensure that the Black Dragon Bloodjade is brought back to me. Do you understand? Jun Yi's eyes shimmered with murderous intent, his anger escalating as thoughts of killing Jun Yujin consumed him. By the way, have you discovered the whereabouts of the evidence left behind by that wretched snow demon? Not yet, my lord. The individual shook his head, contemplating whether the snow demon had deliberately claimed such things to safeguard Jun Yujin's life. He, too, had participated in the humiliation of the snow demon and had remained in service to Jun Yi. Should this matter be exposed, not just he, but the entire Prime Minister's residence would be at risk. It was only after the snow demon's demise that they realized she had been the wife of the man from the Snow Kingdom, a person capable of annihilating the Prime Minister's residence with but a flick of his finger. With this reminder, Jun Yi suddenly grasped the situation, his anger boiling over. That deceitful woman! I have been fooled by her lies for so many years. It is imperative that you manage this matter with utmost care. Otherwise, neither of us can evade the retribution of that man. Currently, Jun Yujin, that wretched child, has already uncovered the truth that she is not my biological daughter. There must be someone behind her aiding her, for it is inconceivable that she could have unearthed the events of that bygone era on her own. Upon this realization, Jun Yicheng narrowed her eyes with a venomous glare, resembling a bloodthirsty serpent. How could she possibly have discovered this? It is unfathomable. The individual present, upon hearing this, was struck with sudden alarm, muttering in trepidation. In any case, it is crucial to ascertain the identity of the person supporting Jun Yujin. Once discovered, she must be eliminated immediately. We cannot allow this situation to escalate. Jun Yicheng clasped her hands behind her back, forming tight fists. In a few days, the lady and the eldest young master will return. I must hasten to disseminate the news and gather everyone for a feast. After all, her son is the vice commander stationed at the borders. A grand banquet is certainly in order upon their return. Yes, my lord. After the individual departed, Jun Yicheng turned to unlock the passage to the secret chamber. After walking for several minutes, she arrived at the chamber filled with fire elements, where a fiery red zhuke egg, approximately the height of a person, stood prominently on a stone bed infused with fire energy. O divine zhuke beast, I beseech you to manifest in this realm swiftly, that you may bless the Jun family and grant us dominion over the entire world. Jun Yicheng knelt beside the egg, placing the fire elemental beast cores she had collected from her spatial ring around it, hoping to facilitate its swift absorption and imminent hatching. Initially, her infatuation with the snow demon's beauty was significantly driven by her covetousness for this zhuke egg. After coaxing the severely injured creature back home, she deceitfully acquired the egg. It has been over 20 years since then, and she had not anticipated that it would remain unhatched for so long. Perhaps the egg had heard her prayers, or perhaps it was truly on the verge of emerging, as a dazzling golden radiance began to envelop its surroundings. Golden light? Jun Yicheng instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand before gradually lowering it, gazing in astonishment at the glowing aura. This was not the typical fiery offspring of the zhuke. How could it emit golden light? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured joyfully. Could it be that this is a divine beast of even higher caliber than the zhuke? Ha ha ha. Our Jun family is destined for greatness. The entire Tianqi continent shall belong to me. Jun Yicheng laughed heartily, raising her head in exuberance, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch the zhuke egg. Bang! To her shock, she was violently repelled backward. Thud! As she collided with the wall, she clutched her chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Hastily, Jun Yicheng retrieved a pill from her spatial ring and swallowed it, struggling to rise and sit cross-legged to recuperate. despite being at the intermediate full circle level. She had been injured to such an extent. It appears that the divine beast within the egg will undoubtedly possess greater power upon its birth. Ha ha ha. Heaven bless our June family. Heaven bless me. She lifted her head once more, laughing heartily. This egg is already so formidable before it has even hatched. Once it emerges, its growth will surely accelerate. With its assistance, unifying the entire Tianchi continent will be effortless. The night deepened. After dinner, June Yujin intended to take her son out for a stroll. However, the little rascal insisted on accompanying the dogman to feed the fish. She could hardly contain her disdain for that wretched creature. How could she possibly take a leisurely walk with him to feed fish? Thus, she decided to remain in the Lily Valley to cultivate her skills. Laner, today, you shall guard the entrance while Qing and I enter the realm for our training. Her cultivation is stagnated at the pinnacle of minor perfection. Let us see if she can break through to major perfection within. Understood, Miss, Laner replied, standing sentinel at her door. June Yujin then summoned Qing into the space with her thoughts. The beasts within sensed her arrival, and, regardless of their activities, bowed in greeting before resuming their own training. King, you shall focus on your cultivation while I endeavor to concoct some elixirs. I hope to produce a batch today. The Junlin Tianxia shop also operates in Rome City. Thus, she needed to prepare some potions to send there. Of course, esteemed mistress, you and Laner may continue to address me as Miss. I have grown accustomed to it during this time. Only June Yujin understood that she found this form of address far more endearing than the formal esteemed mistress. It felt less distant, although Qing and Laner were her maids. Their years of companionship had forged a bond akin to sisterhood. Meanwhile, the two gentlemen, who had claimed to be going to feed the ornamental fish, frolicked around the garden before stealthily making their way to the study. Mei Ying stood guard outside, while Mei Xing remained within, prepared for any eventualities. Father, may you now unveil your mask for Jiao to see? Jun Xiaojio was taken aback upon seeing the portrait on the wall. Isn't this mother? Did you paint this? Father? It looks just like her, as if she could step out at any moment. Indeed, it is my work. No longer disguising himself, he spoke in his usual tone. Father, is that truly your voice? Jun Xiaojio's eyes widened in disbelief. You are not. Of course, I am not a fool, he replied, walking over to lift his son into his arms and elegantly seated himself at the writing desk. Did you not wish to see your father's face? Then hastened to remove the mask. His voice had shed its childishness, and as he gazed at his son, a tender affection filled his expression. Finally, he could present his true self to his son. He had delayed revealing this for so long, wanting to test his son's maturity. This test was not born of doubt, but rather concern for his son's youth, fearing that he might not grasp the gravity of certain matters. If ill-intentioned individuals were to discover or exploit this knowledge, it could pose a significant threat to their family safety. After several days of interaction, he recognized that his son was remarkably astute, even more so than many adults, which gave him the confidence to share this revelation. Otherwise, he would have donned the mask before his wife entered the study with Qing and Laner. Yes, Jun Xiaojio excitedly reached to unveil his father's mask, his heart racing with anticipation. He could not fathom the source of his exhilaration, as though he were about to behold the visage of his biological father. Though he was not truly his father, he was still filled with excitement. Brother? Once the mask was removed, Jun Xiaojio was met with a face so familiar it felt like home. His brother, Jun Yuran, is merely a miniature version of him. ISNT, Chapter 45, Your mother stole my seeds, which is why you were born. Mo Linyuan looked at him in astonishment, as if he had begun to fathom something. Compared to his eldest son, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, it was almost as if they were identical. How else could the younger son have called out brother upon seeing his face? Indeed, my brother looks exactly like you. He is truly your diminutive counterpart. Jun Xiaojio was utterly amazed by the resemblance between the two. He looks just like father? Mo Linyuan felt a surge of joy within. At last, one of his sons resembled him. He could only wonder when he would see his eldest son again. Yes, it is truly identical. Jun Xiaojio, fearing his disbelief, nodded vigorously. He continued, if mother hadn't said that my brother's father had died long ago, I would have thought you were my real father. The thought of his biological father's demise brought a tinge of sadness to the little one's heart. Mo Linyuan remarked, "Wife, what kind of notions have you been instilling in our sons? Wishing for my demise daily. I am still alive, yet you tell the children I am dead." Xiaojiao. He grasped the little fellow's shoulders, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "I want to clarify this unequivocally. I am your brother's biological father. Do you understand? But mother, 5 years ago, there was a misunderstanding between your mother and me. Out of anger, she took my seeds and fled, enduring great hardship to give birth to you both without my knowledge. Had she not returned to Rongqing this time, I might have never known about your brother's existence." Jun Xiaojiu exclaimed, "So mother stole father's seeds. That is how they were conceived. Oh dear, it's ironic that mother teaches us to be honorable individuals while she herself is a thief, deceiving everyone. Then why did you provoke mother to anger? If you hadn't, my brother and I could have had you as our father much sooner." The little one was quickly beginning to cast blame. Xiaojiao. Mo Linyuan embraced him tightly, tenderly kissing his forehead. "You are still young and do not yet comprehend. It is father's fault. I apologize to you, your brother, and your mother. By the way, father, if you're not a fool, why pretend to be one?" Jun Xiaojiao could never quite grasp this aspect. Because father was afflicted by a potent poison, and in order to survive, I must rescue your grandmother. Grandmother? Why must we save her? Was she captured by villains? So he indeed has a grandmother. How he longs to meet her. The little one was astute, quickly piecing together many things. There was no way to deceive him. Yes, she was taken by a formidable villain, and the poison within me was also the result of her machinations. Thus, I must continue to feign ignorance. Now it all made sense. Jun Xiaojiao embraced him with concern. "I will also strive to cultivate my abilities so that one day I can help father rescue grandmother. You two will work hard?" Mo Linyuan looked down at him in surprise. Could it be that his son's martial soul has awakened? "Father, look!" Suddenly, a resplendent crimson lotus appeared in Jun Xiaojiao's right hand. Is this not the same martial soul as his mother's? His son, at merely 4 years of age, had awakened his martial soul. Even he, himself, had only awakened at 6. Of course, very few in this world knew that he had awakened his martial soul at 6, save for his elder brother, the Empress Mother, and their 4 subordinates. At that moment, as Mo Linyuan was astonished, another ancient black dragon martial soul manifested above the little one's back. "This is the black dragon martial soul." Mo Linyuan, overwhelmed with joy, embraced his son and showered him with kisses. "So, you are truly remarkable. You possess twin martial souls, inheriting your mother's blood lotus martial soul and your father's black dragon martial soul. By the way, when did you awaken your martial soul? Does your mother know?" This little one had concealed it so well. Both he and his brother were born with awakened martial souls, but their mother forbade them from using their powers, fearing that they were too young and might attract harm from malicious individuals. The notion of a naturally awakened martial soul was indeed unprecedented. His son and her son were truly prodigies. Awakening at 6 years of age was no longer remarkable. Your mother is right. Not everyone in this world is benevolent, and there are many villains. Therefore, you must keep your martial soul awakening a secret. Understood? Yun Xiaodia obediently nodded. And what is your current cultivation level compared to your brothers? He eagerly anticipated their talents. I am at the intermediate level of great perfection. Is that not rather lacking? My brother has already reached the peak of great perfection, the little one replied, somewhat dejected. The thought of his brother's superior talent weighed heavily on him. Intermediate level of great perfection, and you consider that inadequate? Son, if you were to voice such sentiments to outsiders, you would likely find yourself beset by a throng wielding weapons. Do you understand? You are merely 4 years old. The majority of individuals awaken their martial souls between the ages of 12 and 15, and some may even spend their entire lives without reaching your level. And yet, you dare to say you're lacking? Thankfully, Meishing and Meiying are not outside. Otherwise, you would have rendered them speechless with your remarks. Keep in mind, they are of an age where one is at the initial level of great perfection, while you are already at the intermediate level. No, Xiaojiao is a genius, truly exceptional. Your father is proud of you. Mo Linyuan was utterly enamored with Jun Xiaojiao. His son had brought him an abundance of surprises. Really? The little one still harbored some self-doubt, having always been overshadowed by his brother's talent. Of course it is true. By the way, father, how did you know that my brother and I are your biological sons? It seems mother did not disclose this to you, did she? Jun Xiaojiao's mind sparked with this query. That is because your father possesses the ability of mind reading, and Mo Linyuan revealed his extraordinary power to him. The little one was skeptical, so he demonstrated it. Whatever he contemplated, he would come to know. So, father, you discern mother's thoughts through mind reading. You are rather cunning. So, you must keep this matter a secret from your father, ensuring that your mother remains unaware of my ability to read minds, and certainly that she does not discover my pretense of ignorance. Otherwise, should she find out, she might truly act with lethal intent towards your father, leaving both you and your brother without a father. Rest assured, dear father, that I, little Gio, will keep your secret. The little one solemnly patted his chest, adding, moreover, I shall assist you in winning over mother, so that we may live happily as a family for all our days. Truly, the cherished son of his father. By the way, what does your mother usually enjoy? Do tell father. Mo Linyuan, indeed a cunning wolf, spares no effort, even involving his son in pursuit of a wife. In the Linglong courtyard, upon the sudden intrusion, Lanner immediately sensed it and called out from within, Miss, someone has arrived. Upon hearing this, Jun Yujin hurriedly exited the space with Chinger. Xiao Jiner, how fortunate I am to find you, albeit in such a wretched place, married to a fool as a princess. A strikingly alluring man, clad in red, appeared like a specter alongside her. Chapter 46, Feng Qingchen. My feelings for Xiao Jiner are as evident as the sun and moon. Mo Linyuan. While conversing with his son, he suddenly perceived a formidable presence within the royal residence, distinctly emanating from Feng Qingchen. Dressed in captivating crimson, his eyebrows sharp and commanding, his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes exuded passion. His elegant nose towered like a mountain, and his crimson lips curved perfectly, seemingly perpetually smiling, radiating an aura of irresistible charm. Although he appeared enchanting and alluring, he bore an air of nobility. His visage resembled that of a celestial being, exuding both charm and dominance, retaining every ounce of masculine vigor. What brings you here? Jun Yujin inquired, raising an eyebrow upon seeing him, subconsciously rubbing her forehead, as if his presence induced a mild headache. In an attempt to persuade me to relinquish my affections for you, my father compelled me to marry a princess from the southern region. Thus, I fled from the wedding. At that moment, he vanished like a ghost from Jun Yujin's side, only to nonchalantly recline on a chair in the parlor. Fleeing a wedding? This certainly aligns with your character. You know, I have always been vexed by my father, who endlessly seeks beauties for me in the snow country. Yet, those mere trifles could never compare to my Xiao Jiner. Would you not agree? You big-headed fool. Your escape from marriage seems rather whimsical. Once I return to the snow country, the emperor will undoubtedly drag me into lengthy discussions once again. This time he has forcibly arranged for me to marry some princess from the southern region, which infuriates me to no end. He spoke while pouting his alluring lips, evidently displeased. His casual demeanor, coupled with a teasing smile, made Jun Yujin feel an overwhelming urge to kick him. Rumor has it that the southern region princess is a great beauty. It truly is a pity you are not marrying her. Jun Yujin remarked with amusement, tossing him an apple from the table. Here, the apples from the regent's residence are quite delightful, a flavor you cannot find in your snow country. Do give it a try. Feng Qingchen instinctively reached out to catch it, glaring at her in irritation. You are well aware that this prince harbors a profound aversion to apples, yet you still present them to me? Surely, this is intentional. Jun Yujin cast a cold, sidelong glance in his direction, seemingly conveying, I did it on purpose. Little Jean, do not be vexed, as long as it is from you. I shall not protest, even if it is the very apple one detests. Even if you were to serve me a bucket of excrement, I would consume it. His greatest fear was indeed her icy stare. Yet, paradoxically, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. Was it not a tad mischievous? Lanner, instruct someone to fetch a bucket of excrement from the lavatory for the third prince to consume. Jun Yujin sat gracefully across from him, leisurely peeling an apple. Yes, miss. Lanner stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. You truly have a talent for teasing. Is one bucket sufficient? If not, Qing and Lanner shall go together and bring back another for His Highness, the third prince. Qing teased further, suggesting that Feng Qingshun had not yet had his fill of embarrassment. Hey, you are being excessive. Upon seeing Jun Yujin finish peeling the apple, Feng Qingshun hastily discarded the half-eaten fruit in his hand and seized the peeled apple from her grasp. Little Jean truly cares for this prince, knowing to peel the apple. Jun Yujin's eyelid twitched violently. This fellow remained as shameless as ever. It was futile to strike him or to retort. He perpetually exuded a sense of roguish charm. Shamelessly persistent, Qing and Lanner chimed in. It is clearly you who are the scoundrel. Third prince, what your dignity? Let me tell you, that princess from the southern border, they say her temperament is both open and fiery. Rumor has it, she is more tempestuous than a raging bull, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. To marry her would surely spell doom for this prince's future happiness. Feng Qingshun spoke with disdain as he took a bite of the apple, relishing its flavor. Qing and Lana remarked, Third prince. The southern border princess you mentioned, she seems to share a temperament quite similar to that of the Mississippi. Furthermore, this prince's affections for little Jean are as evident as the sun and moon, devoid of any pretense. He gazed at Jun Yujin, a smirk playing on his lips, teasingly asking, This prince has been your son's godfather for 4 years, a testament to my sincerity. Would you not agree, little Jean? Visible as the sun and moon? Yuyist, your interest in me is merely curiosity, as you have grown accustomed to being revered in the palace, with none daring to oppose you. Yet I am different. Should you falter, I shall critique you. If you dare to jest with me, I shall not be swayed by your enchanting beauty or intimidated. I will genuinely retaliate. Jun Yujin was unaware of how many times she had already struck him. Though he always yielded to her, he remained insatiably audacious. Feng Qingshun protested. Where is the flamboyance? He is undoubtedly handsome. Even men would be captivated by this prince's striking visage. Moreover, when did you become their stepfather? Is it not permissible to mention it? No. Little Jin's heart was indeed ruthless. You did not come to the capital of Liuli Kingdom alone, did you? Jun Yujin picked up another apple and began to peel it. Her curiosity piqued. Will the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom truly allow you to escape marriage so easily? She inquired. Of course, I am the only one. How could one escape a wedding alone? Will one take a troop of guards and bedwarmers along? That hardly constitutes an escape. As she commenced peeling a second apple, he quickly devoured the one in his hand. That is a valid point. Where do you reside? Jun Yujin scrutinized him from head to toe. Clad in a striking red robe, he was undeniably a sight to behold, a veritable spectacle wherever he went. Within 3 days, the Emperor's emissaries will undoubtedly retrieve you. This fellow was perpetually so ostentatious. That is indeed true. Feng Qingshun nodded, then added with utmost seriousness. Why would you choose to marry a fool instead of this charming and handsome prince? Isn't it more appealing to accompany me? Had I wished to follow you, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now? Jun Yujin replied with a chuckle. All right, let us depart quickly. The regent's palace is fraught with skilled assassins. Should they discover you, do not expect me to come to your rescue. She waved him away. Is Xiao Jiner genuinely concerned for this prince? He chuckled with delight, and upon noticing she had finished peeling the apple, he hastily reached out to seize it. Dream on. Jun Yujin sidestepped and took a bite of the apple. Indeed, someone is approaching. Feng Qingshun sensed another's approach and brazenly moved closer to her, unexpectedly snatching the apple away. Xiao Jinia. That fool is certainly unfit. This prince shall return another day for a more profound discussion with you. With that, he vanished entirely from the regent's palace. Had he not fled, Jun Yujin would have truly kicked him away. My lady, I have arrived. Mo Linyuan rushed over, holding Jun Xiaojiu, moving in great strides, only to witness a flash of red disappear before his eyes. Chapter 47. I fear I may not resist the urge to chop him up in the middle of the night. This man was indeed the intruder of the royal palace. It seemed he was acquainted with his wife. As long as she was unharmed, he felt assured. Why is that scoundrel here at such a time? Thankfully, Feng Qingqian has already departed. Otherwise, if he had arrived shouting for help, it would have been troublesome. Upon overhearing her thoughts from outside the courtyard, Mo Linyuan instinctively raised an eyebrow. Scoundrel? Feng Qingqian? Isn't that the third prince of the Snow Kingdom? How could his wife have connections with the royal family of the Snow Kingdom? Moreover, their relationship appears quite amicable. That person seemed to be my godfather. Jun Xiaojiu was particularly familiar with Feng Qingqian's scent, even though the flash of red felt almost illusory. He was certain he had not misperceived. Godfather? Mo Linyuan paused in silence, furrowing his brows. His son's godfather? Why did that sound somewhat amiss? His elder brother had been raised primarily by his godfather. Thus his mother shared a close relationship with him. Mo Linyuan mused. His eldest son had been raised by another man. Would that man turn his eldest son into a scoundrel as well? How infuriating! One could only hope that this godfather was merely a benign figure with no impure intentions toward his wife. Indeed, the child godfather has come to Chengdu. Does that mean his eldest son is also here? So, is Mo Linyuan, appearing nonchalant, cradled his son and strode towards the inner room, his youthful voice returning as he joyfully called out, "Wife, where are you? In the late hours, do you summon restless spirits?" Yuan, digging ahead, expressed her disdain. "I'm in the hall. You could have simply entered." "Oh," Mo Linyuan exclaimed, raising his voice in acknowledgement. He exchanged a knowing glance with Jun Xiaojiu, clapped his hands, and then entered. "Wife," Xiaojiu said, "he is tired and wishes to sleep with you." He stepped inside, grinning foolishly, and handed the child to her. "Mother, Xiaojiu wants to sleep now." Jun Xiaojiu rubbed his eyes, weariness evident on his face as he leaned languidly against her shoulder. "But you haven't bathed yet. Just hold on a moment. After your bath, Mother will take you to sleep." Jun Yujin, catching a whiff of his sweat, grimaced. She then glanced at Qing and Lan instructing, "Quickly prepare a bath for the young master. Has he been playing with dogs to work up such a sweat?" "Mother, tonight I want father to sleep with us," Jun Xiaojiu replied, drowsiness creeping into his voice. In a moment when others were distracted, he winked at Mo Linyuan. Jun Yujin instinctively glanced at Mo Linyuan, only to find him playing with fruit on the table. Could it be that she was overthinking? A fool! How could he possess such cunning? No, she resolutely declined. Sleep with that man? Not a chance. I fear I might be unable to refrain from giving him a good thrashing in the middle of the night. Mo Linyuan sighed. Never mind, never mind. It seems I cannot contend with my wife. He looked at Jun Xiaojiu with a resigned expression. "It's all right, son. Father will accompany you another day. I suddenly recall some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he dashed away. Jun Yujin mused. Why is he in such a hurry today? Yun Siuyum de Minsit full. How can you be so cowardly and expect to pursue Mother? Even your son feels helpless. In the dead of night, just as Jun Yujin fell into slumber, she sensed an intruder in the lily courtyard, immediately opening her eyes and summoning her son into her space. Chirp, chirp, came a sound mimicking a bird's call, and she recognized it as a member of the Bloodkill Hall. Lan and Qing awoke at that moment, and upon reaching the courtyard, they indeed found it was sure to. "Let us speak inside," Lan suggested, ensuring no one else was around before leading him in. "Speak. What brings you here today?" Jun Yujin inquired coolly, seated in her chair, her demeanor one of icy indifference, as if her slumber had been disturbed, causing her some displeasure. Sure too, seeing her expression, trembled in fright, quickly dropping to his knees. Reporting to the esteemed master. A scout I dispatched to the Chancellor's residence has reported that they discovered a secret chamber in Jun Yeching's study. As for what lies within, they have yet to venture inside to investigate. A secret chamber? Jun Yujin narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of her chair, echoing the steady beat of a heartbeat. Thump, 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 pulsing with anticipation. "You may rise." Noticing his evident fright, Jun Yujin sighed, gesturing for him to stand. When did the Blood Slaughter Hall begin to accept such timid souls? It is indeed time for a personal investigation. "Thank you, esteemed master." Stone slowly rose, his feet trembling slightly. Jun Yujin retrieved a spatial ring from within his space and handed it to him, instructing him to deliver it to the Jun family enroaching. They possess the means to unlock its contents. Furthermore, they must keep a close watch on that cunning old fox, Jun Yeching, and ascertain what lies within the secret chamber. That will be all. You may depart. Yes, esteemed master. Stone clasped his fists in respect, performing a courteous bow before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Mei Ju returned with news, reporting a similar matter. The secret chamber? Mo Linyuan raised an eyebrow, then spoke coldly. Ensure that the contents of the secret chamber are investigated thoroughly, and do so with utmost urgency. You have worked hard during this time. Return to your quarters and rest. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am not fatigued, Mei Ju replied, his expression wooden, yet conveying profound respect and willing submission to Mo Linyuan. Once he departed, Mo Linyuan took out the black dragon blood Jade, his wife, had procured from Jun Yeching. The essence within had yet to be addressed when, unexpectedly, the essence within the black dragon blood Jade transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and entered his body. What is happening? Mo Linyuan exclaimed. At that moment, Mei called out to him from outside the door. What is it? He inquired. The members of the Shadow Pavilion have reported that the Prime Minister's residence has hired their experts to infiltrate the palace tonight to steal back the black dragon blood Jade, offering a generous reward. How should we proceed, my lord? Jun Yeching truly is a fool. Last time, he hired assassins from the Blood Slaughter Hall to kill the princess, only to discover that she is the esteemed master of the Blood Slaughter Hall. Now, he seeks assistance from the Shadow Pavilion without realizing that the head of the Shadow Pavilion is none other than the prince himself. If he were to accept your payment without thoroughly deceiving you, how could he justify it? Wait, Mo Linyuan said, observing the red essence in the black dragon blood Jade being actively absorbed by himself. With a thought, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to flow into the center, appearing no different from the Jade pendant before. He opened the door, handing the black dragon blood Jade to Mei Ying. The essence of the black dragon has already been absorbed by me. What remains is merely my blood that I just dripped into it. The Jun family could not absorb the essence within, so even if they retrieve it, they will discover nothing. Understood. Mei Ying took the blood Jade and vanished into the night. Once he left, Mo Linyuan felt a change within his blood. He hastily closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. Unbeknownst to him, a child was concealed in the room, witnessing all that transpired, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of Xiao Jiner's veil the following day. Chapter 48. Rescuing Someone on the Streets. The veil is unveiled. Jun Yujin suddenly sensed a familiar aura, only for it to swiftly dissipate. Was it an illusion? It must be the longing for his eldest son. Mo ran. The next day, Shangwan Shinger arrived early to invite Jun Yujin for a stroll in the market. However, trailing behind was an obnoxious little pest. The key detail was that one wore a veil while the other donned a mask. Upon stepping outside, I immediately spotted the two of them, a homely woman from the Lioli kingdom accompanied by a foolish and inept man. Were it not for the presence of Mei Xing and Mei Ying trailing behind, they might have already become the subject of ridicule on the streets. Your Highness, I believe that your brother's affection for you surpasses his usual demeanor towards us, she remarked, glancing back at Mo Linyuan, who was holding Jun Xiaojio's hand. Blushing slightly, she leaned closer to Jun Yujin and bashfully inquired, Your Highness, have you and your brother engaged in that sort of activity? Which Jun Yujin momentarily failed to comprehend. That Shangwan Xing shyly gestured with two thumbs, her meaning conveyed in a manner that left little doubt. How innocent and lovely Xing appears, yet it seems she possesses a rather mischievous side. Someone behind them, with ears perked up, caught wind of his wife's thoughts about Xing's audacity. Could it be that this girl had inquired about something inappropriate? The bustling street noise made it difficult for him to decipher the conversation ahead. Father, I want to eat Tang Halu. Jun Xiaojio joyfully pointed at the vendor selling the candied hawthorn. Very well, my child, I shall buy it for you. As Mo Linyuan purchased the Tang Halu for his son, he also eavesdropped on his wife's thoughts. No, Jun Yujin's lips twitched in annoyance. There's no way she would consummate the marriage with that beast. Her mercy in not having severed his, shall we say, appendage is already a great act of kindness. Mo Linyuan pondered so. His manhood dangles precariously like a life hanging by a thread. It could be severed at any moment. This simply cannot be. When will your mindset change, my dear wife? Not at all. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xing looked genuinely troubled and gazed at her. Your Highness, if your brother is incapable in that regard, do not be too disheartened. After all, his mental age is merely 10. It is quite normal for him to be unaware of such matters. Jun Yujin thought to herself, that man incapable? How absurd. In my past life, he was my demise, and in this life, he nearly succeeded again. Is it not potent? It is not a matter of strength. It is merely that he has yet to return to his former self. Though he appears as a timid lamb now, your brother is, in truth, a formidable wolf. Mo Linyuan's expression darkened beneath his mask. Having heard his wife's thoughts, he could easily surmise what Xing had said. What troubles the prince? Mei Ying and Mei Xing inquired, sensing a sudden shift in his demeanor. However, your highness, do not be overly anxious. Shangguan Xing whispered once more into Jun Yujin's ear. Your brother transforms into his true self on the full moon each month, at which time you may still conceive. Alas, she truly worried for the happiness of both the prince and princess. At this moment, Jun Yujin's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Xing I believe it would be wise for you to concern yourself with your own well-being. Your brother is a predator. Take care that your delicate frame does not fall prey to his whims. In order to silence the little girl, she had no choice but to mention Mo Linon. Sister-in-law, you are too mischievous, said Shangguan Xing, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She instinctively glanced at her own figure, realizing that she needed to strengthen her physique, at least to ensure that her body was not too frail. Due to her delicate constitution, her cultivation had stagnated, and her martial spirit remained an ineffective mandala flower. Wasn't it Xing who first jested with her sister-in-law? Jun Yujin chuckled softly, her eyes filled with an affectionate glimmer. Although Xing was merely a year younger, she resembled a little sister, evoking a maternal instinct within Jun Yujin to care for and pamper her. Ah, sister-in-law, I suddenly recalled a shop that sells exceptionally beautiful clothes. Shall we go and take a look? Shangguan Xing hastily shifted the topic to avoid further teasing. She also wished to purchase a garment for herself. Which shop? Jun Yujin inquired with curiosity. Her own collection of clothing had nearly filled the castle's wardrobe, with many exquisite silks yet to be fashioned into attire. Thus, there was no pressing need for further purchases. However, accompanying her on a shopping excursion was certainly agreeable, and she could gift her a few outfits later. The Junlin Tianhang shop, Shangguan Xing declared proudly, lifting her chin. This renowned establishment across the continent boasted a plethora of wares: garments, cosmetics, elixirs, weaponry, beast cores, and magical artifacts, all of superior quality. Moreover, she held the status of a gold member within the shop. The tiers of membership at Junlin Tianhang were bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Most of the items she needed were procured from Junlin Tianhang, and it had taken her several years to attain gold status, barely qualifying for a modest discount. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the name of Junlin Tianhang, Jun Yujin, who was in the midst of swallowing, was momentarily choked. This little girl has quite the discernment. Knowing to visit Junlin Tianhang, it is indeed a remarkable place. Such knowledge must stem from her 21st century education. And just last night, I had the Blood Fiend Hall send a spatial ring filled with elixirs. Moreover, early this morning, I instructed Lan'er and Qing'er to visit Junlin Tianhang first. Mo Linyuan pondered. It seems that the illustrious Junlin Tianhang shop is somehow related to my wife. They even sent a spatial ring filled with elixirs? How many elixirs could one possibly fit into a spatial ring? My dear wife, could it be that you're also an alchemist? Given the abundance of items, let us proceed. After all, only the head steward of Junlin Tianhang is aware of her true identity. Make way. Everyone on the street, please step aside. Suddenly, an anxious voice from ahead broke the air. Mei Ying swiftly pulled Mo Linyuan and Jun Xiaojiu to the side, while Jun Yujin and Shangguan Xing instinctively retreated. Mommy, where are you? A small child around 4 or 5 years old squatted on the ground, crying out for his mother. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Yujin rushed forward and embraced the little boy, channeling her spiritual energy to intercept the runaway horse. There, it's all right. As the crowd witnessed Jun Yujin rescuing the young boy, they erupted into applause along the streets. I apologize. I apologize, everyone. My little boy was startled and momentarily out of control, disturbing you all. The woman in red, seated upon her steed, swiftly dismounted and bowed deeply in gratitude to Jun Yujin. Heroine, thank you for your assistance, she expressed sincerely, her right hand resting upon her left arm in a gesture of heartfelt appreciation. It is nothing to worry about. Just be more cautious in the future, Jun Yujin replied, having settled the child in her arms. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback by the woman's stunning beauty. If she were not mistaken, this was a woman from the southern borders, a strikingly gorgeous beauty with an exceptional demeanor. Thank you, elder sister, for saving me, the grateful child exclaimed, joy radiating from him. He merely wished to remember the visage of his savior and instinctively lifted her veil. Mo Linyuan thought, the veil of my wife was never meant to be removed by him. Chapter 49, binding her to the bed. Let us see if she dares to part again. Jun Yujin, Mei Ying, is this truly the visage of the princess? Mei Xing, who dares to claim the princess is ugly? Drag them out and beat them to pulp. The crowd on the street murmured, is this woman not too beautiful to be mortal? Is she truly the former Miss June, who was once deemed so unattractive that one could hardly swallow food in her presence? Jun Xiaozhou lamented, alas, my mother's beauty can no longer be concealed. It was indeed time to unveil her. She is clearly a great beauty, but insisted on being regarded as the ugliest woman in Lioli Kingdom. Upon witnessing the expressions of the crowd, Shangguan Xing'er could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. They say my sister-in-law is the ugliest woman in Lioli Kingdom, while Jun Yuxue is the most beautiful. It seems they have been soundly proven wrong. My wife. Mo Linyuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld her beauty. Didn't my wife have 2 large dark spots on her face? This was a memory he recalled from that night when she had struck him. A certainty from 5 years past that his wife was indeed unattractive. This enchanting beauty, as captivating as a celestial being from the heavens, was his spouse? Heavens! This Jun Yujin is no ugly woman. My word! Such skin, smooth as cream, and a visage of unparalleled beauty. Could she truly be the former Miss June? I cannot bear it. I am utterly bewitched by her beauty. She is nothing short of fairy. Her looks completely overshadow those of her sister, Jun Yuxue. If not for the red lotus adornment on her head, I would scarcely believe she is the same woman once labeled as ugly. Surely, she must have discovered a method to eliminate the toxins that marred her face, restoring her to her original stunning form. Indeed, the young Miss June had once been a beauty. It was uncertain when the dark spots began to form on her cheeks, leading her to be crowned the ugliest in Lioli Kingdom. Those dark spots were likely a result of some ingested substance, rendering her grotesque. As the crowd began to process the revelation, they exchanged murmurs, one after another. Yet, Mo Linyuan could hardly absorb their words. His mind was consumed with the awe-inspiring beauty of his wife. The impact was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. Jun Xiaozhou glanced at Mo Linyuan and playfully teased, hey, father seems to be dumbstruck, doesn't he? As Mo Linyuan heard his words, he finally began to comprehend, feeling a touch of grievance as he remarked, you little rascal, your mother is so beautiful. Why did you not inform your father sooner? Ultimately, in his heart, beauty and ugliness held equal weight. You never inquired. Jun Xiaozhou stated with utmost seriousness. Mo Linyuan conceded, very well. I indeed did not ask my son. His prior intention had been to unveil her veil personally. The memories of that night 5 years ago remained somewhat hazy. He only vaguely recalled the dark spots adorning her face, fully aware of her perceived unattractiveness. Yet, the allure of her veiled mystery incited a yearning within him to uncover her visage. He wished to engrave his wife's appearance deeply into his heart. Is a mother beautiful? Jun Xiaozhou beamed proudly in his embrace. Indeed, she is exquisite. A faint smile graced Mo Linyuan's lips, still astonished within. However, to me, your mother's beauty or lack thereof resides not in her exterior, but within her soul. What if she were deemed unattractive? She remains the mother of my 2 sons. Jun Xiaojiu gazed at him in surprise, feeling her fondness for him ascend to new heights. Sister, you are so beautiful, like a fairy from the heavens, praised the adorable little boy she had rescued. Observing this, Jun Yujin donned her veil once again, gently placing the boy on the ground. No need for thanks. We're your family, she asked, surveying her surroundings. Such a small child could hardly be playing alone on the streets. Debeo. At that moment, a woman in her early 20s rushed over in a flurry, embracing the child tightly in her arms, weeping profusely. Miss Yun, thank you. Thank you for saving my Debeo. Realizing it was she who had rescued him, the woman knelt before her in gratitude. Reflecting on the earlier situation, she still struggled to process it. Had it not been for Miss Jun's timely intervention, her Debeo would surely have been trampled by a horse. Please rise, sister. Just be more cautious in the future. I too am a mother and would never stand idly by in the face of danger, Jun Yujin replied, addressing her as sister since the woman appeared a year or two her senior. She, too, understood the dread and gratitude that came with being a mother, knowing the profound fear of a child in peril. Yes, thank you for saving my life, Miss Jun, the woman nodded, wiping her tears, and bowed once more with her son before departing. My dear, Mo Lin Yuan hurried over, unable to contain his admiration. You are truly beautiful. Oomph. Jun Yujin shot him a glance, snorting coldly as she took the hand of Shangwan Xing'er and prepared to leave. That dog still knows beauty. No matter how beautiful I am not yours. Once I have tormented you enough, I shall seek a more suitable father for my sons, one they will surely adore. Mo Lin Yuan pondered. Did his wife truly intend to torment him before seeking a divorce? How could that be? If she dared to divorce, he would bind her to the bed, ensuring she could go nowhere. Despite feeling a surge of panic, he maintained a facade of bravado, observing the visibly distressed prince. Both Mei Ying and Mei Xing could easily surmise that the princess had undoubtedly uttered something disheartening to him. A woman clad in Miao attire gazed in astonishment at the departing group. Why did she find this woman somewhat familiar? Mei Zhana pondered, straining her memory, yet failing to recall where she had previously encountered Jun Yujin. However, she was certain that it was not a matter of having seen Jun Yujin before, but rather that this woman bore a resemblance to someone else. She had indeed heard tales of the repugnant appearance of the eldest daughter of the Lioli kingdom, yet her familiarity did not stem from that aspect. Perhaps she should follow and investigate? Mei Zhana, being a curious soul, feared she would not find rest that night without clarifying the matter. Junlin Tianxia. The premier commercial establishment of the Tianxi continent was established 5 years ago and, in that brief span, had swept across the entire continent, with its presence felt in every nation and every town. The larger the city, the more expansive its operations. For instance, in Rong City, the capital and largest city of the Lioli kingdom, Junlin Tianxia undoubtedly boasted the most substantial establishment in the realm. Your Highness, they arrived. Shangwan Xing'er had long believed that Jun Yujin had truly lived in isolation on Tianshui Mountain for 5 years, rendering her somewhat oblivious to the outside world and fearful of developing an inferiority complex. Therefore, she tightened her grip and earnestly assured, Your Highness, do not be afraid once we enter. Xing'er will protect you. Whatever catches your eye inside, I shall procure for you, as long as I am able. If it proves difficult, there's always my elder brother. Take heart and choose boldly. Jun Yujin remarked. The little girl is becoming increasingly endearing. Which of my eyes perceived fear in her? With a smile, she nodded in agreement, feeling compelled to accept Xing'er's heartfelt intentions. Esteemed young masters and maidens, please step inside. The courteous attendant at the entrance ushered them in. The establishment was replete with modern conventions, much to the admiration of those from ancient times, allowing them to enjoy superior treatment. Oh my, is that not? At that moment, the manager of the Junlin Tianxia shop in Rong City was tallying the month-end revenue, preparing to submit the figures to headquarters the following day. To her shock, upon seeing Jun Yujin at the entrance, her legs turned to jelly. Master, what troubles you? Asked the curious Xiao Hua, noticing her state. Why is the esteemed owner here? Red Leaf, the manager of Rong City, nearly dropped her brush in fright. Quickly concealing the ledger, she approached with a beaming smile. Just the previous night, they had received elixirs from the owner, and that morning, Miss Lan and Miss Qing had also visited, leading them to believe the owner had not come to Rome City. Little did they expect her presence. Sensing her gaze, Jun Eugene shook her head as Red Leaf approached. She was acquainted with every manager of Junlin Tianxia, and they were the only ones who had witnessed her as the proprietor. Red Leaf interpreted Jun Eugene's gesture as a desire to keep her identity concealed. Meanwhile, Xiaohua observed her sudden impulse to leave, only to turn back and resume her seemingly mundane task of counting. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he scratched the back of his head, struggling to comprehend the situation. The first floor of the shop resembled a modern grand bazaar, filled with cosmetics and everyday items. "Sister-in-law, the clothing section is over there. Let's take a look," exclaimed Shengwan Xinger, eagerly tugging at her to go purchase new garments. Mo Linyuan followed closely behind, his eyes narrowing slightly behind a mask. He had observed everything clearly when she interacted with the steward of Junlin Tianxia. The steward had intended to greet her, but she had nonchalantly waved him off, preventing the encounter. "Little Gio, tell your father, what connection does your mother have with this Junlin Tianxia shop?" He could not help but inquire, glancing at his son in his arms. If there were no connection, the steward would not have been so flustered upon seeing her. "Of course, she is the boss," little Gio replied without hesitation. After all, his father was his biological parent. Who else would he confide in? Mo Linyuan pondered. "My wife conceals her secrets well. The legendary owner of Junlin Tianxia is indeed her." The formidable Junlin Tianxia and the fearsome Blood Slaughter Hall, both associated with the woman who is hailed as a 5-year legend, are under her purview. The revered leader of Blood Slaughter Hall is she. The true owner behind Junlin Tianxia is also her. How many more secrets does my wife harbor that remain unknown to me? Behind him, Mei Xing and Meiying whispered, "Are their ears all right?" What has the young prince said? "Father, don't feel disheartened. You are also the master of the Shadow Pavilion, just slightly inferior to Mother, which is nothing to worry about." The little one, aware of his father's dismay, planted a kiss on his cheek, offering a comforting smile. Father is no less than Mother. Mo Linyuan found himself increasingly fond of little Gio and could not resist kissing his chubby cheek. Maizana entered shortly after, feeling a strange familiarity with Miss June. Upon seeing Mei Xing and Meiying, she recognized them as well. It was perhaps due to her childhood visit to the Liuli Kingdom. Now that they had grown, they could very well be the acquaintances from her youth. "Feng Qingshun, what brings you here?" Jun Yujin exclaimed upon spotting a vibrant red garment worn by Feng Qingshun, who was accompanied by a lady. Truly, wherever he went, he exuded charm without concern for potential consequences. "Xiao Jiner, are you here to buy clothes too?" Feng Qingshun teased her with a grin, playfully whistling. "All right, I shall have someone cover the costs. All the outfits I tried on earlier, please wrap them up,"
he commanded the sales clerk. Jun Yujin muttered, "Damn, this shameless second-generation heir. Can she not teach him a lesson?" Now, he was even extracting from her. Sales clerk.
"Wait a moment. Please also pack the clothes that this young lady tried on earlier," he added. "Of course, young master," replied the cheerful sales clerk, thrilled at the prospect of completing a substantial order and earning a hefty commission. "Dream on." Yun Yuin scoffed. "This must be the person who sneaked into the Wang residence last night," Mo Linyuan remarked. "In the pursuit of ensnaring his wife, one must first consider whether he is willing." Jun Xiaojio was about to call out "Daddy" loudly when she witnessed him deceiving her mother, and the words retreated at the tip of her tongue. "Imperial sister-in-law, who is this young gentleman? He is remarkably handsome." Upon seeing Feng Qingchen, Shengwan Xinger felt a flicker of surprise within her heart. His striking features rivaled those of her elder brother Lin Han. Both their profiles appeared as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands, yet there lingered an inexplicable difference. Lin Han exuded an air of regal nobility, his entire being suffused with an innate dominance and authority, coupled with a sense of maturity and composure. In contrast, the man before her possessed a captivatingly mischievous and flamboyant charm, his demeanor equally commanding, yet lacking the gravitas and steadiness of Lin Han. It was evident he was a reckless dandy, a youth who languished amidst floral revelries. Such a man did not pique her interest. At most, He was a mere object of her gaze. Indeed, do you not see the extent of my handsomeness? However, he appeared somewhat ostentatious, undoubtedly a philanderer, and she should keep her distance from him. Feng Qingshan, reveling in the compliments from the lovely maiden beside him, felt a swell of pride. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he was nearly incensed enough to turn away. Hey, little beauty, whom do you deem ostentatious? You seem quite fair yourself. Why not accompany this prince? He glared at Shangwan Xinga, his irritation palpable. Yet, he found himself utterly defenseless against the allure of beauty. Upon seeing her, he was tempted to tease her. Feng Qingshan, should you dare to flirt with Xing'er, I shall cast you back to Snow Country. Jun Eugene was incensed. Faced with this situation, she had to resolve it swiftly, lest it spiral out of control. She was reluctant to escalate matters, despite his frivolous demeanor. His cultivation was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, where she would have long since expelled him. Little Jeaner is angry, yet still my beautiful little Jeaner, who knows to cherish me and lend me her support. Observing his demeanor, she found it laughable. Jun Eugene retorted, You shameless scoundrel, which eye of yours saw me cherishing you? Montauk Lin Yuan interjected, Little Jeaner? What audacity this dandy possesses, should I wish to rid myself of him. He has never addressed my wife so intimately. The audacity of him addressing her as little Jeaner repeatedly was intolerable. Just you wait. I shall have you crawling back to Snow Country. Who are you? My wife is my queen. What gives you the right to speak so intimately? Mo Lin Yuan felt compelled to assert his claim, lest she be whisked away by another. A big fool dares to lecture me. Feng Qingshan chuckled at him. Yet, upon noticing that he stood slightly taller than himself, he felt a surge of indignation. This foolish prince, despite his dim-wittedness, towered over him by half a head. Merely a big oaf, utterly useless. Enough. This is our regent. Mei Xing and Mei Ying stepped forward, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chapter 51. The Arrival of a Rival. The regent is my future consort. It is well known throughout the realm that the regent of Lioli Kingdom is an ugly, incompetent, and utterly repugnant individual. Do you dare challenge me? His countenance exuded an air of insolence, igniting a murderous intent within the depths of Mo Lin Yuan's masked gaze. Feng Qingshan, you have gone too far today. Regardless of his appearance, incompetence, or foolishness, he is my husband, whom I have pledged myself to. To insult him is to insult me. Jun Eugene regarded him with an unprecedented chill in his eyes. Mo Lin Yuan, my dear wife, do you know how deeply moved I am right now? How joyous. Mei Ying and Mei Xing, your highness. At the very least, Feng Qingshan has sensed her anger. Before he could apologize and placate his beloved, a female warrior suddenly emerged from behind. You shameless man, how dare you insult my beloved? You seek death. Upon learning that Mo Lin Yuan was the regent, Mei Zana realized he was the very elder brother she had secretly adored in her youth. Despite years of separation and the slanders cast upon him by the world, she had never taken them to heart. Having fled from the south to Qingrong in pursuit of marrying the man she loved, she was astonished to encounter him here before she could even reach out to him. With a swift motion, she brandished her black divine whip, unhesitatingly aiming it at Feng Qingshan. However, he dodged too quickly, resulting in a resounding crack as it struck the ground instead. Jun Eugene, Mo Lin Yuan, the glare from my wife is truly terrifying. Madwoman, who are you? Feng Qingshan turned back to find a stunningly alluring beauty before him, instantly dissipating much of his fury. My dear lady, I harbor no grievances against you. Why seek to take my life? He racked his brain, unable to comprehend when he had offended such a woman, as he possessed no recollection of her whatsoever. A beauty like her should not have slipped from his memory. Where had he gone awry? How dare you insult the regent? He is to be my future husband. Mei Zana, with a fiery temperament, glared at him after being provoked. You shameless man, with that pretentious demeanor, thinking yourself superior, come forth. I shall make you unrecognizable to your own parents. With that, she leapt into action, her flight exuding an aura of dominance akin to her spirit. Jun Eugene, as she turned, a dangerous glint filled her eyes, sending shivers down someone's spine. Mo Lin Yuan, My dear wife, do not be angry. I truly have no knowledge of who this madwoman is. Quite spicy. I rather like it. Before leaving, Feng Qingshun made sure to bid farewell to Jun Yujin. Little Jinger, await my return. After I deal with this fiery pepper, I shall come back for you. Little Jior, your godfather misses you dearly. Feng Qingshun approached Mo Linyuan, who cradled Jun Shaojin and planted a kiss on the child before pursuing Meizana. You rascal, you are quite capable, sitting at home and yet attracting blossoms from afar. Jun Yujin observed him with an impassive expression, while internally, his thoughts were in turmoil. How can this fool, who spends all day within the palace, somehow attract a beauty? Who would have thought that a simpleton would still be a coveted figure in others' eyes? Mo Linyuan, my dear wife, I do not wish to be a coveted figure for others. I only desire to be the one cherished in your heart. My lady, he bore an innocent expression, perplexed as he gazed at her, utterly unaware of what he had done wrong. Jun Yujin took a deep breath. Forget it. What can I possibly say to a man with the mentality of a 10-year-old dog? If I were to seek out anyone, it would be Mo Linyuan, the one who has transformed back into a normal person. This woman must be someone he entangled with during that time. Mo Linyuan exclaimed, Wife, you are mistaken. Even when I became a normal person, I never sought out other women. I swear by the heavens, in my 25 years of life, you are the only woman for me, and it has only happened once. Just wait for the night of the full moon. I shall settle this with you. Jun Yujin shot him a fierce glare before turning to the side to address Shangguan Xing. Xingya, let us continue choosing clothes. Once we have selected everything, we shall have your royal brother pay for it. You scoundrel, today I shall make you regret it. Yay! Shangguan Xing clapped joyfully, casting a sympathetic glance at Mo Linyuan, as if to say, Brother, may you find solace. Such matters are best resolved privately between the couple. This one, and this one, let's gather them all. The regent shall pick up the tab. Jun Yujin felt an inexplicable frustration brewing within her, refusing to release her displeasure. Thus, she pointed at a heap of garments, regardless of their appearance, and gathered them all. In the end, Mei Xing, and Mo Linyuan returned to the royal residence, burdened with numerous packages. Meanwhile, they seemed to have forgotten all about Feng Qingshun and Meizana, who they had encountered earlier, as if those two had never existed. Only Mo Linyuan sensed that his doomsday was approaching. Outside the city, Meizana and Feng Qingshun battled fiercely from within the city to the outskirts. With Feng Qingshun's high cultivation and Meizana's formidable martial prowess, their duel was intense and evenly matched. Beautiful one, with such attire, you must be from the southern frontier. How is a southern princess? Is she as stunning as the tale suggests? Meizana glared at him, her murderous intent palpable, wishing to tear his mouth apart. Just fight already. Stop with your incessant chatter. She was nearly driven to madness by his incessant banter. Is it too much to ask for some peace during a fight? You keep referring to me as your woman or your fling. Or perhaps you think we should spend a night together, and if you find my skills satisfactory, I could become your concubine. His words were shamelessly bold. How dare he think I, the esteemed princess of the southern frontier, would settle for being his concubine? Beautiful one, do answer me. Is the princess more beautiful than you? Is her temperament as fiery as yours? Or is she rather plain, and intentionally has others claim she is beautiful? You wretched man, you are the ugly one. I am a most esteemed princess of the southern frontier, and today I will rip your mouth apart and turn you into a meat patty. This scoundrel was infuriating. You are the southern princess? The one my father insists I marry? Oh my, what luck is this? I flee from a wedding only to encounter my fiancé in a neighboring country. Meizana. Their battle came to a pause as they scrutinized each other once more. You are Feng Qingshun, the third prince of the Snow Country? You have affections for the regent's wife of the Lioli kingdom? Meizana asked with certainty. Undoubtedly, I never imagined that you would also flee to the kingdom of Lioli. This prince's elopement is solely for the sake of Shao Jiner. Naturally, I hold deep affection for her. Feng Qingshun, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of effortless charm. Coincidentally, this princess has also eloped for the sake of her beloved. Since both of us harbor feelings for their respective partners, why not engage in a transaction? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Meizana's mind, as if she had conceived a brilliant plan. Upon returning to the royal estate, Mo Lin Yuan felt an unsettling chill, sensing that the days ahead might be rather bleak. At that moment, a shiver ran down his spine, and an ominous feeling resurfaced. Chapter 52. The Blood Moon's Curse Unleashed. Are you still a man? My dear, I truly do not know that woman. At this juncture, Mo Lin Yuan resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, trembling as he sat beside her. Their son had been taken to the wet nurse by Qing Er and her companions, leaving him without his usual support. He had no choice but to brave the situation alone. If you do not know the girl, how could she possibly know your name? Jun Yujin cast him a cold glance, a smirk playing at her lips. At that moment, she had removed her veil, realizing it was unnecessary since that scoundrel had already seen her face, despite knowing that his transformation had led to the current predicament. She could not suppress her ire towards him. I truly do not recognize her. I have never been to the southern frontier. How could I possibly know that deranged woman? Wait, the southern frontier? He recalled an incident from when he was around 6 or 7 years old, when the emperor of the southern frontier visited the kingdom of Lioli with his young princess, who spent several days playing at his residence. That little girl had even remarked, "Brother, you are so handsome. When I grow up, I want to be your bride." Mo Lin Yuan pondered. Could that woman today be that very princess? It seemed too coincidental. After all, this was an event from 17 or 18 years ago, and that little girl was merely 4 or 5 at the time. Could the words of a mere child be taken seriously? What are you thinking? Jun Yujin observed his sudden stupor, her eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that he had recalled something? You scoundrel! If you dare to stir up romantic entanglements outside, I will promptly sever that part of you and display it around your neck for all to see. Mo Lin Yuan retorted, "Damn it, display it? My dear, could you please refrain from constantly worrying about my well-being? If you truly did that, what would you have left?" He shook his head vigorously. Her voice carried an unmistakable threat. I merely attempted to recall some memories of that woman, yet I still possess none. He clutched her sleeve like a pitiable puppy, fearing she might abandon him. Really? She wore an expression that warned him of dire consequences should he dare to lie. The man beside her instinctively recoiled. Indeed. He nodded fervently. We played together a few times as children. That shouldn't count, right? Best if it isn't true. Jun Yujin, sensing his sincerity, chose not to press further. After all, she planned to part ways with him in the future, as long as he refrained from inviting trouble during their marriage. She would not pursue his past indiscretions, for she detested betrayal and those who sullied both heart and body. My dear, are your legs weary? Allow me to massage them for you. Mo Lin Yuan recalled that she had gone shopping today and must be feeling fatigued. Thus, he attentively squatted beside her. Before she could utter a word, he placed his hands on her legs and began to knead them. Jun Yujin wanted to dismiss him, yet his unexpected action rendered her speechless. Surprisingly, the man's technique was quite adept. Whenever it rained, her wet nurse would suffer from leg pain that kept her awake at night. I would then massage her legs, and before long, she would drift off to sleep. The thought of his wet nurse always warmed Mo Lin Yuan's heart. Who would have thought you were such a filial son? Jun Yujin perhaps was unaware that her perception of him had begun to shift. A person with filial piety, no matter how flawed, could not be too wicked. If my lady enjoys it, I shall massage you every day henceforth. After tending to your legs, I will then attend to your shoulders. A quarter of an hour later, Jun Yujin lay comfortably in her chair, yet an inexplicable sensation stirred within her. As Mo Lin Yuan continued his ministrations, he too sensed something amiss in his own body. A familiar rush of blood coursed through him, signaling a change he recognized all too well. How could this be? It was certainly not a full moon night. His breath quickened, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Not only was he affected, but Jun Yujin also exhibited signs of unease. "Do not continue," she implored, her melodious voice now raspy and unmistakably altered. "My lady," Mo Lin Yuan noticed her distress. His eyes had transformed to a crimson hue, and his voice, now deep and mature, no longer bore the Na'vi tone of before. However, his mature and magnetic voice filled the room with an intoxicating aura. Why did it suddenly feel warm? Jun Yujin was all too familiar with this sensation. Having experienced it before, she realized her body was behaving unusually and this time, the feeling was more overwhelming than on previous occasions. As an alchemist, she was acutely aware of whether her body had been affected by any aphrodisiac. Clearly, there was no substance within her, so why this sensation? What was happening? Jun Yujin inhaled deeply, instinctively grasping Emo Linyuan's hand as he withdrew it. She squeezed tightly. "My lady, no." Emo Linyuan released her hand, attempting to distance himself. She had her reservations in that regard and did not wish to revert to their previous dynamic after having established a fragile rapport. His ebony hair, beneath her gaze, transformed from black to white, coupled with his blood-red eyes, exuded an alluring yet sinister charm. Compared to Feng Qingqian's seduction, his bore a commanding presence, infused with an enchanting nobility that rendered him even more striking. "You cannot." Jun Yujin gazed at him with a captivating allure. Her heart did not align with her thoughts, and upon witnessing his transformation, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Yet, the words that escaped her lips conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Emo Linyuan, no man should ever be deemed incapable by a woman. Moreover, it is still his own wife. What are you saying? His dangerous aura pressed upon her heart. The tone lingered high. Due to the effects of the love potion, he was on the verge of losing control. "If you're a man, then come in." Bang, she pulled him into the boudoir, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "Damn it. Once this is over, I will definitely deal with you and seek my revenge." Emo Linyuan, "My dear wife, are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? You will soon find out whether I am a man or not." Emo Linyuan looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. After hearing her say that, if he were to leave, he would truly not be a man. In her urgency, she tossed her coat onto the floor. "Emo Linyuan, my lady, slow down." Seeing her so adorably flustered, he instinctively rolled his attractive Adam's apple. Fearing that their moment might be interrupted, he waved his hand, casting a barrier around the lily of the valley, preventing anyone below the nascent soul realm from intruding. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." She pounced on him, pushing him onto the bed. This feeling was utterly disconcerting. Even if she were under the influence of an aphrodisiac, she should not be losing control like this. Chapter 53. If you say another word, I will seek another man. "My lady." He flipped over, switching positions with her. His warm hands gently brushed her hair beside her cheeks, lovingly removing the hairpin from her head. Such matters should be initiated by the man. He rolled his appealing Adam's apple. Slowly, he leaned down and kissed her crimson lips. "Dulman, what on earth are you dawdling about?" She was on the brink of being tormented to death by this sensation. Once this was over, she would thoroughly investigate what went wrong. Emo Linyuan's expression darkened, resembling a face smeared with soot. "My lady, this is of your own making, so do not come crying to me about being bullied later. If you continue to talk, I will seek another man." It felt unbearable, as if her body was urging her to crash into a wall in desperation. "You dare?" He domineeringly silenced her incessant chatter with his lips. With the lights off and the curtains drawn, each indulged in their imagination. An afternoon passed, and the bell on the bedside chimed with a clear sound. It was not until nightfall that the sounds within the room gradually ceased. "Dulman, I will kill you." Once the body of a certain little woman returned to normal, her first instinct was to seek his demise. "Damn it, I clearly returned for revenge. How'd I end up being taken by this scoundrel once again? Does he possess skills that only I, as a woman, should have? Frankly, even if it cost me my life, I would not believe he has had only me all these years. This wretched creature could very well become a master and a coach." Emo Linyuan, "My wife, you are truly misjudging me. I learned all of that from the Spring Palace paintings given to me by the matchmaker. My lady, if you kill me, you will become a widow, and I cannot bear that." He grasped her arm with great force. Despite having spent the entire afternoon in such intimacy, he was completely unaffected, even as a normal person. He always referred to her as I, never using the title of this king. "Jun Yujin, get lost. Get out of my sight." Blushing, she contemplated delivering a swift kick to send him tumbling away. Little did she know, his fervent hand grasped her legs, and he leaned in once more to silence her with fervent kisses. What a glutton! Is he nibbling on corn? Doesn't he tire of this? Emo Linyuan replied, "Not all. I intend to reclaim all the benefits I missed over the past 5 years. Once he reverts to his foolish self, the opportunity will only present itself on the night of the full moon. And even on that night, such a perfect alignment may not occur again. Get out, she thought, utterly exhausted, to the point where she lacked the strength to confront him, her arms feeling weak and powerless. She had expected herself to be fearful of such encounters. Yet thankfully she was not. As this thought crossed her mind, a flush crept onto June Eugen's face. Damn it, she had succumbed. How embarrassing. I'm so tired. Her eyelids could no longer resist the battle, and she slipped into slumber. Mo Linyuan mused, has my wife truly fallen asleep? Sleeping? My dear. He called softly, but received no response. She was indeed asleep. Sighing, he reluctantly rose. It seemed she was genuinely worn out. After covering her with a blanket, he resumed his foolish demeanor and dispelled the protective barrier of the courtyard. Bring hot water, he commanded, wishing to cleanse her, at least to leave her with a favorable impression. Otherwise, he feared that even in his foolish state, she might be tempted to take drastic measures against him. No one answered. How could he forget that there were no maids in the lily court, only Lanner and Chinger, who had taken their son to the wet nurse? Never mind, he would fetch the water himself. As he stepped outside, he encountered Lanner returning with their son. Father, the little one exclaimed joyfully, running over to embrace his leg. Good boy. He lifted Jun Xiaojiu and kissed him. Do not disturb the princess. She is so tired that she has fallen asleep. As he noticed Chinger and Lanner heading inside, he hurriedly intervened. The young lady is asleep? How could she be so tired when there is little for her to do in the palace? They remarked, perplexed. Indeed, she is asleep. Do not disturb her. Take the young prince outside to play for a while before returning. King Ad and Leonard exchanged curious glances. He still appeared as the same simple-minded prince. Could they have misinterpreted the situation? Reluctantly, they nodded in agreement. Jun Xiaojiu chuckled mischievously, seemingly understanding the implications of his father's and mother's relationship, and winked at Mo Linyuan, as if to say, Father, do your best. Mei Ying and Mei Xing intended to accompany Jun Xiaojiu, but Mo Linyuan called for Mei Ying to stay behind. Mei Ying, you remain here and fetch hot water from the kitchen. Your Highness, what do you need hot water for? Mei Ying inquired, genuinely puzzled. Mo Linyuan shot him a sidelong glance. If you must know, once Mei Yu returns, you will soon understand the purpose of the hot water. Mei Xing, having taken only a few steps away, could not help but burst into laughter. The enigmatic figure, known for his lack of foresight, truly astonishes. Who would have imagined that the prince could act with such swiftness, taking advantage of their absence to attend to matters concerning the princess? After having lunch, he returned to his chamber to retrieve some belongings, inadvertently discovering the barrier surrounding the lily garden. Thus, he surmised the events that had unfolded within. To his astonishment, the prince was indeed relentless, having spent an entire afternoon there. Could the princess possibly endure such exertion? What are you laughing at? Lanner shot him a disapproving glance. The prince merely requested that the enigmatic figure prepare warm water. What was there to find amusing? Mei Xing was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Who would have thought that Lanner was still so innocent, oblivious to such matters? How wasn't he laughing at anything? Mei Xing pursed her lips, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. Not far along, they encountered Mei Ju. Mei Ju, when did you return? Mei Xing exclaimed, astonished at his presence. Last night, he replied coldly, attempting to bypass her in search of Mo Linyuan. Last night? How was I unaware of that? Upon seeing him head towards the lily garden, Mei Xing quickly interjected, Mei Ju, the prince is currently with the princess. Do not disturb them. Why not? Is it unacceptable for me to see the prince with the princess? Regardless, you should refrain from going there now. Come with us to accompany the young prince instead. Mei Ju turned back, casting a glance at the little boy held by Chingera's hand. After a long pause, he finally uttered a single word. Fine. The young prince is quite adorable. I wish to ruffle his hair and kiss his cheek. Chingera thought to herself, this Mei Ju is rather handsome. Her heart raced. Could it be that she had fallen for him at first sight? Chapter 54. He exhausted her to the point where she lacked the strength to dress herself. You are called Mei Ju? Chingera boldly inquired. Mei Ju responded with his characteristic aloofness. This woman must be Miss Chingera, brought here by the princess. Qing'er is also quite charming. The lady in blue attire must be Miss Lanner. Why is she so distant? Qing'er furrowed her brows, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Have I left a poor impression on Miss Qing'er? Mei Zhu queried. He is not distant, Mei Xing explained with a smile. That is simply his nature. We have never witnessed him smile throughout our lives. A wooden man? Qing'er unconsciously raised her gaze to the unresponsive Mei Zhu. It seems that winning him over may prove to be a formidable challenge. Indeed, I have left a poor impression, he acknowledged. Aunt Lania, observing the two of them. It appears there may be potential. Jun Xiaojio had unknowingly released Qing'er's hand and nestled into Lanner's embrace. I also sense the possibility. Just look at Qing'er's gaze. It nearly radiates affection for Mei Zhu. Lanner nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Having accompanied her mistress for many years, she had encountered countless handsome men. She had not expected Qing'er to be drawn to such an icy figure. After Mei Ying returned with the warm water, Mo Lin Yuan accepted it and instructed him to wait outside. Secure the main door. No one is to enter, not even the young prince. I must cleanse my wife. Nature cannot be perceived by any individual. Indeed, your highness. The ethereal figure obediently positioned herself at the gate of the courtyard, her mind increasingly perplexed. What could the prince and princess be engaged in? Might there be some private matters to discuss, rendering even the young prince unfit to overhear? Yet, even if they were deliberating, was there truly a need for hot water? After carrying the water inside, Mo Lingyuan cautiously lifted the quilt, leaving a corner for her to rest her abdomen upon, fearful that she might catch a chill. As night descended, Jun Yujin awoke an hour later, roused by hunger. She had consumed but a morsel in the morning, and after returning at noon, had not the opportunity to dine, having spent the afternoon battling with that insufferable man. Exhausted, she had succumbed to slumber. Where could that wretched man be? Jun Yujin opened her eyes, sitting up in bed and scanning the room. That doggo man. Should he reappear, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Upon discovering Mo Ling Yuan's absence, her teeth clenched in ire. Ouch, how it stings. In her frustration, she struck the bed, only to inadvertently touch a tender spot beneath her, causing her to gasp in pain. That scoundrel, true to his nature from her past life, possessed formidable prowess in that regard. You scoundrel, just wait, for when I catch you, you shall see my wrath, even if he has reverted to a fool. A lesson must be imparted, otherwise, the bitterness in my heart remains unresolved. My hands feel so weary, lacking the strength to dress. She hastily retrieved a cup of spiritual spring water from her space and drank deeply. Upon consuming the elixir, her energy was swiftly restored, though her arms still bore the remnants of fatigue, a testament to her exhaustion. Her body was remarkably clean, suggesting someone had attended to her. Could have been that scoundrel? Humph. I suppose he possesses a modicum of conscience. Thud. Jun Yujin would have never imagined that one day she would be rendered so weak that she could scarcely rise from her bed. Alas, she stumbled to the floor. That dog a man, she shouted in indignation, wishing to sever Mo Ling Yuan into pieces. The ache in her body compelled her to drink 2 or 3 cups of spiritual spring water before she felt somewhat better. Your Highness, you are awake? Mei Ying exclaimed as she emerged, quickly adding, you must be hungry. The prince has already instructed the chef to prepare a meal. What good is food when I am filled with anger? Jun Yujin, suppressing her rising temper, inquired of Mei Ying, where is that scoundrel? Where has he gone? The prince mentioned he was fatigued and has returned to his chambers to rest. How peculiar. The prince had never retired this early in the evening. Does he truly have the luxury to indulge in slumber? Jun Yujin rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Mo Ling Yuan, just as she prepared to storm next door to bestow a lesson upon him. Lanner and the others returned with her son, Jun Xiaojio. Why did you not return sooner? Of all times, you choose now. With her son back, how could she possibly seek out that scoundrel for retribution? Mother, you have finally awakened. Xiaojio's tummy is about to collapse from hunger. The little one dashed over joyfully upon seeing her, as if he had encountered a delightful feast. With his mother awake, he could finally partake in a meal. It is quite late. Have you not yet dined? Jun Yujin tenderly lifted him, turning to return to the room. Mei Ying, promptly bring forth the prepared meal. What is wrong with that man? It is so late, and our son is yet to eat. Meishing, go to the wash area and fetch a washboard. As she walked, she commanded the Meishing behind her. Yes, Meishing nodded in agreement, pondering whether the intention was to make the prince kneel on the washboard. Who are you? Jinyujin inquired curiously upon seeing an unfamiliar face. Replying to the princess, I am Miju. Miju answered with great respect, yet remained as cold as ice, resembling a wooden figure. Miju, is it? Go summon your prince. I have matters to discuss with him. The subordinates of that man seem rather handsome. In the future, when we depart, I must have Lanner and Qing'er each take one away, infuriating that wretched man. Understood. Miju turned and swiftly flew to the adjacent prince's chamber. Your Highness, please accept my condolences. I shall mourn for you for 3 seconds. Miju, you are quite swift. Once you discover why the princess has summoned the prince, you shall realize how foolish you truly are. Meishing, hurry up. Your Highness, please do not be angry. I will go at once. Observing his indifference, Jinyujin raised an eyebrow, and Meishing dashed away. Mother, what do you need the washboard for? Jun Xiaojiu inquired curiously. Isn't there one in the Honglian space? It is nothing. Merely a discussion about life with you and your father. Qing'er and Lana remarked. Miss seems to be suppressing something tonight, as if about to erupt at any moment. Miju promptly brought the drowsy Mo Linyuan from the chambers. My dear, you are awake. He joyfully entered, seemingly having forgotten the events of the afternoon entirely. Yunin hendet yun xiu tu lane. Lonaron kingar. Take the young master outside to play for a while. Yes, Mississippi sensing something amiss. Kingat an lena hui tu in place yun xiu. I do not want to. I want my father. The little one, familiar with his mother-esque temperament, sensed the brewing storm. This was a sign of impending fury. If he were to leave, his father would surely be in trouble. Jinyujin thought, my younger son must be deliberately provoking me. My blood pressure is rising. Seeing her son slip from her embrace and cling to Mo Linyuan like an octopus, she struggled to contain her frustration. Do you even recall what you did this afternoon? Ultimately, she could only sit in a chair, inquiring of the man who appeared drowsy. Chapter 55, After Affection. Does he simply forget? In the palace, having just been awakened by Meiying, Mo Linyuan feigned confusion, appearing as if he had not fully awakened. He had indeed been asleep all afternoon, but only in her presence. Jinyujin thought, that wretched man has evidently forgotten what transpired after his transformation. If I do not pretend to forget, I fear you would already be brandishing a knife at me. What is it, my dear wife? He looked at her with innocent eyes. Jinyujin took a deep breath, contemplating whether this was truly him. Would he be the same as this afternoon? Ahem, never mind. Upon mentioning the events of the afternoon, she became incensed. It matters not. Do you still remember the memories before sleep? She instructed him to remove his mask. As it was of little consequence, everyone was already aware of his appearance. With her eyes narrowed, she fixated on him, observing every nuance of his expression. Very well, my dear. He complied, removing the mask and sitting beside her with an innocent demeanor, gazing at her with fascination. My dear, you are truly beautiful. His sweet words were laced with flattery. Fool, you look presentable, yet in that regard, you are nothing but a beast. Had I not consumed a few cups of the spiritual spring in the space, my body would still be too weak to rise from bed. Mo Linyuan responded. Thank you for the compliment, my wife. We ought to engage in more mutual understanding moving forward. However, when you refer to the space, do you mean the spatial storage artifact? And this spiritual spring, what is it? It seems to be a treasure that can restore vitality. Perhaps after our moments of affection, I could utilize it to regain my strength. Do not digress. Quickly answer my question. Jun Yujin remarked coldly, casting him a fleeting glance. At that moment, Meiying and Qing'er had arrived at the doorway, bringing in the dishes one after another. Are you referring to the memories before sleep? Mo Linyuan feigned deep contemplation. Ah yes, I recall being with you. How did I awaken in my own bed? He was acutely aware of her suspicions, for the events of the afternoon were indeed real. Any hesitation on his part would lead her to doubt his honesty. Ultimately, Jun Yujin was convinced of his sincerity, thus refraining from further inquiries. As Star said, this fool has truly lost his previous memories after becoming a simpleton, including those of the afternoon. Mo Linyuan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. There are still 10 days until the next full moon. When that day arrives, I shall settle the score. This time was an accident, but next time, I will ensure you pay dearly. Mo Linyuan replied, My dear, you are no match for me. I fear that when you come, I shall consume you entirely, leaving not a bone behind. This is a boon for me. I would be more than delighted for you to seek me out. After the afternoon's exchanges, he had come to understand her likes and dislikes. After dinner, Jun Xiaojiao, having played throughout the day, felt a wave of fatigue and soon fell asleep in Jun Eugen's embrace. Brother, the little one murmured softly in her dreams, seemingly calling for her older sibling. Mo ran. Jun Eugen whispered her eldest son's name, her heart aching with longing. Regrettably, this was not the 21st century. There were no cameras or phones, and she could not view her son's photographs or videos. She was determined to cultivate her abilities to the supreme divine level, a realm said to grant eternal life and the option to be transported to a higher continent. As for what that other continent entailed, no one knew, only that it was a place vastly richer in spiritual energy than the Tianqi continent. Ancient texts recount the tale of a formidable being who once tore through the fabric of space to arrive at this continent. To rend space, indeed. She yearns to return to the land of Huaxia, for it is the place of her true upbringing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Linyuan donned a robe of deep black brocade, his countenance exuding a palpable aura of menace as he silently departed the royal residence. Jun Eugen suddenly opened her eyes. Just moments ago, she had sensed the presence of an extraordinarily powerful cultivator, yet it vanished in an instant. It seems this royal manor truly conceals hidden talents, brimming with extraordinary practitioners of the mystical arts. At this moment, Feng Qingshun had just returned to the inn after indulging in a night of revelry. As he prepared to lie down and rest, an unexpected intruder burst into his room. "Who are you?" he demanded, astonished that a cultivator at the Golden Core stage had failed to detect the stranger's arrival. The intruder radiated hostility, compelling him to muster all his strength. "During the day, you are quite audacious. Let's find another venue to settle this. A confrontation in the city will undoubtedly cause a stir. Moreover, my exceptionally clever wife is acquainted with that insufferable third prince. Should a fight ensue, alarming her and revealing my true identity could lead to her aiding me against him." Thus, while intending to teach this arrogant man a lesson, he also needed to conceal his identity. "Who exactly are you?" Feng Qingshun adopted a serious demeanor and followed the stranger outside. To his astonishment, the man had already begun to manifest wings for flight, indicating his considerable cultivation level. He regarded the airborne figure with a flicker of surprise. Anyone capable of flight must possess a cultivation level at least above the Golden Core stage. And this individual warranted caution. In Liuli Kingdom, he had merely indulged in frivolities and had not provoked anyone. Where had this man emerged from? Was he an assassin dispatched from the Snow Kingdom? Outside the city, Mo Linyuan lured him to a spacious area. Without even summoning his martial spirit, he launched an attack. "Hey, can you exhibit some reason? I have not even caught my breath before you strike. You deserve to be hit." "What do you mean I deserve to be hit?" Feng Qingshan was vexed. Although the man exuded a murderous intent, he had not truly attempted to kill him, which was perplexing. Bang! Ouch! Feng Qingshan felt his cultivation level forcibly suppressed, a sudden punch landing squarely on his face. "Who are you?" he inquired in frustration, his voice tinged with ire. "There are rules to fighting. Do not strike the face. Do you not understand?" Bang! Ouch! Before he could finish his protest, Mo Linyuan delivered another blow to the other side of his face. "Apologies, but your face and mouth are simply too deserving of a beating." Mo Linyuan's cultivation level surpassed that of Feng Qingshun, and without even activating his martial spirit, he had overwhelmed him. "You have provoked this prince." In response, Feng Qingshun unleashed his martial spirit, the celestial serpent, declaring, "Come forth." "Just a mere little bug?" Montauk Linyuan sneered derisively. "You are the bug. My martial spirit is the divine beast, the celestial serpent." "Oh, a divine beast, is it?" Mo Linyuan's lips curled into a cold smile, utterly dismissive of the celestial serpent. "Black Dragon, arise." With that command, A colossal black dragon materialized behind him. Just as it happens, my martial spirit is a dragon. Today, the dragon and the snake are pitted against each other. Let us see whose martial spirit reigns supreme. What a joke. My martial spirit is a snake, while yours is a dragon. Have you ever witnessed a snake battle a dragon? The disparity in martial spirits is apparent. Thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted my opinion? Mo Lin Yuan discerned his intent to escape, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in his gaze. After the humiliation suffered in the afternoon, how could he possibly hold his head high before his wife in the future? Chapter 56. His affection for her reached cataclysmic proportions. Feng Qingshan gazed ahead, feeling quite perturbed. Above, an imposing black dragon circled majestically, and he instinctively swallowed hard. This was a rhythm that completely severed his path. Hey, this prince has no enmity with you. Why must you strike me? He could never comprehend when he had provoked such a man. Do I require a reason to strike you? Mo Lin Yuan looked down upon him from his elevated position. Were it not for his wife's friendship and his son's godfather status, he would show no mercy. You are formidable. You are impressive. Upon returning to the royal residence, Mo Lin Yuan found Jun Yujin already fast asleep. Your Highness, a scout has reported that the Blood Slaughter Hall has seized several of our collaborations today. Meiju approached him immediately upon his return to relay the news. Never mind. Let them take it. After all, what they seize is merely a collaboration with my wife. Her possessions are my possessions, so it makes little difference. But our Shadow Pavilion and the Blood Slaughter Hall have always coexisted peacefully. Shouldn't we teach them a lesson for this theft? Even though the Blood Slaughter Hall emerged dramatically 5 years ago and has since developed into a vast organization, it still pales in comparison to their Shadow Pavilion. No need. Consider it a gift to them. I wouldn't mind if they took several collaborations. I would willingly give them the entire Shadow Pavilion for my wife. Meiju lifted his gaze to observe him, his face an inscrutable mask despite the evident confusion within. Your Highness, such words may embolden their audacity. If we do not teach the Blood Slaughter Hall a lesson, there will be a first time, then a second, and then a third. Let them act with impunity. The Blood Slaughter Hall is unrestrained with my Shadow Pavilion, and I am equally unrestrained with their esteemed leader. Indeed, that seems fair. Meiju inquired, what's going on? Your Highness, this is not your usual approach. You may not be aware, but the leader of the Blood Slaughter Hall is my royal consort. Mo Lin Yuan declared with a hint of pride. Even from 10 paces away, Meiju could sense his smugness. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Hall is the princess? How could this be? Was it not said that the princess is incapable of cultivation? Thus, inform the people of the Shadow Pavilion that from now on, when encountering members of the Blood Slaughter Hall, we shall either take a detour or encourage our subordinates to treat them as siblings. But, Your Highness, might you be overthinking this? It is said that most disciples of the Blood Slaughter Hall are women. If there is no way to avoid them, let's take them back as wives. Charming absolute. My lord, are you not going a bit too far? The women of the Blood Slaughter Hall are notoriously proud and belong to a non-marriage faction. Once they wed, they immediately withdraw from the organization. Either both spouses are within the organization or none at all. Charming absolute. Do you have any idea who the owner of Junlin Tianxia is? Currently, he appears to be feigning ignorance, merely showing off to his subordinates. I do not know. Charming absolute shook her head. The owner of Junlin Tianxia is shrouded in mystery and is said to be a woman. Wait, a woman? Observing the Lord's proud demeanor, could it be? Could she also be the princess? His expression revealed a hint of astonishment. Mo Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction, affirming, indeed, it is the princess. This revelation struck him like a bomb, leaving his mind buzzing. Henceforth, any request from the subordinates of the Shadow Pavilion can be fulfilled by purchasing from Junlin Tianxia. Indeed, is this a partnership that renders them invincible together? Additionally, I need someone to investigate General Jun Fengyi of the Snow Country and the temperament of his eldest son, Jun Yeting. Ensure that this remains undiscovered. If I am not mistaken, the princess's father should be the renowned General Jun Fengyi, known throughout the continent. Though he has never inquired about his son's maternal grandfather, he has surmised it. Moreover, he refrains from questioning his son about everything, as that would indirectly compel him to betray his mother. This is a matter of significant educational importance. The subordinate obeys. Charming Absolute felt bewildered, yet dared not ask further. How could the Lord, who has no ties to General Junfengyi of the Snow Country, seek to understand their dispositions? Could it be that the Lord is contemplating a change of orientation? Also, look into any traitors within the royal residence, aside from the old witch of a queen dowager. Eliminate all others. Understood. Is the Lord planning to take action? The princess has been unwell this afternoon. Investigate whether anyone entered the Linglan courtyard after we left the royal residence this morning and what actions were taken. The princess's unusual behavior this afternoon surely involves more than just a common aphrodisiac. The princess is unwell. It appears that the Lord cast a barrier this afternoon to allow the princess to rest properly. The hour is late. You should retire for the night. Mo Linyuan waved his hand dismissively and turned to return to his chambers. He had not practiced for several days and could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, he would never be able to save his mother. Furthermore, that old witch would soon emerge from her seclusion, and he must grow stronger than ever before. The Crown Prince's residence. Brother Crown Prince, Schwerer is so tired. I wish to rest for a while. Jun Yushue lay breathlessly on the bed, her body covered in bruises. Who would have thought that her beloved would be a sadist in this regard? Yet, infuriatingly, she found herself inexplicably drawn to this feeling of being tormented. But brother has not yet had his fill. Mo Chenjing remained entrenched in his assumed role. Indeed, tonight he was engaged in role-play with her, the Crown Princess. It seems that dear sister Schwerer has provided him with ample entertainment. I truly cannot continue. And besides, we must visit the regent's residence first thing in the morning. Jun Yushue was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. The news she had received that afternoon was beyond her comprehension. How dare Jun Yujin bestow upon the crown prince the already absorbed Phoenix Bloodjade? Was it not his intention to reclaim the empty shell? Tomorrow, she would personally visit him to return it. The mere thought of visiting the regent's residence drained her of interest. Have you heard? Today, the discussions in the Crown Prince's residence revolved around the beauty of that wretched Jun Yujin, claiming she saved a little boy from peril. Kind-hearted and ethereal as a celestial being. As Mo Chunjing recalled the gossip he had overheard, curiosity gnawed at him. Jun Yujin was hailed as a heavenly beauty. He was eager to witness her allure for himself. Merely rumors. She was once so unattractive, with 2 prominent dark spots on her face. Could she simply vanish and reappear as a beauty? It must be a fabricated tale, intended to convince the world of her charm, erasing her reputation as the ugliest in Lioli Kingdom. Jun Yushue turned over, her face contorted with disdain and sarcastic laughter. She had indeed heard the rumors that afternoon, yet she remained skeptical. Chapter 57. My back aches more than yesterday. The venom coursing through that wretched Jun Yujin was acquired by their father from the southern tribes. Utterly uncurable in Lioli Kingdom. Even a trip to the south would not guarantee an antidote. She would remove her veil and reveal her true hideousness to the world. The following day, Mother is awake. Mother is awake and ready to play. Jun Yujin had enjoyed a deep, sweet slumber throughout the night, only to be roused by her son's persistent kisses on her cheek. Xiaojio, don't be a nuisance. Let Mother sleep a little longer. She felt the ache in her body still quite intense, longing to remain in bed forever, lost in slumber. No, get up. The sun is shining on your behind. Jun Xiaojio, perched beside her, continued to peck at her cheek. Seeing her still unresponsive, he pouted. Xiaojio is hungry. Listen, my tummy is rumbling. Jun Yujin, groggy, opened her eyes and inhaled deeply. She turned to her son, showering him with affectionate kisses. Giggles erupted from Jun Xiaojio, whose laughter was pure and innocent, simply ignited by a mother-esque kiss. Mother-esque precious son. After indulging in enough affection, Jun Yujin embraced the soft little bundle, savoring their bond before finally rising. No matter how much she wished to laze about, she could not neglect her son's growth. Upon standing, she felt her bones and back ache even more than the previous day. That damn man has truly infuriated me. The memory of her body's reaction from the day before chilled her gaze. This was no ordinary aphrodisiac. Xiaojio, you dress first. Mother has something to attend to. Just a moment in the space. All right, Mother. Jun Xiaojio nodded, already grabbing a piece of clothing and slowly beginning to dress. Jun Yujin kissed the little one and entered the Red Lotus space. She needed to completely disrobe, inspecting her body for any abnormalities and then examine the blood within her. Last night, she had already scrutinized the Lingshan courtyard and found nothing amiss. The food was certainly not the issue. As an alchemist, she could discern any problems at a glance. Oddly enough, everything seemed fine. Jun Yujin furrowed her brow, perplexed. The issue appeared to have arisen after Mo Linyuan had given her a massage, yet he had merely been performing a simple massage without any opportunity for mischief. Furthermore, their peculiar reactions had occurred simultaneously, adding to the mystery. Jun Yujin was filled with doubt. It was unsettling that she, as an alchemist, could not identify any issues. Unless there existed a kind of aphrodisiac unknown to her, which was improbable given the absence of residual components in her body. What could possibly be the cause? It seemed that the matter could only be unraveled when that insufferable man returned to normal. With this thought, Jun Yujin dressed and exited the space. A few hours inside equated to but a short while outside. Her little one had just finished putting on his clothes. "Mother, let us hurry out for breakfast. Father and the others are already waiting in the hall," the little one exclaimed joyfully before bouncing out. Jun Yujin thought to herself, "That rascal is already waiting in the hall. He is becoming increasingly brazen. Not only does he mooch off lunch and dinner, but now he asks after breakfast as well." With a scowl, Jun Yujin stepped out, intending to chase him away. However, she found everyone seated neatly around the table, leaving her the best position, nestled between that rascal and her son. "Princess, come eat. The buns and porridge will get cold," Mei Xing cheerfully called out upon seeing her. "Miss, you've slept in a bit this morning," Chinker teased with a knowing smile. After reflecting on the previous day, she felt something had indeed been off in the afternoon. It turned out the reason for the Mrs. Fatigue was due to that incident. "Did I sleep in?" Jun Yujin instinctively replied. "Look, the sun has already reached the courtyard." Chinker pointed towards the sun outside. "Good morning, princess." Mei Ying and Mei Jue stood up immediately upon her appearance, respectfully bowing. All eyes at the table were fixed upon her. How had breakfast turned into such a spectacle? "Do not make a fuss over breakfast. Feel free to be casual here," Jun Yujin said, pursing her lips in exasperation. She shot a disgruntled glance at Mo Linyuan, wishing fervently to kick him like a football. That rascal. Because of him, I woke up feeling more sore today than yesterday. Even the spiritual spring water does little to help. Next time, when you transform back, I shall surely take my revenge. She seethed silently, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through him, causing a tremor of apprehension within him. She must maintain an air of nonchalance, feigning ignorance. Mo Linyuan remarked, "Wife, we have discussed revenge numerous times. Might we not persist in this stubbornness? Can you refrain from making me feel as though my life is hanging by a thread?" "Indeed, Princess Xia." Mei Ying and Mei Ju took their seats, their gazes still fixed upon her. It seemed that only when she picked up her chopsticks did everyone else dare to eat. Jun Yujin retorted, "I am not a landowner. Why do you stare at me so intently? My dear, here, I have brought you your favorite corn steam bun." Upon seeing her sit down, Mo Linyuan quickly placed a corn bun in her bowl, beaming as he spoke. "How did you know I like corn buns?" Jun Yujin shot him a cold glance, her skepticism evident. Faced with meat buns, she found them too greasy for breakfast, while plain white buns felt overly bland. Thus, she typically opted for corn buns or prepared her own shao mein vegetable buns. "Of course I asked our son." He smiled as he handed her a pair of chopsticks. Jun Yujin cast a disgruntled look at her son, internally lamenting, "Alas, why wasn't he a pair of dragon and phoenix twins? A daughter would indeed be more considerate. You wretched creature, were it not for the presence of Mei Xing, Mei Ying, and Mei Ju, you wouldn't even be allowed to step into the courtyard, let alone share a meal. You would be driven out with a broom." Mo Linyuan had never imagined that he would one day rely on the favor of his subordinates. After the meal, Jun Yuxiue and Mo Chunjing indeed arrived at the Regency Princess residence. "Ah, are the Crown Prince and Crown Princess here today to pay their respects to this princess and the prince?" Jun Yujin and her entourage sauntered into the hall, where Jun Yuxiue and Mo Chunjing had been waiting for some time. Pay respects? She truly had an imagination. Chapter 58. You little wretch, how dare you insult me? What expressions are those? Is this how one should react upon seeing the Emperor's uncle and aunt? Observing the two seated calmly on the side, Jun Yujin scoffed. Jun Yushue retorted, You shameless woman, just seeing your face makes me want to vomit. And Mo Chunjing added, Jun Yujin is utterly despicable, deceiving him with fake blood jade. I shall ensure she receives a thorough lesson. What? You come to my Regency Prince's residence only to make me endure your foul expressions? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You merely wish to tear apart the rumors of my beauty that spread throughout Furong City overnight after I was seen on the street yesterday. Clearly, the two girls did not believe it and sought to expose her scandal instead. As for the blood jade, had they truly cared, they would have come yesterday, not today. Mother, their faces resemble a layer of filth, both foul and unappealing. Jun Xiaojiu found them repulsive. Anyone who dared bully his mother would face consequences. Ha! The young master speaks truly. Qing and Lan could not help but chuckle, chiming in. How audacious! These two lowly girls dare to insult this princess and the crown prince. Bring them out and execute them. Jun Yushue was already seething with rage due to the words of Jun Xiaojiao and Jun Yujin. Now, with two maidservants rushing out, she felt compelled to teach them a lesson to uphold her dignity as the crown princess. As you command, her order was swiftly executed by the guards accompanying her, who advanced towards Qing and Lan. Who dares? Jun Yujin proclaimed from above, assertively seated on her chair. Mo Linyuan sat beside her like a well-behaved child. With a veil still adorning her face, Jun Yushue regarded her with disdain. After all, it was merely a rumor. If she were truly a great beauty, she would have long unveiled herself to flaunt her allure before everyone, rather than conceal herself and allow others to label her as unattractive. Your Highness, have you perhaps mistaken your seat? You occupy the position of the head of the royal family, Mei Xing remarked, observing the apparent delight of their lord. Is it permissible for your people to be treated in such a manner? A mere glance from Jun Yujin sent the two guards who had stepped forward into a cold sweat. That gaze was terrifying, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, making it hard for them to breathe. At that moment, Mo Chunjing spoke, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Andy, even if these two maidservants are under your command, they must not offend the crown prince and crown princess. Thus, it is imperative that they are dealt with today. Crown prince, should you not address me with a respectful you? It is the bare minimum of respect for your elders, or have your years of etiquette been in vain? Jun Yujin interrupted him, her eyes flashing with intensity. Although her tone was light, it carried an undeniable force that pressed upon him. Andy, Mo Qinjing's eyes turned icy, wishing to rend her apart. You, Jun Yujin, shall pay dearly for this. Once I ascend the throne, I will ensure you are sold to a brothel, forced to entertain clients daily until you meet a most disgraceful end. The moment Mo Linyuan entered the grand hall, he activated his mind-reading ability, and upon hearing those thoughts, a profound murderous intent ignited within him. He could not bear to hear the words of humiliation leading to death. It was a reminder of his wife's past suffering, an emotional wound that could never heal and one he had inflicted himself. Before he could finish, Jun Yujin cut him off again, turning her gaze toward Jun Yushue. Crown Princess, it seems you and the Crown Prince are quite glued to your seats, perhaps too proud to stand and pay respects to me and the prince. Alas, she sighed deeply. It appears I married a simpleton, unworthy of your deference. Mo Linyuan thought it unjust that he too was implicated in her words, as if his status as regent warranted no respect. Vile wretch, were it not for the Crown Prince's rebellious plots, you would have been dealt with long ago. How dare you still expect reverence? Jun Yushue retorted. Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror to see your own unattractiveness. Mo Chunjing's expression was one of utter disgust, as if he had just consumed something repugnant. He would certainly not be unaware that Jun Yujin deliberately used her status as the elder sister of the regent to suppress them. However, the crown prince must endure. And endure he shall, for when the Empress Dowager emerges from her seclusion, it will be the true reign of the crown prince. Mo Linyuan chuckled coldly within. Did they dare to rebel? Huh, with your meager qualifications? Or has the royal aunt gone? Please temper your anger. Mo Chun-jing rose, feigning a smile as he performed a bow. He then produced the phoenix blood jade, which he had brought along. He signaled to those behind him to present it. Moreover, his nephew wished to pay respects to the royal uncle and aunt. He smiled and bowed, yet as he bent, the smile on his face abruptly turned cold and bloodthirsty. The nephew's wife also paid respects to the royal uncle and aunt. At this moment, Jun Yushue stood as well, her face devoid of expression as she performed a bow. Clearly, she was striking Jun Yujin in the face, yet somehow she ended up being led by her nose. Crown Prince and Crown Princess, please take your seats. Her voice was indifferent, calm as a still lake. But should one disturb it, it could transform into tumultuous waves, ready to engulf and suffocate. Mei Xing commented, "The princess indeed remains the most formidable person here. Why did this situation feel somewhat amiss? How had the prince become a mere accessory?" He sat there like a well-behaved child, no longer the formidable leader he once was. Gone was the aloof, domineering figure they had always known. He was becoming quite the comic. "Mother, that ugly monster wants to kill my Lanner and Aunt Qinger. He is a wicked villain. Why do you still allow him to sit on the throne?" Jun Xiaojiu puffed out her cheeks, visibly displeased, and looked at Jun Yushue with annoyance. "And that wicked woman. Her maid tried to kill you last time. Why grant her a seat? I think she should sit on a durian. Besides, she thinks she is beautiful. But she is not even worth a single strand of your hair. She is as lewd as a harlot." The little one seemed to genuinely despise them, her eyes turning red with indignation. Jun Yujin remarked, "Child, durians only exist in that 21st world." Everyone gasped. Ugly monster? Wicked woman? Those two are acceptable. But what about lewd and harlot? How do you know this, little ancestor? You are merely 4 years old. You little brat, have you no shame? I have shown kindness to your wretched mother, yet you dare to climb atop my head and insult me. Jun Yushue was infuriated, her anger boiling over as she leapt to her feet, pointing at him and scolding. Chapter 59. Dare to touch my people on my territory. Who gave you the courage? You dare to insult my mother, seeking death. Jun Xiaojiu's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Just as she was about to take action, Jun Yujin grasped her small hand, offering her a gentle smile. "But mother, her words are too vicious. I truly want to shove a lump of filth in her mouth. I'm still a child, and she can be so cruel in her insults. Mother is as beautiful as a celestial being. This is well known, yet she dares to insult you. Today, I shall teach her a lesson she will not soon forget. I am determined to reduce her to a state of utter humiliation." The little one spoke, tears brimming in her eyes. "Little Gio, no." Jun Yujin intervened, wishing to conceal his own abilities. "Whose mouth do you wish to stuff with filth? Your mother is a wretched creature. It is no wonder you have been raised without decorum." Jun Yushue, after all, was too easily provoked. Such trivial matters could incite her ire to this extent. At this moment, Mo Linyuan's heart was already shrouded in murderous intent. "Should you dare to insult my young master again, I shall end you." Qinger and Lanner swiftly drew their swords, their expressions fierce as they directed their lethal gazes at her. "What are you all waiting for? Go and drag those 2 vile maidens out and execute them." She even contemplated harming Lanner and Qinger. How utterly preposterous. The individuals brought with her and Mo Chunjing from the prince's residence were all formidable mid-level experts. Upon hearing her command, they immediately advanced toward Lanner and Qinger. "This is the regent's residence. It is not your place to act with impunity." Mei Ying, Mei Xing, and Mei Jue, upon witnessing the scene, drew their weapons, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Should they dare to strike, they would be met with death. Some subordinates dare to obstruct this palace. Bring them all down. Jun Yushue's eyes reddened. She was solely intent on establishing her authority. Who dares to be reckless? Jun Yujin cast a cold glance, an aura of death radiating from her, causing those present to tremble in fear. "In this princess's domain, you wish to run amok?" She rose slowly, descending toward them. How could such a foolish woman have bested her in her past life, despite not revealing her own strength? The sound of her footfalls alone exerted an invisible pressure. A sardonic smile graced her lips, a blend of mockery, disdain, and the ominous prelude to wrath, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Those brought by Jun Yushue instinctively swallowed hard, retreating a few steps in trepidation. What do you intend to do? Jun Yushue felt a chill as she met her gaze, instinctively stepping back, stuttering in her speech. Smack! Yun Yuin swiftly delivered a resounding slap, causing Jun Yushue's mouth to bleed. Did I not teach you sufficiently last time? Or do you have a penchant for punishment? Have you come seeking another beating? Jun Yujin's eyes were cold as she scrutinized her, her hand gripping Jun Yushue's neck with a detached cruelty, tightening the hold. A chilling terror surged through Jun Yushue, a fear akin to the specter of death itself. Jun Yujin was merely a lowly wretch. What right did she have to kill her? How could she dare? Yet in Jun Yujin's eyes, she perceived a palpable thirst for blood. How dare you harm my people in my domain? Who grants you such audacity? Jun Yujin's gaze was frigid, akin to that of one looking upon a stray dog. Jun Yushue wished to speak, to implore Jun Yujin to release her. But all that escaped her lips were incoherent sounds of distress. The assembly in the hall could scarcely believe that Jun Yujin would resort to such drastic measures. Only Qing'er, Lan'er, and Jun Xiaojiu, along with Mo Linyuan, who remained seated with a cold smile gracing his lips, were present. Your Highness, please calm your anger and spare the crown princess, Mo Chunjing implored, sensing the precariousness of the situation. His current standing necessitated the support of Prime Minister Jun Yeqing. Jun Yushue, his most cherished daughter, could not be allowed to come to harm. With a resounding thud, Jun Yujin cast him a frosty glance and forcefully threw Jun Yushue's side. Had it not been for their mother's unresolved matters, she would not have spared Jun Yushue a mere breath of life. Merely choking her was truly too lenient. Take her away and have the crown princess leave the regent's residence, Jun Yujin commanded with a piercing gaze, dismissively regarding him before striding towards Jun Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, Mama wants a hug, she exclaimed, reaching out to pull Jun Xiaojiu from Mo Linyuan's embrace. With a stern expression, she turned to leave. Mother, please do not be angry. Xiaojiu is fine, truly. Upon hearing the endearing call of Mama, Jun Xiaojiu sensed his mother's sorrow, feeling her pain on his behalf. His earlier display had merely been an act, aimed at revealing the true malevolence of that wicked woman. Darling, Mo Linyuan, witnessing the scene, hastily followed after her. Do not follow me, Jun Yujin coldly rebuffed without looking back. You dog of a man, if you dare approach, I cannot guarantee you will see the sun rise again. At this, Mo Linyuan halted, aware that she was holding him accountable for the mistakes he had made 5 years prior, which had burdened their son with the stigma of being a bastard. Seeing this, Lan'er and Qing'er promptly sheathed their swords and followed suit. Let us depart, Mo Chunjing declared, lifting the unconscious Jun Yushue as he stormed away with several subordinates. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan returned to his study, with Mei Ying, Mei Xing, and Mei Ju closely trailing behind. Mei Ying stood guard outside the study, while Mei Xing impersonated Mo Linyuan's foolish demeanor and voice from the past. Mei Ju followed, acutely aware of the fury radiating from his master. Mei Ju, intensify the search for my mother. Especially focus on that old hag, the Empress Dowager's palace. Deploy more undercover agents to investigate. We must locate her before she emerges from seclusion, he commanded, his patience wearing thin. If not for the need to rescue his mother, he would not have endured witnessing his son and daughter-in-law's humiliation while feigning ignorance. My lord, such haste may easily alert the enemy. The Empress Dowager surrounds herself with numerous formidable opponents of golden core cultivation. Our strength is still lacking. Acting in haste could backfire. Perhaps we should wait? Infiltrating the Empress Dowager's palace for reconnaissance was undoubtedly a perilous gamble, fraught with danger. He could not allow the years of his master's toil to go to waste, even if it meant accepting punishment for his insubordination. Moreover, with the blood moon love Gu still within the prince's body and the offspring Gu in the hands of the Empress Dowager, a reckless move could lead to her suspecting that he had been feigning foolishness all these years. The blood moon love Gu possessed lethal potential. Should the offspring Gu perish, the emotions of the mother Gu would inevitably spiral out of control. At that moment, even the divine intervention of the great Luo could not save the prince. Mo Linyuan clenched his hands tightly, blood oozing from his palms in fury. He commanded the members of the Shadow Pavilion to cease all tasks during this period and devote themselves to rigorous training. Furthermore, he urged the four of them to break through to the Golden Core stage as soon as possible. Only then would they possess even a sliver of hope. Throughout the entire Liuli kingdom, aside from the Empress Dowager's chamber, nearly every place had been turned upside down in their search, yet the whereabouts of the Empress remained elusive. My dear wife, my son, grant me a little more time. Chapter 60. I am aware. Father is my biological parent, yes, my prince. Mei Ju understood that the prince had been affected in the hall moments ago. Regardless of who it might be, any man who could not rise to defend his wife and child from insult was a coward. Yet the prince was different. The foolishness he had concealed for years was solely to save his mother. He was not a coward. Merely, the time had not yet come. Had the princess consort been a frail woman, he believed the prince would have spared no effort to protect them. Yesterday, I tasked you with an inquiry. What are the results? In his royal residence, there was no room for anyone who would harm his wife and child. Report to the prince. Last night, I investigated and found no abnormalities. No abnormalities? Mo Lin Yuan lifted his gaze towards the portrait of Jun Yujin upon the wall. It should not be. If there were no irregularities, how could she have reacted so yesterday afternoon? You may leave and attend to the matters I just mentioned. Yes. After Mei Ju departed, Mo Lin Yuan once more took up his brush and ink. 2 hours later, a woman of even more ethereal beauty emerged on the canvas. This time without the veil to obscure her visage. Compared to the previous portrait with the veil, this one resembled a photograph, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Yun Yuyin, clad in a flowing azure gown, sat leisurely in a pavilion. Her exquisite features were breathtaking, her skin as fair as snow, her brows like painted strokes, her eyes twinkling like stars, and the corners of her eyes playfully reminiscent of peach blossoms. A moment's inattention could ensnare the heart and soul. Maxing, come take a look. Mo Lin Yuan beckoned to Mei Xing nearby. Fortunately, from a young age, someone had recognized his passion for painting. He would often spend at least half a day in his study, leading to no further suspicion about his activities. This allowed him ample time for cultivation and other pursuits. Yes, my prince. Mei Xing approached, and upon seeing the subject of the painting on the table, was struck profoundly. Although he was well aware of the prince's unparalleled artistic talent, he was still taken aback. Your painting skills are truly exquisite. In this world, only you could possess such artistry. If the portrait of the princess consort were to be hung on a wall, one might easily mistake it for the real person. Please, examine it for me again and point out any imperfections so I may make further refinements. Though he was already quite satisfied, he aspired for perfection. For this painting was intended as a gift for his wife. Mei Xing's lips twitched slightly. My prince, such a master of painting as yourself, cannot discern any flaws? How could you expect an amateur like me to identify them? Unbeknownst to many, they might mistakenly regard me as a master painter. My lord, I believe it is splendid and remarkably perfect. He spoke candidly. It truly is exquisite. The Lord's artistry, along with his pen name, stands as the pinnacle across the entire continent. Even with immense wealth, one cannot procure a piece of his work. Countless individuals have squandered their fortunes in vain attempts to acquire a single painting from a lord. What time is it now? His focus on the canvas has rendered him oblivious to the passage of hours. I wonder how my wife is faring. Is she still in a state of anger? Mei Xing replied, My lord, it is already noon. Please send someone to the kitchen to have meals delivered to the lily courtyard. You may proceed first. I shall arrive shortly. He must wait for the ink on the paper to dry completely before he can store it away. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Yes, my lord. Mei Xing promptly departed with hurried steps. At this hour, they would typically be dining. I wonder if the princess has eaten yet. Mo Lin Yuan wished for the ink to dry swiftly, gently blowing upon it. Yet, he dared not blow too forcefully, as if fearing to disturb the delicate figures portrayed upon the page. At the lily courtyard, Jun Yujin returned to find her mood quite dismal. Mother, Xiao Jio is hungry. Jun Xiao Jio pathetically rubbed his small belly. In truth, he was not very hungry, having spent the entire morning beside his mother. He merely wished for her to understand that delightful food could alleviate unpleasant feelings. Indeed, Upon hearing the little fellow's claim of hunger, Jun Yujin exhibited a slight reaction. Lanner, have a kitchen prepare a meal. She had intended to cook her son's favorite pickled fish today, but her ire had consumed her time. Ultimately, it all stemmed from that wretched man. If not for him, Xiaojie would not have attracted such disdain from others. Today, there is one Jun Yushue in the past. There would have been many more. As long as the outside world remains unaware of Xiaojie's true parentage, he shall forever be perceived as a wild child. As Mo Linyuan approached the doorway, he overheard her heartfelt lament. It pierced his heart like a dagger, causing him profound anguish. Mother, please do not take that vile woman's words to heart. Moreover, Xiaojie now has a father. He is not a wild child. Seeing her in such distress nearly broke Jun Xiaojie's heart. Mo Linyuan thought, his son truly possesses a remarkable understanding. Such maturity evokes deep feelings within him. Mother has not taken it to heart. I merely find it perplexing why you hold such affection for your father, especially since he is not your biological father. Jun Yujin, weary of her own turmoil and wishing to relieve her son of any psychological burden, feigned a puzzled expression. After daydreaming for an entire morning, she felt a bit parched and reached for a nearby cup of water. In the courtyard, Mo Linyuan was taken aback. Not his biological father. Dear wife, do you not fear the repercussions of such words? Am I not the biological father of Xiaojie? Did he spring forth from a crack in a rock? Jun Xiaojie interjected, Mother, how long do you intend to deceive me? I already know that father is indeed my biological parent. Alas, father mentioned that there are still misunderstandings between him and mother, hence he must pretend to be oblivious for now, due to his kind heart and handsome appearance. He is indeed a perfect match for you, and can also engage in playful banter with me. The little fellow thought of Mo Linyuan and smiled radiantly. Just then, Jun Yujin, having taken a sip, was caught off guard by the words about his good heart and striking looks, resulting in a sudden spray of liquid. Mo Linyuan remarked, Truly, my son is an obedient child. Of course, I am most compatible with your mother. Someone in the courtyard was reveling in delight. A good heart? He was barely manageable when he was just a clumsy giant. As for his looks, there is no doubt. His handsomeness aligns perfectly with my aesthetic, or else I would have long been infuriated enough to strike him down. At this point, someone was grinning widely, nearly forming a crescent shape with his mouth. His wife was praising him in her heart. However, he had laughed too soon. What on earth does it mean to be compatible with my mother? If he were truly a match for me, I would broadcast myself shoveling dung. Mo Linyuan countered, Wife, you mustn't provoke me so. Our prince is about to don a new identity. Can you guess which one? Chapter 61. Her idol, Master Qingwei, is a dog of a man. Although he is handsome, the line of suitors for me stretches from Liuli country to Shui country. Even if every man in the world were to perish, I would never consider him a match. Jun Yujin harbored her disdain as deeply as she pleased. Mo Linyuan mused, So there are many pursuing her? It seems my rivals are quite formidable. I shall have Mei Ju investigate thoroughly to identify all the men vying for her affection, even if they extend from Liuli country to Shui country. I shall crush each of her admirers one by one. My wife is mine, and none shall take her away. Even if I spent an entire afternoon with him, it still wouldn't amount to anything. Mo Linyuan remarked, An entire afternoon is insufficient? No chance? Well then, we shall have to repeat this several times until you feel there is a chance. He could not fathom that his skills would fail to conquer her heart. Little Gio, dear child, your mother and he are merely momentarily wed. It is not a permanent union, and there will be separations in the future. Yun Yuin sighed inwardly, preparing herself to cushion her son for what lay ahead. Mo Linyuan declared, No, I want this father. I will regard him as my real father. Upon hearing her mention a future separation, Jun Xiaojie immediately burst into tears, her little eyes brimming with tears, which tugged at Jun Yujin's heartstrings. I don't want you to separate from father. I want you both to be together forever, never apart. She had not anticipated such a strong reaction from little Gio. Mo Linyuan cooed, My precious son, I adore you dearly. Jun Yujin thought, Has this little one already grown so fond of that dog of a man? Mo Linyuan had begun to develop an immunity to her terms of endearment, such as dog man, dog thing, and dog-like man. He even felt that if one day his wife ceased to use such terms, he would become suspicious. Dear, didn't your mother tell you? Your biological father has passed away. Mo Linyuan warned. Wife, should you dare to mislead our son with erroneous information once more, come in next full moon. You shan't leave the bed for 3 days. You may regard him as a father, but this is merely temporary. Your mother intends to find you a robust, handsome new father in the future. This was agreed upon previously, was it not? Mo Linyuan, my dear wife, you are being quite excessive. What do you mean by temporary? What do you mean by finding my son a new father? Do not even entertain such notions. In this life and the next, you shall always be my woman. As for the next life and the one beyond, you shall eternally remain my beloved. A new father, you say? I dare you to try. Therefore, do not continuously think of that foolish giant. It is acceptable to play with him, but to regard him as a true father is simply incorrect. Mo Linyuan, stay calm. Remain composed. He must not upset his wife. If he were to anger his wife, it would only lead to his own misfortune. Mother, you deceived me. My real father is not dead. I find him to be quite formidable and handsome. Why should he be deemed unworthy? I refuse to accept anyone else as my father. Mother, you wish to find me a stepfather? That is out of the question. My real father is clearly your current husband. Yet you have the audacity to tell me he has passed away. What misunderstandings could have existed between my parents that would lead you to regard him so unfavorably? It seems he must exert himself further in the future. Mo Linyuan stood outside, and upon the arrival of Lan'er, Mei Ying, and Mei Ju, he joyfully dashed inside. Jun Yujin, upon hearing her son's words, realized that it would be increasingly difficult to act against that wretched creature. Oh heavens! What calamity have I brought upon myself? My dear wife, look at what I have brought you. He entered Linglan courtyard with an innocent smile, having removed his mask. In his hands, he held a painting he had just completed that morning, lifting it high as if afraid it might be damaged. That wretched creature, what brings you here? The moment Jun Yujin laid eyes on him, the frustration and anger she had just managed to suppress surged back to the surface. My dear wife, look, this is the painting I just made for you. He approached her with a beaming smile and unfurled the scroll. A regal and ethereal depiction of Jun Yujin emerged before her. One could not help but admire the man's artistic prowess. This painting was nothing short of perfection, on par with the legendary works of the Master of the Crimson Moon. Wait a moment, the Master of the Crimson Moon's works? Jun Yujin had only seen his paintings twice, one in the Palace of the Snow Nation and another in her own collection, for which she had paid a considerable sum and leveraged numerous connections to acquire. Observing the style of this painting, it increasingly resembled that of a master artist. Jun Yujin cast a doubtful, sidelong glance at him, scrutinizing any expression on his face and the glimmer in his eyes. Resembling a master's work, you say? Mo Linyuan looked at her with innocent confusion, his features betraying no hint of wrongdoing. However, internally, he was already in a state of panic. This is bad. Surely my wife hasn't figured anything out, has she? At that moment, Mei Xing gracefully entered with a dish in hand. Due to the decree of Lord Jun Yujin, forbidding any outsiders from entering, all meals were brought to the courtyard by servants and then served indoors. Observing the situation, he hurried over to assist someone in distress. Your Highness, do you not find this painting reminiscent of the legendary Master Chiyue's style? Mei Xing, you are aware? Jun Yujin's cherry blossom pink lips curled into a curious smile as he leisurely toyed with a nearby cup. In response, Your Highness, I certainly know, for the fabled Master Chiyue is none other than the prince himself. Mei Xing replied with a proud smirk, seemingly exclaiming, See how remarkable our prince is, Your Highness. With a loud crash, Jun Yujin's cup fell to the ground upon hearing this revelation. Mei Xing, you had better clarify this matter, or I shall confine you in a kiln for 3 years, said Mo Linyuan. Master Chiyue? That is my idol. Jun Ziojium also gasped in astonishment. Despite his youth, he held a deep admiration for Master Chiyue's artwork. What did you say? Jun Yujin sprang to his feet, his face reflecting confusion, surprise, and disbelief as he looked at Mo Linyuan. His idol, Master Chiyue, was, in fact, an oafish man? Your Highness, you are aware that the prince is a simpleton. He has few hobbies. Before your arrival at the manor, his greatest pastime was sitting at his desk in the study, Mei Xing explained with a smile. A simpleton? Montauk Linyuan Kvirit. Mei Xing, are you praising the prince in front of the princess or disparaging him? The prince was not truly foolish. His intellect merely lingered at the level of a 10-year-old. Mei Xing refrained from meeting Mo Linyuan's gaze as he spoke these words. Chapter 62. The man whom the world adulates as divine is actually him. This was indeed the case. Through their time together, Jun Yujin had gained considerable insight into Mo Linyuan. To her astonishment, the idol she had admired for years, Master Qi Yue, turned out to be the clumsy oaf she called her husband. This was, quite frankly, too much to bear. Seeing her reaction, Mei Xing seized the opportunity to elaborate further. Once painting became his passion, he devoted himself to it daily, and over time, his skills grew increasingly refined. Occasionally, when the manor faced financial difficulties, we would sell some of his paintings. However, we could not sell every piece. It would be several months, sometimes half a year, before we would part with one. Gradually, it seemed that each of the prince's paintings was regarded as a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, Mo Linyuan let out a profound sigh of relief. Mei Xing, well done. Tonight, I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg. However, to ensure the prince's safety, we always disguise ourselves when selling the paintings. Thus, the legendary figure of Master Qi Yue remains known only to us for subordinates, and the emperor, Mei Xing concluded, internally relieved. Initially, he had feared the prince might strike him down for his words. Indeed, it was as he had said. Jun Yujin wore an expression of realization as she glanced at Mo Linyuan. Yet, one matter perplexed her greatly. Does the regent's palace truly struggle financially? Is not the esteemed Prince the Emperor's most beloved brother? If funds were lacking, a mere call would surely summon a reward of gold in abundance. How could one possibly descend to the act of selling paintings? Mei Xing was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, unsure of how to respond. The gaze from Mo Linyuan was akin to a sharpened blade, seemingly imploring. Mei Xing hastened to explain, lest my wife unravel the truth at the last moment. Sensing the urgency, Mei Xing quickly offered an explanation. Your Highness, indeed the regent's palace is in need of funds. Consider the vast estate. The daily expenses for sustenance and necessities require silver. Moreover, the emperor is preoccupied with state affairs and cannot constantly oversee the matters of the palace. The prince's intellect is somewhat lacking, and he is rather a clumsy giant. We cannot simply approach the emperor for funds every time we find ourselves in need. Mo Linyuan interjected, my intellect is lacking? Mei Xing responded, Your Highness, forgive my words. I merely sought to shield your reputation from the scrutiny of the princess. Eventually, we discovered that the prince possessed exceptional artistic talent and contemplated selling his works. To our astonishment, what began as an occasional sale transformed him into the illustrious master of the Crimson Moon, celebrated across the continent. This is a case of serendipity yielding unexpected rewards. His words, though tinged with exaggeration, bore a kernel of truth. At one point, the regent's palace indeed faced financial difficulties, leading to the sale of paintings, particularly during the establishment of the Shadow Pavilion, which required funding. Upon reflection, one might find a measure of sympathy for the prince. Just yesterday, he had partaken in a significant financial loss alongside Sister Xinger in the realm of Junlin. Who could have imagined that the legendary master of the Crimson Moon, venerated as a deity by the masses, would turn out to be such a clumsy giant? She glanced at Mo Linyuan, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Husband, I'm not merely a clumsy giant. Goodness, the man I wed is none other than the fabled master of the Crimson Moon. I had dreamt of him crafting a painting for me. Little did I anticipate not only the fulfillment of that wish, but also marrying him. Her previously tempestuous nature gave way to admiration for him today. Mo Linyuan's elation could be likened to the joy he experienced at yesterday's feast. Nay, I am not such a simple-minded woman. Does a mere painting hold the power to alleviate the grievances of 2 lifetimes? Mo Linyuan remarked. It appears my wife still harbors grievances. How could knowing he is the master of the Crimson Moon diminish her resentment for past humiliations? Wow, father is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaojiao clapped his hands in delight. He turned to Mo Linyuan, his excitement palpable. Father, after dinner, May we create a portrait of mother and me together? Of course, replied Mo Linyuan as he approached, lifting him for a kiss on his cherubic face. After lunch, Jun Xiaozhou eagerly grasped Mo Linyuan's hand, leading him to the study to paint. Meanwhile, Jun Yujin strolled in the backyard with Lan'er and Qing'er, pausing at a pavilion by a pond. Qing'er, Lan'er, do you find the regent's palace to be peculiar? Jun Yujin raised an eyebrow, observing the ornamental fish in the pond. The foolish creature fails to appreciate beauty. Why feed so many ornamental fish? Each one is plump beyond belief. I long to capture a few larger fish and introduce them into my space. Within lies a spiritual lake. After a period of feeding, these fish will undoubtedly absorb spiritual energy, making them not only delectable, but also enhancing one's cultivation when consumed. Miss, I perceive nothing amiss. Perhaps you are overthinking? Qing'er shook her head, sensing no irregularity. I, too, find nothing strange, Lan'er echoed, also shaking her head. Jun Yujin stepped forward, reaching the edge of the bridge, her fingers lazily tapping the railing. Do you not feel that our days in the palace are excessively tranquil? Aside from that night, when Jun Yeqing sent assassins after us, there hasn't been a single soul seeking trouble. Is it not bizarre that no one mocks her, despite her being the most unattractive woman in Liuli Kingdom? Miss, do you harbor a penchant for self-punishment? Qing'er remarked incredulously. Why does the absence of conflict perplex you? Lan'er usket bemuset. What thoughts occupy your mind all day? Jun Yujin sighed, a hint of exasperation in her tone. The gentle breeze tousled her soft hair, dancing in the air, while her veil fluttered gracefully. Having grown accustomed to the intrigues of the snow country, this serene environment felt disconcertingly tranquil, as if something were amiss. Could it be that the foolish creature's simplicity renders her beneath contempt? Qing'er and Lan'er chimed in. As the most unattractive woman in Liuli Kingdom, should I not expect to be challenged occasionally? Someone ought to criticize my appearance, deeming me unworthy of becoming a consort in the regent's palace, or label me as useless. Questioning my audacity to command respect within the palace and instill fear in the servants. Miss, with your fierce and volatile temperament, who would dare provoke you? Lan'er counted. It appears that you do possess a tendency towards masochism. Is this stable life not agreeable? Have you ascertained how many dark guards the palace employs? Jun Yujin inquired, her expression suddenly serious, hands clasped behind her back, gazing intently ahead. Replying to your inquiry, we have discovered that the palace houses approximately 50 dark guards, all at varying levels of cultivation, from minor to major achievements, with one or two whose levels remain unknown to us. Lan'er responded solemnly. More than 50? How astonishing! Jun Yujin mused, surprised. For a mere simpleton, such a multitude of dark guards is required for protection. It is no wonder the foolish emperor dotes on his brother so. What interactions do those dark guards typically engage in? Jun Yujin further probed. They rarely intersect, but they operate in shifts, with half serving during the day as servants, while the other half remain on guard at night. Qing'er noted, a hint of curiosity creeping into her tone. However, upon further reflection, it seemed improbable that over 50 individuals would forego sleep merely to guard the prince alone. Such reasoning defies logic. It would be more plausible to divide them into 2 shifts, ensuring that both day and night are attended to. Would they truly implement such a division? A glint of cold ruthlessness flickered in Jun Yujin's eyes. These meticulously organized shadow guards were undoubtedly far more complex than they appeared on the surface. Did the royal residence not harbor individuals from both the prime minister's estate and the crown prince's palace? Given Jun Yeqing's animosity towards him, it would be inconceivable for her not to dispatch someone to infiltrate. Moreover, Jun Yuxue and Mo Changjing, having endured such profound humiliation, surely would not remain inactive. It appeared there were no signs of such actions, at least not as of now. Qing'er thought of something, raising an eyebrow. She continued, however, today I discovered a perplexing matter. A number of individuals in the royal residence have suddenly vanished, as if they had simply evaporated without a trace. Some individuals have disappeared. Jun Yujin's lips curled into a playful smirk as he toyed with the inky strands of hair at his chest. Since their marriage, she had not styled her hair like others, coiling it atop her head. Instead, she had casually gathered a portion, allowing the majority to cascade down her back. Her dark hair flowed like a waterfall, freely draping behind her, while her snow-white attire lent her an ethereal quality, utterly captivating. How many have vanished? Her gaze turned icy, a cold curve gracing her lips. There should be around 10. About 10? For a royal residence devoid of concubines or servants. The sudden disappearance of 10 individuals would indeed be significant. How many individuals reside in the royal palace? The chill in Jun Yujin's eyes deepened. Including the shadow guards and ourselves, there are roughly 100. Qing'er was puzzled. She often wondered why he posed such inquiries, yet she continued to respond respectfully. 100? That is quite a considerable number. Mo Linyuan was a fool. Apart from her as the lone princess, he had no concubines at all. Subtracting the more than 50 shadow guards, there remained only around 50 tasked with cleaning, laundry, and cooking, which also seemed rather excessive. It appeared that the regent's estate was not as straightforward as it outwardly appeared. You wretched creature, it would be wise not to feign ignorance, or you shall find no peace in this lifetime. While painting, Mo Linyuan's hand trembled suddenly, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Noticing this, the little one inquired with concern, "Father, what is the matter?" He smiled gently at his son, replying, "It's nothing. My hand just felt a bit numb." Could it be that his wife was speaking ill of him behind his back? Was she perhaps scheming against him? "Your hand is numb?" Yun Xiaotiye, feeling a pang of sympathy, took the brush from his hand and reached out her chubby little hand to knead it gently. "Father, let me help you. It will feel better soon." "Thank you, my dear son." He felt a swell of gratitude as he looked at his precious child. His son was truly remarkably understanding, to the point of tugging at his heartstrings. The thought of having spent over 4 years away from her and their child filled him with sorrow. No, it was not merely 4 years. Considering the 10 months of pregnancy, it had been 5 years. In the back garden, as Jun Yujin was about to turn away, a maid carrying a basket of vegetables suddenly drew a dagger from behind and lunged at her. "If you wish to kill me, you are still too inexperienced." From the moment the maid stepped onto the bridge, Jun Yujin sensed her murderous intent. Though subtle, it could not escape her keen intuition. She swiftly seized the maid's hand, flipping her over and pinning her to the ground with a foot pressed firmly against her abdomen. The maid, unwilling to yield, discarded the vegetable basket with one hand and drew another dagger from beneath. "I have stated before, if you wish to kill me, you are still too immature." Jun Yujin grasped the maid's other hand, her gaze upon the maid now as cold as the grave. "Miss!" Qing'er and Lan'er were horrified, quickly stepping forward, each grasping one of the maid's arms. They had been exceedingly careless, having thought the royal residence was safe, only to encounter an assassination attempt against their mistress. "Speak! Who sent you?" Jun Yujin demanded, her foot pressing down harder, her expression icy as she brandished a sharp dagger. She bent slowly, placing the blade against the maid's face, a faint smirk gracing her lips as her eyes sparkled with lazy malice. "Since your attempt on my life has failed, do as you please." The maid met her gaze, devoid of fear or hesitation. "Even if you do not speak, I already know it was the crown princess. Am I correct?" Jun Yujin's tone was flippant, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet her hand remained unwavering. With a swift thrust, she plunged the dagger into the maid's abdomen, pulling it out without remorse. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, splattering across her white gown and shoes. The servants tending to the garden, pruning flowers and weeding, were horrified by the scene, screaming in terror. "The princess has killed someone. The princess has killed someone." Both the household servants and maids were paralyzed with fear, dropping their shears and hoes as they fled, chanting their panic aloud. Jun Yujin scoffed. "Which of their eyes saw me commit murder?" The maid, despite having been stabbed, remained silent, her resolve unbroken. "Still a tough nut, are we?" "Et bloediges die smede kult a Jun Yuinis lips." The blood from the dagger dripped steadily down, and she brought it to the maid's mouth, grinning wickedly. "How about tasting your own blood?" "Please no. This woman is a monster, a devil." With a swift motion, she drove the dagger into the maid's shoulder, cruelly twisting it within the wound. "If you do not speak, I possess countless methods to make you confess." The bloodthirsty smile on her face faded, her eyes growing colder. Though she knew the outcome, She desired the maid to admit it with her own lips. Ah! The maid could scarcely endure the pain from the dagger embedded in her shoulder, let alone the agony of it being twisted within her flesh. Still silent, are we? She would show no mercy to those who sought her life. To have sympathy for others might lead to her own demise. Often, it is when you extend your sympathy to others that you receive a devastating blow in return. The crown princess, indeed the crown princess. The maid could no longer contain herself and hurriedly replied. Pain welled up, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. With her hands restrained, she could not retrieve the elixir to mend her wounds. This woman is truly formidable. Did not the crown princess declare her a worthless being? In this state, she bore no semblance to a wastrel. Chapter 64. Goodness, Mo Linuan, how dare you feign ignorance? How tiresome! Dispose of her, lest she tarnish the grounds of the royal residence. Jun Yujin retracted his blood-stained foot, retrieved a cloth from his space, and leisurely wiped the dagger clean, eventually discarding the soiled cloth with disdain into the nearby trash bin. The reason for his concern about soiling the royal grounds was due to the presence of his son, and he wished to spare Xiao Jio from stepping upon a site tainted by death. Lania, make a trip to the Blood Slaughter Palace, select a few elites, and expedite the investigation into all that transpired in the June residence regarding my mother years ago. Reflecting upon the white jade bracelet lost 5 years prior, her heart ached deeply. She inquired, "Is there any news of that white jade bracelet?" It was a relic left to her by her mother, intricately carved with a vibrant phoenix. This phoenix revealed its colors only when it encountered water, making the bracelet a one-of-a-kind treasure in the world. She had worn it continuously until the night of her rebirth, when it mysteriously vanished. It is all the fault of that wretched subordinate who, of all people, chose to ensnare her with aphrodisiacs. How could he have laid hands on her when she was in such an unflattering state? What manner of man could commit such an act? Indeed, men are all brutes, creatures that think with their loins. As long as their primal needs are met, it matters not the gender or beauty of the partner, only that they can fulfill their desires. Blast it, that detestable man. How I yearn to plunge a dagger into him. If it were not for him, how could I have lost the only memento my mother left me? At that moment, an artist at work felt a sudden chill run down his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. In the study, "Father, what troubles you now?" Jun Xiao Jiu raised an eyebrow at him. Could it be that his body was cramping? Cough, cough, cough. Mo Linuan offered an awkward smile. Indeed, it was a cramp. Otherwise, why would he tremble? He was unaware of the scolding his wife was delivering behind him. Even more frustrating was his absence from her side, rendering him oblivious to her thoughts and plans. Is it true that the body can cramp? Jun Xiao Jiu looked at him in bemusement, clearly uncertain. Never mind. Continue your painting. Mo Linuan affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. Continue your painting. In the back garden, miss, there's nothing. Lana expressed her apologies. Having followed the young lady for over 4 years, even before the young master was born, she had tirelessly searched for the white jade bracelet, yet to no avail. Jun Yujin responded with a melancholic sound. She said nothing further, merely urging, send more people to search. She vaguely recalled the moment when she was accosted by that wretched man, and in a fit of anger, she struck his chest with her hand, the bracelet still adorning her wrist at that time. However, after the ordeal, she stumbled back to the June residence, only to discover upon her return that the bracelet was missing. She retraced her steps in search of it, but to no avail. The princess was present, and we witnessed her ruthlessly slaying a maid. The 2 subordinates who had fled earlier hurriedly summoned Mei Ju, pointing at Jun Eugene, who had yet to depart. Just as Qing Air had escorted someone away, and Lan Air had also left, she found herself alone, seated at the pavilion, feeling the chill of the wind. Upon hearing their voices, she instinctively glanced back. The housekeeper and maid trembled in fear, instinctively hiding behind Mei Ju. "Do I have fears written across my face? Must you be so terrified?" she inquired. "Your Highness." Mei Ju approached, bowing respectfully. "What? Are you preparing to apprehend this princess for interrogation?" A playful smile graced her lips as she nonchalantly raised her gaze to him. The subordinates dare not. Mei Ju stood beside her, rigid as a statue, unmoving. Jun Eugene remarked, "Indeed, you are as wooden as they come, even more so than Mei Ying." while Mei Ying is merely a blockhead. You are a veritable wooden figure. Just moments ago, there were two maids beside the princess. Where have they vanished? The housekeeper, peeking from behind Mei Ju, voiced his bewilderment with trepidation. Yes, there were indeed two maids beside the princess. How curious that they have disappeared. The maid also ventured a cautious look, fearful that some unseen force might devour her whole. I witnessed the princess stab that maid with my own eyes. It was utterly terrifying. You two possess less courage than a mouse. What emboldened you to summon the frigid Mei Ju? And still, you wish to accuse me? A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Just like that. The princess smiled while slaying that maid. The young maid seemed to be haunted by her fear. The sight of Jun Yujin's grin conjured images of a devil in her mind. I have done nothing to you, so why are you so afraid of me? You two, go and clean up the bloodstains in the garden. Mei Ju instructed the two servants, even without investigating. He could already detect the scent of blood from the bridge ahead. Yes, Lord Mei Ju, Your Highness, we shall take our leave. The two departed, not forgetting to bow in terror to Jun Yujin. Mei Ju, how will you handle this? Yun Yujin lifted his eyelids, regarding him as one would a wooden post. Mei Ju replied, How should I handle it? I dare not take any action without your command, Your Highness. As long as you are pleased, it is enough. He recalled the words of Mo Lin Yuan, who had told him that as long as the princess was happy, even if she committed murder, he must assist her in wielding the knife. Jun Yujin questioned, I have killed someone in the royal residence, and you do not intend to pursue the matter? Although this was a world that revered the strong, open acts of murder within the royal family would lead to condemnation for disrespecting imperial authority. Yet, she had never been afraid. A mere maid was hardly worth her concern. Moreover, it is still a matter of those who wish to harm her. There is no need for further inquiry. As long as the princess is pleased, that suffices. Mei Ju reiterates her sentiment. After a moment's contemplation, with a stern visage, she proclaims something astonishing. Before the princess takes a life next time, do remind Mei Ju, for I shall assist you with the blade. Such words should surely delight the princess. Jun Yujin raises an eyebrow and, with a bemused smile that does not quite reach his eyes, inquires, Mei Ju, I have a question for you, and I expect an honest reply. Please, Your Highness, ask away. Who told you that if I were to kill, you would stand by with a sword? She certainly does not believe that this wooden fellow would volunteer such information without prompting. Without someone inciting him, he would readily lose his head. In response to the princess, it was the prince. Mei Ju answered candidly, finding nothing amiss. You Mo Lin Yuan, how skillfully you feign ignorance, deceiving me for so long. Very well, splendidly so. Soon, I shall grant you a taste of delight. Mo Lin Yuan pondered, what is amiss? Today I feel an unsettling chill upon my back. What schemes does my wife concoct behind the scenes? Good night. Prince, I ask you now, do you fear? Chapter 65. It turns out he has known only her. Mei Ju, I have more questions for you, and I trust you will answer truthfully? Jun Yujin crossed her legs, feeling it necessary to delve deeper. Mei Ju is the type who is straightforward to the core. Pray, ask away, my princess. Mei Ju stood tall, his dark attire accentuating his wooden demeanor. Cough, cough. Cough. Jun Yujin pretended to clear her throat, feeling as though she were bullying an innocent child. That is, regarding your prince's ability to transform. Looking into Mei Ju's simple gaze, she hesitated to voice her inquiry. Is it not known to you that the prince can transform? I am indeed aware. Yet I harbor some doubts. When your prince does not transform, does he return to his normal self at any point? She plucked a blooming rose from the garden and inhaled its rich fragrance, as if seeking a distraction to alleviate her guilt. No, Mei Ju replied with an impassive expression. This was something the prince had informed him of, and both Mei Ying and Mei Xing had cautioned him against revealing that the prince is merely pretending. He answered with clarity, without a hint of hesitation. Jun Yujin mused, could it be that I am mistaken? The brute truly is a simpleton when not transformed? If that is the case, then why does your prince say that if I were to wield a knife to kill, you must assist me with it? She narrowed her eyes, plucking a rose to leisurely toy within her hand. She was certain that this statement had originated from that foolish man. I do not know. Mei Ju could not think of a suitable response, so he simply replied with ignorance. Perhaps the prince cares for you, which is why he instructs us to act thus. Someone thought, that was close, nearly exposed by this wooden fellow. Jun Eugene retorted, you, a wooden man, are capable of caring? How unexpected. I once believed you to be easily deceived, and when I inquired of you, I felt a twinge of guilt. Little did I expect that you would be the one with the deepest secrets. Marvelous. You are truly remarkable. Jun Eugene rose, pursing her lips, and nodded in acknowledgement. She expressed her admiration by giving him a thumbs up. Thank you for the praise, princess. I shall strive to excel even further in the future. Jun Eugene responded. Which of your ears heard me complimenting you? Rest assured, your highness, I shall investigate any spies within the palace and root them all out, he assured her, still shaken by the thought of the assassination attempt on the princess. If anything had happened to her, all within the palace would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, the princess possessed formidable skills. Otherwise, the outcome would have been tragic. Why must you find them? Jun Eugene turned, a look of confusion upon her face. That foolish Jun Yushua. Even if she were to send someone to kill her, given her limited intellect, she would only send someone of that servant's caliber. It would be utterly insufficient for her purposes. I shall take care of it, he replied earnestly. I am no tyrant. Why do you perceive me as a bloodthirsty monster? None remain. Following today's events, the crown princess will likely remain subdued for a while. Let us not alarm her. There are still matters that require clarification. Once she concludes her investigation into her mother's affairs, she will not hesitate to dismantle the Jun family. Understood, Mei Ju responded with a slight bow. As Jun Eugene considered that her son should take a nap, she departed from the pavilion, with Mei Ju closely following. Suddenly, she recalled something and inquired anew. Mei Ju, who was the woman from 5 years ago with whom your lord had relations? Who was it that captured her for his needs? At that time, the man had been deeply intoxicated, his mind clouded by lust, and unlikely to seek out women in the streets. It must have been one of his subordinates, likely among Mei Xing, Mei Ying, or Mei Ju themselves. That what? Mei Ju replied, utterly confused and not comprehending her implication. What do you mean that? Forget it. A man so innocent could never grasp such subtleties, especially one so modern in its insinuation. Who was the woman who assisted your lord in detoxifying him? Jun Eugene asked directly, her expression unflinching. It was Mei Ying. Mei Ju answered without hesitation. Mei Ying. Excellent. Jun Eugene replied casually, her lips pressed together, though her eyes sparkled with an intensity that suggested a desire for retribution. At that moment, Mei Ying, stationed outside the study, sneezed. Who is whispering about me? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Your Highness, are you feeling jealous? Mei Ju speculated, believing the mention of past events had stirred feelings of envy. Which of your eyes saw me in a jealous light? If I were to feel jealousy over that scoundrel, I might as well broadcast my disdain publicly. Absolutely not, she replied with firm denial. She wished to eradicate that rogue man, and jealousy was far from her concern. However, her man must remain untainted. She was indifferent to his past. What mattered was the present. Since he was hers now, any attempt to flirt with others would leave her with no choice but to take drastic measures. Your Highness, during each transformation on the night of the full moon, is it necessary for you to engage with a woman? Having witnessed 2 transformations, he appears as if enchanted, fierce like a wolf. One cannot help but wonder if there exists a woman, akin to her previous life, who was directly slain beneath him. Truly, a peculiar man. No, she shook her head. The princess claimed not to feel jealous. How could she pose such questions if she were not? The prince has only been with that woman from 5 years ago. And with you, my princess. Indeed, that woman from 5 years past is you. And the woman 5 years hence is still you. It seems the princess remains unaware that the prince has, through mind reading, discerned her true identity as the woman from 5 years ago. Jun Eugene mused, so, this scoundrel has known only her in this lifetime? That is more like it. The thought that this scoundrel's body remains untainted swiftly dispelled her unease. She genuinely feared encountering another loathsome man like Mo Qinjing, who, despite his handsome visage, was a beast in human guise, utterly repugnant. Meijue, this is a cleansing pill that I have concocted. Consuming it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Consider it a reward for addressing my queries today. She produced a cleansing pill from her spatial realm and presented it to Mei Jue. The cleansing pill purges impurities from the body, facilitating a more rapid absorption of spiritual energy for cultivation. On this continent, she alone possesses the ability to create such a remedy. Thus, her blood slaughter hall has risen to power with astonishing speed. Everyone who joins is bestowed with a cleansing pill crafted by her own hand. Thank you, my princess. Mei Jue readily caught it and without hesitation swallowed a whole. Consume the cleansing pill once you return to your chamber and have prepared the bathing water. Otherwise, the impurities expelled from your body may overwhelm you. Also, do not disclose that I have given you this pill. Jun Yujin kindly cautioned as she walked ahead. Although Mei Jue often appeared rather dull-witted, he was astute enough in this regard to comprehend without further explanation. I have already consumed it. Mei Jue seemed to savor the lingering sweetness of the cleansing pill, reminiscent of sugary confections. Yun Yuin the Mox, young men. Are you not afraid that what I offered you is poison? You devoured it with such eagerness. Chapter 66. My brother and I are twins. He is quite formidable. In the study, as Jun Yujin approached, she heard her son's jubilant exclamations. Father, you are truly amazing. The painting of Mother and me is indistinguishable from reality. Upon seeing him set down his brush, Jun Xiaojiao excitedly climbed up his leg. Mo Linyuan, sensing his movements, quickly lifted him in his arms and planted a kiss on his chubby cheek. If only your brother were included in the painting, it would be even better. Jun Xiaojiao lamented, expressing a desire for his brother's presence in the artwork. Xiaojiao has a brother? Mo Linyuan, aware of Jun Yujin's nearing presence, playfully altered his tone to sound more youthful, intentionally inquiring, Father, is Mother coming? Upon hearing his voice change, Jun Xiaojiao swiftly turned to the doorway of the study and whispered to Mo Linyuan. Indeed, Mo Linyuan nodded, his heart racing wildly. He had just experienced several shivers, feeling an eerie wind chilling his back. He wondered whether his wife had come here to confront him or for some other purpose. Of course, my brother and I are twins. He is truly formidable. Jun Xiaojiao spoke of Jun Moyen with deep admiration in his eyes. Throughout his life, he had idolized his mother and brother, and now, of course, his father as well. But why hasn't he, your brother, returned? Mo Linyuan inquired with a childlike tone, though anxiety churned within him. A moment's carelessness could lead his wife to storm in with a blade. Beside him, Meishing remarked, Your desire for self-preservation is quite strong. Your Highness, are you truly so afraid of the princess? She's just a woman. Merely subdue her and make her enamored with your physique, and the matter will be resolved. Although the princess is somewhat fierce, she is still a woman, and your cultivation surpasses hers. Outside, Jun Yujin thought, this scoundrel, could he be deliberately testing Xiaojiao, hoping to glean something from him? Yet that seems implausible since he is unaware that Xiaojiao and Moyen are his biological sons and has no reason to probe. Brother has not returned because he is busy with matters, but he should be finishing up soon and will certainly come to find me and Mother, Jun Xiaojiao said, a proud expression illuminating his face at the mention of his brother. Mo Linyuan affectionately ruffled his little head, his eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence. Very well. When your brother arrives, I shall help him paint a picture. Thank you, Father. By the way, Xiaojiao, what does your mother enjoy? I wish to present her with a gift. His childlike voice, however, caused Jun Yujin outside to feel quite irritable. What does that rascal need to know her preferences for? Mother has no particular likes. She only enjoys delicious food. Whether she's in a good mood or not, she indulges in culinary delights. The little fellow responded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Enjoys delicious food, you say? That means I must venture into the kitchen and learn to cook alongside the chefs, Mo Linyuan mused. Outside, Jun Yujin grumbled, You little brat, I have so many things I like, such as hair accessories, clothing, adorable creatures, and traveling. Yet you only mention food. You think I'm a pig, consuming food regardless of my mood? I see. So there is nothing else you like? Mo Linyuan, hearing his wife's thoughts from outside, smiled slightly, but remained eager to learn more. So he continued to question his son. Let me think, Jun Xiaojiao pondered, his dark eyes suddenly brightening as if struck by inspiration. I remember, Mother is searching for a white jade bracelet, the only heirloom left to her by my grandmother. It is said to have been lost 5 years ago, and it has yet to be found. If father could locate it, wouldn't that mean mother would forgive him? Then, would the absence of misunderstandings and anger between them lead to a harmonious life? If all else fails, he could always alert his brother to handle the situation. The white jade bracelet? Mo Lin Yuan instinctively touched the white jade bracelet concealed within his clothing. Is this what it is? Jun Xiaojiao. Jun Yujin forcefully kicked open the door, storming inside in a fit of rage. It was better not to mention the bracelet at all. Once it was brought up, she felt an overwhelming urge to plunge a knife into that detestable man. If it weren't for him, how could her mother's cherished keepsake have been lost and remain unfound until now? The mere thought of the bracelet caused her heart to ache. It was the only relic left to her by her mother. My dear, he had not sensed her anger outside the door just moments ago. Why the sudden shift? Mother. Upon witnessing her expression, Jun Xiaojiao timidly circled around to hide behind Mo Lin Yuan. Mo Lin Yuan, son, please don't act this way. I still seek your protection. The look of my wife's eyes is utterly frightening. You little rascal, come here this instant. Yun Yuin gitsit here to suppressing her inner fury, and beckoned her son over. She could not afford to display anger in front of her child. As a mother, she must set a good example. Just look at how terrified her son was. I don't want to. Jun Xiaojiao clung to Mo Lin Yuan's back, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum, clearly intimidated by her fierce demeanor. Mo Lin Yuan, son, you should go down. Your father is terrified right now. My dear, you are far too fierce. You frightened our son. Though Mo Lin Yuan was quaking with fear, he feigned bravery, glancing at her with trepidation. His frightful demeanor mirrored that of their son, who was also scared stiff behind him. Be quiet. Yun Yuin coldly reprimanded. It was already fortunate that she hadn't settled the score with him. Yet he dared to provoke her further. Mo Lin Yuan immediately sealed his lips in silence. Xiaojiao, come here. Your mother is taking you for a nap. Jun Yujin took a deep breath, striving to quell her rising emotions. Her previous outburst had indeed been excessive, startling her son. Mother, just so we're clear, you must not hit me. He was most afraid of her smacking his bottom. The crucial point was that whenever she did strike him, it was always on his bottom. How humiliating. I want to hit you. Her little Xiaojiao had done nothing wrong. Why would she strike him? Very well. After receiving this assurance, Jun Xiaojiao wriggled down from Mo Lin Yuan's back like a slippery eel. When he returned to Jun Yujin's embrace, he cast her a pitiful glance as if to say, Father, I hope you're all right. Mo Lin Yuan, you little rascal, did we not agree to stick together? You scoundrel, do not ever ask my son such nonsensical questions again, or I shall sew your mouth shut. Jun Yujin shot him a glare and turned to leave with Jun Xiaojiao. My dear, wait a moment. Mo Lin Yuan called after her, having made a resolute decision in his heart. Looking for a beating? Jun Yujin halted, but did not look back. No, that's not it. Why must my wife always be so fierce with him? Just see how she dotes on their son. He too longs for her affection. I recently overheard my son mentioning that you were in search of a white jade bracelet. Coincidentally, several years ago, I stumbled upon a bracelet of similar hue, though I cannot recall where. He retrieved the white jade bracelet from his pocket and presented it to her. Here, look, it's this one. He grinned foolishly, concealing any signs of pretense. Chapter 67. She was surprisingly touched by the canine man when Jun Yujin beheld the white jade bracelet in his hand. Her expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was this not the very bracelet she had sought for so long? It's for you. As she stood in shock, he hastily extended it towards her, his face still adorned with a Navi smile. Xiaojiao mentioned that you lost a white jade bracelet. I found this one at some point, and I rather liked it, so I kept it close. Although he was unaware of the exact appearance of her lost bracelet, he offered this one with the hope that she might treat him more kindly in the future. As he concluded, he lowered his head, resembling a pitiful little kitten. All he desired was for his wife to be less fierce and more gentle towards him. Where did you acquire this bracelet? Jun Yujin reached out to take it, her fingers trembling with excitement. This was the sole relic left to her by her mother. There was no need for verification. With a mere glance, she recognized it instantly. My lady, promise me you will treat me better from now on, will you? His tone was earnest and cautious, clutching the other half of the bracelet tightly. It seemed that unless she agreed, He would not relinquish his hold. Return it to me. It originally belonged to me. Jun Yujin placed Jun Xiao Jiu on the ground, grasping the other half firmly. Not until you promise me first. He shook his head, resolutely refusing to let go. Had she not feared breaking the bracelet, she would have kicked him away. In truth, there was no need to inquire. This bracelet had surely fallen into his possession 5 years ago and had been picked up by him. How foolish she was, realizing on their wedding night that he was the man from that fateful evening, yet never considering that the bracelet might have fallen beside him and been collected by him. Mo Lin Yuan timidly clutched the other half, simply wishing to tease her. In truth, even without her taking it, he would have gladly given it to her. But to maintain the fa-ade of a fool, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly suspect him of feigning ignorance. Father, mother, standing on the ground, Jun Xiao Jiu observed the two engaged in a tug-of-war over the bracelet, unsure of how to intervene. This bracelet, judging by his mother's expression, appeared to be the very one she had sought for a considerable time. Perhaps it was best to leave this matter to his parents, remaining uninvolved. Return it to me. Jun Yujin was becoming somewhat irate. This scoundrel had claimed to gift her the bracelet, yet now he was reluctant to release it. Moreover, it was rightfully hers. Promise me first that you will treat me better. He stubbornly persisted in his antics, his temperament becoming obstinate. If you do not let go, do not blame me for being impolite. She withdrew a dagger from her space, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. If you do not release it, I shall sever your hand. This is a relic from her mother, and it must be retrieved. Overwhelmed with emotion, her words and tone became somewhat unfriendly. If you do not agree with me or treat me kindly, then go ahead and sever my hands. If you cut off my hands, I will be unable to care for myself, and I will rely on you daily to feed me and dress me. Mo Lin Yuan bit his lip, feigning a look of great fear. Jun Yujin, damn it, this rascal is trying to play tricks on her. It is evident that she would never dare to harm his hands in front of their child. Mother, please do not chop off Father's hands, or he will no longer be able to hold little Jiu. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaojiu was startled and instinctively reached for the dagger in Jun Yujin's hand. Be careful. Xiaojiu. Mo Lin Yuan, fearing that the dagger might injure her, quickly extended his other hand to grasp the dagger, anxious not to harm his son. The dagger was exceptionally sharp, and his palm was easily cut, blood flowing freely. Father, your hand is bleeding. Jun Xiaojiu was frightened, tears streaming down his face. Clatter. The dagger in Jun Yujin's hand fell to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. Such protection could not be feigned. He must truly love little Jiu, cherishing him deeply, which allowed him to act so instinctively. Father is fine, just a bit painful. Mo Lin Yuan felt a pang in his nose, struggling to hold back tears, gazing pitifully at the woman before him. She thought, goodness, her heart is nearly melted. You really are a fool. Gradually calming down, she felt a heaviness in her heart. Last time at the Jun residence, when Jun Yushiwez made attempted to assassinate her, he had also unhesitatingly stood beside her, using his body to shield her from the blade. Here is a medicinal pill. Take it, and you will feel better immediately. Jun Yujin retrieved a pill he had concocted from his space, capable of healing wounds in the blink of an eye. Thank you, my dear. Mo Lin Yuan accepted it eagerly and swallowed it without hesitation. Her pills seemed to possess a unique sweetness, just like the two he had consumed on their wedding night. Indeed, after ingesting the pill, the wound in his palm began to heal at an astonishing rate. In mere seconds, it was completely healed, with only the blood on his hand bearing witness to his recent injury. Father, you scare me to death. Jun Xiaojiu threw his arms around Mo Lin Yuan, weeping. He had truly been frightened just moments ago. Despite this, the two of them each held onto a portion of the bracelet, refusing to let go. Just as Mo Lin Yuan contemplated releasing the bracelet entirely to Jun Yujin, the white jade bracelet suddenly emitted a blinding red light. What is happening? It's so hot. Jun Yujin's hand was burned by the radiant heat of the bracelet. Reflexively, he attempted to release it, but found he could not. I can't let go. Mo Lin Yuan was in the same predicament, trying to withdraw his hand, but the bracelet had ensnared them. Suddenly, the bracelet split in two, transforming into two delicate bangles, each adorning their wrists. Jun Yujin, Mo Lin Yuan, what is going on? The bracelet can split in two and adorn both of us? Mother, father, how did this bracelet transform into two? Jun Xiao Jiu stared unblinkingly at the two bracelets adorning their wrists, filled with immense bewilderment. We too were at a loss. Jun Eugene extended his wrist before his eyes, discovering that it remained identical to the jade bracelet before, albeit reduced in size by half. My dear, I cannot remove it. Mo Lin Yuan attempted to take it off, but regardless of how much effort he exerted, it remained steadfast. I cannot remove it either. Jun Eugene also tried, only to find the same result. This bracelet undoubtedly harbored some secret. It was inconceivable for it to split into two halves without reason, both adorning her and Mo Lin Yuan's wrists. Chapter 68. Mo Lin Yuan. He seems to have uncovered a remarkable secret about his wife. You cur, he exclaimed. Let me see your bracelet. She wished to examine the bracelet on his wrist. Oh, Mo Lin Yuan responded, obediently extending his hand. Jun Eugene grasped his hand, meticulously inspecting the intricate patterns. It still depicted a phoenix, yet there appeared to be subtle differences. Her bracelet seemed to represent a phoenix, while his merely depicted a phone wand. How on earth did this transform into matching couple bracelets? This infuriating dog of a man. Mo Lin Yuan remarked, couple bracelets are splendid. He tirelessly sought to match her attire or share meals of the same flavor. He intended to present her with a meaningful gift, one for her and another for himself to keep discreetly. Now, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. He need not present a gift, as it had fortuitously found its way onto his wrist. He truly felt compelled to express his gratitude for his mother-in-law's bequest. He experienced no discomfort. Save for a brief sting earlier, there were no other side effects. Jun Eugene, at a loss, pondered the bracelet's purpose. It appears that only when alone can one discern its function through spiritual sensing. Mo Lin Yuan shared the same thought, planning to explore the bracelet's purpose using spiritual energy when she was absent. As Jun Eugene attempted to scrutinize the bracelet further, she found that holding Mo Lin Yuan's hand elicited that inexplicable, intoxicating response once more. Her body reacted as if electrified, a tingling discomfort enveloping her. What is happening? She inquired. Mo Lin Yuan, feeling the stirrings of a love curse within him, sensed his body heating up, gradually becoming parched. Mother, what has happened to your face? It's so red. Jun Xiao Jiu observed her flushed cheeks, beaming with delight. Is mother shy from holding father's hand? Jun Xiao Jiu assumed her blush was a sign of shyness. Whose face is red? You little rascal, do not speak nonsense. Jun Eugene quickly withdrew her hand, scooping up Jun Xiao Jiu as they departed. Once outside the study, her body gradually calmed, the electric sensation dissipating. Mo Lin Yuan mused that he seemed to have uncovered an astonishing secret. It appeared that any skin contact with his wife would evoke such sensations. Princess? Upon returning from the restroom, the enigmatic figure, Mei Ying, encountered Jun Eugene, who was hastily emerging from the study, cradling the young prince. Her cheeks bore a faint flush, reminiscent of intoxication. Mei Ying, you shall run 10 laps around Rome City for this princess. It must be completed before nightfall. Do not dare to utilize spiritual energy to restore your stamina, nor may you stop. Should you pause, I shall ensure you become a eunuch. With that, she swiftly vanished, holding the young prince close. 5 years prior, it had been this very girl who rendered her unconscious, aiding that scoundrel in detoxification. The entire night had nearly exhausted her. If she did not avenge this grievance, she would not be Jun Eugene. Mei Ying pondered, what have I done wrong? Why am I suddenly being punished by the princess? Beside him, Mei Ju remarked. The princess's wrath towards Mei Ying stems from the revelation that it was he who incapacitated her 5 years ago. Is this her form of retribution? Mei Xing approached slowly, patting Mei Ying's shoulder. Have you stirred a hornet's nest? When did you provoke the princess? I have no idea. Mei Ying replied, bewildered. He had not offended the princess. Could it be that the prince had incurred her ire, and she was taking it out on him? You must hurry and run. It is already afternoon. Do not forget. The princess instructed you to circle Rome City 10 times before dusk, not merely around the manor. Furthermore, you are forbidden to use spiritual energy to recuperate. Therefore, I wish you luck in enduring this. Mei Xing suppressed the urge to burst into laughter, yet a grin could not be contained. Completing 10 laps without the aid of spiritual energy and with no allowance for rest, it was likely that Mei Ying would return utterly spent. Before nightfall, 10 laps around Rome City, and I am not permitted to recover my strength? Good heavens, this is a matter of life and death. Mei Ying felt on the verge of tears, despondently setting off to run. What is happening with Mei Ying? As Mo Ling Yuan emerged from the study and observed Mei Ying's hurried departure, he inquired of Mei Xing and Mei Ju, his lips curled in a self-satisfied smile. Your Highness, Mei Ying has gone for a run, Mei Xing replied respectfully, yet could not suppress a chuckle. A run? Mo Ling Yuan gazed at him in confusion. Your Highness, the princess just exited and unexpectedly commanded Mei Ying to run. Mei Xing recounted the earlier events. The princess seemed well. Why would she suddenly punish Mei Ying? Even if something occurred in the study, it would not warrant such a punishment. There must be a reason behind her actions. Your Highness, I believe the princess may have posed some questions to me, which could have triggered this reaction. He had relayed the inquiry from Jun Eugene, deliberately omitting any mention of the cleansing elixir. He had not forgotten the princess's warning to keep it from anyone, including the prince. With a chuckle, Mei Xing finally understood why Mei Ying was facing punishment from Jun Eugene. It appeared the princess was enacting revenge for the incident 5 years prior, when Mei Ying had rendered her unconscious to assist the prince. Now it makes sense why she would suddenly punish Mei Ying. It was indeed in retaliation for that affair. This truly resembles the demeanor of a princess, unyielding in vengeance, handling matters with precision, unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. Naturally, Mei Xing would not dare to voice such sentiments in front of the prince, unless he wished to join Mei Ying for a run, which he decidedly did not. Mei Jue, you have performed admirably, praised Mo Lin Yuan, despite his icy exterior and seemingly gullible nature. He was far from foolish. It was precisely this disposition that made it all too easy for others to trust his words. Fortunately, he had forewarned him about what could be disclosed to his wife and what must remain concealed. Otherwise, had he inadvertently revealed something today, he would likely be facing a metaphorical knife from her. Mei Jue, why do you smell so foul? Mei Xing suddenly caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor emanating from him and promptly pinched his nose, fanning the air in distaste. I shall take a bath. Mei Jue recollected the words previously spoken to him by Jun Eugene. Indeed, the substances expelled by the cleansing elixir were exceedingly odorous. Suddenly, an arrow imbued with spiritual energy shot toward Mo Lin Yuan. My lord, be careful. Mei Jue reacted swiftly, grasping the incoming arrow. Although he managed to catch it, he was still forced several steps back. Who dared to openly attempt the assassination of the prince? Mei Xing and Mei Ying looked around, only to find no trace of the assailant on the beams above. Mo Lin Yuan's expression, hidden beneath his mask, was one of profound shock. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed only a fleeting shadow, a corner of a garment, but he was certain it had belonged to a child. The individual's cultivation level must have reached the pinnacle of perfection. Pinnacle of perfection? Mo Lin Yuan murmured, barely audible, meant only for Mei Jue and the others. Did not Xiao Jiu mention that her brother's cultivation level is indeed at the pinnacle of perfection? Chapter 69. Mo Lin Yuan. His eldest son dares to attempt his assassination? With a cough, Mei Jue was struck with internal injuries, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. No wonder it was such a struggle for him to withstand the arrow's impact. Even as a mid-level practitioner of perfection, the effort was extraordinary. Mei Jue quickly consumed the elixir. Mei Xing exclaimed, hastily retrieving a pill from his spatial ring and offering it to him. I am fine, he reassured, though it was evident that the assailant had shown restraint. Otherwise, with his mid-level cultivation, he would never have been able to intercept that arrow. Meanwhile, Jun Eugene, cradling Jun Xiaojiu as he returned to the Linglan courtyard, instinctively glanced toward the direction of the study. How peculiar! She felt a trace of Mo Rant's presence just now. It was impossible. Her eldest son was in the snow country. How could he be in the Lioli kingdom? Even if he had come, he would have surely informed her first. Perhaps her longing for her eldest son had conjured a mere illusion. Mei Xing, Conduct a thorough investigation of Ronqing. This assassin is undoubtedly still within the city, and since he failed to kill this prince, he will surely strike again. Should you encounter him, proceed with caution and do not alert him prematurely. Until we ascertain whether or not it is truly my eldest son, we cannot allow anyone to harm him. Understood, my lord. Mei Xing supported Mei Jue as he sat on the ground. You must quickly absorb the effects of the elixir. Indeed, Mei Jue nodded weakly, his pallor evident as he settled into a meditative position. My lord, you were not frightened, were you? A male servant, having just witnessed the entire incident, hurried over with concern etched upon his face. He was visibly shaken. Mo Linyuan nodded solemnly, sorrowfully pointing towards Mei Ju. Yet, Mei Ju was injured, his gaze filled with terror, as if he had been greatly frightened. This middle-aged servant had long benefited from his care, providing for his entire family, and thus felt immense gratitude. How could the formidable Mei Ju be harmed by a mere child? He had seen the shadow of a child atop the roof, initially believing it to be the young prince. By the time he drew his bow and aimed at the prince, it was too late for him to call for help. A child? Mo Linyuan blinked innocently, his heart tumultuous with confusion. Was the servant indeed referring to a child? It appeared he had not been mistaken. Magxing, inquire about this matter. Why does he claim a child injured Mei Ju? Surely, someone as powerful as Mei Ju could not be harmed by a mere child. He deliberately shifted the conversation from Mei Xing to investigate, as he was currently embodying the intellect of a 10-year-old. Though he could trust the servant before him, caution was still paramount. Mei Xing, being one of his 4 esteemed subordinates, was undoubtedly astute and quickly grasped his intent. You mentioned that Mei Ju was injured by a child. Did you witness it with your own eyes? He approached the middle-aged servant, his tone gently probing, replying to Lord Mei Xing. The old servant indeed witnessed it firsthand. Initially, I thought it was the young prince playing on the roof. When I realized he was aiming his bow at the prince, it was too late for me to cry out. Fortunately, Mei Ju's agility saved the day. Otherwise, the prince would certainly have been struck. The servant still felt tremors of fear at the recollection, unable to fathom how a child could have done this. Are you certain it was a child of the same age as the young prince? You are not mistaken? Mei Xing subconsciously glanced at Mo Linyuan beside him, repeatedly pressing the servant for clarity. My lord, I assure you, I'm not mistaken. The servant chuckled. I'm just over 40. My eyesight is still keen. I can distinguish between adults and children. Yet, how could such a small child possess spiritual power? The servant furrowed his brow in confusion, even doubting whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. Perhaps it was merely a stunted adult. He could not have been very tall. Mei Xing hastily concocted an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Well, it is of no consequence now. You may take your leave. He waved his hand, signaling for the servant to depart. Yes, the servant, upon hearing this, glanced once more at Mo Linyuan. Only after confirming he was unharmed did he leave with a sense of relief. My lord, once the servant had distanced himself, Mei Xing turned to Mo Linyuan. That servant claimed the child possesses spiritual power. He must be your son, undoubtedly another of your offspring. Mo Linyuan clenched his fists tightly, his hands resting at his sides. Am I to meet my other son? His tone was charged with excitement. Lord, please do not become overly agitated, even if it is the young prince. You must temper your enthusiasm. However, your highness, what if that individual is not the young prince, but rather a grown adult who has not matured? Such a possibility is not without merit. Within the Shadow Pavilion, there exist several such individuals. They appear as children, yet are of age. Their stunted growth a result of genetic defects. Impossible. I possess a certain intuition that he is indeed of my bloodline. Mo Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an intense brilliance, his raven hair billowing in the wind, embodying an unyielding and majestic presence. Magxing interjected. Your Highness, even if he's your offspring, what of it? He has come to slay you. You must prepare yourself mentally. He sensed that the atmosphere within the regent's residence was shifting ominously. I retract my earlier statement. There is no need for further investigation. I fear you may inadvertently harm my eldest son. He shall await the next opportunity to strike, at which point I will seize him and impart some much-needed discipline. That little rascal, willing to turn against his own father, bears a striking resemblance to his mother. Life has become exceedingly difficult for me. My wife is perpetually intent on reprimanding me, and now my son wishes to do me harm. Mei Xing remarked, once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Indeed, since the arrival of the princess, your highness has undergone a complete transformation. You have been profoundly influenced by her. It feels as though you are on the verge of becoming a fool. Who goes there? Mo Lin Yuan sensed a presence lurking, his cold gaze piercing toward the left wall of the study. Without the need for his command, Mei Xing swiftly appeared behind the intruder, pulling him from the shadows. Release me. I am an agent of the Empress. Who dares to lay hands on me? After being captured, the individual, desperate to save his life, promptly revealed the power behind him. Silence. You are unbearable. You shall report to Yama later, and continue your prattling there. Mei Xing seized the man and strode toward Mo Lin Yuan, disdainfully tossing him at the prince's feet. Such a wretch is of no use. Let him be dealt with according to tradition. After issuing his decree, Mo Lin Yuan turned to survey the tall walls of Linglan Courtyard. It is this very barrier that separates him from the princess, rendering his attempts to approach her exceedingly inconvenient. Your Highness, Mei Xing, with a towel snatched from his spatial ring, rudely stuffed it into the man's mouth, silencing him. Still a tender-skinned fellow, such a one would be delightful to flay. He grinned with a chilling delight. The man's eyes widened in terror, shaking his head vigorously. I am an agent of the Empress. How dare you? Flaying? The thought alone was horrifying. Mei Xing dragged the man away silently, as if handling a chick. At that moment, Mei Ju had completed absorbing the elixir. His injuries were nearly healed. He approached Mo Lin Yuan, curious about what captivated his attention at the wall. Mei Ju, use your spiritual power to cleave this wall. The more he gazed at it, the more he found it intolerable. In the dead of night, wishing to see his beloved, he would still have to scale the wall. Mei Ju, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. To cleave the wall? Your Highness, are you certain the princess will not slay me on the spot? What are you waiting for? Strike. Mo Lin Yuan observed him standing there like a wooden stick, utterly motionless, and felt a twinge of anxiety. Very well. If you insist on striking, then strike, he said. Once the wall was cleaved apart, the subordinate could enjoy the delightful company of the charming Qing'e every day. With a resounding crash, as the formidable Mei Ju unleashed his spiritual power, the 3-meter-high wall collapsed. Mother, what on earth is happening? Jun Xiaojiu, on the verge of falling asleep under Jun Yujin's gentle coaxing, was startled awake by the deafening noise outside. That dog of a man must be up to something again. Yun Yui no Hots. Sleep well, Xiaojiu. I'll go see what it is. She tenderly kissed the little one's cheek and tucked him in snugly before storming out, her face a mask of fury. Xiaojiu's drowsiness has been thoroughly shaken awake, she mused as the child, hearing her words, closed his eyes and drifted back into a fuzzy slumber. As Jun Yujin reached the door, a sense of unease compelled her to glance back, and upon seeing her son sleeping soundly, she quietly stepped outside. My lady, someone is trying to kill me. Woo, just as she reached the entrance hall, a sudden bear hug from someone nearly caused her to stumble. Mo Lin Yuan, upon seeing her emerge, rushed over, clutching her tightly, as if greatly frightened. Mei Ju, trailing behind, thought, the prince's acting is truly remarkable. How does he manage it? Is this dog of a man seeking her comfort? Look how frightened he is, he's even crying, she thought. Upon noticing the collapsed exterior wall of the Bellflower Courtyard, her eyes twitched, and a surge of fury propelled her to shove the man clinging to her away. Explain yourself, you scoundrel. What on earth happened? She demanded, her gaze sharp and lethal as she pointed at the wreckage. Mei Ju trembled in fear behind her. My lady, there were assassins. Someone tried to kill me just now. Wu, please protect me. Mo Lin Yuan's eyes widened in terror as he once again enveloped her in his embrace, feigning fright and trembling. In that moment, he resembled a frightened little bird in need of his wife's comfort and protection. Mei Ju thought, the prince's acting is indeed extraordinary. Even the astute princess has been deceived. But wait, where was Qing'e? Mei Ju instinctively glanced around, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the absence of her figure. Someone wants to kill you? Jun Yujin looked at the overturned wall and then felt his body quaking. At that moment, he resembled a frightened child in need of protection and reassurance. Subconsciously, she extended her arms to embrace him, softly soothing, "It's all right. I am here. No one dares to harm you." Her man. Who would dare to act? If anyone were to act, it would be she. Meiju marveled. Is this truly effective? Acting foolishly and being coy with the woman he likes yields such splendid results? I want to try it too, to be playful with Qing. Yet, it seems I lack the audacity of the prince. "My lady," I'm scared Mo Lin Yuan relished her embrace, inhaling the fragrant scent of her body deeply. "She smells divine. I wish I could hold her like this forever." "It's quite all right. I am not afraid." Jun Yujin gently patted his back once more, her maternal affection overflowing, her soft voice soothing him as she would her son. This is an inherent trait of motherhood. Upon witnessing a child in tears, one cannot help but feel the urge to embrace them. Mei Ying, what is the meaning of this? How can an assassin appear in the royal residence in broad daylight? Her gaze turned icy as she questioned Meijua beside her. He instinctively glanced at the prince, who was currently displaying a childlike demeanor, replying to the princess. Shortly after your departure, the prince encountered an assassin upon leaving the study. The assailant shot an arrow at him, but fortunately my subordinates were able to intercept it. Meijua explained expressionlessly, occasionally casting glances at Mo Lin Yuan. Jun Yujin merely assumed he was concerned for Mo Lin Yuan and did not dwell on it. "Darling, I am frightened." He whimpered like a child, burying his head into her delicate neck, greedily inhaling her scent. "This is troubling." His body reacted. Could it be that the love curse was causing havoc again? This is not the right time. Not only is it inappropriate, but Meijua is also present. Silence. She pushed him away, her voice cold. Yet, her exquisite face bore a hint of blush. Why do I inexplicably feel a sense of discomfort after he held me? A sudden warmth spreads through my abdomen, enveloping my entire being. How strange. Could it be that I am responding physically to this detestable man? Ugh, I could hardly bear to confront the transformed version of him. How could I possibly have such feelings? This cannot be right. There must be something wrong with my body. Otherwise, how could I have such an inexplicable reaction to him? Mo Lin Yuan thought. Indeed, as long as the skin touched hers, such reactions would arise. Is this a divine favor, a sweet reward bestowed upon him? However, he desired not only her body but also her heart. Yet, his bodily response was due to the blood moon love curse, which made him long for her touch. But what of her? She was neither poisoned nor cursed. How could her body react in such a manner? "But my dear, I truly am frightened," he expressed, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at her. His trembling voice conveyed his utmost fear. What utter terror! What unfathomable fear! I have told you, with me around, what is there to fear? Jun Yujin shot him an exasperated glance. This man is truly something else. When he acts like a fool, he deserves a good thrashing, constantly infuriating her alongside the little ones. Now, he suddenly acts coy and fearful towards her. Is this a sign of a fragile psyche? It's my first time facing a towering figure who acts so tenderly, and I find myself at a loss. Strangely, I feel not only no aversion, but also a pang of compassion. Have I been infected by this detestable man? Have I turned into a foolish simpleton myself? Montag Ling Yuan pondered, fragile Psyche? What affliction is this? He looked utterly bewildered, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. "Darling, you are quite fierce," he lamented, his gaze filled with sorrow. Behind his mask, his phoenix eyes shimmered with tears, exuding an air of vulnerability. "What a headache! What should I do? I truly wish to drag this fellow out and give him a few slaps. My dear, I am unafraid, that is all." Upon hearing her thoughts, he promptly changed his approach. "Enough. Little Gio has fallen asleep. Do not create a ruckus here. Go play outside. I am currently too busy to attend to you." Jun Yujin unceremoniously ushered him away, but suddenly she caught a whiff of a foul odor. "Maishu, you must go take a bath immediately." The stench was nearly overwhelming. She pinched her nose and waved her hand in disdain. After consuming the cleansing elixir, no one understood better than she the foulness of the impurities expelled from the body. For Meiju, the situation was tolerable, indicating he possessed a commendable innate talent, hence the smell was bearable. However, those with inferior gifts, after consuming it, could easily be compared to the stench of excrement. Maishu, have you fallen into a cesspit? Why do you smell so vile? Mo Linyuan also caught a whiff of the odor, imitating Jun Yujin by pinching his nose and fanning the air in disgust. Yun Yun the Mox, Fahavenisake. Why is a grown man mimicking a woman's gestures? The ironic part was that he did so with such elegance, devoid of any effeminacy. Meiju, feeling thoroughly rejected, decided to leave. I shall take my leave for a bath. He hastily exited, only to collide with Qing'er upon his departure. Oh dear, my nose, Qing'er exclaimed, rubbing her reddened nose, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, feeling on the verge of tears. Who is it that smells so atrocious? She had no time to glance at the culprit before gagging while covering her nose. Meiju felt as if struck by 1,000 electric shocks, leaving him scorched inside and out. It was a disaster. He had already left a poor impression on Qing'er, and now. Chapter 71. Mo Linyuan. Finally, I'm sleeping with my beloved. I apologize. Meiju's face turned crimson, reaching the back of his ears. After uttering an apology, he hurriedly fled the scene. It seemed that Qing'er had completely taken a disliking to him. Qing'er's expression of disdain gradually stiffened, her throat tightening with apprehension. She quickly lifted her gaze and indeed saw Meiju hastily retreating. Oh no, oh no. It seems Meiju is angry, being such a cold-hearted individual. My path to winning his affection may be even longer. Standing at the entrance of the hall, Jun Yujin was nearly grinning from ear to ear, unable to suppress her applause in spirit. Qing'er, well done. You've managed to whisk away that dog-ass subordinate. When we leave the royal residence in the future, it will undoubtedly infuriate him. When he returns to his senses and discovers that his loyal subordinate has been taken, he will surely be furious to the point of spitting blood. Mo Linyuan, having overheard her thoughts, wore a tender smile when she was not looking. Feel free to take whoever you wish. Regardless of how many you take, in the end, they will all be our subordinates. You've taken me. Do you fear losing your subordinates? Miss, I have already dealt with that person. Qing'er snapped back to reality, ready to inform her of the person she intended to eliminate today, stating that she had already resolved the matter. As soon as he lifted his gaze, he beheld Mo Linyuan, and the words that had been on the tip of his tongue were swallowed whole. Greetings, your highness, Qing'er said, hastily performing a bow upon seeing him. Indeed, Mo Linyuan nodded, his mind racing with scheming thoughts. He yearned not to depart, but rather to remain in the company of his beloved wife. My dear, where's our son? He glanced around, searching for the little one, fully aware that the child was currently slumbering within. He is asleep inside. Jun Yujin replied with a hint of irritation. Our son, nonsense. He is the product of my own toil and labor. It is none of your concern. She cursed inwardly, her annoyance inexplicably rising upon seeing him. It felt as though, since arriving at the Prince Regent's residence, she had strayed far from her original path. She had completely lost sight of her initial objective. Not only had she failed to seek vengeance, but she had also allowed this man to take liberties with her. It was utterly infuriating. Oh, Montauk Linyuan exclaimed, taking her hand in his. My dear, I too wish to sleep. Shall we rest together? Jun Yujin, Qing'er, the atmosphere seemed decidedly off. She ought to return to her chambers post-haste. Sleep? You wish to sleep? Just leave. She shot him a glare, her fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. This wretched man. After you wore me out all afternoon yesterday, I am still sore today. Sleep be damned. Can my sister sleep too? Mo Linyuan disregarded her fury, waving his hand innocently. Jun Yujin, this foolish man was truly driving her to the brink. But I do not prefer Sister Qing'er. I cherish you, my dear wife, and I only wish to sleep beside you, he declared with unwavering sincerity, his face unflinching. Yun Yuin, huff. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent blood coursing through her veins. She feared that should she lose control, she might truly strike this imbecilic man down. Leave? Her cold gaze pierced through him, wishing she could pin him against the wall. Please, I am afraid. He grasped her hand, refusing to budge. Jun Yujin felt a jolt of electricity course through her as he held her hand, a tingling sensation flooding her senses. That feeling was returning. Release me. She angrily shook off his grip and kicked at him. If you do not leave, I shall ensure you lie in a coffin today. Then let it be a coffin. He replied fearlessly, standing tall before her as though unacquainted with death itself. Yun, blessed et. This insufferable man. She sighed, deciding it futile to argue with a fool. Get lost. Do not linger in my sight. Having spoken her piece, she turned away without casting a glance back and made her way to her chambers. Mo Linyuan thought to himself, it seems that today, sharing a bed with my beloved wife is out of the question. Mother, I wish for father to sleep with us. Jun Xiaojiu appeared to have heard Mo Linyuan's voice and, in a daze, rose up, clamoring for the three of them to sleep together. Yun, Lidlasket. Dear mother implores you, please do not awaken at such fortuitous moments next time. Xiaojiu. Upon hearing his son's voice, Mo Linyuan hurriedly rushed inside. Stripping off his outer garments and shoes, he removed his mask and dove into the bed, embracing his soft son and planting a kiss on his cheek. Then, he tenderly held his son close, closing his eyes to sleep together. He even left a substantial portion of the bed for someone else, appearing as though he and his son had been relegated to a corner, curled up pitifully. The entire sequence of movements was fluid, leaving Jun Yujin momentarily astonished. She thought, damn it, this infuriating man is remarkably swift in his actions. She contemplated shooing him away, yet Xiaojiu suddenly wrapped his tiny arms around his neck. It seems chasing him away is impossible now. That damn man, I still wish to enter the Red Lotus space to refine some elixirs. I wonder if the beasts within have improved in strength. Mo Linyuan, what did he just hear? Refining elixirs in the Red Lotus space? Is it the Red Lotus on her forehead? He had presumed it was merely a birthmark, never realizing it was a spatial artifact. His wife, how extraordinary she is. Refining elixirs with beasts? What does this imply? It suggests that her spatial artifact can harbor living beings. Jun Yujin was feeling severely fatigued and sore. Standing for a moment made her feel weary enough to sleep. It was indeed peculiar. Usually, after sustaining minor injuries and drinking the spiritual spring, she felt no adverse effects. Why then, after a mere afternoon of exertion, was her back aching so? Drinking the spiritual spring seemed to have little effect. She slipped off her shoes and lay down, turning to behold Mo Linyuan's stunningly handsome face. This man was undeniably attractive. It was regrettable that he lacked substance. The thought of his predominantly foolish demeanor made Jun Yujin feel a strange sense of pity for his striking visage. Mo Linyuan, this king is powerful, excelling in all forms of combat. You experienced one such aspect yesterday afternoon. How can I be merely a pretty face? Before long, Jun Yujin succumbed to slumber, and Mo Linyuan, after releasing their son, blissfully embraced her and drifted off as well. Unbeknownst to them, as they slept, the white moon phoenix bracelets adorning their wrists glowed a brilliant red once more. Here, Jun Yujin found herself at the gravesite from her past life, the spot where she had perished. Chapter 72. In her past life, he avenged her before taking his own life at her grave, precisely when Jun Yushue had fed her corpse to wolves. No, a heart-wrenching cry echoed in her ears. Immediately following, wild wolves were dispatched with swiftness. Then, she watched as he gathered the scattered flesh, painstakingly piecing it back on her mangled corpse. No, Jeaner, my Jeaner. The man called her name with a heart-wrenching anguish, weeping as if the very fabric of the world had been shrouded in sorrow. Her heart ached. A painful twist akin to a choking egg lodged in her throat, leaving her in distress. Her heart felt as though it would tear apart. Who on earth are you? She yearned to approach and glimpse his visage. Yet no matter the path taken, it remains insurmountable. A mere meter apart feels like a lifetime, an endless chasm. Tell me, who are you? She reached out, yearning to touch him. Despite the proximity, her fingers fell short. Jun Yujin witnessed a scene reminiscent of their prior existence. He kissed her. Who are you truly? Do you not realize I have searched for you for 5 years? Jun Yujin called out, his voice echoing. Yet the man remained an emotionless marionette, frozen, cradling her lifeless form, murmuring incoherent words. Jin Ia, do you understand? You are the tenderness within my heart. You are my rib, my very life. You have departed. How am I to survive? The depths are frigid. and no warmth remains for you. Await me. I shall avenge you and soon join you. Jun Yujin clung tightly to her corpse, indifferent to its decaying stench and the hideous remains that had been gnawed upon. A sudden shift revealed the Jun family engulfed in flames, none spared from the inferno. The vision shifted to Jun Yushua, forced to kneel before her grave in a display of contrition. She bore witness as that man exacted vengeance, allowing a pack of wolves to rend Jun Yushua to shreds. Even Prince Mo Chunjing met a gruesome fate, butchered and fed to the dogs. No, please, no. When Jun Yujin beheld him placing the sword against his throat, realization dawned. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. She could no longer restrain her sorrow. She understood his intent to depart alongside her. I beg you, do not. She shook her head, screaming, desperate to snatch the blade from his grasp. Yet her efforts were futile. Each attempt to bridge the distance was thwarted by an invisible barrier, separating them by unfathomable miles. The pain was excruciating, a heart-wrenching agony. Gina, I have avenged you. Now you have but one last enemy in this world. Fear not. I shall swiftly eliminate him to join you. She perished because of him. Had it not been for him, she would still thrive in this realm. Thus, this final adversary was none other than himself. No, she watched helplessly as he took his own life before her grave, a serene smile gracing his features even in death. Why? Why are you so foolish? She could no longer contain her anguish. It is worth noting that since her rebirth, she had never wept nor found solace in tears. Yet this time, her heart felt as though it had consumed a heartbreaking poison, rending her soul. Why? Why can I still not behold your visage? Jun Yujin was utterly desolate. She strained against the barrier in a futile attempt to see him, to embrace him, yet despair enveloped her. It seemed even the heavens could not bear witness, weeping alongside her. Torrential rain fell, drenching the man's ink-black hair, his crimson blood pooling upon the ground, forming a seemingly endless river of red. At the prince's residence, a cacophony erupted. Jun Yushua awoke, seething with rage, shattering everything within her chamber. Wretched woman, Jun Yujin, you vile creature, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds. With a fierce determination, she seized a teacup from the table, hurling it with all her might in a fit of fury. The malevolent gaze resembled that of a malevolent spirit, chilling and terrifying. Just then, a maid entered, only to be struck on the forehead, blood gushing forth profusely. Clutching her forehead in agony, she dared not utter a single complaint, tears welling in her eyes. The specter glared at her with a frigid intensity, wishing to slay someone to vent its wrath. However, upon realizing the maid was one of her own, she suppressed her fury and coldly inquired, in such haste, is there something amiss? Your Highness, the individuals we dispatched to the regent's residence have been slain. The maid trembled, her body quaking in fear, her gaze averted from the terrifying glare. Useless wretches, unable to handle such a trivial task. With a resounding crash, Jun Yushua kicked over her chair, her face flushed with rage. The maid, witnessing her fury, instinctively took a step back. That wretched harlot, who has been trampled by thousands, deserves to be forced by the beggars of the streets in turn. Jun Yushua's face twisted with a profound hatred. Do not fret, Schwerer. The Phoenix Bloodjade that this crown prince returned today was not returned without purpose. Moreover, have we not agreed to refrain from taking action against her for the time being? Upon hearing of her awakening, Crown Prince Mo Chunjing hastily returned, his countenance darkened. Were it not for her utility, such a fool would have been kicked aside long ago. How foolish I was to have believed her to be astute. It seems I have fallen for an imbecile. Especially today, she has brought me nothing but disgrace. The Phoenix Bloodjade, that vile woman deceived us with a counterfeit, utterly disregarding your worth. My frustration led me to order her demise. I acted too hastily. As she mentioned the Phoenix Bloodjade, Jun Yushua's already contorted face darkened further. Have you not noticed the significant change in Jun Yujin upon her return after 5 years? She is no longer the timid and cowardly person she once was. She has returned with cunning and guile. Mo Chunjing's hands, resting at his sides, clenched into fists as he brooded over Jun Yujin. That wretched harlot must have absorbed the essence within the phoenix blood jade after awakening her martial spirit. I must eliminate her and extract the phoenix blood from her veins. Indeed, your words hold merit, Jun Yushue concurred, her eyes still harboring murderous intent. In a few days, the palace shall host the beast hunting tournament, and that accursed harlot. I will ensure that Jun Yujin meets a gruesome end. Are you planning something for that day? Mo Chunjing's pupils constricted, his eyes narrowing ominously. No, it is not yet the time to slay her. We have yet to comprehend the strength that supports her. Acting rashly could lead to our own downfall, and it might alert her to our intentions. He had always been meticulous in his endeavors, learning from past oversights, and now understood Jun Yujin as current state. After turning 16, she awakened her martial spirit, and in just 5 years, her cultivation is nearly on par with Jun Yushue's. I refuse to believe she has no powerful backing. Since it is not yet time to kill her, it would be prudent to teach her a lesson. I shall ensure that her reputation in Liuli Kingdom is utterly ruined, allowing several men to have their way with her. She slowly leaned against Mo Chunjing, rising on her toes to whisper softly in his ear. Her eyes glimmered with a venomous intensity reminiscent of a serpent. Chapter 73. His words of self-sacrifice echoed repeatedly in her dreams. The method you mentioned is indeed feasible. By the time her reputation is utterly ruined, even if that fool of a regent does not dismiss her, the emperor will surely not tolerate her presence. At that moment, we shall. Mo Chunjing lowered his gaze, captivated by her alluring crimson lips, a flicker of desire igniting within his eyes. Swear, shall we engage in other pursuits, my dear? He relished her form, finding it endlessly enticing, at least for the moment. Brother Jing, you are truly wicked, Jun Yushue exclaimed. Her face flushed as she playfully struck his chest. Without any regard for the maidservant nearby, she pressed her lips against his. You remain here and ensure that no one disturbs us. Mo Chunjing lifted her effortlessly and carried her towards the bed, issuing instructions to the maid. Yes, your highness. The maid dared not disobey. Soon, the air was filled with sounds of flushed hearts and heated breaths. She, a pristine maiden, was utterly embarrassed. Who would have believed that in broad daylight they would indulge in such acts? Jun Yujin lay upon the bed, ensnared in dreams of her past life, perpetually struggling in the depths of her slumber. All she wished for was a glimpse of his visage. Was that too much to ask? No, no. His words of self-sacrifice reverberated incessantly in her dreams. No matter how she tried, she could not touch his body, nor behold his face. Why? My lady, awaken. Mo Linyuan was roused from her cries, only to realize she was dreaming. Do not weep, my dear. I am here. He wrapped her in his embrace, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. He too had just experienced a dream, a haunting vision of his own self-sacrifice at her grave. Upon waking, his face turned ashen, devoid of color. He pondered the significance of this dream. Was it a portent of what was to come, or merely a figment of his imagination? This dream felt more like a lived reality, piercing his heart with unrelenting pain. In that dream, she was lost. Regardless of the cost, he vowed to protect her at all costs. Perhaps sensing his presence, Jun Yujin's sobs began to subside. My beloved, I shall surely find you. She murmured drowsily in his arms, her heart heavy with sorrow. My beloved? Mo Linyuan questioned, realizing she was referring to the man she sought in her past life. The term was so sweet it nearly made his teeth ache. Regardless of the distance, she continued, pulling him into a tight embrace, surrendering to the sweetness of slumber. I shall find that man, no matter the distance. Mo Linyuan mused, frustration mounting. Who was that wretched man? He must discover his identity before she did, and then teach him a lesson he would never forget, casting him far away. His wife could belong to no one else. Mo ran. Jun Yujin had not seen her eldest son in far too long. In her dreams, she once again encountered Jun Mo ran, a sweet smile unconsciously gracing her lips. In this lifetime, the decision she cherished most were the births of Xiao Jiao and Mo Ran. Montak Lin Yuan Pondat. Who is Mo Ran? Is that the name of that man? He recalled hearing this name when he previously listened to her innermost thoughts. My dear, Am I not present in your dreams? Mo Lin Yuan pressed a tender kiss upon her cherry lips, his heart heavy with a bittersweet ache. Before long, a voice echoed in her dream, "You scoundrel! One day, I shall hang you up and give you a thrashing." Even in slumber, she could sense his anger. Mo Lin Yuan mused, "Is this the sentiment evoked by dreaming of him? You wish to beat him?" Mo ran. Mo ran. Jun Eugene murmured repeatedly, missing her son dearly after such a long separation. "My dear, you are delving into my heart," Mo Lin Yuan thought, admiring how soft she felt in her sleep. Seizing the moment, he embraced her more tightly, knowing that once she awoke, such privileges would be lost. "Your Highness, your lady." Shortly thereafter, Mei Xing returned. Upon seeing the collapsed wall of Linglan courtyard, he was alarmed, fearing the palace had been attacked once more, and hastily called for Mo Lin Yuan. "Do not disturb. The princess is resting," Mo Lin Yuan conveyed through a mental message, his commanding presence exuding authority. Disturbing his wife's slumber would not come without consequences. Mei Xing, bewildered, remarked, "During the day, you sleep with the princess? How bold, your highness!" Contemplating this, he turned to leave, intending to summon help to tidy the disordered courtyard, only to collide with the returning Lan heir. "You shameless wretch! What are you doing here?" Lan heir glared at him with disdain. "You lecher," she added, revealing the truth behind his seemingly respectable demeanor. "Hey, who are you calling shameless?" Mei Xing retorted, glaring back. "You, of course. What's it to you? Do you intend to strike me?" Lan heir mocked, assuming a battle-ready stance, declaring, "Come at me. Do you think I fear you? I have no intention of striking you. Rather, your charming demeanor inexplicably stirs my heart," Mei Xing replied, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This audacious man wore an unsettling grin. Suddenly, before Lan heir could react, he planted a quick kiss on her cheek and fled. "Since you've already labeled me a scoundrel, I might as well embrace the title," he thought as he dashed away, teasing her as he went. After all, the prince had mentioned that those close to the princess were fair game for jest. Capturing one would be quite an accomplishment. Lan heir, quite to his liking, might make a splendid bride. "How dare you?" Lan heir seethed, bursting into action. "You insolent rogue, stop right there." Angered by his audacity, she vowed to leave him with a swollen cheek. "Am I a fool to wait for you to catch me?" Mei Xing ran for his life, taunting her as he escaped. Meanwhile, the man lying in bed, cradling his beloved wife, couldn't help but smile smugly at the unfolding chaos. The charm of the star is undeniable. It has begun to entwine itself around the individuals close to his beloved. Upon awakening, Jun Yujin discovered it was already mid-afternoon. At that moment, Mo Lin Yuan was also in slumber, enveloped in a deep and sweet sleep, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Jun Yujin pondered. Why did that smile evoke such a profound sense of familiarity within her? "I offer my soul in exchange," merely wishing for her to find happiness and peace in her next life. This was the final utterance she heard from that man in her dreams, accompanied by his last smile. She could never fully discern his features, often catching only a glimpse of his silhouette or a hint of the curve of his lips. Yet, the smile on Mo Lin Yuan's face at this moment instantaneously reminded her of that very smile. "It cannot possibly be you." A pang of sorrow pierced Jun Yujin's heart. He had tormented her to death in her previous life. How could he possibly exhibit such tenderness towards her? Suddenly, a memory surfaced. She vaguely recalled a birthmark resembling a lotus on the nape of that man's neck, identical to the red lotus on her forehead, small as a fingernail. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she was unwilling to relinquish any opportunity to seek him out. Jun Yujin reached out to part his inky tresses. "Good night, my dears. Thank you for your kind gifts, moi." Chapter 74. Who told you that after sleeping, one would bear children? Just as Jun Yujin was about to brush aside his dark hair, Mo Lin Yuan stirred awake. "My lady, you're awake?" He gazed at her with drowsy phoenix eyes, a sweet smile illuminating his face. "I am awake." She fixed her gaze upon him, studying his exquisite features for what felt like an eternity. His noble and handsome visage was breathtaking, the curve of his jaw increasingly reminiscent of the man in her dreams. Mo Lin Yuan, for the first time, noted how gently his wife spoke to him. "Why are you still here?" Perhaps the sorrow from her dreams had overwhelmed her, Seeing him asleep beside her extinguished her temper. "I am here to sleep with my lady." He smiled with innocent sincerity, seemingly oblivious to the distinctions between men and women. "My lady, after we sleep together, will you soon bear a child?" He longed to embrace his wife a little longer. Her fragrant presence was irresistible. Jun Yujin thought to herself, truly a fool. How could he associate himself with that man? It is a desecration of her beloved. Mo Lin Yuan, perplexed, queried, "Beloved? Does she mistake him for that man named Mo Ran? Who told you that after sleeping, one would bear children?" Jun Yujin's lips twitched in amusement as she regarded him. The handsome brute grew increasingly pleasing to her eyes. After all, she was a 10-level beauty enthusiast. It felt as if she were being led by the nose, completely diverging from her original purpose for being here. The wet nurse said that once a woman sleeps with a man, he must treat her well, for after sharing a bed, they become a family. Mo Lin Yuan bit his lip, fear glimmering in his eyes as he watched her, dreading that she might become angry and strike him again. For he had already been traumatized by such encounters. Jun Yujin mused, "What a peculiar man, biting his lip. Should one call him pure, or perhaps a delicate flower, or merely alluring? The wet nurse has taught you remarkably well. During these days spent together, she has come to realize that he is not a bad person. On the contrary, he possesses a kind nature and treats her with exceptional kindness. It must be said that the ideals instilled in him by Qin Ma are truly commendable." "Is that so?" Mo Lin Yuan blinked his dark, phoenix-like eyes, innocently inquiring. "Ahem. In truth, sleeping does not necessarily result in the birth of a child. It is only the intimate union between two individuals that leads to progeny. For instance, the kind of interactions that occur after you transform." Jun Yujin's voice was unprecedentedly gentle, causing a flurry of unease within Mo Lin Yuan. Surely, his beloved would not be harboring any ulterior motives to deal with him? That does not align with her character. Which? He feigned ignorance, continuing to probe. "This matter is beyond your comprehension unless you become another version of yourself." She smiled softly, her gaze towards him imbued with tenderness. If he were indeed the man from her past life, then her animosity would naturally dissipate, leaving only the inclination to indulge him without restraint. "Another version of myself?" Mo Lin Yuan continued to pretend he did not understand. Inhaling her fragrant scent, he found himself reacting physically, his breath quickening. However, he dared not let her know, fearing that once discovered, she might swiftly sever his head. Trusting her, he was certain she would act in such a manner. "This is something you need not concern yourself with, for you shall never know." He possessed no memories of his transformation. How could he possibly know? "Oh," he obediently responded with a soft "oh," his dark eyes fixed on her with an insatiable gaze. "My dear, you are exceptionally kind to me today. It fills me with joy." He could not help but voice his thoughts. "Is that so? Is this how you show me kindness? Turn over and face our son. I wish to see something. If you wish to see, then do so openly. This position is hardly one of shame." "Oh." Mo Lin Yuan was uncertain about what she wished to see, but complied and turned around. Jun Yujin took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of nervousness as she extended her delicate, slender fingers to gently sweep aside his inky hair. The moment her fingers grazed their skin, it was as though an electric current surged through them, leaving both feeling as if they had been touched by a cat, tingling and electrified. Nothing. There was indeed nothing. He was not the person from her dreams. Upon realizing that he had nothing left in reserve, a profound sense of disappointment enveloped Jun Yujin. "Mo Lin Yuan, my wife says there is nothing." "Nothing? My dear, what do you mean there is nothing?" He turned back, his question incomplete. His enticing lips brushed against her soft pink ones. The softness of her lips was exquisite. Jun Yujin, how strange. Why does her body respond in such an unusual manner again? A single kiss seemed insufficient to satisfy. Just as the atmosphere escalated to a fever pitch, the little one beside them stirred awake. "Father, mother, what are you doing?" The child, just roused from slumber, rubbed his eyes in a daze. It appeared he had caught a glimpse of his parents sharing a kiss. He, has he awakened at an inopportune moment? Little Gio has risen, and I shall take him out to play for a while. Jun Yujin was the first to react, her cheeks flushing like two ripe red apples. So adorable one might be tempted to take a bite. She quickly dressed her son before leading him outside. Good heavens! She was experiencing unwarranted reactions toward a man with the mentality of a mere 10-year-old. Surely, something must be amiss with her body. Mo Lin Yuan, my wife is blushing at him. Does this signify that she has begun to feel bashful emotions toward him? Ensure that the walls of the Lily Valley are repaired and, ideally, raised by an additional 2 meters. Jun Yujin did not forget to remind him as she departed. Mo Lin Yuan, what? I instructed Mei Ju to demolish the wall for the convenience of climbing into bed at midnight. Now you want me to not only repair it, but also raise it by 2 meters? Truly, a case of losing the rice while attempting to steal the chicken. Lana returned to the courtyard, fuming after failing to catch Mei Xing. Just outside the door, she encountered Jun Yujin once more. Miss, there are unusual movements from the blood slaughter hall. Lana glanced around, moving closer to Jun Yujin and reporting in a hushed tone. What kind of movements? Jun Yujin's eyes suddenly glimmered with a frosty intensity. Could there be betrayal afoot? I went to the headquarters in Rome City today and learned that our people from the Blood Slaughter Hall had recently seized several cooperative businesses from the Shadow Pavilion. Strangely, the Shadow Pavilion has yet to retaliate, which is quite uncharacteristic of them. It is well known that the members of the Shadow Pavilion are notoriously ruthless, much like those of the Blood Slaughter Hall. Hence, the two factions have coexisted peacefully over the years. Who would have thought that the leader in Rome City would resort to such actions? This behavior is indeed atypical for the Shadow Pavilion. They, like us, are not one to forgive a slight. Jun Yujin furrowed her brows and spoke coldly. Replace the leader of Rome City. The Blood Slaughter Hall has no need for such disobedient individuals. I had made it clear from the beginning that there should be no conflict with the Shadow Pavilion. What I seek now is to expand our influence, and engaging in conflict with the Shadow Pavilion will only lead to mutual destruction. Understood, Mississippi. There is another matter that is particularly strange. Lana, upon receiving the command, bit her lip in disbelief as she reported again. What is it? Recently, the members of the Shadow Pavilion seemed somewhat unhinged. They appear to have lost their senses as they have been harassing our ladies from the Blood Slaughter Hall. Jun Yujin, dare they to harass the ladies of the Blood Slaughter Hall? They must be courting death. Chapter 75, Mo Lin Yuan. Is this the sensation of both longing and heartache? One after another, they seem to have gone mad, pursuing the ladies of the Blood Slaughter Hall. This topic ignited Lana's indignation. Jun Yujin, this is not the manner of the Shadow Pavilion. There must be some sinister plot afoot. Do they intend to lure our people into their organization? How naive. With a disdainful laugh, Jun Yujin remarked, do they truly believe it's so easy to entice our people? Our individuals are wholeheartedly loyal to the Miss. There can be no traitors among them. Lana declared with utmost conviction. Issue the command. Should the Shadow Pavilion's members dare to harass again, let our ladies retaliate in kind. Lana? Those who dare to abduct me shall find no opportunity. Let it be known to the maidens that whoever captures a member of the Shadow Pavilion shall be handsomely rewarded. This audacious organization has set its sights on me. I shall ensure their utter ruin, leaving them with nothing. No watermelon, not even a single sesame seed. Those who dare to encroach upon me shall be taught a lesson in humility. Lana, my lady, this does not seem to align with your usual demeanor. On the bed, Mo Lin Yuan listened intently to the conversation outside, absorbing every word, including his wife's innermost thoughts. To ruin them completely? No matter, as long as my dear wife is pleased. The Shadow Pavilion shall be at your service, without any need for abduction, offered with both hands. Very well, my lady. Lana could say nothing further and merely nodded in silence. By the way, Lana, I recall something about that individual. He bears a lotus mark the size of a fingernail on the back of his neck. Please visit the Rongqing branch of the Blood Slaughter Hall and send half the men to seek him out. With this thought, Jun Yujin felt a surge of excitement. With this mark, the chances of finding him have increased significantly. Though I have borne a child and engaged intimately with that wretched man, it does not hinder my quest to locate him. My intention is not to reunite with him. After all, I am entangled with that loathsome creature. And how could I possibly tarnish my feelings for him? This is merely an obsession of mine, a desire to discover the identity of the man who sacrificed everything for me in a past life. As long as I know he is living well in this life, That shall suffice. If fate is fleeting, then perhaps in another life, we may rekindle our connection. Understood, my lady. I shall go at once. Lana responded and promptly departed. She had always known that this man was the obsession of her lady's heart. For 5 years, they had searched far and wide, yet she had never relinquished hope. Now, with a new lead, they would exert every effort to assist her in the search. At this moment, Mo Lingyuan had risen from bed. He slowly reached for his heart, which had begun to ache after hearing her heartfelt words. It felt as though it was in pain, a bittersweet sensation. Fleeting fate? To await another life for a reunion? The thought left his already pale complexion even more ashen. The deeper he pondered, the more his heart ached. It felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Was this the delicate interplay of longing and sorrow? Yet, should not the thrill of infatuation bring joy and happiness? Why then did it hurt so? Mo Lingyuan stumbled out of the lily courtyard, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to suffocation. Why else would his heart throb so painfully? In the back garden, Jun Xiaojiu suddenly recalled the task entrusted to him by his father. With a glimmer in his dark eyes and a radiant smile gracing his lips, he exclaimed, "Mother, when will you and father bless me and my brother with a little sister? We both adore sisters so much." Yun Yuyin, who was strolling in the back garden with her son, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Choking on her own saliva, coughing, her face flushed, she replied, "Xiaojiu, sweetheart, let's not wish for a sister. Are you joking? To have another sister with that man? She would surely drive herself to madness." "No, my brother, and I only wish for a sister. Both you and father are so handsome. Certainly, any daughter born to you would be beautiful as well." The little one pouted his lips defiantly. Jun Yujin responded, "Moreover, mother, did you not often lament why both my brother and I are boys, wishing for a daughter from the heavens? Now that you and father are wed, is it not the perfect opportunity to conceive another sister?" He continued to persist, determined to assist his father in winning over his mother. Besides, both he and his brother genuinely desired sister. Such nonsense. One cannot simply will a sister into existence. Furthermore, I am bound to part ways with the regent eventually, making the prospect of having a sister with him utterly impossible. Did I not promise you that once I conclude my affairs, I would find you a father who is both formidable and handsome? Jun Yujin hurried to dissuade her son from such notions. "I shall not allow you to part from your father. Little Gio, I want you to remain with him." The little one pretended to weep, straining to produce a few tears. The large droplets cascaded down his cheeks like translucent pearls, plopping softly onto the ground. "Little Gio," she called out helplessly, attempting to comfort him. The more she tried to soothe him, the more he cried. "I only want this father. I do not want anyone else." His cries shattered Jun Yujin's heart. The absence of paternal love was already a void for both him and Mo Ran, and seeing him in such distress twisted her own heart in knots. "Very well, I promise not to part with him. Will that suffice?" She aimed to calm little Gio's emotions, deferring future discussions for another time. "Really?" Little Gio gazed at her with skepticism, his expression earnest, more genuine than pearls. Jun Yujin nodded in affirmation. "And we must have a sister." The little rascal seized the moment to press his advantage. Noticing her silence, he prepared to cry again. Jun Yujin immediately assented. "All right, we shall have a sister. Little Gio, do not cry." She retrieved a soft towel from her space, gently wiping away the traces of tears from his face. "Let us conceive her tonight. Perhaps we should go to father right now." Jun Yujin could not help but burst into laughter, though bemusement soon followed as she attempted to clarify. "Little Gio, having a sister is not something that can be accomplished in an instant. The births of you and your brother each required 10 months of gestation, and a sister would be no different. Do you understand?" "Oh," the little one replied, seemingly grasping her words. "Then, mother, if you and father sleep together tonight, 10 months from now, a sister will arrive." Jun Yujin took a deep breath, a wave of panic washing over her. The last time she had been with that man lasted an entire afternoon. This world lacks contraceptives. Surely, she would not become pregnant, would she? It could not be that unfortunate. After all, she had not conceived after 2 encounters with Mo Lingyuan. "Good night. Guess whether this time little Gio will have a younger brother or sister." I believe any misunderstandings should be revealed only after the female protagonist has fallen in love with the male protagonist. Otherwise, her sudden kindness towards him may seem utterly inexplicable. Chapter 76. The Ancient Divine Beast, Zhuke. Under the cover of night, Mei finally completed his run, panting heavily and utterly exhausted, as if he had been through a grueling ordeal. He leaned against the wall, step by step making his way back to the royal residence. Mei, quite impressive. Finishing your run so swiftly, Mei Xing remarked, teasingly, yet unable to suppress the urge to assist him in his nearly spent state. I can't go on like this. I'm about to collapse. I must replenish my energy with spiritual power, or I might truly perish. Mei gasped, his entire robe drenched in sweat, his hair similarly soaked to the point of nearly wringing out water. Well, you brought this upon yourself. Who told you to provoke the princess? Mei Xing mused, a smile creeping to his lips as he recalled the reason for Mei Ying's predicament. When did I ever provoke the princess? Mei Ying pondered, perplexed. Just as he was about to harness his spiritual energy to recover, Mei Xing halted him. Are you truly this naive? If you recover your energy now, will the princess believe you fulfilled her punitive demands? Ah, indeed. Then I shall report to the princess immediately, Mei Ying replied, exhaling heavily on the verge of utter exhaustion. Had it not been for his rigorous training since childhood, he would have certainly failed to complete even a single lap. Mei Xing supported him as they made their way towards the lily courtyard. Mei Ying couldn't fathom how he had offended the princess, believing he had done nothing wrong at all. Mei Xing, you have yet to tell me when I ever provoked the princess. He pressed, his confusion mounting. At this, Mei Xing could not help but chuckle, biting his lip to stifle his laughter. Have a little conscience, will you? I'm on the brink of death. Yet you laugh at me for no reason. I can't help it, Mei Xing exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably. Let me remind you, do you recall 5 years ago when you knocked the princess unconscious and then helped the prince with the antidote? It was because of that incident that the princess learned of it and, unable to contain her anger, punished you. Mei Ying, along with Mei Zhu and others, was aware that the woman who had been with the prince 5 years prior was indeed the princess. This knowledge had been gleaned through the prince's mind-reading abilities. The princess recognized the prince as the man from that night and understood that the child was his. Yet she sought revenge against him and thus chose to remain silent about the matter. The prince, too, dared not speak of it, as he was currently playing the role of a fool. He knew the princess was the woman from 5 years ago, yet he refrained from revealing it, leading the princess to believe he was unaware of that event and to continue her concealment. However, she harbored resentment towards Mei Ying for knocking her out. Had he not done so, she would not have ended up in that predicament with the prince. Coupled with the revelations from Mei Zhu today, this led to Mei Ying's punishment of running. This situation had become a vicious cycle. Only when the prince ceased his pretense and exposed his mind-reading abilities could the truth come to light. Wait, how could the princess possibly know that it was I who knocked her out 5 years ago? Mei Ying exclaimed, torn between laughter and exasperation, his expression reflecting a mix of realization and annoyance. Speak quickly. Did you fool, secretly inform the princess that I am the one who incapacitated her 5 years ago? Otherwise, how could she suddenly be aware of this matter? As Mei Xing opened his mouth to explain, he was abruptly adorned with a heavy accusation. With a thud, the very person who had been supporting Mei Ying, upon hearing this, angrily released him. Mei Ying, already weakened, collapsed heavily onto the ground. You blockhead! With your usual foolish demeanor akin to that icy wretch Mei Zhu, how could you unjustly accuse me now? You dare call me a fool? Yet look at yourself sprawled on the ground, truly the epitome of a fool. If Mei Xing had had a beard, it would have surely stood on end in indignation. His eyes bulged as if they might pop from his head, wishing to pry open that dullard Mei Ying's skull to uncover the source of his foolishness. If not you, then who? The only ones privy to this matter are you, me, Mei Zhu, and the prince. Exhausted, Mei Ying simply lay on the ground, his legs too weak to support him. He felt utterly defeated. The princess's punishment was exceedingly harsh. It would have been kinder to simply stab him instead. You imbecile, are truly infuriating. Mei Xing took a deep breath, reminding himself not to let this blockhead provoke him. How could such a fool have caught the prince's eye? Was it merely his talent? That hardly seemed sufficient. Those serving the prince ought to be sharp, capable, and astute like himself and Mayu. Even Meijue, while somewhat dull, was cold enough that no one dared approach him. How on earth had they chosen this imbecilic fool? The crux of the matter was that Mayu had even accepted this fool's affections. Get up quickly. If you wait until nightfall, the princess will punish you again tomorrow. Meishing kindly urged him, and despite being wrongfully accused by Meiying, he still helped him to his feet. If the princess punishes me again, I shall stab myself to demonstrate my punishment. I can no longer endure running. I have vomited several times today. A quick stab would be far more efficient. You, my friend, should use your brain more in the future. It would serve you better than 100 or 1,000 stabs. Meishing rolled his eyes in exasperation, refraining from mentioning that it was Meijue who inadvertently revealed the events of 5 years prior. If this misfortune befell him, so be it. It was not a matter of great consequence. My lord, I have achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of great perfection. After bathing, Meijue discovered that after consuming the cleansing elixir provided by Jun Yujin, he had miraculously advanced. Just recently, he had barely broken through to the high level of great perfection, and now, only after consuming the princess's elixir, he had ascended further. Excellent. Mo Linyuan replied coolly, nodding as he produced a vial of elixir. This is a promotion elixir. Use it when you break through to the golden core stage. Thank you, my lord, Meijue replied, accepting it and continuing to report. My lord, the scouts have reported that a Juke egg is stored in the Jun family's secret chamber. A Juke egg? This is a mythical beast of ancient lore. According to texts, the Juke is the first immortal bird among the ancient beasts of the world. Even if reduced to ashes, it can gradually restore its spiritual power and rise again. In the great battle a millennium ago, the vermilion bird fell. It has unexpectedly appeared in the Prime Minister's residence. Splendid. This evening, I shall take matters into my own hands. Such a magnificent ancient divine beast's egg cannot fall into the hands of that old scoundrel, Jun Yeching. Have Meishing disguise herself as me tonight, remaining in the palace and forbidding her from venturing out or seeking the princess. If the princess comes looking for me, merely inform her that I am unwell. He feared that if he left, his wife would come to him and immediately see through Meishing's charade. At that point, the web of lies would unravel, and he would surely face the consequences from his wife. Indeed, Meijing nodded, yet her thoughts wandered. The princess has never sought out the prince unbidden. There should be no cause for concern. In a Linglan courtyard, when Jun Yujin returned, Luoner had also brought news from the blood slaughter hall. The vermilion bird's egg? Upon hearing this, Jun Yujin's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her lips. Such an ancient divine beast cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of that old man, Jun Yeching. Tonight, she would infiltrate the Prime Minister's residence to steal the egg, infuriating that old fool. Chapter 77. The cursed sorceress dares to tease this prince in the inn. Oh, it has been several days, and the bruises on your face still swell so severely? Maizana remarked with an air of displeasure, glaring at Feng Qingshun, who lay on the bed. Her tone dripped with disdain and mockery. Were it not for this man's injuries, unwilling to face the world, they would have already reached an agreement to reside in the regent's palace. This predicament has prevented her from seeing her beloved. How would I know? I have taken all the necessary elixirs, yet the bruises remain stubbornly unchanged. It must be that scoundrel who harmed me employing some sinister method. Otherwise, how could the bruises linger so long? It has been days, and they have faded but slightly. It is undoubtedly your own fault for having offended someone you should not have, and you deserve the consequences. A smirk of sarcasm graced Maizana's lips, her disdain for him reaching its pinnacle. Were it not for their collaboration, she would have struck him down the moment he insulted her beloved. I did not. Feng Qingshun retorted, exasperated. His time in Liuli country had been marked only by his playful jibe at the foolish prince in the Junling Tianxia shop. Wait a moment. Foolish prince? It was said that the foolish prince had worn a mask since childhood, and no one had ever seen his true visage. Could it be that the man who assaulted him that night was indeed the foolish regent? There are many who can disguise themselves in this world, and it is hardly a coincidence that he mocked the foolish prince by day and was attacked by night. Moreover, his assailant had also donned a mask. Oomph. It seemed he had stumbled upon something intriguing, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, even with the bruises on his face. They could not conceal his strikingly handsome features. "Rogue, what are you smiling about?" Maizana, taken aback by his demeanor, felt an immediate sense of wariness. Could this rogue be harboring ulterior motives against her? "Nothing in particular, merely a discovery of something amusing that I believe you would enjoy." He languidly reclined on the bed, beckoning with a finger. "Come here, and I shall share it with you." "Pah, you insufferable rogue, summon me at your peril. Maizana has come to deliver medicine." And without hesitation, she hurled the pill in her hand towards him. In her mind, Feng Qingchun had already been firmly established as a fickle and flirtatious prince. Fortunately, she had escaped the marriage. Otherwise, being wed to such a lecher would have been utterly revolting. Feng Qingchun's face, already bruised, was now struck on the forehead, swelling even further. "Madwoman, this prince shall have your head for daring to mar my visage." His anger flared as he glared at her, then scoffed derisively. "I concede, you are indeed beautiful. Your figure is exquisite, and your allure would certainly captivate numerous men. Yet, I am not a man who succumbs to every woman's charms." "TSK, TSK. He surveyed her form with disdain, shaking his head in contempt. "You are not to my taste. I prefer a woman gentle as water, serene as a maiden." His expression was infuriatingly arrogant. Maizana, being the most beautiful woman of the southern regions, could hardly contain her indignation at such disdain. If she did not teach this presumptuous and ignorant man a lesson, she would cease to be Maizana. Oh, to elevate oneself so high! I am curious to see whether you are truly noble or merely pretentious. With that, she shed her red skirt, revealing her voluptuous form, her figure unveiled before his eyes. She swayed her alluring body, slowly approaching Feng Qingchun, and with a swift motion, she pushed him onto the bed, her soft body pressing against his chest. "Rogue, do you not admire my physique?" She was left with only a bodice and wrap pants, her enticing form exuding a seductive allure. Gulp. Feng Qingchun instinctively swallowed. Although he often flirted and embraced women, he had never gone so far. He had never even kissed. Who would have thought that the notorious playboy, the third prince, remained a naive young man? This was the first time he had encountered a woman dressed so scantily, and the truth was her body was maddeningly supple. "Madwoman, get away from me." His voice grew hoarse and strained. He attempted to push her away, but his body felt as if it had been ensnared by an aphrodisiac. Weak and powerless against her, unbeknownst to him, Maizana grew bolder. Her hand trailed down his chest. "Enchantress, cease this," he barked, his eyes aflame with fury as he summoned every ounce of strength to push her away. His complexion flushed, he gasped for breath. To his astonishment, he felt a reaction below. He had always regarded women with indifference, save for Xiao Jin. Yet, no one knew that even his affection for her never ventured into that realm. Today, however, this enchantress had stirred something within him. Maizana, pushed aside, smirked coldly and clapped her hands as if to dismiss him. Who just said that not every woman can enter? Yet, a mere gesture from me provoked such a reaction. Does that sting? With a face full of disdain, she donned a red garment nearby, her gaze suddenly turning frigid. "Hurry and tend to your wounds. If you continue to dawdle, those 2 children will be born any moment now." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. How naive to think one could challenge her. They were far from her league. The women of the southern region are naturally open-minded, and revealing a bit of skin is hardly a concern. However, they remain loyal to a single partner for life. Feng Qingchun, after some time had passed since Maizana's departure, finally grasped the situation. "Damn it," he muttered in frustration. He had just been teased. "That wicked witch. Should you dare to toy with this prince again, I shall see to your immediate demise." He hastily donned his clothing, wrapping himself in the bedding, fearful that even the slightest exposure of his skin might provide others an unwarranted view. As the flamboyant third prince, it was always others who fell under his charms. Yet today, he had become the target of someone else's teasing. Nightfall at the Prime Minister's residence. The darkness loomed, perfect for misdeeds. Dressed in black, June Yujin glided like a specter through the night sky above the estate, with subordinates infiltrating the Prime Minister's residence. She effortlessly reached the study's entrance and swiftly opened the door, slipping inside. Oh, how peculiar! Another person? Wasn't one already inside? The infiltrator from the blood slaughter hall raised an eyebrow at this unexpected sight. Meanwhile, those lurking in the shadow pavilion also pondered the scene with curiosity. After some deliberation, both groups surmised that perhaps their superiors feared that one individual might struggle to accomplish the task, hence the dispatch of two. Regardless, their duty was to remain vigilant, ensuring the Prime Minister's household remained oblivious to the theft of treasures. Once inside the study, June Yujin quickly located the secret chamber, guided by information relayed by her subordinates. Mo Linyuan had just arrived at the location of the vermilion bird egg, and hadn't he had time to take a closer look when he heard the secret door creak open again. He hastily concealed himself, the air thickening with a chilling aura of impending danger. That old fool June Yeching truly has hidden a vermilion bird egg, June Yujin marveled, gazing at the towering egg that loomed even above her. Mo Linyuan mused, that voice belongs to my wife. Our precious Morden will soon make an appearance. Someone is destined to meet their eldest son. Chapter 78. A couple collaborates in theft. Someone becomes mute? Upon spotting the vermilion bird egg, June Yujin wasted no time and attempted to draw it into her spatial realm. To her astonishment, no matter how she concentrated, she could not seem to bring the egg into her possession. Well, I shall not be deterred, she exclaimed, unable to suppress an expletive. Determined, she tried once more to utilize her will to capture the egg. Mo Linyuan queried, what is my wife up to? Even through the black veil, he could sense her cheeks flushed with frustration. Damn it, it truly won tea yield. June Yujin exclaimed in exasperation. This object is merely an egg. Why can't it be stored in the space? Her thoughts reaffirmed that her spatial realm could indeed accommodate living beings. In the shadows, Mo Linyuan's lips curled into a profound smile. His wife was, without a doubt, extraordinarily remarkable. Who goes there? Since regaining her memories as an assassin, June Yujin's sensitivity had returned with fervor. Sensing someone lurking in the dark, she unexpectedly wielded a folding fan, a divine artifact. Mo Linyuan mused, well, my wife possesses yet another treasure. The surprises she brings me are ever increasing. Glimpsing at the phoenix jade bracelet on his wrist, he realized it must remain hidden from her gaze. Casually, he removed the black ribbon from his hair and wrapped it around the white jade bracelet on his wrist. His long, dark hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, creating an alluringly dangerous charm that was both enchanting and wild. Come out, June Yujin called, her eyes vigilantly scanning the direction of the presence. It could not possibly be June Yeching. Had it been him, he would have acted the moment she entered. Therefore, she reasoned, as long as the individual is not June Yeching, everything is negotiable. For now, I prefer to keep things discreet. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. We can collaborate and then part ways, each striving for the Zhuke egg. Mo Linyuan, upon hearing his wife's thoughts, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This maneuver was indeed very much like her. He slowly stepped forward, concealing his face thoroughly, revealing only a hint of his dark pupils. June Yujin thought to herself, this is even more cautious than I am. At least I left my eyes visible. This fellow has shown not even a glimpse of them, save for a sliver of his pupils. In modern times, not even a scanner could decipher his eye shape. Are you here to steal the Zhuke egg? Perceiving no hostility from him, June Yujin spoke with calmness, maintaining her vigilance. Mo Linyuan nodded silently, opting not to speak. It was not that he chose to remain mute. Rather, he was compelled to do so. His wife was astute, and uttering a word would expose him. Are you a mute? June Yujin curiously scrutinized him from head to toe. This figure bears a striking resemblance to that foolish man of mine. Mo Linyuan thought, could she have discovered my identity? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he feared being unmasked. He hastily nodded, affirming his silence. If she thinks I am mute, so be it. It is certainly better than being revealed. What is this? Why does seeing a man with a resemblance to that fool make me think of him? June Yujin suddenly shook her head, realizing she had cast aside thoughts of the individual in question. Mo Linyuan sighed in relief. Fortunately, My wife harbors no suspicions. I nearly had a heart attack. Jun Yujin's dark eyes glimmered with vigilance. On the surface, she appeared to accept his silence, yet internally, her alertness remained unwavering. Since you cannot speak, I shall do the talking. You need only listen, nod, or shake your head in response, understood? Her expression was solemn, yet her tone remained gentle. After all, collaboration with others necessitates a touch of gentleness. Otherwise, complications may arise. He nodded in immediate agreement with her words. Observing this, Jun Yujin expressed her thoughts, suggesting that since they were both here to steal the vermilion bird egg, they might as well cooperate for the time being. Once they exited the Prime Minister's residence, they could each rely on their own abilities to compete for the egg. Surely, they understood that engaging in combat here would swiftly attract attention, especially with several Golden Core experts present in the Prime Minister's estate. If a conflict were to ensue, both would suffer losses. He nodded, indicating his understanding. For now, he would simply cooperate with her. Noting his swift comprehension of her intent, Jun Yujin sighed in relief. Yet, inwardly, she pondered, however, this vermilion bird egg is quite large. How shall we carry it away? If I were to simply hoist it, the brilliance of our prize would be immediately revealed. Moreover, it cannot be stored in a spatial pocket. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate him and claim the treasure for myself. Wouldn't that be far more advantageous? But for now, I require the strength of another. Mo Linyuan remarked, My dear wife, you truly maximize the utility of others. I often feel as though my head is tethered by a noose. Whenever you pull, I am compelled to move. Do you possess any clever strategies to transport the egg? Jun Yujin contemplated for quite some time, yet no viable ideas surfaced. Primarily, the egg was excessively large. Had it merely been the size of a chicken egg, she could have easily pocketed it. Even an egg the size of a goose or an ostrich would suffice. However, this behemoth of an egg could not be stored within a spatial pocket. How could it be taken? After a moment of thought, Mo Linyuan's eyes brightened as he retrieved a brush and a sheet of paper from his storage space. He inscribed, This egg is too large for us to carry. But if we could facilitate its hatching, that would alter the situation. Hatching? Jun Yujin propped her chin on her hand, gazing excitedly at the vermilion bird egg. Indeed, hatching was an excellent idea. How had she not considered it? Observing her excitement, Mo Linyuan continued to write, Do not rejoice too soon. The divine beast's egg will not simply hatch at will. Moreover, once the divine beast emerges, its cultivation will be at least at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Neither of us would stand a chance against it. We must devise a foolproof plan. What was there to contemplate? The moment it hatched, she could directly form a contract with it, and all would be well. However, only one person could contract the divine beast. At present, they were two. She would never agree to relinquish the divine beast to another. Can you facilitate its hatching? Mo Linyuan gazed at her with excitement. Once contracted with the divine beast, his power would surge. He yearned for this opportunity, for it would enable him to contend against that old witch. Of course, but let it be clear, it is I who shall induce its hatching, and you must allow me to contract it. As for you, I shall provide some compensation later. What do you think? Alternatively, we could forge a friendship. In the future, should I encounter a divine beast egg suitable for you, I could pass it on. Would that be agreeable? This was her only concession. If he disagrees, then simply eliminate him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Linyuan inscribed the character good on the paper. You two little brats possess quite the audacity. I have yet to emerge from my shell, and you are already plotting against me. Just as the two had finalized their transaction, the Zhuke egg unexpectedly spoke, startling them both. Chapter 79. Is the divine beast Zhuke merely a child? Its utterance left the two in a state of astonishment, not fright. For the voice of this Zhuke resembled that of an immature child, each eye pronounced in a manner that elicited an inexplicable urge to laugh. How can you speak when you haven't even hatched yet? Jun Yujin inquired curiously, her astonishment evident in her words. Who are you calling a thing? You are the thing. The Zhuke retorted angrily, its youthful voice filled with indignation. Jun Yujin pressed her lips together, a clear laugh escaping her. Yes, you're not a thing. I'm the thing. This little imp is rather amusing. Mo Linyuan, hidden beneath his black veil, allowed a hint of a fond smile to grace his lips. His wife is indeed a master of cunning. The Zhuke is bound to suffer. You dare insult me as not being a thing? The Zhuke, incensed, stirred within its shell, eager to break free and incinerate this audacious woman. Both Jun Yujin and Mo Linyuan noted its choice of pronoun. Isn't it characteristic of ancient divine beasts to refer to themselves as I? Yet, the ancient divine beasts had perished in battles eons ago. Could it be that this egg is not merely a descendant of the Zhuke, but rather the rebirth of the Zhuke after its fiery demise? Little one, do you wish to hatch? Jun Yujin's lips curved into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Mo Linyuan instinctively pinched the bridge of his nose through the veil. His wife was once again employing her beguiling tactics, but this time not to ensnare a person, but to coax a still unhatched beast. Woman, who are you calling a little brat? You are the little brat. Your entire family consists of little brats. The Zhuke trembled in frustration. Alas, it could not emerge and was left anxiously awaiting its fate. Wait a moment, you just asked if I wanted to hatch. Do you possess a means to assist me? The Zhuke, anger subsiding, suddenly seized upon the crux of Jun Yujin's words, its tone softening immediately. This wretched place lacks sufficient spiritual energy. It is not enough to even fill the gaps in my teeth. At this rate, I may remain trapped for decades without hatching. The little one took the bait. Jun Yujin smiled slightly, then spoke lazily. Of course there's a way. However, you must enter into a soul contract with me. Otherwise, I shall not assist you. Who can say whether you might incinerate me the moment you emerge? The flames of the Zhuke are no trifling matter, rivaling her own martial soul, the crimson lotus fire. As for the contract, there are servant contracts, equal contracts, and soul contracts. Given the Zhuchue's esteemed status, it would naturally disdain the first two options, leaving only the last as a choice. Mo Linyuan, a contracted divine beast? Is it not true that contract law has long since faded from memory? How then does one still engage in a contract with a daughter-in-law? You are taking advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhuke felt a surge of anger, as if the very shell surrounding him were about to crack. Jun Yujin wore a smug smile that grew increasingly audacious. Yes, I am indeed taking advantage of the chaos, she declared, raising her chin with a languid air. Mo Linyuan remarked, truly, you're a fitting daughter-in-law. This opportunism suits you well. He found himself quite fond of her unconventional style. Zhuke exclaimed, by the heavens, I have encountered shameless individuals before, but none as brazen as you. Are you agreeing or not? Jun Yujin, arms crossed, leisurely circled around the egg, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Zhuke replied, I indeed wish to, but I refuse to forge a contract with someone as inept as you. If that is the case, let us depart. If you remain here, perhaps you shall emerge in a few decades. Jun Yujin, enjoying their banter, feigned a departure, turning her back as if to leave. Mo Linyuan dutifully followed suit. Hey, wait. Do not leave, Zhuke implored, desperation creeping into his voice. Hearing this, both Jun Yujin and Mo Linyuan shared a knowing smirk beneath their veils, continuing to walk in order to provoke Zhuchue's urgency. If you go, how shall I break free from this shell? Zhuke fretted, the egg trembling in place. After enduring 20 years of confinement, he was consumed by a desire to ignite the world in flames. If he were to remain imprisoned for decades more, he would prefer death. Never had he seen someone so arrogant while seeking assistance. Humility should accompany such requests. Suddenly, Jun Yujin halted and cast an indifferent glance his way. Mo Linyuan remained closely by her side, like a well-behaved child. You ought to recognize your position. I am an ancient divine beast, the one and only Zhuke in existence. Zhuchue's voice was laced with irritation, growing increasingly agitated. With that temperament of yours, it is best you remain within your shell to avoid wreaking havoc upon the world. Jun Yujin scoffed coldly before turning away without a hint of hesitation. Every divine beast is coveted, especially one such as Zhuke. Yet, a disobedient creature, one that cannot be tamed, is best left alone. She departed with resolute determination, showing no inclination to look back. Mo Linyuan honored her decision and followed her lead without hesitation. Hey, woman, Do not leave, come back. Zhu Ke sensed the finality of her departure, and his bravado faltered. Truly, I shall agree to the soul contract. Do not leave. He conceded, fear overtaking him. Zhu Ke pondered why she continued on her way despite his acquiescence. Jun Yujin merely smiled coldly, paying him no mind as she persisted in her departure. As her figure began to fade from view, Zhu Qiue's anxiety heightened. The eggshell emitted a radiant golden glow, causing the temperature within the room to surge dramatically, reaching a variance of over 1,000 degrees. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of Jun Yujin and Mo Lin Yuan, they might have been scorched by the intense heat in an instant. Master, I was wrong. Please don't leave. Zhu Ke abruptly shifted her demeanor, crying out in desperation. Indeed, upon hearing her plea, Jun Yujin came to an abrupt halt. Oh dear, my nose. Jun Yujin spun around only to collide with a solid wall of flesh, striking her prominent nose directly. The pain brought tears to her eyes. Mo Lin Yuan, witnessing his beloved in distress, felt a pang of heartache. Were he not feigning silence, he would certainly embrace her tenderly and offer comfort. Why are you so close? Jun Yujin rubbed her aching nose, her voice trembling slightly. Without hesitation, she retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage space and swallowed it, feeling a semblance of relief. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She gestured apologetically, her heart filled with concern. Unbeknownst to her, he had unexpectedly turned around. It's nothing, just a minor bump. Jun Yujin pursed her lips and waved her hand dismissively. Zhu Ke had willingly offered herself to her. To be upset over such a trivial matter would be rather petty. Jun Yujin was not one to be unreasonable, as she judged matters based on their merit, not on personal grievances. Master, you stopped. Are you not leaving anymore? Noticing her silence, Zhu Ke continued to coax her. Come, let us form a contract. Why the urgency? Hurry up. Her tone shifted from that of a grand figure to a more familiar one. Jun Yujin and Mo Lin Yuan both noted the rapid change. Clearly, Zhu Ke was a whimsical creature. Given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly accept you. Jun Yujin feigned composure, her expression betraying a hint of cold indifference, while her heart danced with joy. After all, Zhu Ke was an ancient divine beast, of a status higher than that of Phoenix. Zhu Ke, nestled within the eggshell, felt a twinge of frustration. How could this ancient divine beast be so reluctantly accepted? Should this news spread, it would surely bring disgrace upon him in another realm. I swear by my very essence, I hereby bind my soul to Zhu Ke for eternity and beyond. She recited the incantation, conjuring a fiery red contract rune that gradually enveloped the eggshell and seamlessly penetrated to rest upon Zhu Ke's brow. Eternity and beyond? This binds my future lives as well. Zhu Ke lamented inwardly, realizing the depth of the contract. Mo Lin Yuan's lips curled into a gentle smile, his gaze filled with tender affection for his wife. As a flicker of fire illuminated the room, the contract was successfully sealed. Master, Zhu Ke sensed her presence, though her tone revealed a lingering disdain for Jun Yujin. Jun Yujin was indifferent. After all, obtaining the divine beast was all that mattered. In the future, it would be placed in the space where time was abundant. Slowly, he would train it. Jun Yujin responded lightly. Upon witnessing this, Mo Lin Yuan reached out to tap the eggshell, curious about its hardness. Surprisingly, even ancient divine beasts could not penetrate it. Hey, what are you knocking on this lord for? A voice echoed from within the eggshell, startling him so much that he rolled around several times inside. I merely wish to ascertain the durability of this eggshell. There are no other intentions, he replied hastily, scribbling on a piece of white paper as Jun Yujin observed him. I too wish to see how hard this eggshell is. Jun Yujin smiled warmly and also extended his hand to knock a few times. Thud, thud, thud. The phoenix within the eggshell was on the verge of collapse, seething with rage. Enough, you two. Are you trying to drive this lord to his demise? The phoenix was furious, so much so that smoke began to emanate from the eggshell. Crack! At that moment, a fissure appeared in the eggshell. The eggshell has cracked? Yun Yu Din inquired. Mo Lin Yuan, between the two of us who actually broke the eggshell. Crack! Another fissure formed, and even a hint of golden light emerged from within. Indeed, it was the ancient phoenix, for only the blood of the ancient four divine beasts resembled that of the original god, glimmering in a golden hue. Crack, crack, crack. The incessant sound of the eggshell shattering echoed throughout the chamber. Just as the eggshell was about to completely break apart, both Jun Eugene and Mo Lin Yuan instinctively retreated several steps. At that moment, the phoenix was born into the world, bathed in golden and red light. It compelled the two to shield their eyes with their arms. Ha ha! This lord has finally emerged. No longer shall I remain trapped within that wretched shell. The phoenix flapped its enormous wings within the confined space, but due to the limited area, it had to reduce its form, ultimately transforming into a chubby child of about 5 or 6 years old. Master, thank you so much, it exclaimed, rushing over with utmost sincerity. Then it cast a glance at Mo Lin Yuan, adopting an aloof demeanor, and said, although I do not know whether it was you or the master who cracked the eggshell, I must still extend my gratitude. Phoenix. Jun Eugene stared at the adorable, soft, human-shaped phoenix in disbelief. Previously, she had sensed its youthful age of around 4 or 5 years based on its voice. But upon transformation, it truly appeared as such. You are indeed a little brat, she remarked with an expression of realization. The phoenix was infuriated. This lord has only just undergone rebirth, and my strength is leagues below my former peak. The phoenix's head was fuming, arms crossed in a typical grand manner. It haughtily snorted, in the past, this lord swept through armies with ease. Enough with the boasting. Your tales are wearing thin, Jun Eugene retorted with pursed lips, casting a disdainful glance at him. No matter how formidable you were in the past, that was merely the past. Ultimately, you remain a mere child, and no amount of argument can negate the truth of your childishness. Zhuke, Awuwu upon hearing this, Zhuke was immediately brought to tears. Jun Eugene, she merely spoke the truth. In the end, you are still an ancient divine beast. How can you not accept this simple fact? Wu, I can't go on. This is too humiliating. His tears fell to the ground like sparkling gems, each one a testament to his sorrow. Seeing him weep, she was instantly reminded of Xiao Jiao. When Xiao Jiao cried, her tears were similarly large and heart-wrenching. Very well, I shall not laugh at you. Jun Eugene reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks. How adorable, just like my little Xiao Jiao, so well-behaved. Though Zhuke had a rather fiery temperament, it did not diminish his soft and endearing demeanor, especially with the phoenix tail flower ornament nestled between his brows, which was simply irresistibly cute. Beside them, Mo Lin Yuan cast a gentle glance her way, his eyes filled with affection. Master, please do not pinch my face. Zhuke puffed his cheeks, indignantly touching the spot where she had pinched him. Although he appeared to be only a few years old, he had lived for 1,000,000 years. So, you are not a mere child, but rather an ancient being? Jun Eugene was taken aback, unconsciously blurting out her thoughts. Zhuke, never mind. This woman's words can be quite stinging. To prolong his existence, it would be wise for him to speak less. We should leave. This place is not safe. Mo Lin Yuan scribbled a note to remind her. Indeed, Jun Eugene nodded, fully aware of the situation. However, before they departed, she gathered all the treasures in the secret chamber into her spatial storage. Just as they were leaving, the door to the chamber suddenly swung open. Hide! Jun Eugene and Mo Lin Yuan exchanged glances, silently agreeing before swiftly finding a place to conceal themselves. To their astonishment, the newcomer, clad in dark attire, was a child approximately the same age as Zhuke. Mo Ruan, the precious child, has emerged. Haha. Chapter 81. Mo Lin Yuan. At last I meet my eldest son. This aura. The hidden Jun Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the child standing in the center of the chamber. Montakulwan. How did he end up here? Was he not supposed to be in the Snow Kingdom? Why did he come to the Lioli Kingdom without informing me? At this moment, her mind was flooded with countless questions. Mo Lin Yuan. Hearing her voice, an indescribable joy welled up within him. So, the Mo Ruan she had been thinking of was indeed child. Wait a moment, child. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the small figure in the center of the chamber. Could it be that he is? Jun Mo Ruan cast a sharp glance, his piercing eyes suddenly directed towards Jun Yujin and Mo Linyuan. Behind him, a black dragon martial spirit materialized. Upon seeing this martial spirit, Mo Linyuan's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, he is the eldest son born of his beloved wife. Oh heavens! The one who had caused him such emotional turmoil during this time was, in fact, his eldest son. After all this time, how could he not have inquired about the name of Xiao Jiu's brother? Such a dereliction of duty on the part of a father. It is I. Jun Yujin slowly stepped outside, her eyes reddened. It had been half a month since she last saw the little one. She truly missed him dearly. Mother, what are you doing here? Jun Moden exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing her voice. Realizing it was his mother, he hastily concealed the black dragon martial spirit behind him. Mother was just about to ask you the same. What brings you here? Were you not in the snow country? Jun Yujin approached, squatting down to embrace him tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. I heard there was a vermilion bird egg at the Prime Minister's residence in the Lioli Kingdom, so I came to seek it. In truth, it was not merely hearsay. She had sensed the presence of a divine beast egg herself. Without the ability to shield Jun Moden's thoughts, Mo Linyuan was taken aback by this revelation. His eldest son had actually been able to sense the presence of the divine beast egg independently. When you arrived, you should have had someone notify me. Did you not realize how much your mother and Xiao Jiu missed you? Jun Yujin, her eyes glistening, embraced him once more, squeezing him tightly before gradually releasing him. By the way, mother, have you already stolen the vermilion bird egg? Jun Moden stepped back from her embrace, asking with utmost seriousness, resembling an elder interrogating a mischievous child. Jun Yujin, Mo Linyuan. That tone is infuriatingly reminiscent of him. Just by looking into Mo Dan's eyes, he knew the son resembled him entirely. Unfortunately, he could neither hold him nor kiss him at present. Mo Dan, is your mother truly such a shameless person? What do you mean by steal? I merely took it, all right? Jun Yujin felt utterly embarrassed by her son's questioning. There was nothing to be done. Her eldest was simply too astute. His intelligence contrasted sharply with Xiao Jiu's innocence and vivacity, as Xiao Jiu was like a true child, while he exhibited a maturity akin to that of a little adult. Jun Moden bestowed upon her a doting gaze. Very well, whatever you say, mother, as long as it pleases you. Mother, who is this person behind you? He squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Mo Linyuan, whose presence felt oddly familiar. Mo Linyuan. The tall figure momentarily froze, rigidly standing there, internally distressed. He wished to scoop up his son and shower him with affection. However, to his wife, he currently appeared as nothing more than a mute. He had to maintain this charade of silence. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, he could not simply declare, "Indeed, my dear son, I am your biological father." It was likely that his wife would be infuriated, summoning 100 skeletons in her wrath. A temporary ally. Jun Yujin responded to her son with a smile, unable to resist lowering her black veil to kiss his chubby hand before quickly donning it once more. Mo Linyuan, a temporary ally? That was painfully disheartening. Wife, I am indeed his father. Oh, Yun Moden replied nonchalantly. Ultimately, he was perceived as an inconsequential figure. As he spoke, an unsettling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Mo Linyuan, is it not enough for my wife to pierce my heart with an arrow? My son has to come and add another. Is this a rhythm to ensure my demise? And for one who is inconsequential, I am your true father. Since I am deemed insignificant, then let it be resolved with death. Jun Mo ran, as he uttered these words, coldly lifted his eyelids to gaze at him. Subsequently, he retrieved an ice-blue artifact from space, a legendary 7-stringed guqin. Mo Linyuan. My son's words are akin to 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. I am not an inconsequential figure. I am your father. Mo Linyuan could no longer contain his inner curses, his dignity in tatters. All right, Mo ran. Let us return and see how your brother is faring, Jun Eugene said, gently holding his hand and tenderly ruffling his hair. Mo Ran exhibited far more maturity than Xiao Jiu. At times, he could kill without batting an eye. This often left her feeling helpless. While she wholeheartedly supported the elimination of evildoers, Indiscriminate slaughter was something she could never condone. June Mo Ran nodded, for he was most attentive to her words. By the way, mother, did you indeed steal the vermilion bird egg? He directed his gaze pointedly at Mo Lin Yuan. If it was not his mother who had pilfered it, but this man instead, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Mo Lin Yuan, son, I am your father. Must you always regard me with such a murderous glare? Coughing lightly, Jun Eugene instinctively glanced at the vermilion bird, discovering it behind her, and thus pulled it to the forefront. Son, this is the vermilion bird. I did not steal it. I merely formed a soul contract with it. Her tone was gentle, her expression warm with a smile. Why is it just a little brat? Jun Mo Ran squinted slightly upon seeing the vermilion bird. This child evoked a strangely familiar feeling within him, as if he had known it for ages. The vermilion bird scrutinized him with a furrowed brow, letting out a cold huff, as if you aren't a little brat yourself. Unwilling to yield, the vermilion bird shot back a glare. This little brat also gave him a sense of familiarity, as though they had crossed paths long ago. Jun Eugene, Mo Lin Yuan, are these two little rascals intending to brawl right here? If you dare, then let it commence. Jun Mo Ran's piercing gaze was like a glacier directed at him. If you want to fight, then let us do so. Who fears whom? The vermilion bird assumed a fighting stance, exuding a sense of determination. Simultaneously, both harbored thoughts in their hearts. Old fox, I shall see for myself if you are indeed him. Chapter 82. Truly the offspring of this king. My eldest son exudes majesty. The two soon engaged in a scuffle within the secret chamber, though the vermilion bird evidently held the upper hand. After all, Jun Mo Ran was merely a human, a mere 4-year-old child. Jun Eugene, Mo Lin Yuan. These two little brats are truly insufferable. Enough of this, you two. Cease at once. Jun Eugene, with a headache, pressed her forehead. They were still within the Prime Minister's residence. Such raucous play would inevitably draw attention. Yes, mother. Yes, master. Upon hearing the exchange, Zhu and Junmai both ceased their actions. Dead bird. Had it not been for my reincarnation, I would have long since shattered your skull. He declared. Junmai, sensing Zhu Chue's presence, cast a frigid glare in his direction. Reincarnation? You actually possess memories of a past life? Zhu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Do not mention this to my mother, or I shall pluck every feather from your body, Junmai warned, his eyes narrowing with a menacing glint. I am not so petty, Zhu retorted, puffing up in indignation. You are the petty one. Junmai shot back, his gaze filled with murderous intent, wishing to crush Zhu Chue's head. With a resounding thud, the door to the secret chamber swung open once more. Jun Eugene and her companions froze momentarily before quickly retreating into hiding. Mo Lin Yuan positioned himself at the forefront, shielding the three behind him. Jun Eugene cradled the two little ones protectively, her demeanor alert as she anticipated the identity of their visitor. Jun Yeching, unable to sleep throughout the night, felt a sense of unease gnawing at him, as though something were amiss. In his restless wanderings, he found himself drawn here, believing that only by witnessing the egg of the Zhu beast could he find solace. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the Zhu egg was missing. Not only had the egg vanished, but so too had the elemental beast cores he usually prepared for it. Who could have stolen my Zhu egg? Jun Yeching's face turned an ashen hue, fury radiating from him as he gesticulated wildly. Who else could have taken the Zhu egg but my gentle and beautiful mother? Junmai muttered with a soft chuckle. Why does it feel like she has become a role model for her son in thievery? Jun Eugene remarked. Son, are you sure your mother is gentle? Beautiful, undoubtedly, but she seems to have little association with gentleness. Mo Lin Yuan chimed in. Old codger, do I look like I need to be stolen from? I was merely misled by the master. Zhu pouted, visibly displeased. Even now, he could hardly believe he had been contracted. Misled? You were the one who beseeched me to form a contract. Yun Yuin Vitoltit. Who is there? Yun Yiking, with keen ears, caught wind of their conversation. The moment the two children began to speak, Jun Eugene knew their presence would be discovered, yet she felt no fear. I will handle him, she said, but was halted by Junmai. Be cautious, my son, he advised, prompting Jun Yujin to remain still. Although her eldest and youngest sons shared similar traits, their approaches to conflict were markedly different. One deliberated before acting, while the other acted impulsively. Rest assured, mother, that old fool is no match for me, Junmai whispered before donning a black scarf and stepping outside, hands clasped behind his back. Mo Linyuan gasped upon hearing this. Jun Yeching had already reached a high level of perfection in his cultivation. How could he claim that the old fellow was not his adversary? It is I, Junmai declared as he stepped out, his stature barely exceeding a meter, despite his tender age. Yet he exuded an air of sovereign authority that left Jun Yeching momentarily stunned. Who are you? Jun Yeching inquired coldly, but before he could finish, a child appeared behind him. It turned out that Zhuke had followed him outside. Indeed, he stole from me. After emerging, Zhuke cast a contemplative glance at Jun Morian, lifting his chin in a haughty manner and speaking with a bemused smile. Jun Morian retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you wretched bird? How could I have stolen from you? It's as if we share some sort of intimate bond. If you cannot articulate sensibly, then remain silent." He turned back, glaring fiercely at Zhuke. Jun Yeching interjected, "And who is this child? Old fool, were you not searching for Zhuke? Apologies, but just moments ago I devoured him." Jun Morian's gaze turned icy as he cast a sidelong look at Zhuke, wickedly licking his lips, as if he truly had consumed him and found him delectable. Zhuke exclaimed, "When did I become your meal?" Mo Linyuan sighed. "Jun Yujin, my son's words are always infuriating." Jun Yeching, incensed by the term old fool, felt his beard bristle as he thrust his sword toward Jun Morian's heart. "You dastardly old wretch, how could you wish to slay such a charming little darling as I?" His words, seemingly soft and endearing, contrasted sharply with his fierce demeanor. In his hand, a seven-stringed zither materialized once more. Zhuke scoffed, "Soft and endearing indeed. If you are soft and endearing, then no such creature exists in this world." Mo Linyuan recalled his younger son, mentioning that his elder brother had reached the pinnacle of perfection in cultivation, more than capable of dealing with Jun Yeching. Thus, he remained hidden, vigilant against any cunning ploys from the old fox. Jun Yujin felt quite at ease. Thus far, no one had ever managed to outsmart her eldest son. What insolence! A mere child, so audacious. Who bestowed upon you such courage? Jun Yeching wielded his sharp azure sword without even activating his martial soul. In his eyes, this was merely a child, likely the offspring of some servant who had inadvertently trespassed into the secret chamber. A single azure sword would suffice to deal with him. Of course, the courage was bestowed upon me by my mother. The little one smiled mischievously, lightly plucking a string of the zither. The sound, though melodious, pierced the air, causing a dizzying effect. The resonant note echoed in Jun Yeching's mind, compelling him to instinctively cover his ears. Mo Linyuan observed, "Remarkable. The sound of that zither has even disrupted his consciousness. You little rascal, what treasure do you possess in that zither?" After a moment, Jun Yeching regained his composure, although his head throbbed painfully. Once more, the child plucked the zither string, unleashing a surge of divine power towards Jun Yeching. With a thud, Jun Yeching was grievously wounded, spitting a mouthful of blood. He would never have imagined that a mere child could inflict such harm upon him with a simple strum of the zither. He glared at the boy with palpable fury, wishing to rend the child before him into 1,000 pieces. Mo Linyuan remarked, "Truly, he is my son. My eldest possesses an impressive aura. Old fool, I have no time to entertain you today. Thus, farewell." Jun Morden approached with a wicked smile adorning his face. "What do you intend to do?" Jun Yeching questioned, his eyes wide with trepidation as he noted the boy's approach. Alas, he was too grievously injured to rise from the ground. "I intend to strike you." Jun Morden's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a crescent-shaped grin. However, that smile was particularly chilling and sinister. With a thud, he struck Jun Yeching on the back of the head with the ancient artifact, the seven-stringed zither, rendering him unconscious. "Good night," the prince urgently inquired. "My eldest son claims I am of no consequence. What should I do?" Chapter 83. Mo Linyuan. My eldest son claims he is inconsequential. Zhuke, Mo Linyuan, Jun Yujin, She seemed unfazed by the events. "Mother, we must depart." After incapacitating Jun Yeqing, the little one called out to Jun Yujin, gesturing to leave. "Stop." Jun Yeqing, still not fully unconscious, opened his eyes to prevent their departure. "Return my Zhuke egg to me." The Zhuke egg was the divine beast necessary for his unification of the Lioli kingdom. He could not be without it. Is the old fool still conscious? It appears my earlier strike lacked sufficient force. Hearing his voice, June Morden was momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure. With another thud, he struck Jun Yeqing's head once more with the zither. "Let us keep you unconscious a while longer. Were it not for my mother's need to investigate this old fool, I would have sent him directly to meet the king of hell. Zhuke, curse it, you've devoured all the bamboo shoots on this mountain." Emodan. Upon exiting the prime minister's residence, Jun Yujin regarded him with a serious and questioning gaze. "Mother, what do you wish to discuss?" June Morden swallowed nervously, offering a sheepish smile. Zhuke looked on, amused by his antics. This fellow was nothing but a cunning old fox, undoubtedly concealing something from his mistress. "You understand my meaning." She scrutinized him with a serious expression. Emodan was undoubtedly hiding something from her. "Hey, you insignificant person. Why do you still follow us after leaving the prime minister's residence?" June Morden, reluctant to respond, rolled his eyes as his mind raced. "Emo Linyuan, how disheartening. Cast aside by my son once more." At his words, Jun Yujin recalled the man who had accompanied her into the prime minister's residence. Turning to the cloaked figure beside her, she slightly smiled and retrieved a King of the World card from her storage ring. "I'm immensely grateful for your generosity in allowing me to take the Zhuke. Here is a token of my appreciation. With this card, you may enjoy unparalleled service and discounts at the King of the World shop in the Tianqi continent. This is the highest tier of the King of the World card, and to date, fewer than 5 individuals have obtained such a title. As for the reason behind presenting a prestigious card to someone she has just met, it is not that she deems him particularly significant. In terms of value, Zhuke is unequivocally worth every bit of it, and indeed, far more. It could even be considered priceless." "Thank you." Emo Linyuan, holding the prestigious card, was not surprised. After all, she is the hidden master behind the throne, and thus capable of producing such a high-level card with ease. "There's no need for formality. From now on, we can be friends. Please leave your contact information," she suggested. She had mentioned previously that she would capture a mythical beast as compensation for him. One must adhere to their promises. It is a matter of principle. Montak Linyuan Pondat. Leave a contact? Which one should he provide? The identity of the regent was certainly not an option. If exposed, his wife would likely pursue him with a hammer through several streets, nearly piercing through the very floor beneath her feet. Perhaps he should share his identity as the Shadow Pavilion's master instead. Ultimately, he decided to retain the Shadow Pavilion identity. Master of the Shadow Pavilion. Should you require assistance in the future, you may present this to seek me out. He produced a VIP token from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the VIP token of the Shadow Pavilion. Encountering it is akin to encountering me. You may visit me at any time. Prior to this, only his imperial brother and a friend from the Snow Kingdom possessed such a token, making her the third recipient. Are you truly the master of the Shadow Pavilion? Jun Yujin inquired, taking the token with a raised brow and a look of astonishment. He actually claims to be the master of the Shadow Pavilion. Reflecting on what Lanner had reported to her a few days prior, a twitch crossed her eye. What is it? He asked, perplexed. She raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Jun Yujin chuckled, a playful glint in her cold eyes. Mo Linyuan felt a shiver at her laughter. Master of the Shadow Pavilion. Quite impressive. Even slightly surpassing the Blood Slaughter Palace in prestige, Jun Yuron remarked. They had established it a decade ago, reminiscent of the time when he and his mother founded the Blood Slaughter Palace. In merely 5 years, they had gained renown across the continent, and after 10 years, they had earned the trust of countless individuals. Although his mother's Blood Slaughter Palace has yet to reach the prestige of the Shadow Pavilion, it was rapidly closing the gap, having only been established for 5 years. Mo Linyuan mused, is my son praising him, or is he mocking him? Hasn't the Shadow Pavilion been somewhat mismanaged recently? It seems quite different from before. I have heard rumors of your people behaving inappropriately towards the ladies of the Blood Slaughter Palace. Has it turned into a den of debauchery? Those dogs from the Shadow Pavilion, daring to toy with the ladies of the Blood Slaughter Palace. If a satisfactory explanation is not provided, this friendship may not be worth pursuing. Mo Lin Yuan remarked. A den of debauchery? My wife certainly has a way with metaphors. I wonder where the Shadow Pavilion has offended the ladies to earn such a title. He feigned ignorance, wearing a look of confusion as he inquired. Do not play coy with me. I am the esteemed master of the Blood Slaughter Palace. Are you bold enough to assert that none of your people have been harassing the ladies of our palace recently? Jun Yujin stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her dark hair dancing in the wind, swirling around her stunningly beautiful eyes. It turns out that the young lady is the esteemed leader of the Blood Slaughter Hall. Your presence is duly acknowledged. Mo Lin Yuan smiled, his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes curving beneath the black veil with an unrestrained charm. I trust the lady is aware that the Shadow Pavilion and the Blood Slaughter Hall have coexisted peacefully. Yet recently, we have inexplicably received several significant orders from you. Jun Yujin remarked, that wretched branch leader of Rongqing has truly brought disgrace upon the Blood Slaughter Hall. Ahem, ahem. Jun Yujin feigned a cough while covering her lips with her hand. Her dark eyes sparkled like pearls in the moonlight, and her long eyelashes cast shadows like fans upon her gaze. She slightly lifted her eyelids and regarded him, her presence captivating. This esteemed leader acknowledges that our Blood Slaughter Hall has indeed erred, and for that, I offer my apologies. However, your people from the Shadow Pavilion should refrain from teasing the ladies of the Blood Slaughter Hall. Our women are not to be trifled with. Return and manage your personnel, for if they dare to provoke our ladies again, it will only lead to dire consequences. The initial part of her statement sounded somewhat timid, yet the latter half exuded an icy authority that instilled profound fear. At this juncture, she abruptly paused, her cold gaze lifting once more to meet his as she pronounced each word with chilling clarity. From now on, let your Shadow Pavilion become the Eunuch Pavilion. She had a particular disdain for creatures that engaged in base thoughts. Mo Lin Yuan replied, Wife, why do you so enjoy rendering others into eunuchs? Chapter 84. Jun Mai. Despicable rogue, do not entertain thoughts of my mother, though I am grateful for your generosity in allowing me to inherit the vermilion bird. Let us be clear, a debt is a debt, and I shall repay you with a divine beast in the future. Jun Yujin has always conducted herself with propriety, never overstepping her bounds, except when it concerns those who harbor ill intentions against her or wish her harm. Mo Lin Yuan interjected, a divine beast? I have no desire for such things. Rather than a divine beast, I would prefer you to bestow upon me a little princess, which is far more valuable than any divine creature. At that moment, a hint of ferocity slipped through his usually composed demeanor. What did you just say? A little princess? Yun Yuin lifted her gaze, her voice icy. Her expression had stiffened to the point of resembling hardened clay. Is this man truly incorrigible? Wait, weren't you mute? Jun Yujin suddenly turned her attention towards him, her face brimming with suspicion. Mo Lin Yuan responded, I couldn't help myself. The words escaped me, revealing my inner thoughts. My throat was merely uncooperative earlier, but now it has recovered, and I can speak freely. He hoped to divert her suspicions. Jun Yujin pondered. He had not committed any transgressions against her, so there seemed little reason to deceive her. Jun Moi thought, despicable rogue. Do not think I'm unaware of your identity and your intentions towards my mother. You are merely dreaming. Montak Lin Yuan Muzit, despicable rouge. In my eldest son's mind, I am perceived as such. Furthermore, he claims to know who I am. Could it be that he is aware of identities beyond that of the Shadow Pavilion's leader? By the way, what did you just say? Jun Yujin continued to inquire. Did I say something? Mo Lin Yuan, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, maintained his composure and asked her in bewilderment. He then casually remarked, It seems that the esteemed master must have misheard. I truly did not utter a word. His words suggested as if he had indeed remained silent, leading one to believe that Jun Yujin had simply misinterpreted the situation. Jun Mo Ran interjected, You shameless old lecher. Don't think I didn't hear you just now. You clearly expressed a desire to have a little princess with my mother. She glanced at him with disdain, her eyes rolling in disbelief. This man was truly skilled at disguising his intentions. No wonder her astute mother could be so easily deceived by him. Mo Lin Yuan retorted. From old lecher to shameless old lecher? Has the impression evolved so swiftly? The little one was overly protective. It was only natural to drive away anyone who dared to disrespect her mother. Did I hear incorrectly? June Eugene raised her elegantly arched brows, contemplating the peculiar illusions that had been plaguing her recently. Am I being influenced by that dog to conjure these visions? Even a man who resembles him triggers such thoughts. Moreover, I find myself having inexplicable urges to tackle that man to the ground. It is indeed quite vexing. Mo Lin Yuan remarked. Does my wife often feel the urge to pounce on him? It seems my assumption was correct. Once our skin makes contact for a prolonged period, our bodies ignite with desire. But what could be the reason behind this? While it is understandable, due to the blood moon love goo within me, there is nothing amiss with my wife's body. What could the esteemed master have misheard? Mo Lin Yuan continued to feign ignorance, appearing quite innocent. June Eugene looked at him intently, her beautiful eyes lingering upon him for a moment longer. It is said that the master of the Shadow Pavilion is elusive, rarely revealing his true self, possessing a temperament that is capricious, bloodthirsty, cold, and ruthless, a quintessential demon, akin to a tyrant. Yet today, he seems to differ greatly from the rumors. Mo Lin Yuan replied, A great demon? A tyrant? Who, pray tell, bestowed such a title upon me? He pondered. Is it possible that I am encountering a false pavilion master today? At this thought, June Eugene furrowed her brow. Mo Lin Yuan assured her, My dear wife, how could I possibly be a false pavilion master? Not only am I the genuine master, but you are also the esteemed lady of the Shadow Pavilion. Observing her deep in thought, June Mo seized the opportunity to slip away. If she remained, her mother would undoubtedly bombard her with countless questions. Master, your little rabbit has escaped. Upon noticing this, Zhu Ke squinted slightly, a smirk appearing on her lips as she shouted, You foolish bird. Just wait. I will settle the score with you later. Hearing this, June Mo stiffened, casting a glance at her mother before quickly summoning the divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, and hastily taking flight. Do not flee. If you have the courage, confront me now. Do you fear me? As Zhu Ke beheld him ascending upon the divine beast and soaring into the skies, a scornful smile escaped her lips. Little did she anticipate that this individual could command a golden crow of equal rank as his steed. Who exactly is he? The golden crow is not a creature of this realm. Fear not, for there shall be ample opportunities ahead. This emperor intends to strip you bare, rendering you a mere baldy. June Mo Rant's lips curled into a wicked, defiant grin as he lightly pressed his dainty finger against his crimson lips, exuding both coldness and dominance. His demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of Mo Lin Yuan during the chaotic onset of Blood Moon's curse. Zhu Ke remarked, Mo Lin Yuan, truly a reflection of this king. The audacity of my son mirrors my own. You little rascal, come back here. Yun Yu Tin. Upon witnessing him ascend upon the back of the golden crow, clenched her teeth in fury, shouting in anger, Mother, do not worry. Once I have attended to certain matters, I shall swiftly return to you and my younger brother. He had affairs to resolve and must depart post-haste. Should these matters remain unaddressed, they could pose a grave peril to his mother. Rest assured, our beloved Mo Ran will return ere long. Yun Yu Tin sighed, her gaze lingering on the fading silhouette of her eldest son, a sense of loss enveloping her heart. She had always known he was concealing something from her. Regardless of who he was, in her heart, he remained her most treasured son. She would not press him, for there would come a day when he would reveal the truth to her. She could discern that he preferred she remain uninvolved in his affairs. Thus, she resolved to respect his wishes, allowing him the freedom to navigate his own path. Mo Lin Yuan, observing the dejection etched upon his wife's face, felt a pang of sympathy, yearning to embrace her in consolation, though his current role forbade such intimacy. He then turned his gaze towards the direction in which June Mo Ran had departed, his phoenix eyes fluttering slightly. This eldest son's intellect was far beyond that of a mere child. Your Excellency, I too have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters. I would be delighted to forge a cooperative relationship with your blood slaughter hall. Noticing the urgency, Mo Lin Yuan hastily took flight, unable to suppress his inclination to express his desire for collaboration with her. In truth, it was far from mere cooperation. It was a quest to pursue his daughter-in-law under various guises. Jun Eugene mused, why does it feel as though this man and my son had conspired beforehand and suddenly vanished? Master, this man possesses formidable cultivation. Remember to maintain your distance when interacting with him, Zhu Ke cautioned as she approached Jun Eugene after Mo Lin Yuan's departure. Yun Yu nodded, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the direction in which the Shadow Pavilion's leader had retreated. This man was indeed powerful, his cultivation surpassing her own. Moreover, he emanated an oddly familiar aura, though it was her first encounter dealing with the leader of the Shadow Pavilion. At the royal residence, Qinger, Lanner, have you seen Xiao Jiao? After summoning Zhu Ke into her space, Jun Eugene rushed back to the royal residence, hastening to search for Jun Xiao Jiao upon her bed. Upon discovering his absence, she was gripped by a wave of terror. Miss, I just overheard the prince calling for the young master, so when the young master awoke, he went to the prince. Luiner was deep in her cultivation when she heard a call and hurried out to respond. Was it that mutt who woke you? Jun Eugene raised an eyebrow sharply, her face cold. Without hesitation, she leaped over the repaired wall and arrived directly outside a certain person's chamber. Father, mother is here. Quickly hide the night clothes. The little one anxiously reminded Mo Lin Yuan, who had just changed into a bathrobe. Hearing the commotion outside, he hastily stuffed the night clothes into the bedding. Mo Lin Yuan, can you refrain from creating trouble for me, just for one day? With a forceful kick, Jun Eugene flung open the door, storming inside in a fit of rage. Little Jiao had only just managed a lull to sleep before he had been disturbed. What are you two sneaking about? Upon entering, she clearly observed the father and son in a fluster as they hid something. Narrowing her eyes, she cast a glance towards the bed. Good night. The weather had been pleasant lately, perfect for someone to shed their disguise. May I kindly request a complimentary gift and a 5-star review to boost the data? Can my dear ones assist? Chapter 85. Mo Lin Yuan. The act of feigning ignorance will be discovered. I am truly anxious. What is that? She spotted a piece of black fabric concealed within the bedding, her gaze piercing as it turned towards Mo Lin Yuan. You wretched creature, if you dare deceive me, I will truly stab you. If he was indeed pretending to be foolish, then he was not a fool at all, but rather treating her as one to toy with. It's nothing, just a black cloth I used while playing hide and seek with little Jiao. Mo Lin Yuan subconsciously swallowed hard, his scalp prickling with fear as he gazed at her, though he feigned innocence like a terrified child. His pitiful demeanor made his voice drop an octave. At the dead of night, playing hide and seek with your son? You find it amusing to trick me, don't you? Why wait until I leave to play this game? Why not during the day? Do you take me for a fool? Mo Lin Yuan protested, wife. I truly did not intend to deceive you. If I do, I may not survive to see another day. If I lose my life, how could I ever share the same abode with you again? Mo Lin Yuan looked at her in terror, afraid of incurring her wrath. Just ask our son. He pulled Jun Xiaojiao in front of him as a shield. With no other choice, he pushed his son forward to protect himself. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end. Mother, really, I was playing hide and seek with father. Jun Xiaojiao quickly nodded, instinctively shielding Mo Lin Yuan. His mother was fearsome, and if she were to discover his lie and punish father, he would be left without a father for both him and his brother. Is that so? Jun Eugene narrowed her eyes dangerously. You little rascal. If your mother finds out you lied, neither you nor that wretched creature will sleep tonight. You both can go to the vegetable garden and tend to the manure. Though Xiaojiao could be mischievous at times, he never lied to her. However, since arriving at the regent's residence, she had noticed a distinct change in the little one. Pick manure? Hearing this, Jun Xiaojiao's hair stood on end in fright. The thought of handling manure was his worst nightmare. In the days of my youthful mischief, I recall a particular incident when I inadvertently burned a hole in a painting crafted by my mother's idol, the esteemed Master Chiyue, who is also my father. As punishment, my mother compelled me to toil in the vegetable garden, tending to the unpleasant task of shoveling manure and watering the plants, all while forbidding any assistance. The stench from the latrine, coupled with the foul aroma of excrement, is a memory I shall never forget. Ugh! The thought nauseated Jun Xiaojiu, eliciting a dry heave. Mother! Just as he was on the verge of confessing the truth, Mo Linyuan tightened his grip on his hand. Father, I am in enough trouble as it is. Mo Linyuan, aware of his wife's piercing gaze, dared not exchange glances with his son. Mother, I swear I am not deceiving you. I am willing to take on the burden of shoveling manure alongside Father if it means reconciling you and Father sooner. With misty eyes brimming with sorrow, Jun Xiaojiu cast a pitiful look at Jun Yujin, evoking a sense of empathy. However, Jun Yujin was not inclined to feel sympathy at this moment, for no one comprehended just how astutely this little rascal could act when the situation called for it. Since you are not lying to me, then you shall personally retrieve the items from the bed and present them to me, she stated coldly, her gaze sweeping over Mo Linyuan, enunciating each word to Jun Xiaojiu. You better not be what I fear you are, or I will have no choice but to end you. Mo Linyuan felt a chill run down his spine at his wife's terrifying gaze. He instinctively swallowed hard, his heart racing to the point where he felt he might tear through the soles of his shoes. Huh? Jun Xiaojiu stood there in stunned silence, bewildered. What are you lingering for? Hurry up. Jun Yujin gave him a pointed look, as if to say, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being harsh. Oh, in an instant, Jun Xiaojiu felt as though his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to take a single step. Darling, do be quiet. Until I permit you to speak, keep your mouth shut. Mo Linyuan attempted to interject, but at a fierce glance from Jun Yujin, he instinctively sealed his lips. Utter a single word, and I shall stab you, she declared, retrieving a dagger from her spatial storage and placing it menacingly before him. Mo Linyuan recognized the dagger all too well. It was the very one she had used on their wedding night. No wonder he felt a chill at the sight of it. Although she had healed the wound inflicted that night, the mere presence of the knife still sent a shiver through his heart. The most troubling part was that he had secretly crafted an identical dagger, which he seldom dared to look at. Speak 2 words, and I will stab you twice. Her wicked smile, biting her red lips, radiated a mischievousness that sent shivers down his spine. Speak 3 words, and I shall stab you thrice. She suddenly wiped the smile from her face, her threat resounding with chilling clarity. Mo Linyuan pondered his predicament. Was he truly on the verge of being discovered by his wife? He was ill-prepared to offer her an explanation, especially since he had yet to resolve her grievances from their 2 lifetimes. If she were to discover the truth now, not 3 stabs, but 300 would suffice. He firmly believed that she would indeed wield the knife, and with great satisfaction. Yet, it seemed difficult to conceal the matter any longer. Should he resort to dark methods and forcefully subdue her? Mother, please do not harm Father. Do not take his life. Little did he know, the child suddenly extended his tiny arms, placing himself protectively in front of Mo Linyuan. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he cried in distress. Clearly terrified by the dagger presented by Jun Yujin, fearing she might truly stab Mo Linyuan. If she were to kill their father, then he and his brother would be left fatherless forever. You little rascal, come here at once. Jun Yujin's heart ached, her nose tinged with bitterness as she reprimanded him with a piercing gaze. This little one is growing ever closer to Mo Linyuan. What should I do? Dealing with this man in the future will surely be challenging. Moreover, considering the prospect of separation, would the child not be furious enough to tear his clothes off? No, I must devise a plan. I cannot allow my son to be so close to him. He must maintain some distance. Mo Linyuan interjected. Wife, are you still contemplating separation? Let me assure you, I shall leave you no escape. In life, you are mine. In death, you are my ghost. Furthermore, how can you encourage our child to distance himself from his own father? Have you forgotten that I am your idol, the master of the Crimson Moon? Do not assume that just because he is the legendary master of the Crimson Moon, my idol, that I must forgive him. Oomph. An idol can also become an object of disdain. Mo Linyuan replied, an idol turning into an object of disdain? My dear wife, you are indeed merciless. He continued, moreover, the grievances of our past lives, the humiliation endured across 2 lifetimes, cannot be so easily dismissed. Being an idol does not absolve one of such enmity. Mo Linyuan pressed further, wife, you are being rather unreasonable. Let bygones be bygones regarding our previous encounters, but the last time, you were the one who took advantage of me. Why do you not mention this? Jun Xiaojiao glanced at Mo Linyuan, as if to say, Father, I have done my best. Now, you must fend for yourself. Jun Yujin, no longer hesitating, cast her cold gaze upon the dark cloth on the bed. Taking Jun Xiaojiao's small hand, she advanced step by step toward the bed's edge. Mo Linyuan thought to himself, it is over. What should I do? What if my wife discovers everything? Oh dear, my heart aches so. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and grasping Jun Yujin's hand, he looked at her with a pained expression. I have no strength left. My body has grown weak. Jun Yujin turned around to discern his intentions. However, as she did so, he claimed to be weak and collapsed upon her. Reflexively, she released her son's hand, only to be pushed down onto the bed with a thud. You rascal! What are you trying to do? Jun Yujin pushed against him, realizing that this hefty creature was surprisingly difficult to move without the use of spiritual power. The son, perched at the bedside, gazed intently, while she hesitated to employ her spiritual powers too forcefully. Should he become angered, it would ultimately fall upon her to appease him. My dear, my chest truly aches. Could it be that the wound you inflicted last time has not healed? His entire form slumped against her. Jun Xiaojiao mused. Father truly knows how to act. What a cunning man. Anyone who offends him is surely doomed. Yet, he dotes on mother so affectionately. Get lost. You rascal. Are you trying to deceive me? Her medicinal concoction had indeed cured him. Such trickery was suspicious. There must be some ulterior motive. My dear, I genuinely feel pain in my chest. I swear, I'm not deceiving you. Mo Lingyuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a mist of sorrow lingering within them. Remarkably, he had even pinched his thigh until it bruised, yet could not summon a single tear until he considered the possibility of her departure, which inexplicably stirred panic within him. Tears truly emerged. How astonishing! Jun Yujin observed. She intended to discern whether this scoundrel was merely feigning. Initially, she sought to gauge his expression, only to find it unchanged, pallid from years of neglecting the sun and moon, rendering his true condition inscrutable. It's suffocating. The pain is so intense I can hardly breathe. Mo Linyuan pressed one hand to his chest while the other clung to her tightly, putting on a show of despair. Jun Yujin pondered. Suffocating pain? Could it be that the previous stabbing had left him with a psychological scar? In contemporary terms, he might indeed be suffering from a fear disorder. The knife he had endured now haunted him, especially since it was the same blade that had pierced him before. In such cases, merely sheathing the knife would restore him. Mo Linyuan scoffed inwardly. A fear disorder? Nonsense. He would not succumb to such irrational afflictions. Yet, he found himself compelled to maintain the charade. My dear, quickly conceal the dagger. I cannot bear to see it, for it stirs anguish within my heart. Trembling in fear beneath her, he bit his lip, his breath quickening. Jun Yujin wondered if she had indeed hit the mark. Could this scoundrel be afflicted with a fear disorder? Mother, look, father is nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Please, put away the dagger. Jun Xiaojiao, witnessing this scene, recognized that father was merely performing. However, to support him and to prevent mother from causing him harm, he joined in the act, hoping she would show mercy. He recalled how, in the past, mother had frightened wrongdoers to the point of losing control. If she were to intimidate father in such a manner, he might also succumb to fear. Moulin exclaimed, So, are you aiding your father or disparaging him? You have tarnished my image before your mother. Jun Yujin gazed at the man, trembling in fear beneath her, his eyes shimmering with a pitiable glimmer, and she felt a pang in her heart, as if it had been clawed by a feline or pierced by some unseen force. The sensation was indescribable. Upon hearing her younger son's words, she instinctively sheathed the dagger. Does it still hurt? She inquired softly. her voice imbued with an unexpected tenderness that even she was unaware of. Mo Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly quelled his surprise, inhaling sharply through his slightly reddened nose. Much better, he nodded, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance, both alluringly magnetic and childishly innocent, stirring a sensation within her akin to a feather teasingly brushing against her skin. Jun Yujin thought to herself, goodness, if he were a woman, this demeanor would surely be irresistible. Seeing him like this makes me want to strip him bare and subject him to exquisite torment, allowing him to experience the sensation of weakness beneath the sheets. Mo Lin Yuan pondered, what was that I go about? But the latter part of her words was music to his ears. He longed for her to undress him and indulge in a thorough chastisement. Then, they would see who would struggle to walk afterward. Yun Xiaoyu Limox. The atmosphere seems less intimidating than before. There's an unidentifiable aura in the room. My dear, are you concerned for me? He bit his lip, cautiously inquiring. His dark phoenix-like eyes, innocent yet hiding a tempest of primal desire, met hers with an innocent gaze. Jun Yujin was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she met his gaze. Was I just concerned for him? Impossible. I could never care for this man who has tormented me across 2 lifetimes. No way. She reflexively denied it within her heart. Yes, she had not cared for him at that moment. Mo Lin Yuan, upon sensing her inner thoughts, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. You wishful thinker. She rose, fiercely instructing him to get up. Stand up and retrieve what you have hidden. Her gaze flickered, seemingly avoiding the innocent, doe-eyed expression he wore. If it truly is a mere black cloth for hide and seek, then I shall let it be. But if it is a night garment, I will enlighten you as to why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Deceit is what I detest most. Montak Linuan Stameret E. I will get it. He feigned fear, trembling hands reaching beneath the covers. He searched for the black cloth he had previously tied to his hairpin, but despite his efforts, he could not find it. You are so slow, are you not a man? Am I not a man? You know better than anyone, he retorted. Who cried 5 years ago during that incident? Who said it hurt that afternoon? Step aside, I will find it myself. Jun Yujin, unable to endure his procrastination, was about to pull the covers away herself when a voice called from outside. Your Highness, may you request an audience? At that critical moment, Jun Yujin instinctively turned to look at the door. May you? Is she the one whom Mei Ying confessed to? Good night, Mei Ying had said. My Au has finally returned. Another nobleman remarked, your Au has returned, but my disguise will be unveiled tomorrow, and I shall face my wife's wrath. Chapter 87. Is the dogman infertile? What the 2 offspring she bore? Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Mo Lin Yuan swiftly concealed his night attire within the phoenix blood jade, retrieving a piece of black cloth to hide beneath. This phoenix blood jade, a treasured relic from his wife's mother, was the very artifact split into 2, each worn on his and her wrists. Presumably, her piece could also store items. The swiftness of this action left Jun Xiaojiu agape with astonishment. Indeed, his father was truly a master of concealment, an idol to be revered. Was that Mei Yu? Upon hearing the voice of Mei Yu, Mo Lin Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Mei Yu had only just returned, and he was undoubtedly unaware of the recent events within the royal residence. Should he enter now, it might inadvertently expose him. Outside, Mei Yu, noticing the unexpectedly youthful tone of Mo Lin Yuan, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Typically at this hour, the prince would exhibit his usual demeanor. Why was his voice so childlike now? Moreover, he had caught a glimpse of a woman's voice emanating from within. A woman? Could it be the recently wed daughter of the Jun family? Although he had been away on business, he had heard whispers of this development. Mei Yu pondered whether he might be intruding upon the prince's intimate moments. I am somewhat fatigued today. I shall return tomorrow, Mo Lin Yuan's voice, though soft and adorable, bore an unmistakable command that left no room for dissent. Upon hearing this, Mei Yu turned to leave, acknowledging the possibility that he had indeed disrupted the prince and his consort. However, just as he was about to depart, Jun Yu called out to him. Mei Yu, is it? Jun Yujin's cold voice resonated with indifference as he languidly toyed with his pinky fingers. To the princess, indeed, it is Mei Yu. The moment Mei Yu was about to take his leave, he halted abruptly. I have heard mention of you from Mei Ying and Mei Xing. I'm quite curious to see what you look like. Do come in and let me have a look. Jun Yujin cast a frosty glance at Mo Lin Yuan, inwardly musing. This rascal, I refuse to believe that the fox's tail will not eventually show. Something is amiss, yet I cannot pinpoint what it is. Mei Yu, freshly returned and unaware of the happenings in the royal palace, had not received any prior warning. Perhaps he could unveil some truths through his words. Mo Lin Yuan pressed his enticingly thin lips together, nervously rolling his throat. Yes, hearing this, Mei Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty. As he noticed the door remained ajar, he cautiously stepped inside. Greetings, Your Highness and Your Highness. Mei Yu, anxious not to glimpse anything inappropriate, kept his head lowered as he entered. Mei Yu? Jun Xiaojiu approached him, her eyes sparkling with innocence. I have heard your name. You are the beloved of Mei Ying. He often speaks of you, and I have longed to see you in person. Are you the little prince? Mei Yu gazed at the cherubic figure before him in astonishment. The little prince was utterly adorable. Indeed, Yun Xiaojiu beamed to him. Mei Yu, are you the elder sister? The little one gazed at Mei Yu's appearance, scratching his head in confusion. Yet, I recall that Mei Ying had mentioned to Mei Xing that you are indeed a boy. His adorably innocent expression melted Mei Yu's heart, compelling him to scoop him up and plant 2 quick kisses on his cheeks. Only then did he respond, Dear young prince, Mei Yu is your elder brother. In that fleeting moment of raising his head, Jun Eugene clearly discerned his face. This visage was unmistakably that of a woman. It seemed Mei Yu was disguised as a boy, though I wonder if Mei Ying, that simpleton, is aware of it. Elder brother? But you look quite like a girl. Jun Xiaojiu remarked without any disdain for the kisses, giggling with delight. Mei Yu, what brings you to the prince tonight? Jun Eugene inquired, his tone nonchalant as he regarded Mei Yu. Mo Lin Yuan observed the affectionate tone his wife adopted with Mei Yu, a stark contrast to their initial encounter on their wedding night. Wife, Mo Lin Yuan called to her with an endearing voice. Be quiet. Jun Eugene shot him a cold glance, denying him the opportunity to speak. Turning back to Mei Yu, he smiled gently and asked now, what is it that you seek from a prince? This expression was a complete transformation, a 360-degree shift. Mo Lin Yuan's lips curled into a sly smile. Having achieved his objective, when he had called her wife, he had used a foolish tone, ensuring Mei Yu wouldn't detect any inconsistency. Dear princess, I have discovered a remedy for the prince's affliction, Mei Yu respectfully addressed her. Judging by the previous atmosphere, it seemed the prince harbored a fear of the princess. Yet he was exceedingly fond of her. If she did not present some matter of significance, the princess would surely remain skeptical. At this point, she noticed Mo Lin Yuan nodding at her from behind, indicating that the conversation could proceed. A remedy? What remedy? Jun Eugene instinctively turned around, only to find Mo Lin Yuan maintaining his previous demeanor. Was it merely her illusion? A cursed illusion indeed. Ever since she married into the regent's household, nothing had been normal. She was perpetually plagued by paranoia and delusions. The remedy for the potent poison afflicting the prince, dear princess, are you not aware? Mei Yu inquired, astonished as he looked at Jun Eugene. It was one thing to not see it, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who had spread the rumor that the eldest daughter of the Jun family was the ugliest woman in Luli Kingdom? With such celestial beauty, captivating enough to charm even women, how could she be deemed unattractive? Potent poison? Both Jun Eugene and Jun Xiaojiu turned their astonished gazes towards Mo Lin Yuan. They had never been informed that Mo Lin Yuan had suffered from such a toxic affliction. Jun Xiaojiu scoffed, feeling displeased. Father has kept secrets from me. What potent poison? Jun Eugene inhaled sharply, an inexplicable tension gripping her heart. Could it be that the man had been poisoned? Impossible. As an alchemist, how could she have been unaware? It was the very poison that had once dulled the prince's intellect, among others. Mei Yu's small face flushed, and gazing at the stunning Jun Eugene, he found it challenging to articulate. What kind of poison? Jun Eugene raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and glanced back at the tall man behind her. It was indeed a poison that rendered one unable to bear children. Mei Yu stole a glance at Mo Lin Yuan and quietly responded, wondering if revealing this would incur the prince's wrath. Jun Yujin, unable to conceive? Which wretched soul spread such rumors? They had only been together once, and yet she had conceived, giving birth to twins. What did that imply about her fertility? Jun Xiaojiu interjected. But I am indeed fathered by my father, aren't I? Come here, let me see. She approached, pulling a chair beside her, addressing the man behind her. Mo Linyuan replied, What are you looking at? My lady is an alchemist. Wouldn't he that expose her? Oh, he realized and accepted the situation. If soft tactics failed, he would resort to more forceful measures. Chapter 88. The facade crumbles. Your presence is truly vexing. Taking a seat, Jinyujin raised her exquisite chin, signaling him to place his hands on the table. His expression was harmless, yet internally he was tumultuous, cold sweat seeping down his back. Indeed, he was poisoned. The reason for her unexpected pregnancy after their night together puzzled him, yet the toxin that affected his intellect had been resolved shortly after he consumed it years ago. Jinyujin furrowed her brow and extended her slender hand to check his pulse. After a moment, she was taken aback and then used her spiritual energy to probe his blood. Suddenly, a powerful backlash of spiritual energy surged, causing Jinyujin to spit blood onto Mo Linyuan's arm. My lady, Mo Linyuan exclaimed in alarm, rushing to her side, wiping the blood from her lips while using his spiritual energy to assess her condition. Your Highness, Mayu thought in shock. The princess was merely checking on the princess' health. How had she ended up spitting blood from a backlash? Mother, Yun Xiutu, disgraced, huridoa. Tears welling in his eyes as he clung to her waist. He had never witnessed his mother bleed and feared for her life, crying out in terror. Mother, please don't die. His small frame trembled in fear as he tightened his embrace. Xiaojiu, mother is fine. Jinyujin comforted him, lifting him into her arms. She then looked at Mo Linyuan in surprise. At that moment, he bore no trace of foolishness. His determined gaze, worried expression, and the frantic effort to channel spiritual energy to her revealed his true identity. Mayu, the prince has exposed his facade of foolishness. Montak Linyuan, is it amusing to deceive me? Jinyujin raised her gaze, her cold eyes devoid of warmth. Her voice carried a slight rasp. Did he intend to maintain this charade as long as she remained silent about her condition? Xiaojiu, indeed, when mother is harmed, foolish father offers himself to the heavens. Mayu, this is disastrous. It seems his return was ill-timed. Mayu, you should return and rest. Mo Linyuan realized that this matter had already been exposed, leaving him unable to continue his charade. Yes, your highness. As Mayu left, she frequently glanced back, afraid something might go awry. Yun Xiaoyu, you knew he was feigning ignorance all along, didn't you? Jun Yujin gazed at her young son in her arms, her heart twisting painfully. She had painstakingly raised him for 4 years, only to discover he had colluded with his father to deceive her. Very well indeed. Mother, I'm sorry. Jun Xiaojiu understood that mother was truly angry this time. Now you realize the need to apologize? Did you feel no remorse when you deceived me before? Jun Yujin felt a sting at the tip of her nose, her heart heavy with frustration and tears. Her son was her weakness. Xiaojiu had never betrayed her. How had he been taught such ways by that man? It was father who didn't allow me to tell you. The little one cupped her face with his hands, rubbing his neck against her affectionately. Mo Linyuan remarked, You little rascal, have you sold your father out so quickly? What else? Jun Yujin's gaze turned icy, as if it could freeze the very air around them. Father also said that you stole his essence, which is why I was born along with my brother. The little one, despite his fear of his mother's anger, had divulged his father's secret. Mo Linyuan exclaimed, Son, you are digging my grave. Mo Linyuan. Jun Yujin glared at him, wishing she could pierce him with 100 sharp gazes. He knew everything. Is this how you speak of our son? Stealing his essence? Who truly forced me 5 years ago? How dare you turn around and accuse me of such theft? Darling, please do not be angry. Mo Linyuan attempted to comfort her, but she interrupted. Be silent. Jun Yujin cast a cold glance in his direction, her eyes chilling enough to make one shiver, as if she regarded him as inconsequential. Mo Linyuan's heart raced, becoming disordered and pained. Xiaojiu, what other secrets do you and your father keep from me? Jun Yujin inquired once more of her son. Mo Lin Yuan's hidden matters were surely far more than this. Father also knows that you are the owner of Jun Lin Tiangong. Yun Xiaoyu cautiously glanced at Mo Lin Yuan, seemingly convinced. I shall mourn for you for 3 seconds. I cannot contend with mother, so I must reveal you. Once she calms down, I will surely assist you in winning her back. Mo Lin Yuan muttered, You treacherous son, you are pushing me into the fire. Jun Yujin took a deep breath, striving to quell her anger. Darling, do not be enraged, or you will suffer the backlash of your spiritual energy once more. Seeing the turbulence of her spiritual energy, Mo Lin Yuan quickly advised her, continually channeling his own energy to stabilize her. Mother, please do not blame father. He deceived you only because he wishes to reconcile. Jun Xiaojiu felt a pang for his mother, fearing that his father and mother might not reconcile. It seemed he had become a tad overly cowardly. You have provided your grandfather with an excessive amount of suffering, Xiaojiu. First, go to your mother's space. Without waiting for Jun Xiaojiu to utter a word, Jun Eugene swiftly drew him into his personal realm. In his presence, there were no secrets left, and this was no exception. That mischievous boy had certainly informed him. Mo Lin Yuan, though aware of her extraordinary space, was still taken aback by the abrupt disappearance of his son before his very eyes. Montauk Lin Yuan, is deceiving me truly such a delightful pastime? Jun Eugene's face turned pale with embarrassment. Just a few afternoons ago, they had shared an intimate moment. Yet, she had treated him as if he were a fool. A mere plaything. I am sorry. Those 3 words were all he could utter, and yet they suffocated him with pain. If you harbor hatred for me, you may slay me at your leisure. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, which he offered to her. He then slowly knelt before her, his eyes glistening with tears. The anguish felt as though it were tearing him apart. As long as it brings you solace, feel free to punish me as you wish. He had anticipated this day would come, but he never expected it to arrive so swiftly. He had succumbed to his own heart. The moment he witnessed her spitting blood, he realized he could no longer remain indifferent, nor could he pretend not to see, continuing to feign ignorance. Jun Eugene gazed at the knife, her pupils slightly contracting. Hadn't she just stored this dagger in her space? No, this was not hers. It was crafted by my own orders, identical to yours. Mo Lin Yuan discerned her thoughts and voluntarily revealed the dagger's origins. I detest deception above all else. You are truly loathsome. Jun Eugene shot him a frosty glance, each word pronounced with deliberate coldness. She accepted the dagger from his hand and without hesitation plunged it into his chest. Good night. A brief moment of torment, just enough for the heroine to realize her love for the hero. Thereafter, they would indulge in mutual affection. Chapter 89. She stabbed him again. With a sickening sound, the dagger tore through flesh and echoed grotesquely in the room. She was still too soft-hearted. Whether it was because he was the father of her child or some other reason, this stab was not as deep as the one on their wedding night. She subconsciously avoided his heart's pulse. From this moment onward, we shall not interfere with one another. You may tread your own path while I traverse mine. Never again shall you appear before me. Jun Eugene rose and departed without a trace of hesitation, her icy voice delivering unfeeling words. She left, not even glancing back at the bed to discern whether it concealed a night cloak or a black cloth for hiding. For all of it had ceased to matter. Whether it was the night cloak or the fabric for concealment, she no longer wished to regard the toxins within his body, the inexplicable divine power, or the enigmatic spiritual energy she could not perceive. His life or death bore no consequence for her any longer. Mo Lin Yuan, after being stabbed, felt the pain not emanating from the wound, but rather from his heart, as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. This was his just reward. After Junyu left, Mo Lin Yuan felt a heartache so profound it rendered him breathless. He slowly withdrew the dagger, allowing blood to surge from the wound. He refrained from utilizing his spiritual energy for recovery, nor did he consume any medicinal pills. He remained there in a stupor, repeatedly murmuring to himself, "Never appear before her again. Forever. How distant is forever?" He did not know. This eternity seemed endless, prolonging to a point where days became indistinguishable. "Whatever you desire, whatever you speak, I shall bestow upon you." His sensuous red lips, stained with blood, curled into a faint smile. This is quite satisfactory. After all, his opponent was formidable, and whether he could survive the future remained uncertain. If he were to perish, perhaps her heart would find solace. It was possible that his death might even extinguish the hatred she bore for him. Time passed, and blood pooled around him like a winding river. Mo Lin Yuan's vision blurred, and after a bout of dizziness, he collapsed onto the ground. Upon returning to Linglan courtyard, Jun Eugene tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, ultimately opting to cultivate in the spatial realm. Mother, the little bundle, Jun Xiaojio, recognized her arrival and knew she had ventured into the spatial realm to cultivate amidst the densest spiritual energy at Crystal Mountain. He stood outside a cave, hesitant to enter, calling out softly, yet there was no response from within. Mother, he called again in a hushed tone, and upon receiving no answer, he curled his small form against the cave's entrance. Jun Eugene's cultivation lasted several days, and when she finally opened her eyes again, her gaze had grown even more indifferent than before. Xiaojio, what are you doing here? Upon emerging, she spotted Jun Xiaojiu sleeping outside the cave. Why have you lost weight? After several days of cultivation, had this little creature not managed to procure any food? Mother, please do not be angry, Xiaojio pleaded, his eyes reddening as he clung to her neck, choking back tears. Mother is not angry at you. Jun Eugene held him tenderly, her heart aching for his frailty. If there were anger to be directed, it would be toward Mo Lin Yuan. Xiaojio, tell me, how did your father know that you and your brother are his biological sons? In that moment, she was so infuriated that her mind felt clouded. Only upon regaining her composure did she realize the gravity of this question. She had never mentioned such matters nor disclosed their biological father's identity to the children. How could he possibly know? Father, the little one bit his soft pink lip, a look of turmoil etched across his face. Father possesses the ability of mind reading, but he strictly instructed me never to reveal it, not even to you, Mother. He said he sent someone to investigate about you. I'm sorry, Mother. I truly did not mean it this time. Their relationship was already strained, and he could not allow it to deteriorate further. He needed to devise a solution. Investigated me? She scoffed. The tiger-esque claws are well concealed. In this life after rebirth, no one had deceived her so thoroughly. He was the sole exception. Very well, exceedingly well. Indeed, he has successfully masqueraded as a fool for over a decade without anyone uncovering the truth. One must concede that his acting has reached an extraordinary pinnacle, managing even to deceive her. I shall prepare a meal for you. Jun Eugen escorted the little one to the castle to cook some food and retrieved several sets of pristine garments before exiting the space. Due to the discrepancy in time between the realms, she had spent a few days inside, while only a few hours had elapsed outside. At that moment, dawn had just broken. Chinger, please package these garments, as I shall be visiting the palace shortly. Today marks the grand beast hunting competition, and attendance is mandatory for all, herself included. Understood, Miss, Chinger responded, taking the clothes from her hands and turning to wrap them. Little Gio, today, Mother cannot take you to the palace. If you find it dull, you may go shopping with Lanner and Chinger, but do be obedient. She gently caressed her son, her face devoid of warmth, as frigid as an eternal glacier. All right, I will be good, he nodded, resolute not to be mischievous today. His mother appeared so disheartened, undoubtedly still upset with Father. Mother, please do not be angry with Father. The reason he did not inform you is to alleviate the misunderstandings between you, Jun Xiaojio said earnestly, biting his lip. Last night, he had sold out his father, and today he was determined to elevate his standing in his mother's heart. Misunderstanding? Huh. Jun Eugen scoffed, as if hearing the most absurd jest. He could eloquently spin the events of 5 years ago into a grand tale of misunderstanding, culminating in her being accused of absconding with his seed. Such audacity could leave even the walls in disbelief, yet he managed it effortlessly. Moreover, Father genuinely cares for you. He inquired about your preferences, and when I mentioned your fondness for culinary delights, he ventured into the kitchen to learn how to cook, suffering numerous burns in the process. Recalling Mo Lin Yuan's earnest attempts to master cooking, Jun Xiaojio felt a pang of sympathy. Mo Lin Yuan learned to cook for her? How unfathomable, Jun Eugen thought. In truth, Father feigned ignorance for a reason, He was trying to save grandmother. Jun Xiaojiu puffed up his cheeks, ultimately deciding to share this secret with her. Save grandmother? Which grandmother? Jun Yujin inquired, astonished by her son. Did not Mo Linyuan's mother pass away 15 years ago? It is said that after the former emperor ascended, she fell into a deep sorrow and soon perished. Yes, it is father's mother, he replied. However, he did not divulge much, claiming it was for my sake, as it was too perilous. Jun Xiaojiu spoke with a heavy heart, forever haunted by the memory of his father's anguish when recalling grandmother's demise. Chapter 90. This fellow will inevitably meet his end at the hands of a woman. Yun Yuin, Eon descent. She did not wish to disappoint her son, merely nodding in acknowledgement. She recognized that he was attempting to mend a rift between her and that wretched man. However, what feelings existed to mend? Their connection had merely stemmed from physical needs, having engaged intimately twice, devoid of any emotional foundation, merely a consequence of circumstance. She did not wish to decline her son's matchmaking efforts. Her only concern was for his feelings. Mother, why not take me into the space where I may cultivate? He had not practiced for quite some time and must have fallen far behind his brother. No, he could not afford to lag too much. They would discuss it after breakfast. Just as Jun Yujin concluded her statement, Qing'er approached with the neatly packed clothes. Miss, here are the clothes that have been prepared. Qing'er presented them with both hands, placing them before her. Jun Yujin acknowledged with a nod, taking the garments into the Phoenix jade bracelet. Indeed, this bracelet was the one left behind by her mother, split into halves, each adorning her and Mo Linyuan's wrists. She had discovered quite by chance that this bracelet served as a storage space. Where's Lanner? Call her for breakfast. Not having seen Lanner, Yun Yuin instructed King at somnia. Miss, I am here. Lanner, still drowsy, approached the table with a yawn, appearing as if she had just awakened. Did you sneak off to steal cattle last night? Or did you cultivate until the early hours? Observing her state, Jun Yujin chuckled, mimicking her sleepy demeanor. During her days of cultivation in the space, she had inadvertently dozed off a few times, resuming her practice upon waking. It was all due to that troublemaker, Mei Xing, who had provoked her last night. She had chased him all over Rome City without success. Despite having the same cultivation level, why was Mei Xing so much faster? The thought made her wish to slap him against the wall, yet she could not catch him. Provoking you? Jun Yujin smirked slightly, noticing Lanner's face flush upon mentioning Mei Xing. There was surely something amiss between the two. Lanner, how old are you this year? She posed the question knowingly, a playful smile gracing her lips, replying to the miss. I am 18 this year. Lanner looked at her in confusion, instinctively answering. Did the miss not already know her age? Communuin replied absent minutely. Taking a bite of a cabbage bun. 18. In the Tianchi continent, she had reached the age of marriage. After swallowing the bun, she spoke leisurely. Lanner, you are not harboring any thoughts, are you? Miss, may I ask what you think of Mei Xing? Surely the miss was not attempting to matchmake her with that troublemaker. Was she? He is handsome, tall, and has a charming appearance. However, he is quite the flirt, always teasing others, clearly a scoundrel. Speaking of Mei Xing ignited a fire within Lanner. She was constantly teased by him, yet could never catch him. It was utterly infuriating. How much of a scoundrel? Is he wilder than the third prince? Feng Qingshun? Is he more flirtatious? Jun Yujin laughed, a cunning smile playing on her lips. Not quite. Lanner pondered for a moment before shaking her head. At least she had never seen Mei Xing flirt with other women. If that is the case, he might not be so bad. What does the miss mean? Upon this realization, Lanner's face flushed, and she shyly buried her head in her bun. Next time he dares to tease you, you should respond in kind. We cannot afford to lose face for our blood slaughter hall, can we? I find that the person named Mei Xing is rather impressive, intelligent, capable, and possessing commendable skills and talent. Why not simply take him as your husband? As for that wretched man's subordinates, they are quite commendable as well, all possessing striking appearances and formidable abilities. Lanner, what the young lady says seems quite reasonable. In the inn, a truly recovering Feng Qingshan exclaimed, Achu, who dares to speak ill of this prince behind his back? He rubbed his prominent nose, and after applying Maizana's medicine, the bruises on his face had nearly healed. Woman, are you the one cursing this prince from behind? He glared angrily at Maizana, who was sitting at the table enjoying fruit. Feng Qingshan, do you have any sense at all? Does my lady need to hide her insults? Maizana stood up in a fit of anger and approached his bedside, stuffing a half-eaten apple into his mouth. You should just be quiet, lest I am compelled to silence you for good. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, would I bother to share my space with you? She clapped her hands, her face filled with disdain for him. This man, though handsome, was exceedingly flirtatious, and she found it unappealing. Ugh! The thought of the apple she had bitten in a maid, Feng Qingshan spit it out in disgust. You wretched woman! How dare you offer me an apple you've bitten into? Humph! This prince only eats apples peeled by Shao Jiner. Speaking of Jun Yujin, a smile spread across Feng Qingshan's face, leaving Maizana somewhat puzzled. Since you are so fond of her, why do you seek other distractions? No wonder she does not favor you. With a man like you who sows seeds everywhere, those who like you surely only admire your exterior. She was entirely correct. Such a roguish man typically attracts women for his wealth or looks. Humph. This prince's ability to sow seeds far and wide is my own skill. What? Do you think you could do the same and produce offspring like me? Daring to engage in banter with him was infuriating. I say, Feng Qingshan, if you take such pleasure in sowing seeds, then what of your vigor? Feng Qingshan retorted, how come you haven't met your end? Where is your debauchery? Maizana crossed her arms, mocking him with an unimpressed expression. TSK, TSK. This fellow will inevitably perish at the hands of a woman. Wretched woman, can you not speak properly? I am still a virgin. How could I fall ill? How could I be rendered useless? How could I lose my vitality? In a fit of indignation, Feng Qingshan glared fiercely at Maizana, instinctively defending his innocence. Vile woman, you have no sense of propriety. Maizana exclaimed, did I hear correctly? You claim to still be a virgin? She burst into laughter, pointing at him and jesting. I say, Feng Qingshan, could it be that you are inadequate in that regard? Vile woman, you are doomed. He stood up abruptly, pulling her into his embrace and forcefully pinning her beneath him. Is this prince capable, or shall you test him? He rose with an air of arrogance, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Maizana thought to herself, this man, upon closer inspection, appeared even more handsome. Their gazes locked, and the room fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by their shared breaths. Feng Qingshan pondered why his body felt so warm. Maizana, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, get away. You scoundrel. She pushed him away, her heart racing as though it would leap from her throat. You are far from being a match for this prince. With a triumphant smile, Feng Qingshan reveled in his perceived victory. Bang! Just as Maizana stepped outside, she realized there was something left unsaid and furiously kicked open his door. You frightened this prince into illness. You shall care for me for the rest of your life. Feng Qingshan's heart raced in shock, casting her an irritated glance. Caring for you is akin to tending to my brother. I am here to remind you to quickly dress for the palace. Today is the beast hunting competition, and we can seize this opportunity. After speaking, Maizana shot him a disdainful look. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to leave. Such a lecherous man, leaving himself in a state of undress. How utterly shameless. Chapter 91. How could he possess the dark robes worn by that person in a past life? The current Mu Lin Yuan lay pale upon his bed. In his dreams, he once again beheld his mother, transitioning from joyful memories to harrowing nightmares. No, let me go, mother. He witnessed his once pitiful mother, enduring humiliation as he, a mere child, could neither retort nor protect her. Sister-in-law. In an instant, he dreamt of the time his sister-in-law, in a bid to protect him from consuming poison, suffered unspeakable torment, her form rendered unrecognizable, and her child cruelly taken from her, resulting in a tragic demise. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Mu Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, a cold sweat drenching his back. He could not perish before avenging his grievances. My lord, you have awakened at last. Mei Xing, upon seeing him rouse, rushed forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My lord, not only she, but also Mei Ying and Mei Jue gathered at his bedside, evidently having kept vigil throughout the night. I apologize, my lord. Had I not engaged in frivolity with Miss Lan last night, we would not have discovered your plight so late. Mei Xing recalled the harrowing moment she found her lord amidst a pool of blood, a chill of dread still gripping her. The princess was exceedingly ruthless. How could she commit such acts? Twice she stabbed him. The first on their wedding night could be excused, for she sought vengeance. Yet she ultimately saved him. But last night, it was unfathomable. Had they discovered him even a moment later, he might have. I am sorry, my lord. It was my oversight. I should have recognized that a new princess resided within the palace. You should have gone to Shadow to clarify matters before seeking the prince. This is none of your concern. Mo Lingyuan slowly sat up from the bed, his complexion as pale as snow, devoid of any color. This affair shall be treated as if it never transpired. You must harbor no other thoughts regarding the princess. Should I discover otherwise, I shall not spare you. His voice was stern, issuing a warning to the four of them. Yet, despite this, he still protected the princess. The four of them felt their eyes redden. Your Highness, we do not comprehend why you continue to shield the princess, especially after she nearly took your life. Mei Xing felt a surge of frustration, a heavy weight in her chest. Although the prince feigned ignorance to deceive the princess, his affection for her was so profound that it left them incredulous. It was I who deceived her first. I bear no regrets regarding life and death. Mo Lingyuan's dark eyes glistened with an unspeakable sorrow. His heart throbbed with a painful ache. Mei Ying, may you, your Highness must be deeply in love with the princess to utter such words, akin to their mutual devotion that would compel them to sacrifice their lives for one another. Your Highness, Mag Xing's cheeks puffed in anger. Mag Xing, I have already stated that this matter should be regarded as if it never occurred. Do not compel me to repeat myself. He clutched his wounded shoulder. The pain not merely from the injury, but a heartache that resonated through every fiber of his being, rendering him nearly lifeless. Is this the sensation of heartache? He seemed to grasp the essence of love, exquisite yet laced with bitterness, sweet yet imbued with humility. Your Highness, I apologize. It is all Mei Yu's fault. I beseech your punishment. Mei Yu approached and knelt before him, pleading for retribution. Tears welled in his eyes. He struggled to suppress them. His nose reddened like a ripe strawberry. This is not your fault. Rise. Mo Lingyuan had never blamed anyone. The charade of ignorance would eventually unravel before her. He simply was not ready for that revelation. He wished to soften her heart, to dispel her hatred, or even to indulge in the fanciful hope that she might harbor some feelings for him before disclosing the truth. Ultimately, he was too greedy. In truth, the princess had shown restraint. Had she truly wished to end his life, she would not have spared his heart, but would have thrust the blade directly through it. Mo Lingyuan touched the wound on his shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even though his wife incessantly expressed her desire to slay him, her exterior fierce, when it came to the moment of action, her heart softened. Mei Ju, indeed, given the princess's ruthlessness, her strike was remarkably merciful. Mei Ying, considering the princess's cruelty, your Highness's wound was indeed rather light. Mei Xing, are you suggesting that after being stabbed, the prince still feels the princess's mercy? What kind of logic is that? Mei Yu, he has not interacted with the princess, so he is unaware of her nature and intentions. After spending time with her, what do you all think of her? Mo Lingyuan threw aside the covers, his feet touching the ground as he sat on the edge of the bed. The pristine white nightgown was stained with vivid crimson blood at the shoulders. On the surface, the princess appeared aloof and fiery. However, in truth, she possessed a kind disposition and was quite approachable. Yet, should anyone dare to offend her, she would seek vengeance without hesitation, mercilessly taking a life. Mei Xing pressed his lips together and articulated the feelings he had garnered from his time spent with Jun Eugene. Among the few, he was perhaps the most perceptive, merely irked by the princess's harshness. On their wedding night, she had already stabbed the prince, and now, so soon after, she had struck again. Indeed, the princess was quite amiable, as long as one did not provoke her and treated her sincerely. In return, she would offer genuine kindness. However, should anyone harbor ulterior motives, she would not hesitate to eliminate them. Mei Ying also shared his sentiments regarding Jun Eugene, despite her frequent jests. Referring to the prince as a dogman or worthless creature, her ire was solely directed at him. To her subordinates, she had never displayed the capricious temperament of a spoiled lady, nor had she ever chastised them. She even invited them to dine together, exemplifying her approachable nature. Her grievances towards the prince stemmed from past betrayals, which made her actions seem justifiable. After expressing his thoughts, Mei appeared quite pleased with himself, nodding thoughtfully. Mei remarked on the prince's puzzling affections for this blunt and unrefined individual. Although he was deemed wooden, he still demonstrated analytical prowess. Mei Ju added, "Mei Xing, you truly are impressive." Mo Lin Yuan commented, "There is something amiss in this conversation, yet I cannot pinpoint what exactly." It was indeed true that the princess only berated him within the walls of the royal residence, and it seemed reasonable to assert that she had stabbed him. In any case, this matter should not be mentioned again. "Bring me the dark robe. I must head to the palace," he declared. Time was of the essence, and the beast hunting competition was about to commence. Outside the main gate, Jun Eugene was already seated atop the golden-winged beast sent by the palace. Upon seeing Mo Lin Yuan emerge in a black brocade robe, her eyes widened in surprise. Why did this black garment seem so familiar? No, it couldn't be. He bore no lotus mark on the nape of his neck. How could he be wearing the dark robe from past life? Chapter 92. Indeed, the wife still harbored disdain for him. Today, Jun Eugene wore a snow-white gown adorned with gold and silver threads. Elegant yet regal, subtle yet breathtaking. Apart from a water-blue gemstone necklace gracing her neck, she had no excessive adornments, embodying simplicity and grandeur. Her lips, no longer a mere blush, now bore a peachy hue. And her hair, as usual, was half up. A white jade lily-of-the-valley hairpin and several white gemstone tassels embellished her tresses, enhancing her already exquisite appearance. With just a slight enhancement, she radiated an unparalleled beauty, captivating all who beheld her, including the man standing below her. It seemed Mo Lin Yuan had not directed his gaze towards her from the very beginning. Beneath his mask, his expression was colder than usual. Jun Eugene, why is he not wearing matching colors with her today? In the past, whenever he saw her in a particular hue, he would immediately change into something similar. Moreover, his dark attire today bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the man from his past life who sought vengeance for her. Is it mere coincidence? But if he truly is that man, why does he lack the lotus mark at the nape of his neck? Your wound. Jun Eugene observed him, her gaze subconsciously drifting to the spot where she had stabbed him with a dagger last night. It's nothing. His deep voice replied softly, a tone only the two of them could hear. Please, your highness and the princess, secure yourselves. I shall prepare for the golden-winged bird to take flight, announced their attentive subordinate. Secure yourselves, Jun Eugene responded coolly. Princess, the prince seems to lack a bit of intelligence, so I kindly ask you to hold him tightly throughout the journey. I fear he may fall along the way. The subordinate glanced at Mo Lin Yuan, who sat listlessly by, suspecting a quarrel had ensued between him and the princess. Thus, he offered his assistance. Mo Lin Yuan, Jun Eugene. The onlookers chuckled. Lacking intelligence? Haha, indeed. Our prince does seem a bit slow on the uptake. Brother, I admire your honesty. You speak with such conviction. Princess, you must embrace the prince a bit tighter, lest he tumbles down when the golden-winged bird soars through the skies. Noticing Jun Eugene's indifference, the man moved closer and mimicked the action of holding them together. Jun Eugene, Mo Lin Yuan. The onlookers chimed in, brother, well done. A divine assist indeed. He is a grown man. Surely he does not require my embrace. Jun Eugene's exquisite visage inexplicably flushed, and she retorted with annoyance. This man beside her had only uttered nothing throughout the day, remaining as wooden as a statue. He had humiliated her across 2 lifetimes, deceiving her and treating her like a fool. Furthermore, when she struck last night, she had carefully avoided his heart meridian, merely causing him a momentary ache. For someone of his cultivation, that minor injury was trivial. With a hint of spiritual energy, he could have easily healed it. Yet, he still harbored resentment. Yes, I am an adult now. I do not require her to hold me. Mo Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, his youthful voice carrying an inexplicable oddity. Jun Eugene, oh please, I wouldn't care to hold you. Better not to, lest you irritate me. Mo Lin Yuan, not care? Irritate? It seems indeed. My wife despises him, loathes him. Very well, after all, he does not have long to live. Perhaps this is for the best. The man merely assumed they had quarreled and were sulking, and thus, with a motherly smile, he added, "Your Highness, I know you're an adult, but the princess needs someone to hold her too. How about this? If the princess does not hold you, then you should embrace her tightly, for she is a woman and may feel shy." Upon concluding his words, he took Mo Linyuan's hand and placed it on Jun Yujin's waist, advising, "Your Highness, hold on tight, as I intend to let the golden-winged bird take flight." Jun Yujin replied, "My benevolent brother, might you be overstepping your bounds?" Mo Linyuan, who had just considered loosening his grip, caught the subordinate's gaze once more and quickly reiterated, "Your Highness, ensure you embrace the princess consort firmly. Do not let go." His apprehension stemmed from a fear that this regent might fall. Should such a calamity occur, the lives of his entire family would be at stake. For the emperor's fondest affection was bestowed upon this very brother. In days gone by, he would have relished the moment. However, now he inquired, "By the way, where's the young prince?" Mei Ying, noticing the absence of Jun Xiaojiu amidst the soaring golden-winged bird, turned to the three companions with curiosity. "I do not see him." In unison, Mei Ying, Mei Jue, and Mei Yu responded, "Not here." Could the young prince have ventured out with Miss Qing and the others? "I have not spotted Miss Lan and Miss Qing since this morning," Mei Jue replied, his expression as impassive as eternal ice, laced with confusion. "Who are Qing and Lan?" Mei Yu inquired, blinking her large, dark eyes with innocent curiosity. "They're the princess consort's maids," Mei Ying explained, instinctively swallowing hard at the sight of her adorableness. "Ayu, aye. Mei Ying stammered, his face flushed as he gazed at Mei Yu. "Ayu, I have missed you so much. It has been months since I last saw you." Mei Xing mockingly mimicked Mei Ying's words, preemptively voicing what he could not finish. Mei Ying's face turned crimson, burning with embarrassment, as he shot an irritated glare at him. "Fool! Hurry and embrace your Ayu. Indulge in your own world." Mei Xing shook his head and playfully nudged Mei Yu from behind, propelling her into Mei Ying's embrace. "Ayu!" Mei Ying hastily wrapped his arms around Mei Yu, fearing she might fall. He longed to express his annoyance towards Mei Xing, yet found him already crossing the threshold of the royal residence, offering a farewell gesture without a backward glance. Observing this, Mei Jue also turned to leave, wishing to sneak a glance at Miss Qing in the Lily Valley courtyard. Even a distant sighting would suffice to satisfy his longing. "Mei Ying, please recount to me in detail the events that have transpired in the royal manor during this time." Due to their shared masculine demeanor, Mei Yu felt a tad bashful as she withdrew from Mei Ying's embrace, their faces now resembling blushing crustaceans. On the golden-winged bird, Mo Linyuan held Jun Yujin's waist like a statue. Each time he contemplated loosening his grip, the subordinate would remind him, "Your Highness, hold the princess consort tightly. Today, Yun Yuin since Somling Emis." Even if she had unraveled his pretenses, his demeanor should not have been so frigid. Yet it was true. There had never been any profound affection between them. Once the facade was dismantled, the pretense could no longer be sustained. "Forgive me," he murmured close to her ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear, filled with regret. Chapter 93. Princess Consort. "You must hold the prince tightly." Jun Yujin replied, "It is of no concern." She responded with indifference, her gaze devoid of joy or sorrow, happiness or anger. "After a night of contemplation, I have come to understand. Your feigned ignorance is merely a means of survival, a desperate attempt to save your mother. Besides, as a newlywed princess, it is only natural that you do not place your trust in me." Mo Linyuan remarked, "So, is my wife intending to forgive him?" Yet, all of this had become irrelevant to me. Mo Linyuan continued, "Emotionless and apathetic, you may continue your charade while I live my life, each of us remaining unconnected, which is quite satisfactory." Indeed, she had never harbored feelings for him, nor had she ever loved him. "Henceforth, except for necessary occasions, I shall not appear before you." The words she uttered last night replayed in his mind. Do not appear before her. Forever. He had once vowed to comply with her every desire. That was sufficient. Jun Yujin lowered her gaze, coolly averting her eyes. Her dark hair billowed behind her, exuding an aura of fierce confidence, much like herself. Mo Linyuan, who was cradled in her embrace, dared to steal a sidelong glance at her. His hand, which had always been audacious and insistent on closeness, now remained unusually restrained, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. In his dark eyes, a flicker of restrained pain shone through as he quietly yearned to caress the strands of her hair. Yet, just as his fingers were about to make contact, Jun Yujin shifted uncomfortably, causing him to retract his hand instinctively. "Princess, you must hold the prince a little tighter. The beast hunting competition is about to commence, and I need to hasten the speed of the golden-winged bird. Prince, you must also ensure the princess is secure," the subordinate controlling the golden-winged bird suggested, casting a furtive glance at the couple, who appeared disgruntled and displeased. Thus, he took it upon himself to ease the atmosphere. After all, they were a married couple. A quarrel at the head of the bed would inevitably lead to reconciliation at its foot. However, one must wonder, was not this Miss June regarded as the ugliest woman in the Lioli kingdom? Yet upon closer inspection, she appeared as beautiful as a celestial being, captivating and enchanting. Surely, this would leave some individuals utterly astonished. "Elder brother, if you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. I truly appreciate your kind intentions," Jun Yujin remarked. After the subordinate spoke, he cast a rune upon the golden-winged bird, which soon accelerated in speed. The sudden surge caught both Mo Linyuan and Jun Yujin off guard, causing them to instinctively embrace each other tightly. "I apologize." Once they regained their composure, Mo Linyuan realized he had overstepped and quickly withdrew his hand, offering another apology. Jun Yujin quipped, "Aside from saying sorry, what else can you do?" Mo Linyuan pondered. Indeed, what else could he say? The atmosphere remained tense until the golden-winged bird arrived at the beast-hunting forest. "It is the regent and the princess. They have arrived," announced the elder beside Mo Linyuan, who immediately turned to report to the seated Mo Linyuan. At long last they had come. Mo Linhan coldly lifted his head, raising his eyelids to observe the two individuals descending from the golden-winged bird. However, who was the woman by the side of the imperial brother? "Your Majesty." Upon seeing him, Mo Linyuan approached excitedly, calling out. The emperor had exempted him from the customary formalities of bowing, allowing him to bypass palace etiquette whenever they encountered each other. A testament to the emperor's affection for him. "Look at you, it's been a while. Everyone is waiting for you." Noticing him and casting a glance at the woman beside him, Mo Linhan asked, somewhat irritably, "Where's my sister-in-law?" His demeanor suggested that if he were to learn of any infidelity, a punishment of running laps would ensue. "Your Majesty, I am here," Jun Yujin responded, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. How had the emperor's attitude toward her changed so abruptly? Previously, he had shown nothing but disdain. Yet now he was referring to her as sister-in-law. "You're the sister-in-law?" Mo Linhan raised his majestic brows in surprise, scrutinizing her. "That red lotus on your forehead must surely be painted on, merely a fade to feign being my sister-in-law." His disbelief was palpable as he questioned her sternly. A group of ministers and noble offspring observed this scene with great curiosity, straining to listen despite the distance, speculating about the beauty that the regent had brought forth. Could it be that even a fool could discern the unattractiveness of an ugly woman? Had Jun de Xiaojia become tiresome so soon? And as for this striking maiden before him, surely he must be blind to have chosen such a foolish prince. "In response to your brother, I am indeed your genuine sister-in-law. If you do not believe me, then I shall take my leave." With that, Jun Yujin turned to depart, hoping to escape the scene. She was never fond of this so-called beast-hunting competition. Treasures in the space she possessed were abundant, rendering the rewards of little consequence to her. Her departure caused pain to strike Mo Linyuan, who was massed nearby, his deep-set eyes dimming. "Sister-in-law." At that moment, the lively Shangwan Xinger emerged from the tent, her face lighting up upon seeing Jun Yujin as she hurried over. "Xinger." Hearing Shangwan Xinger's voice, Jun Yujin halted and turned, her expression brightening. "Where have you been? I did not see you." After alighting from the golden-winged bird, she had been searching for her, puzzled by her absence. Mo Linhan regarded the enchanting woman before him, astonished to realize that she truly was his sister-in-law. "I was just helping Brother Linhan organize some personal belongings in the tent," Shangwan Xing said, her cheeks reddening as she lowered her gaze. She had been tidying Brother Lin Han's personal items. Such a naive little girl. Jun Yujin teased, amused by her bashfulness, dismissing the presence of those around them. "Oh, what did you discover to make you blush so?" "Nothing much. Just help Brother Lin Han tidy up his night clothes. You know the beast hunting competition lasts 3 days, so we will be staying here for that time." "Just night clothes?" Jun Yujin's lips twitched with a bemused smile. In contemporary times, if this girl were to encounter a condom, she would surely be mortified to the point of wanting to burrow into the very ground. Goodness, whose daughter is this? Blessed with such ethereal beauty? She is breathtakingly lovely, resembling a figure that has stepped forth from the canvas of a painting, enchanting to the extent of inducing breathlessness. Upon catching a glimpse of Jun Yujin's exquisite visage, onlookers could not help but exclaim in admiration. Nearby, Jun Yushua, upon hearing this, bit her lip in jealousy. Hadn't the Star Princess just referred to her as sister-in-law? Could it be that she's indeed the esteemed Miss June? But wasn't Miss June known for her lack of beauty? Indeed, it is common knowledge throughout the Lioli kingdom that Miss June bears 2 prominent dark spots on her cheeks. Perhaps, during her 5-year absence, she has discovered a means to eradicate those blemishes. Moreover, it is rumored that the Junlin Tianxia shop offers specialized elixirs for scars, dark spots, and acne marks, albeit at a hefty price. And look at that girl's forehead. She bears a red lotus flower adornment identical to that of Miss June, unmistakably indicating her identity. Indeed, her eyes, her stature, and her figure all bear an uncanny resemblance to Miss June. This young lady is undoubtedly the very same. The crowd exchanged remarks, while Jun Yushua seethed with fury at their words. "You wretched woman, once you step into the beast-hunting forest, prepare to be infamous." A sinister glint flashed in her eyes, momentarily contorting her face into a grotesque visage, only to swiftly revert to her usual aloof and regal demeanor. Good night. Chapter 94. Jun Yujin. Is she truly worried about that despicable man? Xuya. I once believed the tales circulating in the realm to be mere fabrications. Yet here stands the undeniable truth. Standing beside Jun Yushua, Emo Chinjing's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Jun Yujin's beauty, his gaze fixated in astonishment. Witnessing the awe in his eyes directed towards Jun Yujin, Jun Yushua's hands, which hung dejectedly at her sides, clenched into fists. Shameless wretch, she seethed inwardly. Your Highness, even if she has indeed transformed into a beauty, she has deceived us all. Have you forgotten how she deliberately offered you the absorbed phoenix bloodjade while concealing her true appearance, all to lead us astray? Eagerly anticipating the day when she would strike us down with her revelations? As she voiced this, Jun Yushua's voice quavered with sorrow. She lamented, or perhaps, Your Highness, upon seeing her countenance, you regret your choice in marrying Shuer? Impossible. The person I cherish most is, without a doubt, Shuer. Emo Chunjing embraced her, professing his love for Jun Yushua, yet his gaze lingered on Jun Yujin's captivating face. This wretched woman, how could she possess such beauty? Had I known, I would have ensured she was wed to that fool, serving as a concubine in the prince's manor, a source of amusement. Such beauty is a travesty to waste. Jun Yujin, that scoundrel, dares to treat us as fools. In the upcoming beast-hunting forest, I shall ensure her reputation is utterly destroyed. Jun Yushua's eyes gleamed with malicious envy, especially now. As Emo Chanjing gazed at Jun Yujin with such astonishment, she longed to see her torn to shreds. As Jun Yujin conversed with Shangwan Shinger, she cast a sidelong glance at Jun Yushua, her lips curling into a languid smile. Such a jester, she hardly deigns to regard. Ling Yuan, how deeply you conceal yourself. Your sister-in-law is so exquisite, yet you have not breathed a word to me. Mo Lin Han cast a complaining glance at his younger brother. In the past, within the court, he had derided her appearance in silence. Yet, it turns out the true fool was he. How truly wretched. As he uttered these words, he instinctively patted his brother's shoulder, only to inadvertently touch the wound upon his scapula. Mo Lin Yuan's face blanched with pain, his countenance devoid of color beneath the mask. He refrained from furrowing his brow, determined not to elicit concern from Mo Lin Han. I too only beheld her true beauty a few days prior. Ultimately, whether beautiful or plain, in his eyes, she remained unchanged. As Jun Yujin conversed with Shangguan Xing'er, her gaze subconsciously flitted to a certain individual, coincidentally witnessing Mo Linhan's hand upon his shoulder. Jun Yujin's eyes subtly lowered. That very spot was where she had inflicted a wound the previous night. Yet this man, possessing formidable prowess, could easily mend himself with a flicker of spiritual energy or a healing elixir. Sister-in-law, what troubles you? Shangguan Xing'er noticed her sudden silence, her mind seemingly adrift, and waved her hand before her eyes. Oh, nothing. Jun Yujin regained her composure, smiling as she spoke. I just remembered I ought to gift you some garments. However, with so many people around, let's retreat to your tent, and I shall present them to you there. What was that about? Is she worrying for that scoundrel? Garments for me? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xing'er laughed and waved her hand dismissively. No need, sister-in-law. We recently purchased quite a number, so please keep them for yourself. I have more than enough attire. She assumed that Jun Yujin intended to gift her pieces from their previous outing at Junlin Tianxia, believing she was reluctant to don them, and thus sought to pass them on. Xing'er, are you certain? The garments I wish to present are uniquely designed by Junlin Tianxia. Each piece is one of a kind, unattainable even with wealth. Jun Yujin chuckled lightly. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xing'er's eyes sparkled with delight, tugging Jun Yujin toward her resting tent. Observing her innocent and adorable demeanor, Jun Yujin's lips curled into a tender smile. Outside, various nobles could only watch them reminisce, too afraid to utter a word. Absurdity! The emperor had yet to speak. How could they dare? As Jun Yujin was drawn past Mo Linyuan by Shangguan Xing'er, both instinctively lowered their gazes, their eyes wandering uncertain of what they beheld. Beneath the mask, Mo Linyuan's thin lips twitched, his heart feeling as though it had ingested poison, bitterly distressed. What exactly was he hoping for? What were his aspirations? Mo Linhan sensed an undercurrent of discord between them. He opened his mouth to inquire, but ultimately withheld the question. After all, the crowd was too large, and the emperor's younger brother feigned ignorance, while the old witch, the Empress Dowager, had infiltrated their midst. Caution was imperative. Linyuan, follow me. Mo Linhan grasped Mo Linyuan's hand, leading him towards the seat above. The sight was undeniably poignant. There exists a poignant sensation of an elder brother holding the hand of his intellectually challenged younger sibling, embodying an unwavering bond. Mo Linhan invited him to sit beside him, a gesture that incited an intense vexation in Mo Chunjing below, who gritted his teeth in fury. Why should that fool be the recipient of so much affection from the emperor? Mo Chunjing seethed as he observed the scene, his grip on Jun Yushue's hand tightening painfully. Elder brother, you're hurting Yushue, she exclaimed, furrowing her brow in discomfort and instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand. I'm sorry, Yushue. I did not mean to hurt you. Mo Chunjing immediately apologized, yet his resentful gaze remained fixated on Mo Linyuan and Mo Linhan. Just wait. Once the Empress Dowager emerges from her seclusion, he would assuredly strip the emperor of his throne. He yearned to sever that fool's head as a means of avenging the humiliation he had endured over the years. It was common knowledge that this crown prince had yet to be outshone by a fool. How could he swallow such bitterness? Elder brother, my mother and brother have returned from the border. By the time the beast hunting competition concludes, they must have arrived in Rongxing, Jun Yushue proclaimed, a glimmer of pride and avarice flashing in her eyes. My brother is a vice-general. Surely he possesses military power. Once we have amassed sufficient strength and toppled Mo Linhan, when you ascend to the throne, I shall be the empress of the Lioli kingdom. At that time, second only to you, what can I not achieve? She envisioned slowly tormenting Jun Yujin, that wretched woman, ensuring she was attended to nightly by different men, ultimately stripping her of her skin to feed to the dogs. As Mo Linyuan summoned the golden-winged bird, he shielded everyone's thoughts. Yet his gaze instinctively drifted toward Mo Chunjing and Jun Yushue. The resentment and jealousy in their eyes were palpable. He could discern their intentions without the need for mind-reading skills. Jun Yushue mused that she felt as though Mo Linyuan was observing her. Was this merely her imagination? Today, I have two announcements to make. The first pertains to the annual beast hunting competition, which everyone is aware of. The second concerns the prince of the Shui kingdom and the princess of the southern frontier. Mo Linhan began, yet before he could finish, a furious voice interrupted. Feng Qingshan, stand still, you scoundrel. At that moment, the irate voice of my Zana rang out, startling those present. Mo Linyuan thought to himself, what are these two doing here? Chapter 95. Mo Linyuan mused, does she find even a glance at herself repulsive? Wretched woman, if you capture me, I shall surely lose a layer of skin. Feng Qingshan, adorned in a striking red robe, exuded an alluring charm, her captivating visage suddenly appearing before the crowd, leaving many in awe. A flurry of whispers erupted amongst the spectators. Who is this Feng Qingshan? I have never seen her in the Liuli kingdom. With such innate poise and beauty, she must come from a noble family. Yet I have never encountered her before. Indeed, I too have not seen her. My father is the minister of personnel. I have met many sons of officials, yet she is a stranger to me. Moreover, that young lady, her attire bears no resemblance to the garments of our Liuli kingdom. Rather, she resembles a woman from the Miao region. Furthermore, this Miao beauty is extraordinarily stunning, rivaling Lady June in her exquisite allure. Lady June appears ethereal and regal, akin to a celestial being, while the woman before us possesses a bewitching charm with a fiery appearance, showcasing an entirely different style. A group of men nearby engages in animated discussions, while Jun Yujin and his companions can only gaze upon her beauty, indulging in a visual feast. After all, she belongs to the regent. Even if the regent were a fool, none would dare to don the green hat of infidelity in his presence. Let us not forget, the title of regent is one bestowed by the late emperor, and despite his later folly, his position remains unshakable, especially with the emperor's protection. Heavens, who is that man in red? His looks are simply enchanting. Goodness, that roguish demeanor nearly leaves me spellbound. Yet, I still hold a preference for our emperor. His countenance is strikingly aloof, and I can only dream of being chosen by him during a selection event. Indeed, I too admire the emperor. His cold and noble aura is utterly irresistible, making me wish to throw myself into his embrace immediately.